Chapter 524. The Empire's wolf mech lay on the snowfield like a frozen giant corpse. A moment later, 1/3 of it was covered by the wind and snow. It looked miserable. This was the Imperial Expeditionary Force's most advanced mech. The pilot inside was the most powerful Level 4 mech warrior in the Imperial armies. However, he had been defeated so thoroughly. However, the senior officers of the Empire who had been silently watching the battle did not show any signs of relief or fear because of this scene. Through these few days of battle, they had preliminarily confirmed the identity of the pilot in the Federation's white mech. Today's challenge was just a final confirmation to unify the thinking of the Army Command. The Norman officer's light blue eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. In a cold voice, he said, "Everyone, I don't care which army you were in the past. Don't forget, your army is gone. Now, I am in command of this battle. This may be our last battle, so I hope you can listen to my command." As the most trusted subordinate of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces commander, Lieutenant General Ambley, the Norman officer had taken over the command of the army. He did not turn around. Using his blue eyes, he looked at the Federation's position in the distance. He said softly, "I think you should understand now that the Federation forces have used up all their electromagnetic beam bombs. They are not deliberately luring our mech warriors to charge." An Imperial colonel behind him frowned and said, "The mech has charged a few times. They did not use any electromagnetic beam bombs. But what's the difference between this and today? How can you be sure? Because that pilot is called Sulu. The General Staff Department has done the calculations. In 3 days, he has fought 12 times consecutively. No matter how good he is, he should not be able to hold on much longer. If the Federation's commander had other methods, he would definitely not dare to risk letting him fight again. The style of a mech battle can determine the current physical condition of the pilot. Don't you think his performance today was too fierce and anxious? As for why the Federation's commander should not let the Federation pilot take the risk, if you had watched more of the Federation's television programs, perhaps you would have understood better. The Norman officer recalled the scene when the old general had asked him to learn the language of the Federation. He could not help but have a slight expression on his face. He wondered if the old general had recovered after returning to the base below the glacier, and if he had woken up from his coma. If it wasn't for the fact that General Umbry was unconscious and unable to command, this ambush wouldn't have been so difficult. Norman thought gloomily. His blue eyes flashed with a hint of decisiveness as he said, "Follow the original plan." The 1st temporarily reorganized brigade of the snowfield would launch its attack at 12 o'clock that evening. 2nd temporary reorganized brigade in reserve. The word stopped there. This outstanding young officer of the Empire had long given up on the idea of returning to his hometown. He only wanted to command a beautiful ambush battle and die in the snow border. Unfortunately, a bullet flew from the sky and hit him, stopping his beautiful plan. With a muffled bang, a streak of blood spurted out from his eye socket, shattering the deep blue pupils into pieces that merged with the white clouds. Almost at the same time, an even larger streak of blood spurted out from the back of his head. The Norman officer, who was missing a large chunk of his head, fell heavily into the snow. He did not even struggle or twitch. He died just like that. The soldiers in front of the barracks of the Imperial Expeditionary Force stared with wide eyes. It took a moment for them to come to their senses. Cries of alarm and anger rose and fell one after another. They began to angrily search for the Federation snipers around the camp, that on a snow hill 3 kilometers away, the surface of the snow trembled slightly. A high-speed sniper bullet that could not be seen with the naked eye flew out from the soft snow and killed an Imperial high-ranking officer. The black gravel on the snow silently sank like a supernatural event. The storm rolled the snow around on the ground. In an instant, all traces were buried, leaving behind only a vast expanse of white. It was truly clean. In the underground snow cave, Shi Qinghai wiped the ice from his beard. He panted slightly as he closed the ballistic calculation program. Then, he hugged the cold ACW rifle and began to rest again. He was not worried that the Empire would be able to calculate his position through the trajectory and find him to begin a vicious pursuit. The ACW was the federal military's most powerful single-soldier long-range weapon. Because it was extremely expensive, only 3 of them had been produced. They had never been assigned to the frontline troops. The Empire would never have imagined that this planet actually had a sniper rifle that could accurately blow up a person's head from 3 kilometers away. Therefore, it was very difficult for their search range to extend to his hiding place. He did not use tungsten alloy tail fins, nor did he use the magnetic resonance killing effect. He also did not use the high-velocity composite armor-piercing, hard-ink bullets that could penetrate a mech's alloy shield at short range. Shi Qinghai only used the most common standard sniper bullet of the ACW to complete this difficult, silent, and tedious, yet earth-shattering mission of hiding for several days. In order to satisfy his obsession of dying a beautiful death, he hid in the snow cave until he did not know the sun. Only when he saw the icy tears flowing out of his eyes did he finally find the opportunity to choose the Imperial officer, who was clearly an important character and who stood proudly at the very front. It was a pity that pair of mesmerizing blue eyes. In the gloomy snow cave, Shi Qinghai relaxed and closed his eyes. Because of his thinness, the corners of his lips were deeply sunken. Gradually, a trace of a proud smile appeared. It was extremely enchanting. The Federation did not have any information on the electromagnetic beam bomb. Because of the wrong judgment of the Norman officer, they came to a similar conclusion. Because of this point, the Empire's attack did not stop because of the sudden death of the highest commander. They did not even appear to be panicking. More than 5,000 soldiers of the Empire, under the cover of a few armored vehicles and mechs, silently and quickly split into 3 directions. Under the accompaniment of the night, they launched their final frenzied attack on the Green Dragon Mountain camp. The whistling sound of bullets pierced through the sky. The bright light of the explosions illuminated the entire snowy plains. The flares fired by the Green Dragon Mountain troops were like the lanterns of the S3 Flowing Fire Festival. They quietly hung in the air. However, after a short moment, they were blown away by the snowstorm and quickly extinguished. They were extremely resentful, but they could no longer find the feeling of quietly falling. The 30 degrees east position has been broken through. The second anti-infantry mine array is ready to detonate. 3, 2, 1. Detonate. Hold the line for me. Hold the line for me. Within the headquarters of the Green Dragon Mountain Vanguard Group, there were anxious and hoarse shouts like this. Fortunately, during the day, the command system had already been completely repaired. After being isolated outside the snowy peaks, the 2 reinforced battalions that had not received any news for several days finally stepped onto the path of the entire army. They just so happened to be at the edge of the war zone, restraining a large portion of the Empire's main force's energy. Otherwise, this highland might have long been taken down by the Empire. Even so, the battle situation was still tense and dangerous to the extreme. All around the highland, there were soldiers of the Empire who did not fear death and even longed to return to their homeland. This kind of charge that did not care about the price of death was something that even the well-trained and disciplined Green Dragon Mountain troops could not hold on for much longer. The mechanical repair company had been thrown in. The logistic soldiers had also been thrown in. The majority of the entire regiment headquarters had been thrown into the front lines of the battle. Therefore, the camp seemed somewhat empty. The anxious voices of the staff officers, under the influence of the echoes, seemed somewhat hollow and heavy. At this kind of time, specific orders could no longer bring too much of an effect to the battle situation. The anxious and hoarse voice of orders in a room could only give the front lines some mental encouragement, telling those soldiers who were fighting bravely while bathed in blood that the regiment headquarters was still there. They had not left, they had not surrendered, and they had not fallen. Commander Li Ming passed the last cup of coffee to Shang Qiu beside him. Within his sunken eyes, there was no sorrow, nor was there despair. He and his troops had already done everything they could. All that was left was to see what kind of fate the heavens would arrange for them. Shang Qiu gripped the handle of the coffee cup tightly. Her square-rimmed glasses held an extremely complicated, indescribable emotion. She did not know if she would be able to survive tonight, but she was more worried about the safety of Su Lu and the others. Two battered white MXT mecha stood guard at the most dangerous part of the battlefield in the dark night, like hungry wolves or tired tigers. Although the controls of the mecha were messy and sluggish, they still valiantly slaughtered all the Empire mecha that pounced at them. The two people in the cockpit were already in the most dangerous situation. The speed at which Bai Yulan's trembling hands entered the controls was already unimaginably slow. Holding on to Dalin's rotary machine gun, Xiong Linquan, who stood guard at the lower edge of the high ground, continued to fire fiercely like a god. He swept the densely packed Empire soldiers to the ground, but there was no end to them. Tonight, he did not have the protection of the old members of Group 7 by his side. The hard ceramic bulletproof vest on his body had long been destroyed in several places. Perhaps the next bullet would end his angry roar. Right at the most dangerous moment, the trapped Green Dragon Mountain troops let out a final roar, forcibly halting the relentless onslaught of the Empire soldiers. No one had given up yet because they believed that their own troops, the Federation troops, would definitely come to their aid. As long as they could hold on for another hour, even if it was just 1 minute, perhaps a miracle would happen. Boom, boom, boom. Concentrated explosions rang out below the high ground. Bright light flashed, but did not disappear immediately. Because in the flat area of the snowy valley in the southwest direction, a bright flare was rising in spirals. Beneath the light, the silhouette of a Federation MX mecha could be seen within. Immediately after, to the left and right of this Federation MX mecha, on the black line at the edge of the snowy high ground, nearly 30 kilometers away, a second, a third, more than 10 Federation MX mecha lined up in a row, appearing within the people's field of vision. Then, without any hesitation, they charged towards the battlefield at high speed. Further behind them, who knew how many Federation heavy armored vehicles were rushing over at full speed. The heavy humming of their engines converged in one place, piercing through the heavens. The faint rumbling of their engines could be heard faintly. In the deep winter of year 69 of the Constitutional Era, the 1st Regiment of the new 17th Division, rushing to the aid of the ambushed Green Dragon Mountain troops, finally arrived at the battlefield under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Hilay. Using a rigid and arduous but effective net drawing method, the countless mecha and vehicles were like countless sharp military swords, maintaining a net spread pattern as they charged viciously into the snowy plains. Chapter 5:25. The Imperial Expeditionary Army had spent decades excavating countless underground fortifications in the glacial zone of Planet 5460. The connection points of the fortifications had been excavated into empty underground bases. These bases were deep in the rock and covered with an extremely thick layer of hard ice. Even if the Federation launched an energy cannon attack from space at all costs, they would be safe and sound. Last year, in the depths of autumn, the Federation military used Jian Shuayer's victory concert to successfully lure the Imperial Expeditionary Force out. They accurately grasped the location of almost all the ice bases of the Empire. In the fierce battle that followed, most of the ice bases of the Empire were destroyed. Only 2 or 3 secret bases in the extreme north survived. In the depths of the underground base numbered Rose 3, the commander of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, Lieutenant General Ambly, finally woke up from his coma. The complete medical equipment and large doses of hormone injections here saved the old man's life. Ambly put down the file in his hand and remained silent. The 2 regiments that he had spent so much effort to preserve were actually not able to destroy a regiment of the Federation. This was really sad news. Although there was a huge gap in equipment between the 2 sides, and the sudden illness had a very bad effect on the command of the Empire's troops. But how did the war end up like this? Ambly should have been depressed or irritable, but his weak face did not show the slightest bit of emotion. In fact, he had already seen the result of the Imperial Expeditionary Force many years ago. As long as the Empire was unable to break through those two damned spatial tunnels, his seemingly powerful forces would eventually crumble under the relentless attacks of the Federation. It was just a matter of whether that day was early or late. Ambly calmly picked up the notebook beside his bed and took out the royal pen that His Majesty had given him. He began to write today's diary. At this moment, he thought of the young officer with a pair of beautiful blue eyes who had just died. The tip of the pen paused heavily on the white paper. The difference between the Empire and the Federation is in equipment, technology, and economy. But this is not a problem that cannot be fixed. The ambush this time was able to trap the enemy in a hopeless situation thanks to the blessing of the heavens. The abnormal geomagnetic storm proved some of my previous conjectures. The Federation's technology is advanced, and they have the most advanced equipment. Plus, they have the highly efficient central computer as the computing core. They're used to highly automated combat methods. Once they are in the current situation, it is difficult for them to change this habit. They cannot use the simple and even crude combat methods of the Empire. Therefore, in the geomagnetic storm environment, our troops can skillfully use the old-fashioned codes to communicate. Their equipment and habits that can't work has become a burden that is difficult to bear. Unfortunately, a certain regiment of the Federation that is being besieged by us belongs to the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain. This unit has been fighting guerrilla warfare in Green Dragon Mountain for several decades and is very good at facing this kind of low automatic battle situation. If it was the federal government that was besieging them this time, perhaps the battle would have ended faster. Embry took a few weary breaths, then leaned forward slightly and continued writing. The Federation's main force is not used to fighting without their central computer. This has been fully demonstrated in the past homeland defense battles. What I am thinking is once the Federation army invades the Empire's homeland again, should we adopt a scorched earth strategy and consciously move part of the battlefield to a planet with a harsh environment? Imperial officers had always had the habit of writing diaries, especially expeditionary army troops. Because there was no diary, it was difficult to understand the boring military life far away from home. Ambly was the same. But today, when he wrote to this point, his pen seemed to be dignified. After thinking for a moment, he seriously wrote in his diary, "The expeditionary army's defeat is not far away. But in my opinion, we can hold on for another 3 to 5 years. Perhaps by that time, the military will have successfully developed a way to break through the space channel." But unfortunately, His Majesty's order disrupted all of our troops' deployment. Most of the bases in the lower glaciers were destroyed or occupied by the Federation. Our troops lost strategic depth, and defeat is inevitable. My life may be coming to an end. Before I die, my doubts are all due to His Majesty's order. Huai Fu Chai. Although he is a bit neurotic, as an emperor, he should not be crazy to this extent. Then, I want to know, what is the relationship between this Federation woman named Jian Shuier and the imperial family of the Empire? With a question that had never been said but was like a stone pressing down on his heart, Ambly slowly closed the diary and pressed the small bell beside him. A few imperial officers who stayed behind quickly walked over. One of them quickly reported the situation on the battlefield. With an ugly expression, he said, "The enemy's new 17th Division, the last 2 regiments, also rushed to the battlefield yesterday morning. Most of our troops' equipment is damaged, and we are severely lacking in ammunition. The 1st Temporary Brigade has continuously retreated, but we are still unable to shake off the enemy's pursuit. Because of the geomagnetic storm, we are unable to make an accurate calculation of the Federation's forces. We can't even make an estimate. We only know that the enemy's 7th Division should also be on the way." The officer said in a heavy tone, "Commander, the 2nd Integrated Brigade must be thrown in. Otherwise, not a single person from the 1st Brigade will be able to withdraw." In this ambush battle, everyone in the Federation thought that the Empire would only be able to form a single integrated brigade. No one would have thought that the Imperial Expeditionary Force still had a final trump card hidden up their sleeves. Hearing the 2 words 7th Division, the yellow spots on Ambly's face suddenly lit up. He thought of that Federation general named Du Shaoqing and the desperate attacks and defenses that had taken place on this planet in the past year. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said without hesitation, "Order the 2nd Integrated Brigade to immediately retreat and scatter into the tunnels. No reinforcements are allowed." The officers beside the bed were shocked. They knew that their troops would definitely lose. Like the normal soldiers on the front lines, they were not afraid of death. However, it was very difficult for them to accept giving up on the troops that had been bitterly fighting for several days and nights. Since the enemy has moved, they must have put in all their forces. Only when the ratio of military strength is 4, 1, or even 5, 1, will we, the Federation, dare to let our Ace Division enter the geomagnetic storm zone. Ambly closed his eyes, and a trace of the unwillingness and disappointment of an old man grew in his heart. In his calculations, since the enemy was the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain, the Federation's government army would definitely not take the risk to come and help. His troops had the opportunity to use the internal political problems of the Federation to eat up this regiment bit by bit. Then, he would use the 2nd Brigade to ruthlessly eliminate the miscellaneous troops that the Federation might send out to deal with the political pressure. However, he did not expect that the Federation would actually not give up on this regiment. They had clearly been fighting within the Federation for many years. The 2nd Temporary Brigade must immediately retreat. He opened his eyes and said coldly, "Let us have the final bloody battle with the Federation in the underground tunnel. I am very curious. In a place like this, what can their new mecha do? Tell all the troops, every brave soldier of the Empire. We have to guard every alley and every door. Even if we have to use our own deaths to exchange for the enemy's death, no matter if we smash them with rocks or bite them with our fists, we have to make the Federation pay with countless deaths for every step they take." Ambly's voice was old and fierce. "Tell them that the time to show their loyalty to His Majesty has come." On the west side of the glacial snowfield, there were endless mountains. Occasionally, the snow on a few of them would be blown away by the strong winds high up in the sky, revealing the hard black limestone underneath. It added a bit of color to this monotonous white world, although it was also a cold color. The new 17 divisions of the Federation all entered the battlefield. The already exhausted Empire Reorganized Brigade immediately collapsed. Although the Empire still fought stubbornly and viciously, the huge difference in military strength and equipment caused the situation on the battlefield to become one-sided. The geomagnetic storm was gradually subsiding, but the interference to the electronic equipment was still great. The remnants of the Empire scattered and hid in the snowy peaks. The new 17 divisions chased after them. The entire battle area instantly expanded by more than 10 times. In the seemingly calm, snowy plains and icy peaks, small-scale battles could erupt at any time. The Green Dragon Mountain vanguard that had fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark, following the Federation's orders, slowly retreating south and leaving the battle area. However, there was a small team that stayed behind. Right now, they were walking slowly on the snowy ground below the rocky peak, as if searching for something. After hundreds of battles, the tattered white MXD mecha entered the battle once again after some initial repairs. The heavy body of the mecha left deep tracks in the snowy plains as it led the few armored vehicles behind it forward slowly. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a gunshot rang out from the front. The white MXD instantly bounced up, switching from forward mode to combat mode. Two thick and long alloy mechanical legs landed heavily on the ground, roaring as it ran forward. Xiong Linquan, who was on the armored vehicle, frowned the moment he heard the gunshot. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers beside him, with faces full of worry, also became nervous. Another unique and dull gunshot rang out. ACW. Xiong Linquan was incomparably shocked. He grabbed the collar of the Green Dragon Mountain soldier beside him and roared loudly. "Did you hear that? It's ACW." By the time the 3 armored vehicles rushed over with a roar, that small battle had already ended. The corpses of 7 or 8 Empire soldiers in tattered uniforms were lying on the ground. The white MXD mecha stood silently on the snowy plains, as if it was listening intently for some sound, searching for something important. However, the vast expanse of white ground was truly clean. Other than these dead Empire soldiers, Xiong Linquan and the soldiers on the armored vehicles searched diligently, but they could not find any trace of abnormalities. Right at this moment, a part of the faint shadow of the mecha suddenly protruded from the snow. Xiong Linquan vigilantly aimed the muzzle of his gun in that direction. A thin man crawled out from the snow, completely ignoring Xiong Linquan's muzzle. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the tall body of the mecha in the air and suddenly opened his mouth to laugh and say, "Get the hell down from me, or else I'll just shoot you." The cockpit of the mecha opened, and Su Lu, whose face was still somewhat haggard, jumped down. He said hoarsely, "Even ACW with hard ink bullets wouldn't be able to penetrate it. The alloy of the cockpit was custom-made and thickened by me." He walked in front of the thin man, his small eyes extremely bright. He said, "I thought you were dead." Sure Qinghai smiled and said, "I almost died, but I knew you wouldn't die." The two brothers hugged each other, pounding each other's back with force as they laughed heartily. However, they had not yet recovered from their serious illness in consecutive battles, and they had to defend the endless snowy caves and tread the cold plains by themselves. They were all at their weakest moments. Being pounded by these affectionate fists made them cough violently until their eyes were wet. Chapter 5:26. The geomagnetic storm and snowstorm seemed to have agreed to disappear at the same time. The glacier at the extreme north of planet 5460 revealed its magnificent and solemn true appearance in front of everyone. The sides of a few lonely black rock peaks were dotted with a world of ice and snow that had accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, it was very beautiful. The sound of explosions came faintly from afar. The battle on this high ground had already ended. The remnants of the Empire hidden in the ice and snow stubbornly resisted to the end. But in the end, they only turned into countless cold corpses. Two white MXD mechas buzzed and exited battle mode. Their huge metal bodies slowly descended, quietly watching their own troops silently clean up the battlefield. The Federation had mobilized two fully mechanized ACE integrated divisions and even more divisions. Under such an offensive, even if the remaining forces of the Imperial Expeditionary Force wanted to use a tragic suicidal counterattack to prove their loyalty to His Majesty, they could not hold on for much longer. In just 7 short days, the battle line had already advanced a few hundred kilometers to the north. The 1st Regiment of the new 17th Division that had launched the attack first was now at the very back. The Federation Command used this method to announce to all the troops that no matter how great your military achievements were, if you dared to not follow military discipline, like Lieutenant Colonel Hilay, then no matter how rich the fruits ahead were, the command would not let you eat them. The troops in charge of cleaning up the remnants of the Empire before them was a mixed team of the 1st Regiment and a certain regiment from Green Dragon Mountain. They were somewhat unwilling and annoyed to follow the rear of the Federation troops, chewing on the frozen leftovers tastelessly in the glacier. Commander Hilay could not stand this kind of depression and had been hiding in the command armored vehicle to sleep, not coming out at all. The cockpit door of the white MXD mecha slowly opened. Su Lu, with messy hair, rubbed his eyes and stood on the door fastener. He looked at the battlefield around him. After a moment of silence, he took out a wrinkled, light blue cigarette case from his military uniform, took out a dry cigarette, and stuffed it into his mouth. He used his trembling hand to turn on the lighter and move closer. The weather was still very cold. He had just recovered from a serious illness and was wearing a thin pilot's uniform, so his hands were trembling. He did not light the cigarette at all, but his lips and lungs seemed to be numb from the cold between the glaciers. He did not notice this at all. He inhaled hard and looked at the white smoke that he exhaled in front of him, thinking that it was a cigarette. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that he realized something was wrong. He looked awkwardly at the cigarette, but that had no light at all. Then, he anxiously realized that the lighter was also broken. It was purely a subconscious action. Sulu reached his hand into the cockpit, grabbed the control stick, and quickly made a few movements. Following this movement, the gigantic MXD mecha beneath him began to move. The heavy alloy mechanical arms quickly flipped upwards with a clear metallic sound, fanning out a few plumes of snow in the air. Then, just as it was about to smash into the cockpit door of the mecha, it abruptly stopped. The black gun barrel of the MXD mech, which looked thicker than a tree trunk, was aimed at the cabin door, at his head. The soldiers in the snow raised their heads to look. A trace of surprise flashed across their faces because it looked like the pilot standing in the gigantic mecha wanted to commit suicide. Of course, no one believed that this pilot would commit suicide, so they were very curious about what exactly he wanted to do. Sulu held the cigarette in his mouth very naturally and moved closer to the air in front of him. There was a thick and terrifying gun barrel there. The special separated state Darlin's autocannon at the front of the mechanical arm had just stopped firing and was rotating. It looked calm as usual, glowing with a faint metallic luster, but in reality, its temperature was terrifyingly high. With a soft hiss, the cigarette ignited as soon as it came into contact with the metal of the gun barrel. Sulu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt very happy. Using a gigantic mecha weapon to light a cigarette gave people the feeling of using the main cannon of battleship to fry fish. The Federation soldiers in all directions watched this scene. Their hearts surged with complicated and reverent emotions. This scene seemed to be deliberately made cool. What kind of precise microcontrollability did this pilot need to have? If he made the slightest mistake in his control, that hot and thick gun barrel would probably immediately take his life. Movie King, light it up for me too. Shi Qinghai shouted loudly from the ground, his face full of ridicule. In his opinion, Sulu was becoming more and more silent and cool. He didn't know if it was because he was stimulated by Du Shaoqing or because of the influence of that national girl, but he was really more like an actor. It was infuriating. Hearing his words, some of the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers who reacted quickly laughed out loud, while the soldiers of the new 17th Division glared at Shi Qinghai angrily. As the trump card of the new 17th Division, or rather the newest generation signboard, Sulu held a very high position in the hearts of the normal soldiers. Sulu just smiled and sat at the joint of the hatch. His right hand gripped the control stick and shook it twice. With a whistling sound, the heavy mechanical arm of the MXD pierced through the air and pressed down on Shi Qinghai's head like a small mountain. The shadow instantly enlarged and then stopped changing. The terrifyingly huge gun barrel came to an abrupt stop just a few centimeters in front of Shi Qinghai. Shi Qinghai's expression was a little stiff, and his lips trembled with the cigarette in his mouth. Even someone as fierce as him was shocked by this scene. After a moment, he lowered his head and lit the cigarette between his lips. After taking a deep breath, he used his fingers to pinch the filter and shouted up, "You want to scare me to death? No way." A few meters in the air, Sulu sat on the edge of the cabin door. His 2 feet, which were wearing anti-slip military boots, kicked lightly in the breeze. His face was filled with a happy smile. His neat white teeth were dazzling under the cold sunlight. He was like a child with a clean and simple mind. Right at this moment, the hatch of the white MXT mecha beside him also opened. Bai Yulan stepped on the sturdy hatch, took out a cigarette from the pack, and put it between her lips. Then, she looked over and smiled. The Federation soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield below the 2 mechas also excitedly squeezed over. They all took out cigarettes from their arms and looked up at the sky expectantly. Seeing this scene, Su Li's smile instantly disappeared. Just like he lay, he turned around and hid in the cockpit. No matter how many people outside the cockpit called out, he wouldn't show his face again to eye in the cleanup operations that followed. Sulu and Shi Qinghai, this pair of brothers who had not seen each other for a long time, finally had the chance to fight side by side for an extended period of time. That innate tacit understanding that began when they passed cigarettes through the iron door under the sunlight appeared once again. "Mr. Shi, who had received the Federation's formal military academy education and Green Dragon Mountain's special agent training, displayed his outstanding and proud side to the Federation's officers. No matter if it was a complicated tactical deduction or a specific battle plan arrangement, he could easily give the best answer through his small notebook and the specialized grid lines on the electronic map. Sulu, on the other hand, led the well-equipped troops. Clean and efficient, he completed specific battle missions without any sloppiness. Even when the battlefield was far away, he could still appear at the place Shi Qinghai needed him to be. His execution ability was so strong that it made others speechless. One was the technical director of the new 17th Division, and was also Commander Helay's respected instructor. He had a lot of say in the command of the troops. The other was the liaison officer jointly chosen by President Pabre and the leader of Nanshui. The military commander of the Green Dragon Mountain troops also greatly valued his opinion. The mixed troops of both sides gradually got used to the feeling of fighting together because of the existence of these two people. In the past few decades, the government troops and the anti-government troops, who had been at odds with each other and had been stained with each other's blood, actually became more and more familiar with each other. The initial hostility and indifference had unknowingly decreased by a lot. Last year at the base, someone mentioned that teacher Du Xiaoqing was a member of the Trinity Association. At the time, the boss said that he knew two people from the Trinity Association. One was a secretary, and the other was in prison. At the time, you guys didn't think much of it and thought that the boss was joking. Beside the bonfire on the snowy ground, Bai Yulan quietly said to her comrades beside her, "The person who is the secretary is in charge of specific affairs for one of the 7 major families. He is a character who can enter and leave the presidential palace at will. And this Mr. Shi is the one in prison. Now you should believe that on the day he was pardoned, you were also at Charter Square." Yes. Xiong Linquan hugged the gun and shook his head with emotion. The person who is qualified to enter the Trinity Association is indeed extraordinary. He should have been locked in the military prison together with the boss. Some rumors say that when Senator Macklin was assassinated in S2, it was him and the boss who did it together. To be honest, what I'm most curious about is where he got this ACW. Haven't you thought about that, big gun? I heard that it was specially approved by the president. Have you seen the president? Lan Xiaolong looked at Xiong Linquan and said mockingly, "Of course I have. Last time, when I accompanied the boss to the official residence for dinner, the president specially came to the lounge to see us. Did you forget?" Xiong Linquan retorted angrily. Lan Xiaolong ignored him. A trace of complex emotions flashed through his eyes. He is more accurate with the gun than you. He is fiercer than Olbai in close combat. His electrical control skills are no worse than Gu Shifeng's. His first aid skills are even better than Dong Zi's. His driving skills are better than Lu Jiao's. His grades in the military academy are even better than mine. In the past, I always thought that this guy, Su Lu, was already ridiculously fierce like a monster. But now, I suddenly find that there's an all-around monster by my side. If there are more people like him, how are we going to survive? Lan Xiaolong was not sarcastic and said with emotion, "This young master is indeed qualified to be a young master." Chapter 5:27. Shi Qinghai loved wine, really good wine. He would occasionally drink a bottle of Wenjun brandy Xianzong No. 3. He had a special fondness for oak red pearl, but his favorite had always been the amber Qingshou liquor. But no matter what kind, they were all the most expensive and luxurious wines in the Federation. When Su Lu was still a janitor at Yue University, he was very clear about his biggest hobby. He had once deeply suspected that this guy had spent all of his salary from the Federation Investigation Bureau and the secret fund from the 4 departments of Green Dragon Mountain on wine. Not bad, it's very strong. Shi Qinghai picked up the military water bottle and drank a mouthful of cheap wine. His beautiful eyebrows slightly raised as he said, "In this world of ice and snow, I haven't drunk wine in a long time. Speaking of which, the Federation government is really something. Whether it's in terms of logistics or equipment, they give us this kind of differential treatment. This is the private collection that Helay sent over. It's not the standard equipment of the Ministry of Defense." Su Lu, who was sitting beside him, shook his head and said, "I thought your resentment would be a lot less now. But you can't deny the existence of this difference." Shi Qinghai's eyes were slightly blurred. He pointed at the armored vehicles around the camp and said mockingly, "Look at the equipment of our troops, and then look at your equipment. Isn't it like the difference between a prince and a beggar?" Sulu was silent. After the Green Dragon Mountain troops were reorganized and moved to the front lines of the Westwoods last year, he had seen many things with his own eyes. He knew that Shi Qinghai wasn't lying, but for some reason, he couldn't help but want to refute or explain. Because of Shi Qinghai and Zhang Xiaoming, because of the fact that the Federal Central Computer told him that the uncle was the spiritual flag of Green Dragon Mountain, George Carlin, Sulu had always had a kind of warm feeling towards the people of Green Dragon Mountain. He understood, appreciated, and sympathized with the efforts of these people. He had put this kind of warmth into practice in the Chrysanthemum Night Market. But because of the existence of people like Macklin and Nan Mingxiu, he also had some vigilance and uneasiness towards Green Dragon Mountain in the depths of his heart. The situation should gradually improve. If the Federation wants to achieve true reconciliation, it's not something that can be done in a day or two, he said softly. Shi Qinghai said sarcastically, "I've never been as optimistic about the future of the Federation as you are. Those old politicians, those aristocratic families, even now, still couldn't wait for the people of Azure Dragon Mountain to die. This time, when a vanguard group was ambushed, you were the only one who brought two mechas to be the hero. You once again put on a show of suicide. The rest of the government army didn't make a move. You should know what this means." Sulu fell silent and thought for a moment before saying, "I don't think there's a need for a conspiracy theory. If the government really wants to borrow the hands of the Empire to wipe out the armed forces of Green Dragon Mountain, there are more direct methods. Besides, our division and the Iron 7th Division still managed to rush over in the end. This directly means that they have something on us." Shi Qinghai's gaze passed through the bonfire and looked at the quiet snowy plains in the distance. He said, "Those people are still somewhat afraid of the power of public opinion. Besides, there will always be Chu Tong who can respond to what I see as a liaison officer. You are the liaison officer personally appointed by the president. Since you want to respond, it means that you still trust him. In the Federation government, although there aren't many people like Mr. Pabre, there are still quite a few. You should at least have some confidence." Confidence? The Federation's system has long since become a deformed product of a marriage between the 7 great families and the politicians. It's rotten beyond redemption. Pabre is a rare exception, but he can't change too many things. I don't know much about politics, but I've heard Li Xiaodong's explanation. The golden fusion algorithm was a very powerful attack by the government. It just so happened that this kind of bill that shook the foundations of the 7 great families was actually passed by the parliament. This means that Mr. President is not only an agitator who only knows how to make speeches, but also a man of action who has a lot of political wisdom and means of power. And don't forget, he has a cooperative relationship with the lady in the back mountain of Macho. With the influence of the Tai family behind the scenes, he could do a lot more things. The problem is that all partners can be abandoned. Right now, the military and the people support him, and it's at a critical juncture in the war with the Empire. That's why he can take advantage of this situation to forcefully implement his own reforms. But have you ever thought about it? If the federal military is also corrupted, what can he do? Shi Qinghai's gaze lowered slightly, and his tone was full of mockery. He said, "As for the so-called public opinion, it's the easiest thing in the world to manipulate. During the last presidential election, during the Medellin project, there were so many students on the streets, burning slogans and roadblocks. Did you and I not see it clearly?" Sulu was silent again. 2 years ago, the two of them fought side by side into the building of the Huanshan Four States Peace Foundation. Now, they had very different views in some aspects. This was a very normal thing. One was the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation government army, and the other was an outstanding member of the anti-government army. Because of their positions, their perspectives on things would always be somewhat different. The most important thing was that Sulu was always willing to wait for the bright future, while Mr. Shi, who was used to hiding in the deep sea, was very cautious in his bones. Just as the legendary intelligence leader of the Green Dragon Mountain said, the best spy must be a downright pessimist. After a long silence, Shi Qinghai looked at the depressed Li Du beside him and suddenly laughed loudly. Fortunately, this is not a melodramatic movie. Otherwise, in the future, we will definitely become two military brothers who walk on different paths because of different ideologies. In the end, we will draw guns against each other, tearful eyes, pull the trigger, and be in so much pain that we would rather die. Extremely stupid. A mess. Sulu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Does this mean that the two of us don't have any real beliefs? The purpose of noble behavior should be people themselves. If people are used as means to achieve the goal, then this behavior can't be called noble. The so-called beliefs are the same. If there is a belief that needs to be protected by sacrificing beautiful feelings, it's fine to not have it. You can sacrifice yourself, but when your feelings involve others, you can't sacrifice yourself." Shi Qinghai replied. Sulu seemed to have felt something and said thoughtfully, "I said something similar to that to Zhang Xiaoming on the Iron Tower in Linhai, but it was not as clear as your first sentence." These are the original words of George Carlin. When I was receiving special training in S2, the most painful thing was to recite the words of St. George, Shi Qinghai said with a smile. Sulu laughed, thinking that this uncle had never shown his philosophical side in front of him. Since he was young, he had lived in the Donglin district, which was not really barren, but was especially closed off and dull. He had never received a proper education, and the positive aspects of his outlook on life, if they could be called morals, had nothing to do with books or education. It was just a simple judgment passed down from hundreds of millions of Donglin miners. In the cold and cheerless Bell Tower Street, where the strong preyed on the weak, he had naturally developed such a temperament. It had to be said that it was a very strange thing. That uncle only taught him how to repair electrical appliances and gave him the best discount for prostitution. It definitely would not influence him from the perspective of rational education. On the contrary, after escaping from Donglin and entering Yue University, he met this rascal beside him, and some of his thoughts gradually became clear. Your letter has always been kept in the Wangdu apartment. From time to time, I would take it out and read it. Every time I read it, I would feel that I had gained something. Sulu looked at Shi Qinghai and said seriously. He had always thought that this good friend of his was his teacher in certain aspects. Shi Qinghai was slightly startled. After a hiccup, he said self-deprecatingly, "At that time, teacher was betrayed, and my identity as a spy was exposed. I felt that there was no one in the world that I could trust, so I was a little scared. But I was unwilling to accept it, so it was rare that I became a literary youth. I will keep it well. When I am old in the future, I will look at it again and recall the hot-bloodedness of my youth. It should be quite fun." Sulu smiled. Unexpectedly, he remembered the long night of conversation he had with the West Woods Tiger in the Red Oil restaurant in Sunset Province. His expression became serious, and he repeated the contents of the conversation to seek the help of his best friend. Soldiers involved in politics? The Federation has a charter, so it should be difficult to do. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes. Although he was drunk, he was unusually cautious. He said, "But if you think about it more deeply, the rules and regulations of the first charter state that computers must play the role of servers. This gives people the convenience of manipulating the first charter. It has even gradually become a tool of the upper class. This is a very scary thing. Actually, for the past few years, I have always had a question in my heart." Shi Qinghai picked up the military water bottle and took a big gulp of liquor. After a long pause, he said, "The assassination at the Linhai State Gymnasium. Teacher and I were betrayed and framed. It seems that it was Medellin's idea. The Deputy Minister of National Defense, Yang Jingsong, and the young officers of the 2nd Military Region sent the officers to carry out the specific execution. This is the result of the investigation by the two of us, but I always feel that something is wrong with this matter." Hearing this, Sulu narrowed his eyes slightly. During the assassination attempt on Tai Ziyuan in Linhai State, Shi Qinghai and his teacher were betrayed by the organization, which directly affected their lives. Because of some kind of obsession, the two of them never gave up the investigation of a mastermind behind this incident. Even if they were enemies with the entire Federation, they bravely moved forward and silently investigated, until finally, they killed Medellin in the building. However, at this moment, Shi Qinghai had a different idea. There is one missing link. Shi Qinghai put the bottle of liquor down by his feet, raised a finger to Su Lu, and said, "There is one missing link between Medellin and Yang Jingsong. In that link, there is an active Federation officer with reddish-brown hair. This person should not be from either side, but he played a very important role. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find out who he is." Su Lu lowered his head and said after a long silence, "Active officers are not allowed to dye their hair. That should be a disguise. It is very difficult to find clues in this regard. This is the only clue I have. That black-glove subordinate of Medellin also does not know more about this officer. But I have a strong premonition that this person will fall into my hands because of his disguise in the future. At that time, I will give him a better wig." Shi Qinghai said with a smile. Chapter 528. Above the bitterly cold snowfield of the far north, the sun in the blue sky was devoid of any warmth, as if it was fake. At night, the bonfire in the barracks was fake, as if the heat had been frozen by the low temperature. It also seemed fake. Su Lu tightened the white fox skin around his neck that he had given him in private. He took a big gulp of liquor from the military water bottle beside him and nodded slightly. Like Shi Qinghai, he used different methods to carry out his own perseverance, but he wasn't a good person. Now that he knew that there were some ambitious people hiding in the Federation, spying on him, or plotting something bigger, he definitely wouldn't be polite if he could find out who they were in the future. The cold night made him feel a little depressed because of the unknown appearance and background of the enemies. At this moment, Shi Qinghai, who was already drunk and even more charming, suddenly leaned over, as if he was about to say something. His left hand quietly reached under Shi Qinghai's butt and pulled out the chair, so it didn't fall down. He held the military water bottle and kept his body in the horse stance in the air. He looked at Shi Qinghai in astonishment, shook his head, and said, "You still like to play this kind of childish game." The two of them had known each other for almost 4 years, ever since the first cigarette was lit inside and outside the Iron Gate of Yue University. From the very beginning, Shi Qinghai liked to sneak up on Su Li's seat from time to time. He was just like a primary school student with excellent grades who was willing to tease a cheerful classmate because of boredom in class. But you're still so boring. You never forget to train yourself under any circumstances, even when we're drinking. Shi Qinghai burped again. He looked at the empty space under Shi Qinghai's body with sympathy and anger. He shook his head and said, "Do you know where the term horse stance came from? It's the ugly posture of the previous dynasty's bigwigs who disregarded the spirit of the Constitution and kept wild horses without permission. It's full of luxury and overflowing with the smell of oily skin. It's completely different from yours. I really don't understand why you still work so hard. Why do you have to do this? If you don't work hard to improve yourself, it's easy to die. I knew this before I went to the battlefield. Only when I went to the battlefield did I realize this was the truth." Su Lu stood up and pulled the chair back under his butt. He sat down in a relaxed manner and said with a smile, "I think the training you received in the Federation's Investigation Bureau and the 4th Department was no easier than mine. But I won't make my life as boring as a machine because of this." Shi Qinghai said sarcastically, "Besides, the government has been trying to make you into a war hero, an idol figure. As long as you don't act stupidly, crazy, and impulsively, danger will never come to you." At this point, he frowned and asked seriously, "Actually, I've always been very curious about the relationship between you and the Lees of Philadelphia." The answer involved many things, including Su Li's real past, his identity as a fugitive from the Federation, and even the disguised chip behind his neck. However, he didn't hesitate and said softly, "The army god is the younger brother of the old man, and also my teacher." Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. He took a big gulp of wine and said with emotion, "Well, It is indeed nepotism. But I can accept that you are not Li Pifu's illegitimate son. He then said with a smile, although you don't need to explain, I still have to tell you that I will keep it secret. Su Lu smiled and didn't say anything. He wondered if he should find a chance to tell more of his secrets in the future to scare this guy. There are many kinds of friends. Fair-weather friends could have a spiritual resonance. Old friends could also turn their backs on each other in an instant. He and Shi Qinghai had gone through life and death together. They had a deep mutual trust that was as hard as alloy. There was no need to keep too many secrets between them. With the Lees of Philadelphia as your backer, as long as that old man is alive, no one in the Federation will dare to mess with you. Shi Qinghai looked at him thoughtfully and warned, but you can't trust this relationship too much and make an incorrect judgment. The army god of the Federation was undoubtedly the most amazing big shot in the universe. In addition to his shocking military talent, this old man's political wisdom was also unfathomable. However, what made him the most fanatically worshipped and respected by hundreds of millions of people was his integrity, which was willing to sacrifice everything to protect the Federation. Sulu understood this very well. Li Ruofu thought highly of him and groomed him. Apart from compensating Uncle Feng Yu, a large part of it was for the sake of the Federation. The old man very much hoped that he could be like himself in the future and become a fuel to continue burning for the Federation. Without this premise, all the appreciation and cultivation would be for naught. Just like the assassination that happened in Sunset State, Sulu had seriously thought that if he was killed by the two killers from Bermuda, would the army godly Pifu avenge him? After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't help but deduce that if he really died, the old man would definitely not make a move against the seven great families because that would directly destroy the foundation of the Federation's existence. Looking at the silent Sulu, Shi Qinghai knew that he had his own plans. He smiled and didn't say anything more. With the help of the alcohol that was gradually entering his brain, he gently swayed the small amount of liquor in the military water bottle and softly hummed a very familiar song. When he sang 27 cups of liquor to the third cup, Su Li's voice softly followed and accompanied him all the way to the end, just like the countless nights in the bar in Linhai State. Shi Qinghai, who was habitually drunk, would be silent for a long time when he sang the last cup of liquor and thought of his father. Then he would drink a full cup of liquor as a memorial or cry to his heart's content. Su Li knew the sad story that made Shi Qinghai resolutely join the anti-government army in Green Dragon Mountain. So he couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he found that he didn't end the song, but started from the beginning again. Shi Qinghai's slightly hoarse but charming voice started to repeat the line of the girl, like a needle skipping in a retro record, giving people a headache. The sixth cup of liquor, the stone path curved, there was a girl at the end. There was a girl at the end of the stone path. Girl, that's my little girl. These are all my girls. I only want my girl. Su Lu keenly heard the small changes in the two's self-made lyrics. His eyes gradually narrowed as he stared at Shi Qinghai and said with a faint smile, "If it's a girl, is it Zhou?" Shi Qinghai's drunken eyes were like stars. He raised his eyebrows and said, "So what? Before I went to the front line, I played the Guqin for 3 days at the gate of the West Mountain compound to provoke her. When she came back from Linhai for a vacation, she gave me a handkerchief from inside the wall, wrapped in a stone. How deep is her love?" Su Lu was stunned. The picture of a playboy standing at the gate of the Federal Army compound and harassing a minister's daughter in an infuriating manner instantly formed in his mind. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Are you serious? I'm warning you. Yuzi isn't as cold and arrogant as she looks. If she's really in love, she can be stubborn." "Yuzi?" Shi Qinghai frowned and said disdainfully, "I'm not Nan Mingxiu. She's my woman. She doesn't need your permission to find any kind of man." "You can't say that." Sula shrugged and said, "In a legal sense, I'm the father of her son. As a guardian, for the legal rights of the child, I have the right to object to her boyfriend." Shi Qinghai was stunned. He deeply exhaled a breath of alcohol and cursed. A moment later, a charming smile reappeared on his handsome face. He said, "In fact, I've been writing to her for the past year." In the beginning, She replied very little. She was basically like a beautiful shrew. Although she still replies very little now, she's like a beautiful, gentle girl. They're actually having an affair behind my back. What a pair of adulterers, Su Lu said solemnly, but his mood was exceptionally joyous. Back then, he had selfishly wanted to leave behind a descendant of young Master Shi, who he thought was bound to die. More importantly, he didn't want an innocent life to fall just like that. But now, it seemed that a fairy tale-like ending was about to happen. After living with Zhou Yu in the Wangdu apartment for so many days, he had long felt like a family member. He also hoped that she could have an excellent emotional home. If Shi Qinghai was no longer a playboy, he would naturally be the best man. "How did you figure it out?" he asked curiously. "I don't want to thank you, but it's true that because of the stories you told me, I fell in love with such a straightforward and cold woman. The most important thing is that she's really beautiful." Shi Qinghai replied with a calm expression. "When I was in high school, I liked astronomy and geography the most. I knew that the universe is long, but human life is short. So in the future, I didn't care much about men and women. I only liked to have fun, and I didn't like to make promises. But now, I understand that things like life and the universe can't be treated equally. Just like the magnificent Lu Ling on this planet, she only appears once every 3,000 years. The next time she appears will be 371 years later. I won't be able to see her for the rest of my life. Since that's the case, I should see something that's relatively long and worth having." Su Li's thoughts suddenly floated. He said, "Astronomy and geography. Tai Ziyuan is also very interested in exploring the universe. In my opinion, you can become good friends with him." Shi Qinghai said, "In my opinion, I'm very willing to let this prince die." While Mr. Shi was thinking about how rare it was to see Lu Ling in the snowy night on the battleship outside the planet's atmosphere, the resident program of the Federal Central Computer was performing relevant calculations. On planet 5460, deep in the rock tunnels, the detection devices that were spread all over the ground faithfully recorded all kinds of fluctuations and transmitted them back to the battleship. It was like a huge spider web, keenly sensing the movements around it and then determining the real situation. The geomagnetic storm suddenly became abnormal, and the rock mass became denser and denser. The Federal Central Computer was calculating, or in other words, calculating the changes that happened inside the planet. This required a lot of data and high-speed computing power. Even though it seemed to be omnipotent, it was still a bit difficult. Chapter 529. When Su Lu woke up from his nightmare, he suddenly felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He sat on the edge of his bed in a daze. He didn't know if it was because he had gotten drunk with Shi Qinghai on a snowy night 10 days ago, but the reverse flow of digestive fluids from certain glands in his body was like the passionate yet hurtful friendship between men. It fiercely burned his stomach and the academic words on it. Or was it because Shang Xiu had completed the MXD test mission 3 days ago and was currently on her way back to the distant capital ring? But he still remembered many mornings when she wore small snow boots and stood in the thick snow like a playful wild cat. Every time she took a step, she would kick her legs back. It was an extremely cute scene. Because of this, his heart was vaguely troubled by this feeling. At this moment, the Federal Central Computer's request to contact him appeared in his mind. Ever since that night, when he had requested for privacy, the old bastard had bitterly started his days of being neglected. Whenever he wanted to chat with him, he would have to knock on a door that didn't exist in the void. After accepting the request, Su Lu looked at the clear and concise words in his left eye and the virtual three-dimensional image. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back and dyed his green military vest as heavy as ink. Only now did he understand that the frightening scenes in his dream were actually real. The old bastard had called him through the back door. Before he could ask why the Federal Central Computer had entered his dream without his permission, Su Lu hurriedly got up with a gloomy expression. He hastily put on a jacket and rushed out of the room. Braving the bitter cold, he ran to Shi Qinghai's door and kicked it open. He quickly said a few words and then rushed to the regimental headquarters. Without hesitation, He pressed the emergency button for the headquarters. In an instant, a sharp and piercing alarm pierced through the dark night and the faint snowflakes and spread throughout the entire military camp. Whether it was the soldiers of the 1st Regiment of the 17th Division or the soldiers of Green Dragon Mountain, they were all startled awake. Although they were extremely puzzled, no one dared to ask what had happened. They silently but quickly put on their uniforms and equipment and ran towards the snowy area in front of the headquarters. Hile put on his military cap and inserted the H-12 pistol into his holster. He looked at Su Lu and said, "Instructor, if this is just a drill, I think it will be difficult for us to explain to these guys who are woken up. In the past few days, the Federation's ground forces have been trying to destroy the last remnants of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. However, the Imperial soldiers relied on the desperation and craziness of death, and the Glacier Alley base that they have been operating for decades, and under the ruthless and even self-destructive command of General Ambly, they did not budge an inch. They used all means of combat, and even used the primitive and cruel tactic of using human bombs. The final battle was exceptionally bloody. In the 700 square meters of the Glacier War Zone, there were people dying every moment. The Federation forces, who had the absolute strategic advantage, were actually somewhat terrified under the frenzied attacks of the Imperial soldiers. Just 10 days ago, even Du Shaoqing had been forced to have the Iron 7th Division slow down the pace of clearing out the alleys. However, this had nothing to do with the 1st Regiment of the 17th Division and that Green Dragon Mountain unit that had no official designation. They had not entered the heart of the fierce battle all this time. Furthermore, to this day, even if the Imperial Expeditionary Force was a god, they would not be able to conjure any unit to break through the encirclement in front of them and kill their way into the camp. Therefore, the emergency call for tonight's emergency assembly made many people somewhat puzzled as to what had happened. Level 2 clearance, top secret. I'm very sorry, but I can't reveal anything to you. I believe the official order will come down soon. The emergency assembly is to let everyone prepare in advance. Su Li's ears were filled with the sound of hurried footsteps and the heavy mechanical sound of engineering mecha. After a moment of silence, he spoke seriously to Hile. The emergency assembly order could only be issued by the highest ranking officer of the army. Although his previous actions did not cross the line, they still severely violated military discipline. However, Hile knew what kind of person he was. This was especially so when he saw that rare trace of solemnity on his face. His brain had already begun to turn quickly, on guard against the major event that was about to happen. Back in the day, when Su Lu had given up his glory and wealth to face the entire upper echelon of the Federation alone, he had not even blinked an eyelid. However, the news that the charter computer had given him tonight made him nervous and uneasy. Because this time, what they were about to face was the greatest and most heartless of all, the nature that had never changed its way of doing things because of human emotions at the same time that the 1st Regiment of the 17th Division and the Green Dragon Mountain troops sounded the emergency assembly order in the distant capital ring, Planet S1, at the end of a road that had been cut off halfway in the outskirts of a special zone, inside a building that was regarded as a holy place by the Federation citizens. A sharp alarm rang out at the same time. Chui Zedong of the Bureau of Proclamation had just finished brewing his first cup of flower tea since work, but right now, he was not in the mood to taste the fragrance of the yellow chrysanthemum. He withdrew his finger that had activated the alarm and looked at the results of the calculations on the giant hologram. He could not help but shake his head, thinking to himself that it was truly a blessing to have the opportunity to see the most spectacular scene in the universe in this lifetime. It was just that he did not know if the Federation soldiers on that planet had the time to all evacuate. Right now, he could only hope that the old thing's calculation results were not too far off. The charter computer's alarm was immediately transmitted to the president's official residence. Sir Pabre, who was having breakfast with the First Lady, had a trace of doubt flash across his tanned face. He immediately asked Director Breen beside him, "Can our soldiers withdraw?" According to the results of past observations, It takes a very long time for the flow on Planet 5460 to activate. Just now, the Department of Defense has already made the decision to transfer all the federal fleet and the battle fleets of the 3320 and 163-star systems over there. In addition to the backup transport forces of the West Woods Administrative Main Planet, the withdrawal of the troops should not be a problem. The young Director Breen replied calmly, clearly, and accurately. After a short pause, he continued, "Now, what we need to consider is the time it will take for the ground troops to withdraw to the airborne base, and whether the remaining forces of the Imperial Expeditionary Force will stop at all costs to delay the retreat of the troops. Also, after all, this is the first time that the flow on Planet 5460 has appeared in advance since the Federation observed it 9 times, and this time, it is more than 300 years ahead of schedule. Later, the Federal Academy of Science will hold an academic discussion on this. That's not what I'm concerned about." President Pabre smiled at his nervous wife, turned his head, and said coldly, "I only care about the consequences. None of our soldiers can die in that damn ice water. Tell the Department of Defense, if the Empire really tries to delay the retreat of the troops, let the fleet use the main cannons to fire directly and drive all these Empire rabbits back into the ice cave." Director Breen was slightly stunned and subconsciously objected, but there is still plenty of time. Even if the Empire understands what is going on, they don't have a good way to stop our retreat. The effect of the main cannons of the battleships is not very good, and the energy consumption is too high. In fact, the Federation's interstellar energy quota this year has already exceeded by 70%. Being able to let those young men return with glory and safety is much more important than something like the energy quota. President Pabre said in a deep and firm voice, "Please make an appointment with Lady Tai for me. The government needs her help regarding the energy quota." In the building of the Department of Defense, Zhou Yingxing, wearing glasses, carefully read the reports sent by the Bureau of Proclamation, listened to the president's instructions delivered by Secretary Jiao, and a slight smile flashed across his slightly tired face. He said, "According to Mr. President's opinion, immediately draft the retreat plan and let Commander Zhong make the decision. I believe that he will also like the best gift that nature has given to the Federation." In the headquarters building of the West Woods Main Planet Federation, Zhong Shouhu used 2 fingers to continuously rub his white eyebrows, looked at all the documents that had just been delivered to him, and was silent for a long time. In the end, a complicated smile appeared on his face. He was about to rush to the front line again and directly command the last wave of attack of the federal forces. He had enough pride and confidence that the military operation would definitely succeed. However, the situation was different from the situation on Planet 3320 and 163. Planet 5460 had the least amount of Empire troops, but the enemy general named Ambly had forcefully fought the battle to this extent. Even if he personally took command, he didn't dare to lightly say that he would be able to save a few Federation soldiers from dying. This is really a big surprise. In the early hours of the morning, the 1st Regiment of the 17th Division indeed received an emergency order from the headquarters. This order was electronically signed by Deputy Commander E himself, and it required all the participating troops on the ground to immediately evacuate from the Arctic glaciers. All the troops had to cooperate with each other. On one hand, they had to maintain a sense of pressure on the Empire people, and on the other hand, they had to retreat to the predetermined location as quickly as possible. The words of the order were very cold and fierce, and no troops were allowed to raise any objections. Therefore, in a short 3 hours, the federal forces, who were desperately searching for traces of the Empire people in the ice pit alleys during the night and during the day, and risking their lives to attack, quickly and without panic, all began to quickly and calmly leave the battle area, turning into countless black lines and returning south on the snowy plains. Su Li's 1st Regiment of the 17th Division and that lucky Green Dragon Mountain Troop, because of a certain back door, were the first to make preparations to retreat. Even before the command center's orders arrived, he had already forced Ilay to give the order to have the mixed forces forcefully move 30 kilometers south. What exactly happened? He sat in the command vehicle with a complicated expression, looking at the details of the order on the hologram, completely puzzled. If the Federation was preparing to set up a new battle plan, then even if a high-ranking officer like him didn't know the strategic intentions, he would definitely have been blown by the wind and guessed some of the details. He definitely wouldn't have retreated in such a baffling manner like tonight. There were many officers and soldiers of the Federation who had the same question as him. The officers and soldiers of the various participating troops watched as the remnants of the Empire were suppressed to the point of death after paying the price of countless sacrifices and blood, and could collapse at any time. In the end, they were ordered by their superiors to urgently retreat south, away from the dawn of victory. It was truly somewhat difficult for them to accept. In order to prevent panic from spreading among the troops, the upper echelons of the Federation tightly controlled this news within an extremely small circle. Only less than 5 generals in the ground forces knew the inside story. Sulu was the first to know of this matter in the Federation, and he understood and agreed with the actions of the headquarters. However, facing the puzzled gazes of the people around him, he felt a bit of pressure. Chapter 530. Without any warning, a high-latitude volcano on the shore of the Western Sea began to violently erupt. The glaciers that had accumulated for hundreds of millions of years began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ice and snow within a radius of several hundred square kilometers of the volcano, mixed with molten lava, began to spread toward low-lying areas. Wherever the molten lava passed, the originally barren snowy plains were smeared into a complete mess. The blazing red lava came into close contact with the cold ice, producing sizzling sounds of barbecuing. Water vapor, together with black ash, crazily sprayed into the sky. What followed was a strong earthquake, as high as a magnitude 9. Fortunately, the source of the earthquake this time was extremely deep. After it spread to the surface, its intensity was greatly reduced. Moreover, on the surface of this planet that had been fighting for several decades, other than the military vehicles and mechas moving through the wilderness, there weren't too many man-made structures. Therefore, it didn't cause too many casualties. The arrival of the volcanic eruption and earthquake was only a kind warning issued by nature to the two sides that were busy fighting on this planet. The overall temperature of the northern hemisphere of 5,460 began to slowly rise. Under this shocking astronomical phenomenon, a total of 7 divisions of the Federation's ground forces retreated toward the south at high speed. Beside the icy peak of K-22, there was a small group of Empire troops stationed in an alley. They were the first to discover the enemy's unusual movements. They, who had long been accustomed to fighting day and night without rest, were shocked to discover that, in the past 4 hours, even though the Federation's artillery shells were still unceasingly bombarding them, those troublesome Federal forces never attacked again. The company commander thought silently for a long time. He used his hand to heavily pound the cold, resistant concrete wall of the fortification. Carrying his machine gun, he crawled out of the alley. The mud mixed with the damaged military uniform, sticking to his body and making him feel that something was a bit strange. The silence around the battlefield was a bit frightening. With difficulty, he climbed through the thick ice used to block the Federation's bullets at the entrance of the alley. The company commander used his gun to support himself on the ground and stood up. He looked at the incomparably empty snowy plains in front of him and the silent Federation's military camp on the other side. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The Federation retreated? Squeezed by the desperation of the fierce battles and abandonment in the past few days, he was silent for a long time before he finally confirmed the fact. He grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed his face that was full of mud. It was not until the roots of his dark beard were almost bleeding that he finally woke up from the cold. Ecstatically, he turned around and ran into the alley, roaring in a hoarse voice. The soldiers of the Federation have retreated. The Federation has retreated. The soldiers of the Imperium deep inside the fortification were stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief for a long time before they finally believed what their captain said. Helping each other to stand up, They laughed and cried to their heart's content, bashed each other, and hugged each other. The lucky celebration of escaping death in the alley did not last long. The people's laughter gradually died down because they could faintly hear a strange sound that they had never heard before. It was coming from the deepest part of the alley. That captain tilted his head and listened for a moment. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Grabbing the gun beside him, he rushed towards the side door of the underground alley and shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle!" Rumbling sounds came faintly from the depths of the alley. They were extremely heavy and powerful. At first, they were very far away and were not clear, but in a short amount of time, they became as loud and clear as war drums. The soldiers of the Empire lay on the ground, staring nervously and savagely at the entrance of the dark alley. They didn't know what these terrifying sounds were, and subconsciously thought that they were the new mecha weapons of the Federation. Only heavy alloy equipment could make such loud noises. This seemed to be the only explanation for the sudden retreat of the Federation army on the other side of the glacier. What came was not the Federation's new mecha that could enter the depths of the glacier, but an existence even more terrifying than a mecha horde. The Imperial captain guarding at the very front heard the thunderous sounds. His pupils constricted, relying on a sliver of dim light. After seeing what it was, his body began to tremble violently from fear. However, he did not have time to turn around, nor did he have time to shout before he was smashed into the wall, becoming a mangled corpse. Tens of thousands of tons of cold water, carrying heavy and sharp icicles, gathered at the top of the glacier and at the cracks. Following the underground channels created by nature, they rampaged through the interior of the glacier at an extremely fast speed. Then, they finally entered the underground tunnel network that the Imperium had built for decades. Under the tremendous pressure, they turned into an unstoppable torrent of icicles and gushed out. With a loud boom, Ling Lu instantly charged into the alley of the Empire's army. He roared and slammed into the hard concrete wall, releasing thunderous booms. Then, he ran out without the slightest fear, turning into a fountain on the precipice of the glacier, shooting into the blue sky amidst the morning light. Only after reaching a height of several dozen meters did he reluctantly fall back down. In an extremely short amount of time, the torrent of water destroyed all the attacks in the alley. As for the Imperial soldiers, they did not even know where they were. Not even a trace of blood could be seen in the alley. A few minutes later, the pressure in the cracks of the glacier gradually stabilized, and the torrent calmed down. The collapsed alley was filled with cold water. It was a deep blue, like a bottomless lake. Dense icicles and occasionally a few broken empty boxes floated on top of it. The temperature was still not high. Not long after, the tens of thousands of tons of cold water in the alley slowly condensed into ice again. After a few days, when the temperature was higher, the ice would melt again, roar again, and maybe condense again. This process would repeat countless times. Maybe they would find an opportunity to rush into the grassland neighbors that they had not seen in the south for more than 2,000 years. The dark alley was dead silent. Occasionally, the sound of water rippling and cracking could be heard. The place where the federal forces were fighting a bloody battle, the last base of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, under the power of nature, turned into a land of death that a few small bases that were hidden in the glacier in Area K were all destroyed by the torrent of water. Old General Ambridge had already received this unfortunate news. With the help of his guards, he slowly walked out of the gate of the base. Looking at the sky in the east, he saw the clear line of black smoke from the volcano. A complicated expression flashed across his old face. If it was only a small torrent of water caused by a volcanic eruption and an earthquake, it shouldn't have spread to the last base under his feet, the old general thought silently. However, his heart was cold. He knew that this was just a way to comfort himself. If it was only a small torrent of water caused by a volcanic eruption, why did the Federation retreat? The Empire did not have enough cutting-edge computers to conduct research in this area, but the Federation did. Mobilize the rest of the troops. Use the last of the military equipment reserves. No matter the cost, we must delay the Federal Army that is retreating to the south. Don't try to stop their combat troops. target their quick-condensing cement warehouse and engineering meccas. Old General Ambridge looked to the south and said in a cold tone, "Remember, no matter the cost, no matter the rank of the officer, you must at least keep one soldier of the Federation for me." "Yes, General," the guard beside him replied. General Ambridge narrowed his eyes and looked at the white snow in front of him. The wrinkles on his face were like layers of snow that had been blown by the wind. After a long silence, he added, "I know that you're not afraid of death, but this time you can't be afraid of death because this may be the last time we're not afraid of death. I will accompany you." In the glacier area of the planet, it was still late at night. In some places, it was already early morning. The last soldiers of the Imperial Expeditionary Force on this planet walked out or crawled out of the narrow alleys. These exhausted soldiers who had almost run out of supplies and equipment didn't even have the time to breathe the fresh air that they hadn't been in contact with for a long time. They glanced at the blue sky that they hadn't seen for many days, and their eyes were filled with faint emotions as if they were about to die. They silently and valiantly bent their bodies, supported their companions, and ran to the strategic nodes in all directions. The nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Empire didn't know what was happening on this planet. They didn't even know that there was a volcano erupting in Area K. The violent tremor 2 days ago was a huge earthquake in the distance. They only knew that this was an order from their superiors, and that this was their last chance to be loyal to His Majesty. Therefore, they took their guns and walked out. In broad daylight on the flat, snowy plains, they went to intercept or chase the Federal Army that was 10 times their number. What kind of madness was this? The volcanic ash in the distant sky was blown away by the cold wind. In the eastern sky of the morning, outside the planet's atmosphere that was so clear that it seemed unreal, a black line could be faintly seen. That was the Federal fleet in outer space. At the entrance of the Empire's base high in the sea of ice, General Ambley, who was standing in the wind and snow to send off the soldiers, was suddenly pushed down by his guards and then forcibly dragged into the sturdy base. More than 60 milky white beams of light shot out from the warships in space and instantly entered the clear and sparse atmosphere. With the help of the charter network's precise positioning, they fiercely fell in all directions on the snowy plains. There weren't any loud noises. The light beams that were adjusted to cover the area of the attack turned countless Empire soldiers who were arduously advancing into light smoke. Countless ice and snow melted, and snowy peaks collapsed and no longer existed. The entire process was like an accelerated spring, but it was even more terrifying. Just this round of attacks from the main cannons of the battleships had already destroyed 2 years of the Federation's peacetime energy quota. However, the Empire soldiers who were shouting in vain to avoid or even cursed at the sky discovered in despair that dozens of milky white beams of light blasted down from the sky above. In the face of the madness of the Empire, the Federation's response was also very crazy. The 7 divisions of the Federation's ground forces, under the protection of the fleet regardless of the cost, sped up their retreat to the south. After seeing those milky white beams of light, the suspicion and anger that had been heating up in the military camp immediately vanished like smoke in thin air. The soldiers still didn't know the real reason for the sudden retreat, but when they saw the Federation actually use so much of the Crystal Mine's energy quota to launch a group space attack that hadn't been seen in many years, they knew very well that the situation was definitely tense to a certain extent. 3 days later, the Great Retreat organized by the Federation's entire force finally succeeded. All of the ground forces withdrew to the 4 military spaceports in the Southern Hemisphere and were then urgently conscripted by the government to be carried back into space by countless military and civilian spaceships. Only a few special forces and researchers remained on the surface. They were responsible for monitoring everything that happened on this planet and silently observing the Imperial Expeditionary Force's demise. Sulu also stayed behind. Chapter 531. About 400 soldiers from the new 17th Division and the Iron 7th Division stayed behind. Together with the researchers, they were stationed at the newly built Shinza spaceport. This spaceport was located on a large granite base. The sea level was quite high, and there was the Huangshanling lonely ridge in front of it as a shield, so they didn't have to worry too much about the terrifying flow of water. The Federation had determined that this was a safe area based on past research records, so they chose this place as an observation point. However, they still cautiously sent 3 types of light battleships to stand by on the tarmac. If the planet's environment was unimaginably bad and even affected this place, they had to be able to immediately evacuate these few hundred soldiers. The volcanic eruptions on the planet became more and more frequent. Earthquakes of various sizes never stopped like the music of the new year. Countless tsunamis were born, collided, destroyed, and reborn in the ocean, causing the blue seawater to become turbid. Some areas where sulfur was concentrated were even bleeding bright red. Because of the geomagnetic shift, the geomagnetic storms at the 2 poles became more and more intense. Other than the optical images from the high-altitude satellites, there weren't many other ways to monitor the few remaining Imperial armies in the Northern Hemisphere. Su Lu and the Federation officers who stayed behind to guard the spaceport calmly carried out their work, waiting for the long flow of water to end, waiting for the peace after 3 months. 74 standard hours later, the underground flow between the glaciers in the Northern Hemisphere became more and more magnificent due to the rising temperature. Countless streams of cold water penetrated through the hard ice layer and converged at high speed. They shot out of the surface of the glaciers and into the sky, shooting countless beautiful and cold waterfalls. Then, the flood mixed with ice fell heavily, instantly overflowing the obstacles in front of it, and slowly but firmly surged towards the low-lying areas in the south. 3 days later, the first flow of water in Area K crossed the central region of the snowfield and poured into a snow valley, rushing into the primitive forest in the valley. In front of the flow of water that was dozens of kilometers wide, thick ancient trees that were more than 1,000 years old fell like paper. The green vegetation was instantly torn into pieces. The mixture of ice and water all over the mountains and plains had a semi-solidified, gelatinous feeling. Because it was wrapped in the black sand under the snow, it looked gray and dull. In the cold snow water, there were countless sharp and heavy icicles mixed in, like a knife without a sharp edge. In front of this giant blunt knife of the Creator, nothing could resist at all. The whole earth seemed to have been ruthlessly scraped. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Giant trees fell, birds and beasts wailed, and then there was dead silence. The further south they went, the more the ice melted, and the lower the terrain became. The speed of the mighty Lioli invasion also became faster and faster. The Lioli front, which stretched for hundreds of kilometers, rushed all the way to the south. If it encountered a mountain, it would be blocked, and if it encountered a lake, it would spread and freeze, and if it encountered a lake, it would drive the lake away. In the 3rd millennium, this lonely planet at the edge of the West Woods would automatically tilt its angle in a strange way. In this big movement that changed the sky and the earth, countless small earthquakes and volcanic eruptions would occur on the surface of the planet that was divided by ice and green. In the glacier area of 1/3 of the Northern Hemisphere, the most spectacular Lioli phenomenon would occur. Just like at this moment, the Lioli scene was so spectacular that it made people feel a sense of awe and fear towards nature. And this was only the first wave of this Lioli. With the help of the research of the previous generation of scientists and the support of the supercomputing power of the charter computer, the Federation was confident that they could leave humans on the surface of the planet for observation. However, those who stayed behind could not help but feel frightened when they saw such an irresistible natural scene. Any big astronomical phenomenon would inevitably occur on a long scale. Even if a giant black hole swallowed a super-large galaxy, it would not be able to eat it in one bite. The soldiers of the Federation who stayed behind on the surface of the planet had to wait silently and nervously for 3 months. They were shocked by what they saw in front of them, but the emotions in the depths of their hearts were extremely complicated. The Federation paid a great price. Countless comrades sacrificed themselves to force the Imperial Expeditionary Force into a desperate situation. However, just when the enemy was sure to lose and they were about to win the glorious moment of glory, God came out to mess with them. Although the Lioli would definitely destroy the remnants of the Imperial Expeditionary Force trapped in the glacier, and victory was still there, this feeling was not very good. Sulu definitely did not have this kind of emotion. He calmly completed his work in the engineering room and recorded everything that the optical lens captured. The Federal forces could be wiped out without a single person dying. This kind of victory was what he liked the most. Through the Federal Central Computer, he confirmed that there was not much crustal movement at the site of the massacre that was discovered a few days ago. After the war, he should be able to find it again under the thick layer of ice. Only then did he feel relieved. On the wide light screen, in the images captured by the satellite, some high-definition shots could sometimes be captured. In a Lioli that was mixed with mud, rocks, and countless strange-shaped ice blocks, there were occasionally some thin corpses of the Imperial soldiers that were not wearing clothes that covered their bodies. Most of the corpses that were discovered had already been rubbed by the ice blocks and rocks until they were too horrible to look at. It was chilling to look at. Sulu, who was extremely sympathetic, looked at the images on the light screen. He did not have the slightest bit of sympathy or emotion in his heart. His expression was calm. Professor Shun had taught him that there was no such thing as reason in this universe. His experience over the years had also convinced him that God had never taken the initiative to punish any evil deeds. However, this time, the Lioli suddenly appeared more than 300 years ahead of time, which made him feel touched. People often said that God was not fair. Now, God was finally fair for once. This was the retribution of the Imperial Expeditionary Force that slaughtered the Federation civilians. Sulu thought as he walked out of the room. He raised his head and looked at the gray sky that was mixed with strange lightning. He looked at the snowflakes that had just drifted down and narrowed his eyes. Because of the melting of the glaciers, billions of tons of Lioli carried countless ice blocks, boulders, trees, and even heavy mecha wreckage towards the south. At the same time, it also brought with it cold and relatively humid temperatures. In this season, it was definitely not supposed to snow at Shinsho Airport, but it was actually snowing. I've never seen snow in Donglan. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the fluffy snowflakes that were fluttering in the air. He noticed that the snowflakes were a little gray because of the volcanic ash. After a pause, he continued, "That's why every time I see clean snow, I always feel very happy. I just suddenly thought that if it were to snow in Donglan, it would definitely be this kind of gray snow. You don't know how much dust there is in Donglan. I've always been curious. Boss, you're obviously for Xianglin. You've only been a soldier in Donglan for 2 years, but no matter how I look at it, you seem more like a person from Donglan." Bai Yulan held the cigarette between 2 fingers and took a deep breath. She looked past the fluttering strands of hair and asked softly, "Could it be that those famous stone miners really have such a great influence on people's behavior?" Sulu did not answer. He just looked at the snowflakes in the sky and spaced out. The people in his hometown had never seen real snow. The cafe owner on Zhonlo Street had never seen real snow. The beautiful policewoman with long legs and boots had never seen real snow. His long-dead parents had never seen real snow. Oh, and his sister, Xian Yi, had never seen real snow either. Not being able to talk about his feelings for his parents, his sister, his hometown, and his childhood made him forget about it. This was the most difficult thing for Su Lu to accept in his life as a fugitive. Bai Yulan, who was squatting on the ground, looked up and saw a rare look of reminiscence on Su Li's face. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "Bai Ziming has always liked to capture these kinds of scenes. If he were here right now, he would definitely be very excited." The documentary Team 7 had already finished filming. The producer, director, guest reporter, and narrator, Bai Ziming, had already left and returned to the Golden Star Film Studio in the capital of S1. Only after hearing Bai Yulan's words did Su Lu recall this matter. Now that the production duo was no longer by his side, he actually felt a little uneasy. Although it was a spectacular sight, it would still be boring if one watched it too much. This was especially so if one watched it with a nervous and fearful heart. For a strong-willed professional soldier, this was a huge torture. Only the real scholars and researchers were extremely excited. They were screaming in the observation room. It was important to know that not all scholars had the opportunity to see such a rare sight that only happened once every 3,000 years. This was a temperament unique to the real academic community. Sulu actually had a lot in common with these researchers. However, in the boring waiting time, he could not observe and record for a long time like them. This was because he was the deputy division leader of the new 17th Division, so he had to organize the study of the officers who stayed behind. Whether it was the new 17th Division or the Iron 7th Division, whether it was the troops who stayed behind on the ground or the fleet in space, at this moment, all the commanders gathered together seriously and checked the battle reports of the other two fallen stars on time every day. They were watching the command of a real military genius. In the eyes of the people, Zhong Suhu of the West Woods was a gloomy and violent dictator. He was the head of the 7 major families, a big shot who spanned both the military and the political world, and a big shot who ruled a corner of the empire. The officers and the people admired his hard work in leading the West Woods and the rotational warfare troops to fight against the Imperial Expeditionary Force for more than 10 years. However, they did not have a specific evaluation of his military command. This was completely different from Division Commander Shaoqing. Because of some rumors, the people had always doubted the ability of the Federation's frontline commander-in-chief. These disregard and doubts instantly stopped when the Tiger of the West Woods went to the front line again and personally commanded the victory of the military operation. In the 163 and 3,320 systems, facing the most powerful force of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, this tiger suddenly burst out with all his brilliance. The large army gathered by the Federation turned into an invincible iron stream under his command. He vividly displayed his amazing combat ability and announced to the entire universe that he was the most talented military genius with one shocking and ingenious tactics and meticulous strategic concepts after another. Who could have thought that the 3 divisions were the secret moves that Commander Zhong had prepared in advance? Who could have thought of it? I analyzed the battle report after the fact and still could not understand how he had arranged all this. How could those poor commanders of the Empire have guessed it in advance? Yu Qinghai, the commander of the new 17th Division on the light beam, could not hide his surprise. He said, "This battle was so fierce that it made people speechless. After this battle, who dares to question his military talent and think that he is not qualified to be the frontline commander-in-chief?" Having followed the Federation's god of war for many years, he actually used the word military talent to describe Zhong Suhu's commanding ability without any taboo. Naturally, he admired this man to the extreme. Su Lu suppressed the shock in his heart. Thinking of the conversation between himself and Commander Zhong that night, he could not help but think in a mocking tone, he didn't fight seriously before, but now he is. Chapter 532. The days of waiting for Lu Ling's arrival or departure felt extremely long to the people. The surface of the planet shook continuously. Countless streams of boiling magma cheered as they rushed toward the long-lost ground. Countless streams of melted snow cheered as they rushed toward the long-lost south. The 3 largest plains had turned into an ocean, but it was snowing during summer in the southern hemisphere's hilly region. The gloomy clouds that covered thousands of kilometers of the sky were swept up by the strong wind and rolled into strange shapes. Dense and huge lightning flashed continuously in the clouds, tearing the gloomy, wet, and cold sky apart. Then thunder rumbled, causing the entire earth to begin to tremble. In this hellish environment, the only thing that could make the Federation soldiers feel a little bit of sunshine was the good news that came from the battlefields of the other 2 galaxies. Of course, as for the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, it was not known to outsiders how complicated their feelings were. Like the commander of the new 17th Division, Yu Qinghai, all the soldiers who watched the final battle of the Federation's victorious military operation were in awe of the military talent displayed by Tiger of the West Woods in this battle. All the officers automatically gathered in one place to discuss the details of the battle. They analyzed Commander Zhong's commanding methods in depth and learned seriously. Even the officers of the Iron 7th Division who stayed on the surface were involved in the process of learning from student Zhong Lao. It was said that this was a direct instruction from the commander they admired the most. In an inconspicuous grayish-black feather warship in the fleet of the Federation outside the atmosphere, Du Xiaoqing, who was sitting upright in his chair, was reading the battle reports sent by the two galaxies with a serious expression. With his rank, the battle reports that he could read were much more detailed than the basic officers. Therefore, he could read them more clearly, and his feelings were even more complicated. So you haven't regressed in the past 10 years. Du Xiaoqing took off the black lambskin gloves in his hand and tapped lightly on the light screen with his fingers. He raised his eyebrows as if he was thinking and looking forward to something. A confident smile appeared on his lips. "Commander, is there anything to be happy about?" Dongfang Pei, who was standing in the corner of the room, asked curiously. The Federal Forces knew that Commander Xiaoqing had a pair of extremely loyal subordinates. They were Shimin Jin, the commander of the Defense Battalion, and Dongfang Pei, the commander of the Assault Regiment. Now, Shimin Jin had been transferred away from the front lines in advance for some reason and returned to the capital ring, while Dongfang Pei had been stripped of his military position because of the ambush of the Green Dragon Mountain troops. The Tiger commander in the frontline command center naturally wouldn't use these trivial matters to attack Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7th Division. The 5460 command center also didn't want to offend the president and the military. Moreover, Dongfang Pei's refusal to rescue the advance group of Green Dragon Mountain seemed to be cold-blooded and heartless. But when they looked into the details, they couldn't find any violation of military orders. It was Du Xiaoqing himself who removed Dongfang Pei from the position of lieutenant colonel. He didn't make such a severe punishment because he was arrogant and confident and wanted to use this opportunity to appease certain parties, nor did he want to punish Dongfang Pei for not helping when he was in danger. Instead, he wanted to punish him for his stupidity in commanding at the last minute. At the same time, he wanted to punish his subordinates for their dangerous impulsiveness due to their fanaticism when it came to him. Being demoted from a lieutenant colonel to a lieutenant colonel orderly might be extremely humiliating in the eyes of others, but Dongfang Pei didn't have such a concept at all. He was very happy to be able to follow beside his commander again, like he did 10 years ago. The Iron 7th Division was made up of such a group of people. They were very cold, tough, and good at fighting. They were very strict with their enemies and their comrades. No one could find any fault with them in terms of military discipline and fighting spirit. That was why they were able to become the Federation's trump card division and become the division with the highest status in the hearts of the Federation people after the 17th Division. However, on the surface of this planet and in space, there was a new 17th Division beside the Iron 7th Division, a new division that inherited the glorious history of the Army God Division. Since they entered the front line, they began to shine brightly and won many battles. If it was in the past, the 17th Division, which had Old Master Li Pifu and had sent countless stars to the Federation, would never put the Iron 7th Division in their eyes. They wouldn't even bother to fight with each other. However, because of the appearance of that person called Du Xiaoqing, the two trump cards began to be on equal footing. Because of their similar statuses, those old historical grudges would find a suitable stage to play out again. On the ground, the friction between the two armies had never stopped. Fighting for military merits, which seemed childish but was the most important activity in the military camp, had always been happening. The hundreds of soldiers who stayed on the planet's surface to observe Luling were all from these two divisions. Now that they were trapped in a corner of the spaceport, the two sides often saw each other. They even had to eat in the same cafeteria. The provocation and disdain in their eyes shot at each other thousands of times, and the insults in their words never stopped. The anger between the two sides grew bigger and bigger, and there was a danger that it could explode at any time. One day, at noon, the freezing rain outside hit the window heavily, making people feel very upset. The soldiers of the new 17th Division and the Iron 7th Division began to mock each other in the cafeteria again. The content of this script would always repeat between the following lines. When my division went deep into the Empire's territory to destroy the enemy's 17th Division, you guys were still playing with mud in S3. When my division was fresh and stormed into the West Woods, you guys were still flirting with girls in Harbor City and could only eat my leftovers. My division's battle record, my division's killing of the enemy. My division fired the first shot of the Federation's counterattack against the Empire at the front line of Huangshanling Lonely Ridge. If my division's Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu didn't help, would you guys be able to fire that shot? Since Su Lu was mentioned, the following argument naturally developed into, my division has a level 5 ace pilot. My division has Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. My division has many of the latest MX mechas. My division has Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. My division beat your division in the military drill and graduation drill more than 10 years ago. My division only sent Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu alone to break through your defense camp. My division has the undefeated division commander Xiaoqing. My division has Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. My division commander Xiaoqing has never lost a battle and is known as the #1 general in the Federation. My division's Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu has never commanded. He blocked in front of your division commander by himself, and he didn't dare to do anything. The new 17th Division had a lot of things to show off, but the wonderful thing was that the soldiers knew very well that the most hated and most difficult part of the Iron 7th Division was Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. So no matter what the Iron 7th Division soldiers said, the new 17th Division would only say the words Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu with a mocking smile. These words were like an omnipotent patch that could be patched to any place they wanted. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division were enraged, and their veins were bulging. Under the deliberate connivance of Division Commander Yu Qinghai and the influence of Sauerlon Xiaolong and Dirty Works 7th Division, the new 17th Division was gradually inheriting the true and secretive style of the old 17th Division, shamelessness. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division had always considered themselves to be standard soldiers, abiding by military discipline, and were exemplary. When faced with such opponents, no matter how fierce they were in battle, they would never be able to win a battle of words. Probably because they had been ridiculed to the point of speechlessness too many times. Today, the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division finally exploded. Since we're not your match, then let's fight. In the spacious cafeteria, hundreds of soldiers shouted furiously, picked up the tables and chairs beside them, and rushed towards the new 17th Division. At this moment, no one would care where the strict military discipline that their division commander, Du Auqing, had strictly instructed them to go. The cafeteria was in chaos. Countless Federation soldiers were bleeding from their heads, and the air was filled with profanities. The sound of cursing the ancestors and cursing the female family members of the other side rose and fell one after another, reflecting each other. The broken cheap plastic tables and chairs and torn military uniforms accurately marked this chaotic scene. In the middle of the intense battle, the loudspeaker in the corner of the cafeteria suddenly rang. Hearing the sound from the loudspeaker, both sides were stunned and slowly stopped fighting. They subconsciously threw away the tables and chairs or chopsticks in their hands and stared blankly at the loudspeaker. The loudspeaker was not Du Xiaoqing's cold and angry rebuke, nor was it Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's sincere invitation from the sleeping lieutenant colonel. Instead, it was the latest battle report from the spaceship. The Federal forces have recovered the 33, 20, and 163-star systems in the entire territory. Commander Zhong has now entered the last base of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, the command room. In 3 minutes, the 3 regions of the Federation will simultaneously broadcast President Pabre's speech on TV. All troops should gather immediately and organize to watch. The soldiers in the cafeteria clenched their fists tightly. Their eyebrows were either relaxed, furrowed, or trembling. Their expressions were extremely complicated. It seemed like they wanted to laugh, but also seemed like they couldn't. This war had been going on for decades. The last military action was so tragic, but it ended just like that. The people of the Empire were kicked out of the Federation just like that. In the future, the children would ask their father, "What were you doing at that time?" Are you going to say that you were beating up a detestable fellow officer? The Federation's victory came so suddenly that not many people were mentally prepared. The people in the cafeteria were frozen for a long time before they woke up. The cheers replaced the curses, and the military caps that were constantly thrown into the air replaced the chairs and tables. All the soldiers excitedly clenched their fists and shouted, hugging the first person they could find and patting each other on the back. After a long period of cheering, the soldiers finally calmed down. They were shocked to find that the person they were hugging might be the person who was fighting with their lives just now. Their expressions changed drastically, and they turned around to go back to their own barracks to find wine to celebrate. They didn't look back at the other party again. Old General Ambley stood at the entrance of the heavily damaged fortification, calmly looking at the setting sun in the distance. Around him were traces of Leoline's rampage. The thick glacier was actually cut open, revealing the black rocks underneath. In the past few days, countless Lulin had poured into the underground fortification that the Empire had built for many years, completely destroying the last of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's strength. Then, the black and white mixed into the gray sky, making it impossible to tell the difference between the earth, rocks, blood, and corpses. This old general of the Empire was too unlucky, which was why his troops encountered Lulin. His luck was good, which was why the fortification that had been stopped for so long was actually preserved. However, in reality, it was even more painful for him to be alive, because he saw with his own eyes the mutilated corpses of countless young people from the Empire. The military cap on his head was long gone, and the general's uniform on his body was full of small holes. The old man looked at the red, setting sun and narrowed his eyes. The wrinkles on his face reflected the red light, like a pile of burning paper. Chapter 533. No, General. Outside the black cave on the icy peak under the setting sun, the guard who had been following General Ambley for the past few days shouted in horror. He wanted to take the gun away from General Ambley's hand, but his ribs had been broken a few days ago, and even crawling was difficult for him. He could only reach out his hand in vain, trying to grab something. Ambley's arm froze, and he slowly lowered his head. His white hair was so dazzling under the red sun. After a long period of silence, he turned around and smiled at his loyal subordinate. There was a hint of consolation in his smile. If this was just a tragic war drama, the general who lost would have suddenly realized that he should cherish his life and live on bravely. He would have endured for many years, and then lead a new army to launch a bloody revenge against the enemy. However, this was a real battlefield, not a drama. The Imperial Expeditionary Army had been annihilated, and General Ambley was just like his subordinates. They wandered around aimlessly, unable to find their way home. They would never surrender, and only despair awaited them. There would never be a continuation of the plot. A crisp gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared between the guard's eyebrows, and he fell to the ground. General Ambley, whose cheeks were sunken, stared blankly at the smoke coming out of the muzzle, and a self-deprecating expression flashed across his face. The former emperor loved this kind of antique gun the most, and General Ambley, who was in his prime, got one because of his military exploits. At that time, he mocked himself and asked himself if this antique gun could kill people. If it could kill people, then this antique gun could at least kill old people. Under the blood-red setting sun, Ambley, the highest commander of the Imperial Expeditionary Force on planet 5460, began to carefully tidy up his appearance. He took out half of a bone comb from his pocket, combed his white hair neatly, and then raised the gun to his forehead and pulled the trigger. After the gunshot, the old general's body suddenly collapsed. His senseless, old, and thin body fell forward and rolled down the dangerous black cliff. Along the way, he brought up some gravel, some snowflakes, and some dust before stopping. His head of white hair was already stained with blood and tangled into a ball. Sulu, who had worked with the experts for 3 days and 3 nights, fell asleep. In his sleep, he could faintly hear the cheers coming from the canteen in the distance. A smile appeared on his honest and sincere face. He probably thought that he was dreaming about victory, but he still did not wake up. When he woke up late at night, He was somewhat surprised to find that the entire military camp was brightly lit and filled with cheers. The air was filled with the smell of barbecue and alcohol. Soldiers were lying on the ground drunk, forgetting about the freezing rain. He even saw a few old professors, who were usually serious, dancing the hip dance that was popular in the Capitol ring. What happened? Bewildered, he responded to the warm greetings from all directions, the cups full of beer and the strong palms. It was only after a long time that he realized what had made the soldiers on the ground, who were about to go crazy from boredom, so excited. Victory! Sulu responded to everything around him a little numbly, but for some reason, he was unexpectedly calm. In the atmosphere of the wild celebration, he silently took a bottle of hard liquor, quietly walked through the crowd, and came to a small hill on the side of the spaceport. The clouds in the sky were still thick, and the freezing rain was still falling. His body was a little hot, but he did not feel cold. He did not know if it was because of the alcohol or something else. Almost half of the 3.5-liter bottle of amber liquor had already been poured into his stomach. His face was slightly flushed as he looked down at what should have been a grassland at the bottom of the hill, but was now a mud lake. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Did we win?" "Yes." The charter computer flashed in his left pupil. So many people died in the war. I never thought that I would be able to hear the news of victory just by sleeping. Sulu scratched his head, and a silly smile appeared on his calm face. Sulu did not feel the slightest sense of loss for the final miserable fate of the Imperial Expeditionary Army. Instead, he accepted the fact with incomparable joy. Professional soldiers might have some kind of respect for their enemies, but that was only because the enemies were worthy of respect. But an army like the Imperial Expeditionary Force that slaughtered civilians would never find any positive comments from him. It was just like how Macklin had stolen the name of ideals for his own purposes. He had made countless young people who had no martial arts skills, but only a strong desire to change social injustice serve as cannon fodder. That was something that he could not tolerate. What he was ashamed of was the innocent being harmed. It was a positive term that was used as a pass for evil. Sitting in the cold meadow on the hill, Sulu kept drinking hard liquor and looked at the flowing water under his feet. Thinking that the Federation had finally won, he could not help but frown and shake his head. Then, he laughed foolishly again. That night, he laughed foolishly more than he had in his entire life. The TV camera was interviewing Jian Shure, the national girl who rarely showed her face after returning from the front line. The producer, Bai Ziming, did not draw a picture. He still used his voiceover that was familiar to the people of the Federation to ask, according to the information that has just been declassified during the Victory concert, Nutshell Group 7 was responsible for your security. Now, they have become a group of heroes in the eyes of the people of the Federation. Then, in your eyes, what kind of army do you think they are? Jian Shure, who was sitting on a circular sofa, wore a simple sportswear and a sports cap that covered all her hair. She did not seem to have expected such a broad question. She frowned and thought for a long time. In her mind, the lazy and rascally appearance of the members of Group 7 appeared. She could not help but laugh. Then, she said seriously, "I think they're the most adorable army in the Federation." The scene changed. It was still the same question. What kind of army do you think they are? Behind an office desk carved from agarwood, the president of Nutshell Group smiled and said, "They're the pride of Nutshell. They're the most outstanding young people in the Federation." The same question was repeated in the TV camera. There were all kinds of people who answered the question. There were generals of the Ministry of Defense, and there were also respected members of the Parliament. The target of the question was expanded to the people of all social classes in the Federation. Everyone's answer was different, but it had a different meaning. Since they can take over the flag of the 17th Division, it must mean that they are outstanding. As for the question of iron, I think it should be said that they are the trump card of the Federation. The person who answered this question was a young and proud officer of the 2nd Military Region. I don't know much about war. A female employee who was wiping the dust on her high heels was stopped by the camera crew. She stood up in a panic. Suddenly, a trace of shyness flashed across her face. "But I have seen the TV. There are a lot of handsome young men in this army. Especially Secretary Bai. He is very pitiful." Chapter 534. After a quick zoom on the TV screen, Xiong Linchuan's big face full of mud appeared. He was eating and staring at the camera in shock and said, "Why are we fighting?" "Of course, it's to protect the Federation." Then he seemed to be honest, but he shamelessly admitted, "But this is the answer you taught me to say." Miraculously, neither the Golden Star Film Studio nor the Federal News Channel cut out this part of the footage. The camera continued to film for a long time, from the big tree behind the camp to the entrance of the division headquarters. Gu Shifeng, who had been appointed as the new commander of the Electric Control Battalion of the 17th Division, answered the question innocently. "Why did you fight?" "I say, Director, who came up with this stupid question?" "Because the veterans are charging too fiercely. If we don't keep up during the battle, it will be very embarrassing." The muscular Yin Bingyin thought for a moment and answered seriously with a thick cigarette in his mouth. "I really didn't think about this question. At the very beginning, we were sent to the West Woods for no reason. We were miserably drilled for 10 days before being thrown to the front line." Song Xiang frowned and thought of his friend who had left the army. He shook his head and said with a sigh, "In a place like this, if you don't fight, you will die. Naturally, we can only continue to fight." At the end of the interview in the documentary, Major Lan Xiaolong, who claimed to be the spokesperson for Group 7 and the new 17th Division, gave a concluding answer to the hundreds of millions of people of the Federation behind the camera. He was wearing a new military uniform with all the medals and medals hanging on it. His answer quickly spread throughout the Federation Society, along with the broadcast of the documentary. It made countless young male citizens excited and hot-blooded. It was to the extent that this line was used on the recruitment posters of new recruits half a year later. As for Major Lan Xiaolong, who said this line, it became the model for the best male Federation actors to learn how to act cool. "Why are we fighting?" Major Lan Xiaolong's expression was firm. His dark eyebrows were like swords. His gaze was deep and distant. He answered word by word, "Because the enemy is there." The TV screen gradually turned dark, and a paragraph of words written by General Miles, the chairman of the Joint Staff Committee of the Federation of Defense, appeared on the screen. This paragraph of words must have come from the publicity draft drafted by the presidential residents and the civil officials of the Ministry of Defense. It was very appropriate for it to appear at the end of the documentary. Group 7 is an excellent combat force, and it is the epitome of the heroic Federal Army. They uphold a sense of discipline and honor, but their hearts are filled with precious free will. More importantly, they know why they are fighting. This is the biggest difference between us and the Empire's invaders. This is the most powerful reason why the Federation will definitely obtain the final victory. I, as a veteran who has participated in 2 major wars, would like to announce to all the Federation citizens that your troops are just like Group 7. They are on the path to victory and will definitely bring you more victories. I hope that this vast universe can bear witness to our great history. On the TV screen, this paragraph of words gradually disappeared like sand blown by the wind. It turned into darkness, and in the darkness, there was a dot of white light. It was a star, and then there were more stars. In the end, it turned into a sky full of stars. The magnificent universe appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Outside the TV screen, there was the gentle sound of a violin. In the sound of the violin, a clear and bright female voice gradually became clear and slowly sang. Accompanied by a melancholy but strong and optimistic song, countless pictures appeared on the black TV screen. These pictures were zoomed in and zoomed out to fill the full view. Then, one by one, they faded away and changed to the next one. 5460, the brightly colored planet. A close-up of a military vehicle's tires covered in red soil. Xiong Linquan, who was hugging Darren's autocannon and roaring, and the 6 lines of fire in front of him. Magnolia, who was holding a small knife to cut down a tree, and a few strands of hair in front of his forehead with a calm and focused expression. The rapidly flashing black mass of tombstones in the hills and the white pigeons flying above them. Hundreds of Federation soldiers were silently moving forward in the valley from a bird's-eye view. maintaining a bowed posture. An officer in front was turning his head and shouting, his lips slightly open, but no one knew what he was saying. The battlefield, where the blood had dried up after a fierce battle, and the ashy faces of young soldiers who seemed to be sleeping with their eyes closed. The dense clouds of smoke formed by the dense explosions painted the clear sky with incomprehensible blocks of color. Several young soldiers were laughing and chatting, revealing mouths full of white teeth. In the close-up, there were two soldiers standing in the shadow of a tall mecha's alloy legs, lowering their heads and kissing with cigarettes. The last scene was Sulu sitting on the shoulder of the tall mecha. This time, he was finally not wearing that pair of sunglasses, but he was looking at the rising sun at that time. The red and warm sunlight occupied most of the screen, so the audience could only see his back. The TV screen returned to darkness. An ethereal and warm female voice slowly ended. A line of small white words appeared at the bottom of the screen. The documentary Team 7 ended or will continue. Thank you for watching. Sulu retracted his eyes from the black screen. When he thought of the last scene, he couldn't help but subconsciously touch the sunglasses in the pocket of his military uniform. He forcibly suppressed the urge to put them on, picked up the eye drops, and dripped a few drops into his dry eyes. Previously, after completing the mechanical repair work in the Donglin mine, he had developed a good habit of protecting his eyes. Today, after watching 4 episodes of the documentary, he needed to take care of his eyes even more. At this time, he and the soldiers of the new 17th Division were on the Federation's battleship flying towards S1. During the short but somewhat boring journey, because of the interference of the signal from the spatial passage, the quality of the TV on the battleship was very poor, so the battleship began to play the documentary. The documentary Team 7 had caused a great sensation in the Federation, and it could even be said that it had started a trend. A total of 7 episodes were filmed, and the content of the last few episodes was about the reconstruction of the 17th Division of the Federation's trump card, the sincere cooperation between the Army and Green Dragon Mountain, and the content before that. Sulu and the soldiers on the front line had been busy fighting, so they didn't have a chance to watch it all. So today, they watched it from the beginning to the end with curiosity, vanity, and some uneasiness. You don't say this documentary is really good. Lao Bai is really good, especially when it comes to stirring up emotions. Lan Xiaolong, who was trimming his beard, glanced at Bai Yulan and quickly explained, "I'm not talking about you. It's not as stirring up emotions as what you said." Bai Yulan said softly, "It's very mushy. I really don't want to admit that you're a member of Team 7. Su Lu smiled, and in his heart, he admired the documentary's producer, Bai Ziming. As the subject of the documentary, he and his team members were all moved by the documentary, and it was easy for him to imagine what kind of emotions the ordinary audience would have. Rubbing his eyes that had been dripped with eye drops, he suddenly noticed that Da Vinci beside him was a little silent. He asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking, what does the 13th floor's sister look like?" Da Vinci's eyes were fixed on the TV screen. Previously, he was extremely angry because there was too little footage of the 13th floor, but after calming down, he fell into silence again. After being awakened, he quickly replied, "If his sister looks as ugly as him, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage?" Sulu looked at him in a daze and asked doubtfully, "You've really decided to go back and marry his sister? Skyscraper did save you, and you have a good relationship, but marriage is not a good way to repay him." The 13th floor said that his family's main income is the perks he gets when he's a mercenary. If I want to help his family financially, of course, it's easy to do. But I always feel that his family is short of a son. If they have a son like me, the governor's son, as a son-in-law, they shouldn't suffer too much, Da Vinci explained seriously. The problem is that you haven't even met his sister. Bai Yulan, who rarely expressed her opinion, couldn't help but frown and say, "A marriage without a foundation of feelings will be a mess. Feelings can be cultivated," Da Vinci said seriously. "I just hope that his sister isn't too ugly, but as long as she's not too ugly, I'm still willing to marry her." "That's fucking bullshit." Sulu shook his head and said, "Don't think that women will throw themselves at you just because you're the governor's son. Maybe Skyscraper's sister doesn't even like you." "Boss, why do you say beep beep?" "We're not the same as we are on TV," Da Vinci asked doubtfully. "We're going back to S1 soon. That's not the lawless front line full of sweat and smoke." Sulu looked at the planet that was gradually becoming clearer outside the window. He shrugged and said helplessly, "I have to get used to how to speak without swearing. Otherwise, what if I suddenly curse his mother when I meet the president?" Although he was joking, in fact, the music at the end of the documentary was still echoing in his heart. The simple violin accompaniment was so melodious, but what really worried him was the quiet female voice mixed in with the violin. The ending song was actually sung by Jian Shui. Didn't she decide to disappear from public view? He was going back to the familiar S1 and was going to see many close and long-lost people. At this moment, Sulu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. How's Lu's appetite now? Zoe still has that bad temper? How much closer is the distance between Li Qixiao and his brother? Shang Qiu's figure. Oh, she had just seen it. Her figure was as exaggerated and beautiful as ever. What about the daughter of the Prime Minister's family? He hadn't replied to her all this time. Was she happy? There was another very important thing. Did the Annie selling fast food boxes below the Wangdu apartments have a relationship with the head of the protein meat ration station? The S1 Capital Military Airport was heavily guarded today. The police were scattered everywhere as if they were facing a great enemy. Agents in black uniforms nervously patrolled all suspicious places, but the rest of the people had joyful smiles on their faces. There was not a trace of nervousness at all. This was the scene of the Federation's ceremony to welcome the victorious return of the frontline soldiers. President Pabre, Vice President and Speaker Burin, Vice Speaker Shaun, the special representative of the Green Dragon Mountain Committee, and the top figures of the Federation were all gathered here. They gave the dozens of slowly landing giant warships and the ordinary young Federation soldiers on the warships the highest courtesy. On the three-dimensional screen above the airport, the TV footage of the Iron 7th Division's attack to the north in the Battle of Yellow Mountain Ridge was playing nonstop, as well as the already famous documentary. Chapter 535. The battleship landed in the jubilant spaceport. Amidst the blast of air, the cheerful military music grew louder and shook the clouds. A few minutes later, this group of soldiers who were going to participate in the welcome ceremony walked out from under the huge battleship. Many soldiers looked at the scene in front of them with surprised and nervous expressions. Sulu was also one of them, but he was not surprised or frightened by the Federation's enthusiasm at this moment. The sunglasses on the bridge of his nose reflected the clear afternoon sun. He dragged the box that Jian Shuier had specially sent over with his left hand and slowly walked out from the caterpillar tunnel under the belly of the battleship. In the distance, Shi Qinghai was mixed in with the Green Dragon Mountain team. He raised his eyebrows and walked down from the belly of the battleship with a smile on his face. He was also dragging a box beside him. In the box was the ACW that Mr. President had specially approved. Wearing a neat military uniform and a young and determined face, he could really be described as handsome. However, there were countless Federation soldiers arriving at the spaceport today, so the two of them were naturally submerged in the crowd. Most of the soldiers who participated in the battle had already returned to their respective planets. The native soldiers of the West Woods had probably already returned home to enjoy the delicious taste of mashed potatoes and stewed meat slices. Only a small number of soldiers could appear at the Federation's welcome ceremony today. However, a small number here was a relatively new concept. More than 30,000 Federation soldiers gathered together, still a black mass spread over the entire tarmac. It was a very spectacular sight. The stern and austere military orders of the military commanders of the various troops rang out. Tens of thousands of Federation soldiers quickly lined up on the tarmac. In a very short time, they were divided into 3 square formations and lined up neatly in front of the rostrum. The military music gradually stopped. On the rostrum, General Miles gave a speech that was full of enthusiasm, but also full of the tone of a military camp. Then, he began to call the names of the soldiers who had participated in the battle to come up to the rostrum. The soldiers who could be praised at the ceremony were naturally people who had made outstanding contributions on the front lines. Sulu was not surprised to hear his name called. He lowered his head and rubbed his nose that was not used to the dry air of S1. He followed behind a captain that he did not recognize and walked up to the rostrum. There was a sense of discipline in the awards ceremony. Other than making the soldiers on the tarmac feel excited, there was nothing special about it until President Pabre personally hung a Purple Star medal on the left chest of Su Li's military uniform. The Purple Star was the federal military's highest honor. Even Madman Li, who had the most outstanding achievements on the front lines, had not won this medal until today. The people in the federal forces were very clear about the important role that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu played in this victorious military campaign. They were very clear about the excellent performance he had displayed in the battle. However, when they saw the Purple Star medal hanging on his chest, they could not help but feel shocked. During the awards ceremony, President Pabre's tanned face did not have any extra emotions. He calmly looked at Su Lu and arranged his medal ribbon. His thick lips slightly opened and said in a low voice, "Little guy, this time, we have returned what the Federation owed you." Su Lu did not reply. As the person involved, he was very clear that this Purple Star medal, which represented the highest honor, was mainly a reward for assassinating Macklin and thus stopping the Empire's great conspiracy. The award from the President and the Ministry of Defense was just to make up for the past debt. After a moment of silence, he looked at President Pabre, raised his right hand, and performed a standard Federation military salute. He said, "Thank you, Mr. President." Following that, there were still quite a few officers who received awards. Among them, the most eye-catching one was, of course, that Du Shaoqing, who stood in the wind like a snow plum blossom, proudly admiring himself. It was truly astonishingly brilliant and made people admire him. The awards ceremony continued until the end. Zhong Shouhu, who stood at the front of the square formation, walked up to the rostrum with an expressionless face. He slowly raised his forearm, and the tip of his second finger was perfectly aligned with the brim of his hat. As the highest military officer who led the entire Federation's counterattack operation, Commander Zhong naturally had to have a different appearance. President Prabal stared at the Silan warlord whom the federal political circle viewed as an enemy and an irreconcilable enemy. After a moment of silence, he naturally opened his arms and gave the other party a warm and sincere hug, much to the surprise of the tens of thousands of soldiers present. "You've worked hard." President Pabre handed a square agarwood box to Zhong Shouhu and said with a smile, "The Federation has nothing to reward you with. This is just a personal gift from me to express the admiration of the female role in my family for your commanding skills." "Mr. President, you flatter me," Commander Zhong said with a smile. "I just didn't let you down." Hearing this, President Pabre put his hands on his waist and laughed out loud in a manner that was completely uncharacteristic of a politician. The ceremony was still going on. Su Lu, who was enjoying the treatment of a deputy division commander, could only obediently occupy an inconspicuous corner at the back of the countless generals on the rostrum. He watched the big shots of the military in front of him happily conversing. In his heart, he kept thinking about what he should do first when he returned to Wangdu Apartments later. At this moment, he saw that in the front row of the rostrum, Zhong Shouhu was looking straight ahead, but he raised his right hand and hooked his finger behind him, making a gesture to greet him forward. Su Lu was slightly dazed. The war heroes and high-level officers of the Federation next to him, on the other hand, had already cleared the way with envious eyes and knowing smiles. He scratched his head and walked forward along the path that his colleagues had made way for him. He stood behind Commander Zhong and asked in a low voice, "Commander, what orders do you have?" "The upper echelons of the Federation have all arrived. Representatives from all over the capital city have come to welcome you. Everywhere you look, there is jubilation and respect." Zhong Shouhu did not turn around. He asked with a smile, "Does it feel good?" Su Lu lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then replied with a smile, "It does feel good." General Miles, who was standing in the middle of the first row, heard the conversation between him and Zhong Shouhu. He said indifferently, "Kid, this is the treatment we deserve as soldiers, so you have to get used to it." Zhong Shouhu looked straight ahead, shook his head, and said, "General, you stole my line. I saw this young man first." General Miles, as the chairman of the Joint Staff Officers, was the real boss of the military. Faced with the question of the local tyrant of the West Woods, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Is that so? The problem is that I got this guy out of Qingqing prison." Sula did not know how to respond when he heard the two top military bosses arguing about such a boring topic that was closely related to him. He could only lower his head and look at the dust on his military boots, keeping his mouth shut. At this time, he did not realize what kind of shock this scene of standing behind the two bosses and having a very private conversation would bring to the people present. This shock was not only the confirmation of some rumors, but also some problems in the future. I declare victory. The military operation has achieved the most complete victory. From this moment on, no invader of the empire can stand on our own land. At this time, President Pabre finally began his speech. The president, who was born as a lawyer, continued his super speaking ability that he had shown in countless elections. His words were like countless heavy fruits that fell on the fertile land, making the whole spaceport quiet down. The tens of thousands of Federation soldiers were focused, and a strong impulse and sense of honor was born spontaneously, making it hard to forget. At the end of the speech, the president waved his right arm vigorously. His body slightly leaned forward, and with a calm and determined look, he looked down at the participating troops and countless reporters and flashing lights in the spaceport, and said, "The free people will never be satisfied with the temporary victory over the despotic darkness. This year, or next year, I and all of you here will definitely fight to the homeland of the Empire. The Federation has never been a collection of belligerent citizens. The purpose of war is peace. It is still the same time, this year or next year, but we will definitely march forward bravely." Mr. Pabre stared at a young soldier in front of the dense square and said solemnly, "But we will not be blinded by victory. I can only promise you that that day will come, but I can't promise when it will come." Perhaps this is a strange remark that no one in the Federation who is used to winning is willing to say, but I have to say it. The president smiled and said, "Please maintain a certain degree of patience." There was still no timetable to enter the homeland of the Empire, and the political circle of the Federation was still hesitating. Even in such a grand ceremony, the president admitted it. Hearing those words, many people in the federal military standing on the rostrum lowered their eyes. What those generals and heroes hoped most was that the Federation could fight to the homeland of the Empire as soon as possible. On the spacious tarmac of the capital's military airport, it suddenly became quiet. No one applauded. The soldiers looked at the blurry figures on the rostrum with complicated feelings. They even had some bad omens. Could it be that during the glorious welcome ceremony, there would actually be signs of trouble on the stage? At this moment, Zhong Shouhu, the commander of the West Woods military district, who no one expected, began to clap very seriously. General Miles began to clap without changing his expression. Then, Minister of National Defense Zhou Yingxing and Mr. Li Jiedu, the president of the 1st Military Academy, began to clap one after another. Applause seemed to be something that was naturally contagious. Especially after the 4 military leaders made clear reactions, the participating troops, the government, and the high officials of the parliament all began to clap hard. In an instant, the thunderous applause soared into the sky. When the ceremony was over and Su Lu was about to leave with his team, a sentence suddenly floated into his ears. "Come to my house for dinner in 2 days." Minister of National Defense Zhou Yingxing stood at the front of the rostrum and didn't turn his head. No one could be sure if it was him who said those words. Chapter 536. Bai Yulan went to the hospital to visit her family members who were forever in deep sleep. Xiong Linquan had already boarded the long-distance train home. Lu Jiao went to the hospital to find her sister to check on her lingering abdomen. Lan Xiaolong took a military transport to the port. Da Vinci, accompanied by Gu Shifeng, nervously stepped on the road to Xiao Shisan's house to propose marriage. After the Federation government's welcoming ceremony, the soldiers of the participating troops ushered in a rare vacation. The new 17th Division was disbanded on the spot. The new and old members of Group 7 were busy with their own things. so Sulu had a rare period of time and space to be alone. Half an hour after the dust removal device was turned on, he walked to the window with a cup of fast food and opened the window. Looking at the small garden below the apartment and all the familiar but long-lost street scenes, a smile appeared on his face. The furnishings in the apartment were no different from before he left, and the street scenes were the same. The auntie who sold the food boxes was still loud and clear, and the tea house on the corner was still quiet. Life on Planet S1 had not changed at all. There were no gunshots, cannons, shouts, or screams in his ears. Only the beautiful music drifted out from the window next door and the insects in the park below. There was no pungent smell of liquid explosives, no thick black smoke that covered the sun, no metal shells that dug into one's feet that one could not avoid no matter how hard one tried, and there was no blood flowing out, no gutted corpses, and no wounded soldiers howling in pain. There were only 2 quiet moons in the night sky and a few clouds that slowly brushed against the faces of the moons. Sulu could not help but feel a little lost. The fierce battles that happened at the front line did not seem to affect the rear at all. Between here and there, like the joys and sorrows of many people, it was a completely different world. But he had experienced, and clearly experienced, the great cruelty of life and death. Before he understood it himself, the experience at the front line had already left a deep impression on his life. Those subtle changes that had not yet fermented might appear clearly one day in the future. After casually finishing the lunchbox, he carefully cleaned the room and sat comfortably on the leather sofa that Zoyu had bought for him. He turned on the TV and watched the drama on Channel 23 with a relaxed and satisfied expression. There was a glass of cheap red wine by his hand. This was a habit that he had developed since he was a teenager. Unfortunately, after the metal frenzy ended, he could no longer see the fluffy purple-haired girl on this channel. Perhaps he would go to Philadelphia to visit her in 2 days? Suli's thick black eyebrows raised slightly as he thought of this possibility with a smile. In the next few days, Sulu talked to Tai Ziyuan on the phone. However, he didn't want to go to the back of Macho's mountain to meet the madam. Firstly, he didn't like her, and secondly, he had to admit that he had always been afraid of her. Li Xiaodong was an S2. The Sanlin United Bank had made a large investment in the reconstruction of the 4 states around the mountain. Many projects worth billions of dollars were being implemented. To be able to take charge of such an important task, the 7th young master's status in the family and in the eyes of the old man who loved to wear a small round hat had greatly improved. Sulu was very happy to see this scene, but if the 2 of them wanted to get together, they would have to wait until next week. Little Watermelon was busy preparing for an exam in Xixia State and reuniting with her father. The little girl begged Sulu to play with her over the phone, but for some reason, after just leaving the battlefield, he felt a little loose and lazy all over. He didn't want to be too far away from the apartment. His subordinates and friends were gone or living their own lives in other places. Sulu didn't have any classmates, old friends, or relatives in the capital ring. As for the interview requests of some news media and the luncheons of the relevant departments, he politely declined all of them. The next day, he made an appointment with little Professor Shun to go to Xinghe's cemetery. In front of Professor Shun's grave, he placed a small bouquet of dehydrated yellow flowers from 5460. Then he returned to the Wangdu apartment again. Day and night, he watched TV, ate lunchboxes, and spaced out. After just 3 days of the long holiday, the days became as heavy as if they were covered in a thick layer of dust. This situation persisted until he received a call from someone he thought was busy playing with flowers. Only then did he remember Minister Zhou's low voice at the spaceport that day. He was surprised to discover that in the center of the Federation, other than this apartment and the concierge at Yue University, the most familiar place to him was actually the minister's building in the Xishan compound. A black car without any markings drove silently on the street without attracting anyone's attention. On both sides of the road were more than 100,000 pots of flowers, carefully prepared by the Capital Parks Department to celebrate the victory of the war. They were placed from Charter Square to the president's official residence, then extended westward all the way to the core area of the army. These flowers of different colors bloomed beautifully under the sun and warm wind, blooming. Sulu retracted his gaze from the window and couldn't help but shake his head. It was already the spring of year 70 of the constitutional calendar. It had been more than 4 years since he left Donglin and came to the capital ring. The problem was that he had once again forgotten what the new year looked like. Once life became intense and exciting, would the footsteps of time become so hurried? The black car slowly stopped at the entrance of the Shishan compound. The most important departments and research institutions of the federal military gathered within a 10-kilometer radius of the main street. People in military uniforms entered and exited the buildings calmly and quickly. Only the entrance of a Shishan compound was exceptionally quiet. Other than the 2 armed military police at the entrance, there were no security measures, but anyone in the Federation knew how tight the security of this compound was. After a strict identity check and a secondary scan of the Federation's electronic surveillance network, the military police heard a beep and looked at the results on the handheld scanner. They stood at attention with a snap, gave a standard military salute to the person in the car, and said with a smile, "Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, please come in." The military police of the Shishan compound and even the surveillance personnel in the central control room were very familiar with this black car and Sulu in it. But discipline was discipline. In the past, after Sulu passed the inspection, he would always chat with the military police, but today he was obviously not in the mood. After nodding, he started the car again. The roof of the car reflected the clear sky, and the deep green and even a little gloomy shade trees kept retreating outside the window. Sulu narrowed his eyes and said with a frown, "I must be crazy to bring you into the Shishan compound." Sitting beside him, Shi Qinghai flicked the hard brim of his military cap with his finger, making a snap sound. A smile flashed across his handsome and elegant face, and he said, "Friend, aren't we friends?" Su Li's face was a little ugly. He was able to bring Mr. Shi into the heavily guarded Shishan compound. He didn't know if it was because the military police gave him face and didn't check very carefully, or because the old guy opened the back door again, but no matter what it was, he could feel great pressure on his shoulders. "Don't be so cheeky." He had a headache and said, "You asked me to bring you to the compound. What exactly do you want to do? Life is not a Schiller script. Even if you want to meet Zhou, you don't have to climb over the balcony. There are countless bars and tea houses outside the compound open. I'm not going to climb over the balcony to see my woman and my son." Shi Qinghai's smile gradually disappeared, and he said calmly, "I want to see Zhou Yingxing." Fortunately, Su Li's nerves were much stronger than the average person's, so when he heard this, he didn't panic and drive the car into the big tree on the side of the road. However, his face became a little pale, and he angrily scolded in a low voice, "You're crazy. That's the Minister of Defense. Although he looks like a scholar, I can guarantee that there are countless guns in his study, and they're all loaded." In the depths of the compound, the door of a separate 3-story building was wide open. As far as the eye could see, the Federation's Minister of Defense, Zhou Yingxing, was sitting on the sofa like an ordinary person, wearing a pair of glasses and carefully reading some documents on the electronic screen. "You're here." Minister Zhou heard the footsteps, but didn't raise his head. He casually greeted, "Zhou, you just returned from Linhai a few days ago. Right now, she's upstairs coaxing the child. Sit down first. Tonight's dinner is your favorite, braised tofu skin." Sula looked at him sitting on the sofa, his back dripping with cold sweat. His throat was incomparably dry, and he didn't know what to say. He greatly admired this low-key Minister of Defense. Only the soldiers on the front line could truly feel that the Minister of Defense, who came from the logistics system, had provided such a strong support for this victorious military operation. "Oh, right. Zhou is currently studying at the 3rd campus. I heard that her grades are pretty good. You once taught this good-for-nothing son of mine a lesson. Now it seems that it was indeed useful." Still hearing no reply, Minister Zhou raised his head in confusion. He took off his glasses and looked at the extremely nervous Su Lu and the officer beside him. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He said, "You brought a friend here?" "Hello, I'm a liaison officer of the Special Forces, Shi Qinghai." Shi Qinghai smiled and introduced himself. "Previously, you said that I taught Major Zhou a lesson, and the other person is me. Minister Zhou's frown gradually dissipated. He put his glasses on the coffee table and looked up at the two young people at the door. His face was calm and full of pressure. He slowly asked, "I know you, but then what?" Shi Qinghai stood there in silence for a long time. After taking a deep breath, he walked to the front of the sofa and bowed 120 degrees very seriously and respectfully. His head seemed to almost touch his knees. Then he straightened his body and looked straight ahead. In a loud and sincere voice, he asked, "Minister, I am Lu Hua's biological father. Please allow me to take your daughter as my legal wife." When Shi Qinghai walked over resolutely, Su Lu wanted to grab him. But for some reason, his outstretched hand slowed down. However, he didn't expect that his best friend would say such words on their first meeting. He looked worriedly at the minister on the sofa. He was very worried that he would faint from anger. He was even more worried that if he didn't faint, he would call for a group of Special Forces soldiers to kill him and Shi Qinghai. Unexpectedly, Minister Zhou's expression didn't change. He picked up the glasses on the coffee table and put them on his nose. He continued to read the documents in silence. Chapter 537. There were no decorative green plants in the spacious living room, only a few light brown pots of iron trees. There were gear-shaped handicrafts on the white wall in the corner, as well as small bullet shell sculptures on the round table in the corner of the light-colored sofa. The interior of the building was filled with a clear military atmosphere, which was very suitable for the identity of the owner of the building. He was firm and silent and powerful. Minister Zhou sat on the sofa and began to read the documents again. The silence in the quiet living room gradually turned into an ominous silence. A kind of tough atmosphere began to fill the air. This atmosphere was a kind of torture for Shi Qinghai, who was standing in front of him, and Su Lu, who was standing at the door. No one dared to speak in the entire living room. In the absolute silence, the sound of breathing gradually became audible. The ticking of the old-fashioned clock on the wall became clearer and clearer, and even the sound of children crying upstairs could be faintly heard. Shi Qinghai still maintained a respectful smile, but his calm eyebrows began to moisten. In the silence, he took a deep breath, bowed deeply again, and then maintained his posture without moving an inch. During this process, he was as silent as Minister Zhou, who was sitting in the chair, because both of them knew very well that the silence meant that nothing was said. However, Minister Zhou's expression did not change at all. He quietly read the documents, and the faint light spots reflected on his spectacles. He did not even notice the existence of the person in front of him. After more than 10 minutes, he finally finished reading the documents that he needed to review today. He took off his spectacles, rubbed his eyebrows, and stood up. After a moment of silence, he looked at Su Lu and said, "Are you trying to say that this person is the father of my grandson?" The silence was finally broken. Su Lu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded silently. At this time, Shi Qinghai was very perceptive and did not make any unnecessary movements or words. He just quietly waited on the side. Minister Zhou did not give him a chance to wait for the result. This military boss narrowed his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and walked straight upstairs, without even looking at him. "Come to the study," Minister Zhou said in a deep voice as he walked up the stairs without looking back. Su Lu responded and followed him with his head lowered. His sharp eyes noticed that the minister's arms seemed to be trembling slightly under his sleeves. Was it because of anger or something else? Shi Qinghai's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he watched the two disappear into the stairwell. He shook his head and was about to follow them into the study, but when his feet were 10 centimeters away from the first wooden step, Secretary Jiao and two Secret Service officers with calm eyes blocked his way. With a wry smile on his face, Shi Qinghai looked at the people in front of him and said with a sigh, "It was originally a beautiful thing. Why do we have to make it so complicated? Please sit on the sofa. Please don't make things difficult for us." Secretary Jiao smiled and invited him back to the sofa. She personally made him a cup of hot tea and then ignored him. Fortresses were always breached from the inside. Secretary Jiao and the military elites acted as orderlies. They could keep Shi Qinghai downstairs, but they could not stop the lady upstairs from coming down. Zoe was wearing a red trench coat with short edges today. The black cocoa belt with gold in it met her flat stomach, outlining her graceful figure. She frowned at the man on the sofa and said with disgust, "You promised me in the letter that you would not disturb our lives." The we here referred to Zoe Yu and her most precious child. Young Master Sure, who usually wore an elegant face to hide his undisciplined and fearless heart, suddenly became serious and solemn when he heard these two words, and even a little sacred. He stood up from the sofa, looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, and said very seriously, "Like I said in the letter, after a long period of serious consideration and comprehensive consideration from a rational and emotional perspective, I think it is necessary for me to join your lives. In other words, we are together, and that is our life." Zoe Yu's bright eyes flashed with a trace of confusion and anger. She sat on the single-seater sofa, and her beautiful face flashed with strong sarcasm. She asked, "What do you want to do?" It seems that the way of explanation just now was a bit too artistic. Shi Qinghai took off his military cap, rubbed his hair carelessly, and said with a bright and handsome smile, "The purpose of my visit today is to marry you." The sarcasm on Zoe Yu's face disappeared instantly. She was stunned, and behind her was shock and inexplicable embarrassment. She slightly lowered her head and sneered to hide her emotions. After a while, she said, "This joke is not funny. This is not a joke. Just now, I formally proposed to your father. Because I don't have a family, I brought my best friend to be a witness and to show my sincerity." Shi Qinghai said in a gentle voice. Once this extremely handsome man showed such a sincere gentleness. Instead of the seductive charm in the nightclub, he appeared so warm and friendly. Zoe was dazzled by this smile. She narrowed her eyes and stared at him in a daze. She thought about how Su Lu had seen this scene with his own eyes, and thought about how this man in front of her had pestered her for the past year. All kinds of complicated emotions surged into her heart. There was even a faint sadness, helplessness, shame, anger, and some kind of warmth that she was unfamiliar with. But after all, she was Zoe Yu, who was as cold and elegant as a piece of porcelain. Therefore, she did not move, nor did she cry. She just fell into silence. Then, she picked up the kettle on the coffee table and made a second batch of tea for Shi Qinghai. The 88 degrees Celsius clean water mixed into the clean long glass cup, and the green tea spun nonstop. It rolled and stretched like fallen leaves in a stream, just like the mood of the silent two people on the sofa. Secretary Jiao quietly watched this scene. She gently waved her hand, and all the security guards in the building were taken away, so as not to disturb the silence in the living room in the study room. Minister Zhou kept opening drawers everywhere, as if he was looking for something. Finally, he found a dusty cedar box in the corner. He opened the box and took out a thick stick of gray tobacco. He clumsily held it with 3 fingers, but he could not find where he had put the lighter. Because of his wife, the minister had not smoked for many years. Su Lu saw this scene and felt a little complicated. He quickly walked forward and respectfully lit the cigarette for him. After Minister Zhou coughed twice, he quietly looked at the red light at the tip of the thick tobacco for a long time. In the end, he didn't smoke. He put the tobacco on the stone and let the light green smoke slowly release into the air. "The first time I saw you was at Professor Shin's funeral in Xinga Cemetery. It was raining that day, under a big tree. I told you, since you took the initiative to be the scapegoat, you should do it well." Minister Zhou looked up, his eyes calm, but full of pressure. "Under a tree on a rainy day, it is easy to be struck by lightning. It seems that my trust in you from the beginning was not very reliable. I understand, so as long as Yuzi is willing, I can keep on being the scapegoat. But you should know that I can only be the scapegoat and have nothing to do with the scapegoat," Su Lu explained in a low voice. "But the problem is that the scapegoat is not the style I like." Zhou Lingxing thought of the person on the sofa downstairs, and his eyes became cold. He said, "And reckless and brave to the point of being an idiot. Shi Qinghai is my friend. Although he used to be a bit of a playboy, I can assure you that he will be the best husband if he is determined." Su Lu looked back at him and said seriously, And after all, he is Lu Hua's father. No one can change that. Department head Zhou did not reply immediately. A thick sense of mockery appeared on his face as he said, one of the most successful spies in Green Dragon Mountain. He dared to assassinate Macklin with you. This kind of person, is it possible to be confirmed? The daughter of the Federation's Minister of Defense can marry this kind of person? I am not surprised that the Minister of Defense would know a lot of information when he heard the name Shi Qinghai. Su Lu tried to ease the tension in the study and said with a dry laugh, but at least this proves that he is indeed an outstanding person. It is not the Minister of Defense who is investigating him, but a father. Zhou Lingxing's voice sounded a little emotional. An anti-government spy who plays the violin every day outside the walls of the West Mountain compound. If he still can't figure out what is going on, it can only be said that this father has failed in his duty. Su Lu was shocked and then fell silent. Only now did he know that the minister had already determined who Lu Hua's father was. Speaking of which, although no one other than the two parties involved and Su Lu knew about the sudden drunken incident on that snowy night in Linhai, with the Minister of Defense's monstrous power, it wasn't very difficult to find those minute traces after some suspicion. I will not agree to this matter, because I do not want my daughter to marry a playboy, a playboy spy who could die at any time. Minister Zhou rebuked in a low voice, leaving no room for doubt. Sula did not have time to say more good words from Mr. Shi before he heard the minister's cold and simple last word. Get out. Sulu was silent and walked out of the study with his head down. He finally understood where Zhou Yu's fierce temperament came from. The minister's highly respected scholarly image was just a facade. Zhou Lingxing watched Su Li's back as he walked out of the study. His anger subsided a little, and he could not help but feel a little complicated. The image of a young man carrying a pot and walking forward with a smile appeared in his mind. He felt very regretful. A minute later, Su Lu and Shi Qinghai were kicked out of the door by a group of soldiers. Zhou Yu, wearing a red windbreaker, leaned against the door and smiled, holding a cup of green tea in her hand. At this time, the phone in Su Li's hand rang. He shouted angrily, "Speak." The caller was Gu Shifeng, but the one crying on the other end of the phone was Da Vinci. They had been kicked out of the house by Xiao Shisan's father with an alloy showerhead. What made Da Vinci sad and happy was that Xiao Shisan's sister was very delicate. Su Lu hung up the phone and glanced at Mr. Shi, who was beside him with a gloomy expression. He could not help but feel depressed. Both sides of the marriage proposal were not going well. Chapter 538. The windows on both sides of the moving black car rolled down. Two hands stretched out, each holding a 37 brand cigarette. The cigarette had just lit up some ash, but it was blown away by the wind in front of the road, bright and red. Shi Qinghai took back his hand, took a deep breath, and licked his slightly bitter teeth with the tip of his tongue. He shook his head and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't said thank you to you since Zhou was pregnant." "You're welcome. You said it was something I should do. Maybe the taste was a bit strange, but I really didn't put in much effort. I just didn't end your family line, so I don't deserve your thanks," Sulu said mockingly. His hand holding the cigarette was on the car window, and his free little finger and ring finger kept tapping the car. Shi Qinghai threw the cigarette but out of the window and replied, "If you can get my marriage done, I'll thank you properly. Although I also believe in freedom of marriage, you have to know that I'm not Judge He Ying, who can't even give face to Philadelphia," Su Lu said somewhat angrily. "Her father is the Federation's Minister of Defense. What can I do? You have to think about this question yourself. My identity in Green Dragon Mountain is too sensitive. If you make too much noise, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect," Shi Qinghai said shamelessly. Su Lu finished the cigarette in one breath, pressed the cigarette but on the car's ashtray, and twisted it hard. He said, "In Linhai Bar, you repeated countless times that you are a bachelor. Why are you so persistent this time? Don't tell me that this is a new task that your organization has arranged for you." "Don't worry, I never mix work and life together." Shi Qinghai looked at him and said mockingly, "Not all people who graduate from the 4 courses are like your Zhang Xiaoming." This open arrow made Su Lu bleed. He looked around awkwardly, as if he was looking at the traffic situation on the road, but in fact he was looking at the air. In the past year, I've had a few word contacts with Ms. Zhang Xiaoming. This woman seems to have changed a lot. Sure Qinghai smiled and looked at his black hair that was blown by the wind outside the window. He said, "If you want to relive the old dream, I can bridge the gap for you." Su Lu was speechless and could only remain silent. After a long time, he replied, "First, she and I have already passed. Secondly, if I want to be with her again, I don't need you to do anything. I know how to get to Parliament Hill. Thirdly, the difficulty of this matter is not equal to what you are doing now. All right, I'll explain to you why I want to marry Zhou. Sure Qinghai said in a serious tone. First, she is the mother of my son. I have lived for almost 30 years and only have one son. Secondly, she is very beautiful, really beautiful. I like to have a beautiful wife. In addition, in terms of genetics, if I marry her, I can provide countless idols for the Federation in the future, just like your Jian Shui'er. Don't always say that it's mine. No matter if it's Zhang Xiaoming or Jian Shui'er, it's their own." Su Lu raised his right hand and warned seriously. "Although your reason is ridiculous, it does make sense. Zhou seductive yet not seductive, beautiful yet not serene face matched her cold red robes, making her very charming. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Li family's seventh young master and madman Li of Philadelphia to have their hearts set on her." Su Lu, who got along well with her, admitted that, even if she was not the daughter of the Minister of Defense, she was still the most beautiful woman he knew. There was no one, but only two, and she was on par with Jian Shui'er. "Going back to the beginning, I'm not only thankful that you took care of her and her son for me during that time, but I'm also thankful that you changed some of her temperament." Sure Qinghai lit another cigarette, and a trace of joy flashed across his handsome face. He said, "If she was still the daughter of a rich and powerful family in front of 13, it would be very difficult for me to find her cute side and have the impulse to end my single life, even if we had a son. In fact, she has always had a wonderful side in her heart, but it's a pity that she has been chosen as the crown princess since she was a child. She has lost her self-esteem, but has become more arrogant. Now, she is just showing her true side, and it has nothing to do with me. Speaking of which, maybe the child has a bigger impact. It has something to do with the child, but not as much as it has to do with you. You sound a little jealous?" Su Lu frowned and asked deliberately. "No." Sure Qinghai laughed loudly and patted him on the shoulder. "This is the charm of your personality. It's very difficult for you to make people feel negative emotions, and everyone who has been with you for a long time seems to become cuter like Zhou. Did he have the legendary charm of his personality that could affect the people around him?" Su Lu thought about the comments made by Mr. Sure in the car and felt a little ashamed and proud. This feeling lasted until he sat in front of the dining table in the official residence of the president, and his dark eyebrows were raised higher than usual. "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, what are you so happy about? Can you share with us? Or would you like to share this plate of mashed potatoes with us first? That gentleman looks like he will be late for a long time, and I don't want the food I made to turn into a plate of ice later." Across the table, a lady in a light blue dress was holding a big bowl of mashed potatoes in her hand and putting them on an expensive antique porcelain plate. She looked at Su Lu, who was deep in thought, and asked with a smile. Su Lu suddenly woke up and nervously handed over the porcelain plate and said, "Madam, I just thought of something interesting." After returning to the Capital Special District, he refused all the celebratory dinners and luncheons, including those of the Nutshell Company, but today's banquet could not be declined because this was a private dinner for the family of the President of the Federation, and the lady across from him was the First Lady of the Federation. "I think Padil and I are very willing to listen to the interesting things on the front line, but let's eat first," the First Lady said with a smile. Su Lu glanced at the silent daughter of the President beside him. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Thinking of the difficult matter in the courtyard of West Mountain, he cleared his throat and took the porcelain plate with a smile, preparing to find an opportunity to have a good chat with the First Lady who was kind and committed to women's rights and freedom of marriage. Although the President's official residence was open to the public on a fixed date, the public still retained a strong curiosity and desire to pry into the life of the first family. However, due to the strong protection of citizens' privacy in the First Charter, as well as the vague requirements of the official residence, no media dared to describe it in detail. It should be known that Mr. President himself was a lawyer. With his personality, he might really do something like sue the media in his capacity as president. Therefore, the people of the Federation only had guesses about the daily life of the first family. Did the president eat Ling Yuan's summer specials every day? Was the anti-insect ring used by the dog raised by the First Lady really specially developed by Lin Fong? Would the First Lady never touch the pot she used to cook? When he was in Donglin, Su Lu once had such a guess. Of course, now he was very clear that there was nothing special about the dinner at the president's official residence. The First Lady's cooking skills seemed to be inferior to his own. At least from the obvious burnt potato powder ring, he could see that the kitchen utensils she used were definitely not as high-tech as people imagined. The soft light enveloped the quiet dining table. Su Lu suppressed his eating speed to cooperate with the president's family. This was the third time he had been invited to the president's official residence alone to enjoy a dinner personally cooked by the First Lady, but he was still nervous. No matter how thick his nerves were, he was still just an ordinary person. This was the president's official residence, where the most powerful person in the entire Federation, no, in the entire universe, lived. Another reason for his nervousness was that he did not understand why the president treated him so intimately and kindly, whether it was the Foundation building incident, the amnesty matter, or many other details, such as the dinner at this time. This had nothing to do with the Lees of Philadelphia. When the president intended to pardon him, the old man had not yet entered the Qingsheng military prison. This also had nothing to do with Macho's back mountain. It should be known that Lady Tai had already given up on him. This also had nothing to do with his contributions. When the president of the Federation awarded war heroes, there were always several rows of handshakes. How could there be such a private dinner that made him feel warm and surprised? Sorry, I'm late. The president rolled up his sleeves and quickly walked in from outside the door. A simple smile appeared on his tanned face. He said loudly, "I finally understand why this job earns me more money every year than when I was a lawyer. It's because being the president requires more overtime than being a lawyer." Sulu stood up to welcome him. The three people at the table all laughed. President Pabre dotingly rubbed his daughter's head and then signaled for Sulu to sit down. He turned to his wife and said with a smile, "Thank you for preparing my favorite spicy mashed potatoes, but our young hero just came back from the front line. He probably needs some fried high-fat meat the most." The First Lady smiled and was about to say something when Sulu hurriedly replied, "Mr. President, he thought of the protein synthetic meat that he had eaten since he was a child, and the fiber was terrible. After a while, he said hesitantly, 'It's on 5460. The provisions of the army are very good, and we ate a lot of game in the forest. It tasted very good.'" President Pabre paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "I didn't hear that because I don't want the HTD Bureau to accuse our brave soldiers." The president's daughter, who was sitting next to Sulu, looked at him curiously and asked very slowly, "Did you eat it?" "It's okay. You also know that it's an enemy-occupied area. From a legal point of view, it's a temporary blank zone," Sulu replied with some embarrassment. President Pabre used a silver spoon with the insignia of the dynasty to pick up some sesame paste and mixed it into the mashed potatoes. After taking a big bite, he shook his head in satisfaction. He then looked up and smiled at him. "There's no enemy-occupied area anymore." Sulu smiled and replied, "Yes, Mr. President." President Pabre smiled and said, "Just now, General Hong Yuliang sent another piece of good news. The Federal Fleet successfully set up an ambush in the Desolate Star zone outside the Westwoods. The Empire's expeditionary fleet that set out 6 years ago was completely wiped out." Sulu looked at the president in surprise. If this news was true, then the Federation's military operations in the Westwoods had truly come to a perfect end. Chapter 539. After the last space war, the Federal Fleet had been stationed in the Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor for a long time, because the two self-generated giant warp holes were the only space channels that connected the Federation and the Imperium. The Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor were like two space gates made by the Creator, and the keys to the two gates had always been in the hands of the Federation. The Federation could freely choose the time to open the two gates and enter the Imperium based on the political, economic, and military situation. It was an indescribable advantage in terms of strategy. Everyone knew what the control of the two space channels meant for the situation of the entire universe. The Imperium had spent decades and generations of scientists researching without sleep and food. They had invested unprecedented resources and wealth, but they still could not achieve any success. To this day, they could only remain silent and frustrated in the face of the vast universe and launch a 6-year expedition to vent their anger and ambition. But the Federal Army had never let down its guard, because no one knew whether or not the Imperium's technological level would skyrocket in a certain field because of the appearance of a certain genius. No one knew when, in the future, the densely packed, small warships of the Imperium would pass through the space channels like a disgusting swarm of insects, silently appear in the black background of the universe, and march toward the prosperous and peaceful capital ring. Although the Federation's warships were much more powerful than the Imperium's warships, people would feel suffocated when they imagined such a bloody and terrifying picture. Because of the strong uneasiness and vigilance, the Federation had never relaxed its surveillance of the Gary Corridor and the Night Scorpion Nebula. Even when the resources of the crystal mines were seriously exhausted, they still maintained a powerful fleet and stationed it there for a long time. However, this time, in order to completely crush the Imperium's expedition strategy, the Federation had moved the main force of the Federal fleet to the desolate space zone outside the West Woods. Because of the good news, the atmosphere of the private dinner in the President's residence became even more lively. Only the President's daughter, who was sitting next to Sulu, remained silent. The 12-year-old girl lowered her head and ate quietly. Now and then, she would subconsciously draw on the white tablecloth with her silver chopsticks, as if she was thinking about something. After dinner, the hot tea was served. Madam President knew that the men still had topics to talk about, so she smiled and exchanged a few words with Sulu before preparing to take her daughter upstairs to do her homework. When the President's daughter walked to the entrance of the dining room, she suddenly looked at Sulu and then revealed a pleading expression to her father. President Pabre smiled and nodded gently. President Pabre and Sulu were the only ones left at the dining table of the official residence. Those solemn-looking staff members of the Special Task Force, dressed in formal black suits, were nowhere to be found. The President's residence is a side courtyard left behind after the palace was demolished. After the election, the first day I moved in, I was stunned by the luxurious decorations inside. From this, you can imagine how exaggerated the palaces that those emperors lived in were when they were still alive. President Pabre said slowly as he looked around the room at the famous oil paintings and wood carvings of the Du River. He picked up the silver cutlery in his hand, looked at Sulu, and continued. The royal family uses these expensive cutlery, so naturally they have to distinguish themselves from the common people at the bottom. The cost of their meals is so high that the poor can never imitate them, so they can't eat like them. Sulu listened carefully, not knowing what the president wanted to say to him, or if it was just purely personal. The people who want the election process to be expensive the most are the powerful, so that the poor can't get the right to be elected. The people who want the judicial process to be expensive the most are the powerful, so that the poor can't win the case. The people who want the media to be expensive the most are also the powerful, so that the poor can't get the right to speak. President Pabre said with a serious expression, "The three elements that run through the spirit of the Charter, democracy, justice, and freedom of speech, all have a common characteristic in this environment, and that is the high cost of the process. So these democracy, justice, and freedom can easily become the democracy, justice, and freedom of the powerful. I couldn't become the president of the Federation without the support of people like Macho in the back of the mountain. But all the funds for the first election I participated in came from the people who trusted me. You may not be able to imagine how many disabled miners took out their meager compensation. That was the primary election for the state councilor of Nashi in Donglin. President Prabal furrowed his brows, but there was a sincere smile on his tanned face. He was probably reminiscing about his life, which was difficult but full of ideals. I also was a soldier in Donglin. Sulu reacted, scratched his head, and changed his words. I know what the stones of Donglin are like when they're angry. In fact, I've always felt that your personality is very similar to the people in my hometown. The president laughed, and then the smile immediately disappeared. He said seriously, "It is because I remember the people who raised money to help me in the election that I have never forgotten that I am an elected president." President Pabre had a pair of thick and charming lips, and his deep voice was full of firmness. So every decision I make must protect the interests of the entire Federation as much as possible. He looked at Sulu and extended a finger. He said in a heavy tone, "Remember, it is the entire Federation, not the combination of politicians and powerful people. It has to be specific to every independent citizen." The entire Federation knew that the president was an eloquent speaker when he was a lawyer, but after entering politics, he became a leader with gentle words but very influential words. At this time, listening to these powerful words face to face, although Sulu was still silent, his heart was greatly touched. Everyone has their own position. The war against the Empire has, to a large extent, eased the opposing feelings between the various levels of the Federation and unified our position. However, the military operation in the West Woods has achieved complete victory. Where should the Federation go in the future? Sulu did not think that he had the right to discuss the future direction of the entire Federation with the president of the Federation. So he subconsciously thought that President Pabre's words were a heavy question to himself and not to him. However, after a moment of silence, he was surprised to find that the president had been looking at him calmly. "I am an engineer, and now you can say that I am a soldier. I don't know much about politics," he said with difficulty. Everything he said was the truth. "I can't give any opinions on such a big matter." President Pabre laughed and lightly patted the surface of the table. He spread his hands and said, "Then why don't you talk about this war from a military point of view?" Sulu felt a little nervous. It should be known that the middle-aged man sitting opposite him was the most powerful figure in the entire Federation. At this moment, he could not help but think of the conversation in the restaurant in Sunset State. He could not understand why important figures like the President and Commander Zhong would value his opinion so much. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. His thick eyebrows raised slightly. He looked at the President and said very seriously and sincerely, "Mr. President, my opinion does not represent the opinion of the old man in Philadelphia." Half an hour later, although the reasons for our judgment are different, the conclusion we reached is the same. The people of the Empire will never give up the idea of invading the Federation. President Pabre said worriedly, "The Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor cannot block those cruel enemies forever. Even during my term of office, or even when you and I are alive, the Empire may be isolated for 6 years. But one day, the Empire will break through that line of defense and enter the territory of the Federation. The Federation wants to develop. The people need peace and the right to be free from fear. We must completely defeat the Empire. Right now, the Federation has a strategic advantage. We must turn this advantage into victory while it is still in our hands. This means that the Federation must enter the territory of the Empire. Moreover, it cannot be delayed." Sulu furrowed his brows. The president's judgment was not surprising. In fact, from the ceremony a few days ago and the propaganda of the Federation as a whole, it was inevitable that the Federation would launch a new round of attacks on the Empire. Why did Mr. Pabre look so worried? My worry is that many people in the upper echelons of the Federation do not want the war to be expanded. The president seemed to know what he was thinking and said in a low voice, "They enjoy a privileged life in the Federation. How can they be willing to sacrifice their great interests? Moreover, in their opinion, the people of the Empire will never be able to pass through the space channel. Or, as I said before, at least they will not be able to do so while they are alive. Now that the situation in the West Woods is settled, war is no longer an inevitable choice. Under such circumstances, the government and the military are facing a lot of pressure. This pressure cannot be revealed in the light of victory, but once they find a chance, they will stop the Federation from invading the territory at all costs. Who are they? The families you know, the members of parliament at all levels, the rich but emotionless businessmen, and even the Zhong family in the West Woods do not want the war to be expanded again. What I am curious about is, what is the basis of Lady Tai's decision to support me so firmly? President Pabre said in a slightly mocking tone, "There are too many people who are against entering the territory of the Empire. I can only say that, just like George Carlin once said, anyone who opposes changing the status quo is immersed in the stale reality, and even forgets the foresight that their wisdom should produce is a group of people with vested interests." "What can I do?" Sulu asked after a moment of silence. President Pabre looked at the young man across the table, as if he was looking at his stubborn self from many years ago. Back then, for the interests of the people at the bottom, he insisted on fighting a class action lawsuit against the giant enterprises of the Federation. As a result, he was fired by the largest law firm in Hong Kong, and the rented apartment caught fire mysteriously. He could only drag the suitcase he borrowed from the guard, drag those heavy legal documents, and hold his newly married wife, stroll on the cold streets in the early autumn, and then sit on a bench in the park for a night. At that time, he was smiling, wasn't he? President Pabre slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the simple face of the young man across the table. After thinking for a long time, he gave up his original plan and said with a smile, "Please send a message to Philadelphia for me. I want to ask the general to make a statement." Chapter 540. The current situation seemed to be bright, but who would have thought that there were dark waves flowing underneath? After hearing Mr. President's words, Su Lu fell into silence. The god of war, Li Pifu, was an anomaly in the political system of the Federation. Even though he had been living in Philadelphia for many years, no one dared to ignore his existence. In the hearts of hundreds of millions of people, he had an incomparably high status. Although he did not deliberately control the voice of countless subordinates, in fact, he controlled the voice of countless subordinates. If this old man casually said a few words by the lakeside, all the noises in the Federation would disappear. Even those families who had inherited the imperial court's legacy and had extremely strong influence in the shadows of history had to politely avoid him in these few decades, again and again. From this point of view, it was natural that Mr. President hoped to get the support of the Lees of Philadelphia through him to complete the Federation's plan to attack the homeland of the Empire. But for some reason, Sulu always felt that something was wrong. Maybe it was because Mr. President had said too much at this official residence banquet, but in the end, he had asked for too little. In fact, in his opinion, Mr. President should be able to find a better middleman to invite the old man from the lakeside of Philadelphia, such as his political partner, Lady Tai, who did not worry about the back of the mountain. Sulu looked at Mr. President on the opposite side of the table, and his thoughts drifted to other places. The most common and the most complicated political affairs in human history were indeed a bit too complicated for him. Until now, he still couldn't clearly sort out the many clues of this banquet conversation and couldn't make his own judgment. However, he still wanted to help the big man on the opposite side of the table. A few days ago, sure, Qinghai said that he had a personality charm, but in his opinion, Mr. President had a kind of real personality charm. Maybe it was because they were both Dong Lin stones in their minds, or maybe it was because of what happened in the election, or maybe it was because Mr. President had shown a way of doing things that was absolutely different from ordinary politicians since he took office, but Su Lu was definitely leaning towards Mr. President from a rational and emotional point of view. Actually, my relationship with the old man isn't as close as everyone thinks. At least, I'm definitely not his illegitimate child. Even Su Lu himself did not find it funny. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and then his expression gradually calmed down. He looked at President Pabre and said seriously, "I will find a way to convey your thoughts to Lord War God." "Very good." Mr. President's voice was deep and his smile was sincere. "Next, I have another favor to ask of you. Su Li's expression turned serious as he said, "Please instruct me." "It's not an instruction. It's just a request from a father." President Pabre laughed and took a piece of paper and an ink pen. He pushed them in front of Su Lu and said with great interest, "My daughter wants very much to have the autograph of a war hero of the Federation, but she is too embarrassed to ask for it in person." Su Lu took the paper and the pen in surprise. Feeling that his cheeks were a little hot, he lowered his head and signed his name carefully, wishing the silent first daughter of the Federation a happy life and a happy smile. "How's Miss Padil's health recently?" he asked with concern. Everyone knew that the president's biological daughter had autism when she was a child. "Much better, but she still doesn't want to talk and looks at the TV screen every day," President Pabre said with a smile. "Recently, she's been obsessed with the documentary called Team 7. Victory! Victory!" The two words, full of power, echoed on all the inhabited planets of the Federation. Even the mining engineers who endured the cruel space environment on the remote mining planets had painted the words on the enormous and heavy engineering mechas. It was needless to say that the young students who traveled happily in the bright spring were repeating everything that happened on the front line with high frequency and looking forward to the greater victory that was to come. In different positions, the perspective of considering things was naturally completely different. The ordinary people of the Federation yearned for one victory after another, while the big shots who could really influence the direction of the Federation stood on their own standpoints and made decisions that were in line with their own interests. War consumed a lot of resources and money, which would put tremendous pressure on the Federation's economic system. If they continued to attack the homeland of the Imperium, how long could the Federation's production capacity withstand the wartime logistics supply? How long could the military enterprises add zeros to the government's debt last? Would the terrifying amount of energy allocated in advance be repaid in the war? Would the continuation of the war bring any real benefits to the Federation? Or, in other words, would it bring any benefits to them? However, what President Pabre was worried about in the banquet in the official residence did not happen. Although the old man on the shore of Feiching Lake was still silent, in the current frenzied atmosphere, those families who had opposing opinions on attacking the homeland of the Imperium, those rich capitalists and the politicians they supported, were also silent. Only silence. All the states of the Federation organized a grand welcome ceremony to welcome the brave soldiers who returned from the front line. The programs on the Federation's TV and those private TV stations were full of interviews with the soldiers and realistic and cruel battlefield recordings. Various entertainment channels began to broadcast a large number of military-themed TV series. Channel 23 of the Federation directly began to replay the first episode of Full Metal Rush. In order to cater to the psychological needs of the people to celebrate the victory from the political world to the literary world to the academic world, and so on, everyone was doing the same. However, all of this could not stop the people of the Federation from aiming the remote control in their hands at the news channel of the Federation on this night. Because it was time for the annual Nebula Awards ceremony. Tonight was the live broadcast of the awards ceremony of the literature and art category. The Nebula Award was an official award of the Federation, and the award covered all aspects of society. In previous years, the most eye-catching awards were undoubtedly the literature and art category, which was full of stars, but it was only eye-catching. In terms of importance, it was definitely not as important as the academic awards that had been given out 3 days ago. However, the atmosphere tonight was obviously different. Those cynics who were used to being indifferent to the TV series that anesthetized the ignorant, those scholars who only knew how to bury themselves in a laboratory, and those who were immersed in virtual life on the internet all put down what they were doing and sat in front of the TV screen with excitement, because they all wanted to know the answer. They wanted to know how many awards the documentary, which had moved the entire Federation, would win, and whether it could break the record set in the first year of the Full Metal Rush. More importantly, they wanted to see if the soldiers in the documentary would come to the scene of the award ceremony. They wanted to see what the roaring, angry, silent, and sad characters looked like when they returned home. The documentary Team 7, which was produced by the Jinxing Documentary Film Factory of the Ministry of Defense and aired exclusively on the news channel of the Federation, was nominated for all the awards it could be nominated for, including Best Photography, Best Editing, Best Soundtrack, Best Film and Television Song, Best Soundtrack, Best Female Singer, Best Director. This documentary was not nominated for the Best Original Script or Adapted Script Award because it was a real story, and no one could write such a realistic script. Team 7 was also not nominated for any acting award because there were no actors in it, only real soldiers. Including almost all the nominations, Team 7 was naturally nominated for the Best Documentary Film Award. But what shocked the entire Federation and more than 3,000 members of the jury was that Team 7 was actually nominated for the Best Film Award. A documentary was actually nominated for the Best Film Award, which was something that had never happened in the long history of the Nebula Awards. After the shortlist was released, the Federation's press was in an uproar, but strangely, there was no harsh criticism or ridicule. There was only a wave of amazement and puzzlement. A member of the jury admitted in an interview with the official broadcasting agency anonymously that he had indeed filled in the name of Team 7 on the list of nominees for the best movie. However, at that time, he had been moved by the documentary and suddenly had a strong impulse. He did not expect that more members of the jury would do the same thing. The George Carlin Foundation Art Center in the Southern District of the Capitol officially became the venue of the Federation's Nebula Awards ceremony 2 years ago. This decision was made by President Pabre himself. At first, it was to appease the angry, protesting students, but now it had become the shortest historical tradition of the Federation, and no one was not used to it. Outside the large building of the Foundation Literature and Arts Center, thousands of people were excitedly waiting outside the cordon. Their eyes were collectively fixed on the huge light screen above the building. Those blazing eyes seemed to want to melt the picture on the light screen. The red carpet ceremony was over. They had already fainted from the excitement of cheering for their favorite stars. But at this moment, they were still waiting here, happily waiting for the results of the award ceremony. It seemed that tonight, the entire Federation was looking forward to the results. Inside the central building, a light blue and soft three-dimensional light enveloped the spacious stage. It was empty. There were no award-winning actors or enthusiastic hosts. There was only a pillar of light formed by the blue light, and on top of it, words slowly appeared that left a deep impression. These words were the speech written by General Miles in the last episode of the documentary Team 7. The art museum, which could accommodate thousands of people, was already full. The gorgeous stars of the Federation and the giants of the film and television industry were sitting in their seats. They were not smiling and leaning around to greet people as usual. Instead, they were looking at the stage seriously. It was quiet on and off the stage. Only the breathing of thousands of people could be heard. In this silence and waiting, the melodious sound of a zither came. It was faint and beautiful, falling from the sky and falling on people's clothes and hair, adding a sense of harmony. In the sound of the zither, a beautiful girl that no one expected appeared in the blue light column. She gently clenched her fists and looked at the light in the sky, as if she was looking into the distance. She began to sing softly. Jian Shu'er, the national girl who had disappeared from the public for a long time, sang the ending song of the documentary Team 7, a mixture of sadness and sunshine, opening the curtain of the Nebula Awards ceremony. Chapter 541. Listening to the gentle singing in the large venue, Su Li's nervous body gradually relaxed. He loosened his grip on his sunglasses and quietly wiped his sweat on his military pants. At this time, he was sitting in the best seat in the audience below the stage. Around him were all celebrities that he could only see on TV. Nowadays, he was not nervous because of this, but it was his first time attending this kind of event, so it was inevitable that he felt very uncomfortable. Being a military officer or an engineer was not compatible with this brilliant world of literature and art. He had never thought of attending the Nebula Award ceremony. However, as a war hero deliberately promoted by the federal government, he had to do some role-playing. Even Xiaoqing, who was as cold and proud as a snow plum, had accepted an exclusive interview with the federal television station and was asked a lot of stupid and boring questions about the relationship between music and tactical deduction. During the interview, Du Xiaoqing frowned and answered that music was just a personal hobby. It had nothing to do with tactical deduction. The host was stunned for 3 whole seconds. Sulu was Du Xiaoqing. He did not have a realistic pursuit of a military career, so he did not care about the rules of the war hero game. According to his personality, he should not have come tonight. However, Director Breen personally called the president's official residence, and the Ministry of Defense gave him a clear order. When he thought of the president's worries in the official residence that night, he vaguely understood something. So in the end, he still came. The song on the stage was still going on, and the simple yet touching lyrics flowed into the ears of the audience like water. Sula listened carefully, thinking that the guys from Group 7 should have been brought over by the Department of Defense. However, the award ceremony was too dark, and there was a sea of audience, so he couldn't find where those guys were arranged to sit. In the front right was by Ziming, the director and producer chosen by the Venus Documentary Film Studio. Because of the success of the documentary Group 7, he became famous and occupied a very important position in the Federation's literary world today, just like his position at the moment. In the back right was an acquaintance, Sister Tong, whom he had not seen in a long time. However, the seat on the right had always been empty. Sulu had already guessed something from these details, so he was not too surprised by Jian Shui's surprising appearance on the stage. It was just one song. In the blue light screen that was like the background of the universe, Jian Shu, who was wearing a soft linen dress, left quietly. She did not greet the guests below the stage or the audience in front of the TV screen. Just like her voice in the ending song, she entered in perfect harmony and softly, and then silently disappeared as if she had never appeared. The lights of the awards ceremony gradually brightened. Sulu finally felt the curious and suspicious gazes of the VIPs around him. He lowered his head slightly and put on the sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses indoors was something that only those middle-aged artistic men would do. Even those middle-aged artistic men would smile or reveal their true colors in such a grand award ceremony. Therefore, when he put on the sunglasses, he attracted more attention. The guests around him began to whisper. Several female stars had excited expressions on their faces. They probably guessed his identity. After all, whether it was in the news or in the documentary, people had only seen him wearing sunglasses. They were very familiar with his outfit. The appearance of the female host of the awards ceremony on the stage calmed down the commotion in the audience. After all, it was a live broadcast. The guests had to pay attention to their manners. The female host of the awards ceremony was called Ku Yining. She was the best actress of the Federation's Autumn Literary Award 2 years ago. It was during that award ceremony that she was so excited that she cried, but still did not lose her humor. She won the praise and love of many people in the Federation. She also won the appreciation of the director of the Federation's news channel. The news channel tailor-made a brand new late-night talk show for her and successfully pushed her to the position of host. Everyone, I am Ku Yining. Welcome to the awards ceremony of the Nebula Award for Arts and Culture. The award ceremony is a process that makes people in this industry excited, distressed, and even tormented. Everyone, welcome to the battlefield without the sound of guns. There was a burst of laughter in the audience. But in my opinion, the real sound of guns might win the biggest victory tonight. Ku Yining was wearing a light black low-cut dress. She was very charming. She gently brushed her hair and said casually, pointing out the biggest focus of today's awards ceremony, the documentary. She continued to speak to the entire audience in the Federation. When I received the only award in my life, I once shouted to the air, "Miss Jian Shu, come back because people need you." In the end, it seems that the heavens heard my call. So, she really did come back. Ku Yining turned to the empty electric beam curtain wall behind her and shrugged exaggeratedly. Unfortunately, she left again. There was a burst of laughter in the audience. Of course, we all know that Miss Jian Shu wouldn't stand on the stage again because she heard my call. Ku Yining turned to the audience and said with a smile, We all know why she appeared tonight. It's because of a documentary that made many people laugh and cry. The director of this documentary, Mr. Baiziming, is sitting below. Mr. Baiziming, you don't need to stand up and greet everyone, because I believe you need to thank a lot of people tonight. I'm worried that you will finish your thank you speech too early and then stand on the stage without saying anything, wasting the precious speaking time of the news channel. Koenig looked seriously at the audience below the stage and said, which naturally attracted a burst of laughter. The opening speech seems a bit too long, but the director of the news channel allowed me to speak freely, actually less than you think. The amiable and interesting hostess shrugged and said, actually, the reason why I'm talking about Miss Jianxia and the documentary Team 7 is because I want to announce the winner of the Best Film Song Award today. The winner is, well, this song doesn't seem to have an official name. It is the ending song of Team 7, songwriter and singer, Miss Jianxia. The venue was quiet for a while, as if they didn't expect the climax of the award ceremony to appear from the beginning. Then a burst of thunderous applause broke out. This applause was for the legendary Jianxia, who had already left the world, and for the documentary that had won countless praises. Nebula Award for Best Cinematography in the Arts category. Team 7, photographer Huang Taiheng. Best Soundtrack. Team 7, Federation Golden Star Orchestra, composer Zhang Erz. Best Documentary. Team 7, Best Editing, as everyone expected, but still shocked everyone. The documentary Team 7 swept away all the awards it was nominated for. Although Team 7 didn't set a record for the number of awards it was nominated for, if it could win the final 2 awards, then the number of awards it won would surpass Full Metal Tide a few years ago. It would write a glory that was difficult to replicate in the history of the Nebula Awards. And looking at the awards before, who would doubt the final result? In front of this amazing momentum, the outstanding actors and superstars who won acting awards lost all their glory. Best Director by Baiziming. The loudest applause since the beginning of the awards ceremony rang out. Thousands of people watched the man running up the stage and praised him from the bottom of their hearts. Documentaries were not easy to shoot, and it was even more difficult to shoot a war documentary. Baiziming and his team endured the fierce artillery fire for such a long time in the difficult front line, it was really respectable. Moreover, this war documentary didn't fall into the inherent pattern of tragic or heroic. Countless seemingly ordinary details of military life and the unique angle of the footage made up the unique charm of this documentary, and it made people in the Federation fall for it. I'm really nervous. Baiziming lowered his head with difficulty and said tremblingly into the vertical microphone, even more nervous than when I just entered Team 7 and was almost beaten into a meat patty by Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's people. What he said was not a joke, it was the truth. However, the guests at the award ceremony and the hundreds of millions of people in front of the TV screen laughed loudly. This is the 4th time I'm on stage today. Although I value the Best Director award the most, the editing and dubbing awards in front of me, like the host said, used up all my gratitude list. I've already disturbed my Father in heaven. I can't disturb my father's father or even my ancestors. After the nervousness, Baiziming began to get excited. He said with a trembling voice, so I'm just going to briefly talk about the reason and feelings of shooting this documentary. He raised the award with his right hand and said to the guests below the stage, I asked them, why are you fighting? They said, because the enemy is there. Someone asked me, why am I taking the risk to shoot with the hostility and incomprehension of Team 7 at the beginning? My answer is, because the soldiers who are fighting in blood for everyone to live a peaceful and happy life in the Federation are there. Hearing Baiziming's emotional words, the awards ceremony quieted down. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire venue. Everyone was moved. At this moment, a sarcastic voice disturbed the atmosphere. In an inconspicuous corner of the auditorium, someone shouted angrily, "You stole my line. I'm going to say it again when I'm on stage." There was a huge uproar in the venue. The guests looked for the source of the voice in shock. Some of the more impatient people even stood up from their seats. The director of a news channel quickly adjusted the lights and illuminated the dark corner. There were dozens of Federation soldiers sitting neatly there. They were wearing dark green, formal military uniforms, and on their chests was a variegated medal with a number of the 17th Mechanic Division of the Federation's 1st Military Region. They were tall and straight, but their expressions were obviously a bit awkward because of the shout of one of their companions. Team 7. It's Team 7. So, they really came to the awards ceremony. Thousands of guests looked at the soldiers in the corner in surprise and talked excitedly. Then, without knowing who started it, applause sounded like heavy rain, mixed with cheerful laughter and exciting whistles. For a moment, the entire venue was in a riot. Chapter 542. Sula knew it was Lan Xiaolong, talking nonsense the moment he heard the voice. He did not turn around to look for his companions. Instead, he lowered his head and rubbed between his eyebrows. This action was not to hide his inner awkwardness, or to pretend not to know this person, as often described in novels, to avoid embarrassment. It was just that he was thinking about something interesting. Major Lan Xiaolong's sarcastic tone was something Su Lu and the members of Group 7 were already familiar with. They would not be surprised even if he appeared at the Federation's grandest award ceremony. However, his sudden speech attracted the attention of the audience and the cameras, pushing Group 7 into the spotlight. Naturally, it made it difficult for the guests and the TV audience to feel disgusted by him. Su Lu felt that other than the guy's personality, there was something else behind that shout. It was a very skillful publicity tactic. The Ministry of Defense transferred Lan Xiaolong to Group 7 in order to prepare for the reconstruction of the new 17th Division. It seemed that the Ministry of Defense had given him a new mission this time. The audience cheered. Only he, who was wearing sunglasses, was quietly thinking about this question. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. He realized with mixed feelings that he, an orphan of Donglin, was no longer as innocent as he used to be after so many years on the capital ring. On the stage, Bai Ziming, who was in high spirits and felt like crying, shouted at Major Lan Xiaolong, who was below the stage. Laughter rang out in the spacious venue from time to time. It wasn't until the host reminded them that the awards ceremony could continue. When Su Lu looked up, the guest for the grand finale, the president of the Federation's Academy of Arts and Letters, and the president of the Federation's TV station, were already on the stage. They began to introduce the list of finalists on the huge screen that occupied the entire wall of the building. It was extremely quiet on and off the stage. Hundreds of millions of people were waiting excitedly on and off the television. The white-haired dean of the Federal Academy of Arts and Letters smiled and said nothing more. He began to slowly recite the speech he had just drafted an hour ago. After the award ceremony, the Federation's news media found out that the speech that left a deep impression on many people was actually written by Mr. Bob, the chief editor of the Capital Special District Daily and a famous independent journalist of the Federation. This is a great era where a great fleet is on an expedition to the brilliant universe. Countless brave warriors are advancing one after another. Their strong survival and glorious sacrifice reflect each other. Behind the great era, the price of protein meat rises again. The uncle next door loses his job. The business of the underground casino deteriorates. The guardians increase. The aunt next door gets a raise, and the daughter worries about her poor results in the spring exam and her pocket money. Whether it's a great era or a small time, there are brave people and cowards. They are happy because of victory, sad because of failure, and angry because of many things. The only difference between the two is the attitude in the face of difficulties and power. When the brave are enraged, they cast their own flesh and blood into a sharp sword, unsheathing it and facing a stronger opponent. When the cowards are angry, they build a black brick of their emotions and sneak behind the weak. In an incorrigible society, there must be many heroes who stare at the children, and these children grow up under the stare at other children, and then hold the black brick behind their backs tightly. The selection committee chose this film with great courage because this film tells us how lucky we are. This society is not incorrigible because there are many truly brave, angry people like these warriors around us. Whether it is the filmmaker or the actors, they have all achieved true bravery. Perhaps some people think that these warriors are not actors, but I insist that life itself is a drama in a sense. What we need to do is to play our roles and live carefully but with great courage. The drama of life cannot be rehearsed, so we must have no regrets. After the director finished reading the speech, he closed the script and smiled at the quiet crowd below the stage. He said, "I did not write the speech, but I think there is no need to open this envelope. Let us give our warmest applause to the documentary Team 7 and the soldiers of the Federation who are fighting a bloody battle for the peace of the Federation." From the middle of the speech, everyone in the venue and the audience in front of the TV knew the final result. No one was surprised by this, although it should have been surprising for a documentary to win the most important award in the film category. Everything had already been submerged in the collective expectations of society. In the building hall, the sound of chairs being moved rang out. Thousands of guests started to applaud like a tide. The applause was also like a tide that shook the roof. The enthusiastic applause continued until the co-producers of Team 7, the highest executives of the Venus Documentary Studio and the Federation News Channel, went on stage. After they, by Ziming and the three producers excitedly finished reading the speech, they did not immediately leave the stage. Instead, they smiled and retreated to the back. The thousands of guests who had all stood up to show their respect did not sit down. The applause that had stopped not long ago rang out again. Countless pairs of eyes looked in a certain direction. The female host, Ku Ening, looked in the direction of the members of Team 7 in the audience and excitedly invited them to go on stage. The camera of the television station quickly aimed in that direction and captured the faces of the dozens of Federation soldiers with strange expressions. Then, it was broadcasted to various star regions of the Federation. The members of Team 7 sat in their seats without moving, as if they were not at all moved by the waves of applause around them. In fact, people who knew their personalities would definitely be able to see that they were extremely satisfied with the vanity in their hearts. They would also be able to see the discomfort they felt when they tried to hold back their laughter. However, they were currently under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people in the Federation. They were a little nervous and did not dare to move. Perhaps they did not even think that Chief Editor Bob had said that they would have no regrets. They simply did not want to embarrass themselves. The host smiled like a flower and did not say anything. The gradually passionate background music and the increasingly rhythmic, drum-like applause of the guests worked together to send out invitations and goodwill to the team members. Gradually, the guests who were standing even began to stomp their feet, pushing the atmosphere of the venue to its peak. Bai Ziming walked to the side of the female host and waved at the team members below the stage. However, he found that these hooligans whom he had known for a long time had actually become somewhat unfamiliar to him. Their military postures were standard, and their discipline was so strict that it was as if they had become Division Commander Du Shaoqing's subordinates. After being slightly stunned, he finally thought of something. He looked at Su Li's seat with a big laugh and waved his arms furiously. Su Li did not wear the sunglasses because he wanted to play the role of a famous ice general like Division Commander Du Shaoqing. Under such circumstances, he had long been mentally prepared to go on stage. However, the thickest nerves in the universe in his body were about to be burned out by the blazing gazes of the female celebrities and celebrities around him. As a result, his movements were so sluggish that it was as if he could not walk properly. In the midst of these seemingly tangible gazes and deafening applause, he finally stood up with difficulty and finally took off his sunglasses in front of the public for the first time. Seeing the familiar back of their leader appear in front of them, the members of Team 7 who had persisted for a long time heaved a sigh of relief. With a bang, they collectively stood up and began to line up on stage. At the end of the corridor of the Army General Hospital, there was a quiet and luxurious special ward. When the glass window was pushed open, one could see the trees in the deep spring just like in the past. Every spring, the trees would grow almost the same green leaves and finally turn into a familiar forest. There were no visible changes at all, and no onlookers could detect that they had aged. Bai Yulan glanced at the dense leaves illuminated by the street lights outside the window. He turned around and looked at his parents who had been sleeping on the hospital bed for many years. His parents had been poisoned by a gas leak many years ago. They had been in a coma and had never woken up. There were no changes, just like the trees outside the window. Usually, when Bai Yulan came to the hospital to watch over his parents, his mood would always be a little gloomy. However, he was in a good mood today. The scene on the TV screen made him smile from time to time. Of course, if the uninvited guest in front of him could leave earlier, that would be even better. Mr. Bai Yulan, I really want to know why you refused the long-term medical assistance provided by the Air Route Medical Foundation. It seems that your parents really need this assistance. A slightly chubby, middle-aged man wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked with a smile. The Thai family really has a lot of foundations. Bai Yulan took out a cigarette and lit it. He used his thumb to push away the thin hair in front of his forehead and said softly, "Since you are used to speaking in this obscure way, then I can explain it again. I'm very rich now." He raised his head, looked at the man, and said expressionlessly, "The first time the boss met me, he gave me 20 million renminbi. Although I spent a lot of money, and the boss doesn't count the money he spends, but after these 2 years, I still have more than 10 million renminbi left. If I use it sparingly, it should be enough in the future." The slightly chubby middle-aged man's eyes were slightly cold. He immediately smiled and said, "It is indeed a lot of money, but I still have the authority to issue this kind of amount. You must know that I am in charge of the account signing, and I directly serve Secretary Shun. You still refuse to sign this account. I'm under a lot of pressure. Can you tell me who your boss is?" From the beginning to the end, this foundation's agent didn't have any threatening words or strong actions, but his understatement revealed that the power he served was absolutely superior and powerful in the Federation. Bai Yulan's thin eyebrows slightly raised. Her face was covered with smoke. She smiled and asked, "You are new, right?" The slightly chubby middle-aged man was stunned. "The lieutenant colonel hiding behind the crowd is my boss." Bai Yulan pointed at the award ceremony on the TV and said, "My human relations is with the 17th Division, which used to be the 7th Division." It was quiet in the ward. Only the sound of the thick leaves rustling in the night wind could be heard. The fund agent took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead again. He said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. I just took over the business last month. There might be some mistakes in the connection. Sorry to disturb you." The man neatly walked to the door of the ward. When he was about to leave, he politely said, "I don't have the authority to deal with your business. It may be handled by Secretary Shun himself." Bai Yulan didn't pay attention to him. She turned around and looked out of the window. She flicked the cigarette ash onto the thick green leaves that stretched towards the window lattice. Chapter 543. On this night, the people on a night shift couldn't watch the Nebula Award ceremony. Naturally, it was unfortunate. A middle-aged female nurse in the corridor outside the ward had a troubled expression on her face, but had nothing to do with this. She looked at the smoke coming out from the crack of the door and frowned. She seemed to be hesitating whether or not to push the door open and stop the other party. As medical staff, they knew very well what kind of place the Army General Hospital was. An ordinary old man in a blue and white hospital gown, strolling under the shade of a tree, was an old military commander with outstanding military achievements. The woman waiting in the obstetrics and gynecology department was the daughter-in-law of the New Moon Base's commander. Big shots in the political world often came to the hospital for treatment or rest. In this place, any ordinary person could be in existence that they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. The officer smoking in the ward didn't seem to have any background, but he was able to book the intensive care unit for so many years and hire 6 special nurses. This kind of eccentric person with a lot of money, she didn't dare to offend him. At this moment, a young female nurse in her 20s walked over. Seeing the smoke in the ward, she frowned and asked unhappily, "He's smoking again?" On the television screen, Lan Xiaolong, who was wearing a neat military uniform, was speaking as an unofficial spokesperson to the guests below the stage and the audience outside the camera. He represented the entire Group 7 and said those golden words that made people's blood boil and goosebumps rise. By Magnolia, who was sitting by the bed, had a cigarette in his mouth. He turned around and looked at his old father, who was sleeping soundly. He suddenly took out the cigarette and blew a puff of smoke in his old father's face. He had a strange smile on his face as he thought to himself, "I wonder if you can smell the smell of this cigarette when you're unconscious." By Magnolia's Leda-like smell was the true embodiment of his strange personality. He never cared about what others thought of him. Naturally, he didn't think that blowing a smoke ring in the face of an unconscious and seriously ill old man would be strange and disrespectful. When a young nurse opened the door to the ward, she saw this scene. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and she scolded him in a low voice, "No smoking." By Yulan's gaze turned cold, as if a sharp knife had been unsheathed. When she turned around and saw that the person who had spoken was her, the sharpness in her eyes gradually disappeared. The young nurse had been in charge of this ward for more than 3 years. In these 3 years, he had never asked for her name. He had never even thought of asking for her name. He was too lazy to interact with the ordinary people in this society. However, perhaps it was because he was in a good mood tonight, or perhaps it was because of some other reason. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Have you always been this fierce?" The young nurse was stunned. Everyone in the hospital knew that this delicate yet frightening man never spoke to anyone other than to pay money and ask the doctor about his condition. She had never heard his voice before, but today he actually spoke. How am I fierce?" The young nurse suddenly became nervous and stuttered. Yulan smiled and continued to watch. On the TV screen, those familiar companions were standing on the stage uneasily. Standing under the spotlight, Su Lu stood silently in the crowd, as usual. However, today, he was not wearing sunglasses. His small eyes were full of spirit, sincere and amiable. At this moment, there must be countless people in the Federation staring at this plain and ordinary face, Yulan thought silently. Perhaps those people were like her, staring at the national girl behind him who wore a white veil that covered most of her face, just like when she was singing. 3 years ago, when I brought this guy to this hospital for the first time, you yelled at him to put out his cigarette. Yulan pointed at Su Lu on the TV screen and said, "In the Federation, there are fewer and fewer people who dare to do that to him. So I think that you are a very fierce woman by nature." The young nurse was stunned. She turned around to look at the TV screen and said doubtfully, "I have seen this person before. 2 years ago, he came to visit your family several times." When Yulan heard this, she suddenly became silent. Her fingers that were holding the cigarette froze. "His name is Su Lu, and he is my current commanding officer." The young nurse looked at the TV screen and finally understood what the man beside her was trying to say. She covered her mouth in disbelief to prevent herself from crying out. Immediately after, a sentence sounded in the ward, causing the young and beautiful nurse to become even more shocked. Yulan used the hand that was holding the cigarette to lift the black hair in front of her eyes. She looked at the nurse and smiled. "What is your name? Are you willing to marry me?" Countless light years away from S1, an extremely distant place that had long surpassed the Federation's territory. It was a place that was even more difficult to reach than the Bermuda Triangle. At the end of a long galaxy surrounded by countless stars, it was a place that was often described as the time period of 7 years. It was the left sky star region where the Empire was located. In the tallest building on Tianjing, an entire wall of LED screens was broadcasting the Federation's news channel. At this moment, it was the climax of the Nebula Award ceremony. The stage was filled with the excited members of Group 7 and some people beside them. No one would have thought that the Federation's TV signal would be able to travel so far across the galaxy and appear in the Empire's palace. Even more so, no one would have thought that the middle-aged man sitting in front of the sunflower oil painting screen would be silently watching all of this. The normal standard TV signal extended to the Empire Star region through the Gary Corridor Space Channel. Although it took the opportunity to travel through the long universe, the signal degradation was extremely serious. The Empire spent a lot of effort to successfully restore the data of these signals and send them to the military the Royal Intelligence Agency, and the imperial palace that was held high in the clouds by giant alloy pillars. However, this kind of data restoration was still not complete. In order to prevent the mosaics from damaging the great middle-aged man's vision, the technical department used rendering technology to fill in the color blocks. However, in this way, the TV image seemed to be coated with a layer of light, appearing somewhat hazy. It was as if another world was illusory, as if it could not be touched with one's hand, in front of the exaggerated and golden sunflower oil painting screen. The highest ruler of the empire still only left the lowly servant and the young officer kneeling on the ground with his back. This back was still valiant and filled with a chilling sense of oppression. The emperor of the empire stared at the scene of the awards ceremony on the screen of light. He stared at the national girl at the back of the crowd whose beautiful hair and face were completely hidden in the shadow of her hat. He stared at her left wrist and was silent for a long time before he suddenly sighed softly. His left hand rested on the back of the soft chair, slowly and silently tapping on the expensive Ladei calf leather. Below his fingertips was a vine stained with old bloodstains. I've always been thinking that since the Expeditionary Army was unable to capture this little girl, I don't know if I'll ever see her appear in front of me again in my lifetime. Of course, whether she's dead or alive. The Emperor of the Empire spoke in a calm tone, but his words were filled with a strong sense of unwillingness and mockery. Huai Chaoshi, who was kneeling on one knee behind the screen, could only remain silent. He did not need to be like the other officials and generals, constantly fawning over the emperor's emotions. The Federation was under the protection of the glory of the Charter. Even though the military's research had already achieved a breakthrough, he still did not dare to promise that he could infiltrate the Federation, capture or kill this girl, and bring back the bracelet. I approve of your plan, the middle-aged man in front of the screen said calmly. The Expeditionary Army was completely wiped out. The people of the Federation will have to pay a corresponding price for this. I will not ask for interest from them, but I will definitely make them suffer. Yes, Your Majesty. Huai Chaoshi thought of the plan jointly formulated by the military and the Royal Intelligence Agency. Even though he was calm and strong, he could not help but feel his heart beat faster. Walking out of the Imperial Palace, his military boots stepped on the self-propelled track leading to the military. His thin, even short figure was silent the entire way. When he passed through the security gate to undergo the strict inspection, there was not the slightest expression on his face. This was because he had been thinking about a certain question these days. He was thinking about the true reason behind the Emperor's decision back then. That female star of the Federation called Jian Shuer, what was so special about her that was worth paying attention to? What was the significance of the bracelet on her wrist? Regarding this point, the Emperor had never discussed it, and no one dared to ask him. Thousands of Empire soldiers had shed blood in foreign lands because of this inexplicable reason. Huai Caoshi's emotions were not as calm as they appeared on the surface. Previously, he had also watched the broadcast of the Federation's award ceremony. He had no interest in this kind of ceremony that was full of the Federation's unique hypocrisy and propaganda flavor. All of his attention was on Jian Shuer. He also noticed the young lieutenant colonel of the Federation in front of Jian Shuer. According to the Royal Intelligence Agency's intelligence, this person should be a war hero that the federal military focused on cultivating. He should have a complicated relationship with the Empire's biggest enemy in Philadelphia. However, the Emperor and him did not pay too much attention to Sulu. For people of high status like them, this kind of person was really too insignificant. Deep underground of the Empire's military headquarters, it is my honor to report that the test of the new mecha has been completed. Regarding this, we are very grateful that you personally tested the mecha. A scientist's expression was humble but extremely excited as he reported. Hearing this very important good news, Huai Chaoshi, who had a cold expression, finally showed a trace of a smile. The Minister of Military Affairs, Prince Bo Wu, looked at him with a smile and said, "The success of the joint micro-engine technology in reality is due to your great contribution. His Majesty has given the naming rights to you. It seems that before you depart, you should quickly think of a better-sounding name." The entire universe knew that His Majesty the Emperor favored this young officer. Prince Bowu did not feel any jealousy in his heart. In fact, other than this young officer, there was no one more suitable to name the most advanced mecha of the Empire. Wolf Fong. Huai Chaoshi did not think too much and directly answered. The excited researchers were stunned. The chief scientist of the mecha development said with a trembling voice, "Although it is quite common, it is very suitable for the new mecha's combat style. You don't have to explain. I know this name is very common." Huai Chaoshi narrowed his eyes and said, "But in my opinion, mecha are used for battle. The name does not matter. P.S. I've been writing seriously recently. I know, I didn't want to ask for votes, but I felt that it would look much better to be in the top 10 of the monthly votes list. That's why I'm seriously asking for votes. I still have some left, so please give me a few. Thank you very much. PS2. I seriously recommend Skeleton's new book, Armstorm. I should have released it many days ago, but I was so busy that I completely forgot about it. It's a very popular book, and it has always been the #1 on the new book list. If I were to release it now, it would be a bit awkward. I hope he also forgot about it. Haha, here is the official advertising message. Wang Tong was about to embark on a youthful and beautiful university life, but what awaited him was the contract to sell himself to Norton. Norton was attacked by a large number of Zergs, and its defense was instantly reduced to nothing. What awaited Wang Tong was the harsh environment of 5 times the gravity, the ravaging of Zergs, the lack of food and water, isolation and helplessness, the mysterious space crystal, the power of the Blade Warrior. The 256-point ultimate tactics of the Blade? Wang Tong had to fight for his life against an honest and low-level robot and a ghost who was full of nonsense. Skeleton would like to share with you a story filled with passion and passion. The new book, Armstorm, book number 1562523. Chapter 544. How are the preparations going over there? Huai Chaoshi retracted her gaze from the mecha blueprint and asked her uncle softly, "A year ago, His Majesty allowed me to go over there. I hope you won't try to stop me." The Empire's military minister, Prince Bowu, had a strange expression on his face. He looked at him and sighed. Everything is going according to the original plan. There should be no problems with the analysis of the Royal Intelligence Agency and the military department. The key now is that we have to wait for the brave hero bloodline to send back information from the Federation. Still the second target? Huai Chaoshi frowned and asked. That's right. The target is currently debriefing at S1. According to past practice, he will depart for Silin in about a month. Prince Bowu said slowly. Li Pifu has been hiding beside Feiqing Lake. He won't appear at that time. If we choose this old man as our target, I'm worried that Keaton's mid-level fleet won't be able to complete their mission. There's no real god in the universe. Hearing the name of the Federation's war god, Huai Chaoshi's eyebrows suddenly rose. Then she immediately calmed down and said indifferently. Prince Bowu had a cold expression on his face. It was rare for him to raise an objection. If he's not a god, how can he erase my father from reality? Huai Chaoshi remained silent. The previous emperor of the empire had been assassinated by Li Bufu on the battlefield. This was the most shocking and humiliating event in the history of the empire. In the face of this fact, even if she hated him to the core, she had to admit that he was a terrifying person. After a moment of silence, Huai Chaoshi said coldly, His Majesty asked the military and the Royal Intelligence Bureau to ensure the safety of that hero. Even if they have to give up on this mission, they will do it. Prince Bowu frowned. The military had been preparing this revenge plan for more than a year. No one wanted to see them give up on it. However, he also understood His Majesty's feelings. After Prince Doring was exposed, the Federation's Bureau of Proclamation had destroyed all the seeds that Fan Xian planted. That hero hiding in the Federal Military's Intelligence Department might be the last one. His Majesty is talking about the backup plan. The plan will be executed as usual. Please tell Prince Keaton to prepare his fleet. Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and said, The time to make the Federation bleed is coming. Half an hour later, The ordinary-looking young officer of the Imperium boarded an ordinary-looking spaceship in the secret base of the military headquarters. His short hair was messy due to the strong wind on the tarmac and was stuffed into his military cap. Just like how his ordinary-looking appearance hid his noble identity, this ordinary-looking spaceship was, in fact, the latest superspeed spaceship specially made by the Empire's royal family. This spaceship would fly at the fastest speed to the edge of the star system that was filled with the turbulence of the warp hole. When he arrived, he would become the most ordinary soldier and follow the Empire's revenge fleet that they had been preparing for a long time to carry out a bloody mission that was originally a bit whimsical, but was now very clear and real. Huai Chaoshi took off her epaulets and all the small items that could reveal her identity. She picked up a cup of fragrant coffee and sat by the porthole. She looked at the silent and eternal stars outside the window and narrowed her eyes. He had seen the information about the star system on the Federation side before, but it was still unfamiliar to him, so he was curious and looked forward to it. This feeling was just like when he saw the national girl on the screen in the palace. At this moment, the young officer suddenly remembered the young Federation officer behind Jiansha, who didn't leave a deep impression on him. It was said that this person and Li Pifu's grandson were known as the strongest mecha warriors of the Federation's younger generation. Huai Caoshi's eyes narrowed again. She thought with some regret that she probably wouldn't be able to encounter this person in this mission. Not being able to kill a war hero of the Federation was truly a pity. The Nebula Award ceremony had just ended when Su Lu and Jiansha silently disappeared from everyone's sight. Many people noticed this and tried to find their figures, but on such an exciting night, everyone's attention was immediately diverted to the several grand celebratory banquets that were going to be held later. With the help of the Federal Central Computer, Su Lu had a good understanding of the architectural layout of the George Carlin Foundation's central building, as well as the security measures tonight. Just like hiding a cat in his own attic, he led Jiansha and walked easily and freely in the darkness, avoiding everyone's gaze. They passed through layer after layer of security and arrived at an abandoned door in the shadows of the side of the building. Jiansha's hand was held by him the whole time, and she kept looking at his back curiously. This guy's hands were full of calluses, and his back was very firm. His posture when he was sneaking away with her was calm and confident, as if the dark stairs and old-fashioned door locks before them didn't exist. The palms of the two hands holding each other were slightly damp. Facing her now, Su Lu naturally didn't feel the panic and helplessness of facing his idol, but holding her hand was still nervous. Along the way, the two of them didn't speak. It wasn't that the young man and woman were letting the ambiguity fester in the dark. On the contrary, it was a kind of closeness that only family members could have, which made the two of them more and more accustomed to each other's existence. At least, that was the case for Jianshui. Apart from her family in Philadelphia, this was the first time she had such trust, closeness, and even a natural sense of familiarity. This was the same feeling she had when she was in the hospital. The abandoned iron door still had an extremely complicated electronic lock, but under Su Li's fingers and the small tools he carried with him, the electronic lock only resisted for less than 10 seconds before it clicked and unbuckled. It had no choice but to give way. A black car was parked outside the door. The door opened automatically, and Su Lu and Jianshu got in. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the dark back seat. The voice was unusually calm, but because of this calmness, it revealed a kind of temperament and pride that could only be cultivated over thousands of years. Even if it was Mr. Pabre, I wouldn't have waited for so long. Su Lu looked at the slightly thin face of his friend in the rear-view holographic screen and said with a smile, "This is normal. In my opinion, you're more important than Mr. President. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't speak in such an annoying tone." Tai Zuan leaned against the back of the seat and closed his eyes to rest. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he said slowly, "I've already given up the front passenger seat. What are you still not satisfied with?" Jianshui didn't say anything. She just watched the two young men bicker with great interest. In the uppermost circle of the Federation, There had always been rumors about the friendship between the young master of the Tai family and Lieutenant Colonel Sulu. Many people didn't believe this to be true, including Jian Shui-er. Although she wasn't the daughter of an aristocratic family, she was the daughter of the god of war. She knew very well how difficult it was for someone like Tai Ziyuan to gain the friendship of ordinary people. However, when she saw it with her own eyes today, she realized that the friendship between these two men was actually deeper than many people thought. This kind of friendship must be extremely difficult to maintain. Jiansha narrowed her eyes slightly and couldn't help but admire the two of them. The Li family spaceship encountered a space storm, so its speed will be a bit slower. We don't have to wait for him. Su Li's hands were firmly on the steering wheel as he drove the black car towards the train station. It's your honor to meet this seventh young master. Tai Ziyuan opened his eyes and looked at the rumored couple in front of him with the help of the streetlights outside the car window. After a slight smile, he realized that it was only at this moment that he could completely relax. Sulu understood what he wanted to say, so he smiled and nodded as a reply. However, he had a strange feeling in his heart. He never understood the relationship between the seven great families, but he knew very well that Tai Ziyuan's existence was completely different from the other descendants of the families. Whether it was the seemingly prominent successors of the other families, or even Tai Ziyuan himself, they all tacitly agreed that he was different and superior. The black car drove steadily in the spring breeze. At about the same time, Bai Yulan quietly left the Army General Hospital with a card with a nurse's phone number written on it. She got into a taxi and softly said to the driver, "Old train station." 10 minutes later, at the Nebula Award Ceremony Celebration Banquet, the members of Team 7 had just entered the banquet hall. They were cautious and didn't pick up the dishes, but they tried to straighten their backs and strike up a conversation with the beautiful female celebrities. At this time, they felt a slight numbness in their waists. The expressions of the members slightly changed. They raised their wrists at the same time and looked at the field command system communication displayed on their military watches. Almost at the same time, they put down the wine glasses in their hands and resolutely retreated under the burning gazes of the female celebrities. They quickly left the banquet hall and quickly drove towards the airport. This was an old-style sightseeing train line. It used antique railway cars, but the interior decoration was unusually luxurious. The railway company focused on the nostalgic style of the dynasty, hoping to offset the disadvantage of speed with comfort. However, in today's Federation, where time and money were completely equal, there weren't many people willing to take this kind of train. Sulu, Tai Ziyuan, and Jian Shui-er. These three people had completely different personalities and backgrounds, but were the most outstanding young people in certain fields in the Federation. At this time, they were like ordinary passengers, sitting in the slightly undulating and swaying carriage. The electric circuit outside the window swept back, and under the night lights, a few birds could be faintly seen resting on the electric wires as if they were sleeping. Tai Ziyuan looked out of the window with a calm expression. He didn't hide the interest and relaxation in his eyes. Ordinary means of transportation were already an extravagant hope for him, not to mention this old-style train. He didn't turn around and said, "I originally thought that you would choose to eat in Linyuan. I heard from Shun Li that you seem to like the food there. I prefer the scenery in Linyuan." Sulu replied. Linyuan was good, but unfortunately, there were too many people who could recognize their identity. The three of them traveling together was too conspicuous, so he chose another place. Tai Ziyuan turned around and frowned. The Ishui Bay you chose is the latest place that Lin Banshan is taking care of. I heard that it's very lively these days. You know, I don't like lively places. I asked Secretary Jiao to help me book it. It should be very quiet. Sulu picked up the teacup and took a sip, his eyes slightly narrowed. He knew that Bai Magnolia had arrived. The theme of this trip to Ishui Bay was to meet up with old friends. He also wanted to do something, by the way. The two experts from Bermuda were dead, but there was still some aftermath to clean up. This was something that he had thought about when he was at the front line in the Westwoods. In fact, even if he didn't do it, those people who were angry because of his assassination would do it. Chapter 5:45. The next day, the train arrived in South Kazhou. When Su Lu and the other two walked out of the station, the black car, without a logo, had been quietly waiting for a long time. Back then, he would have shuddered at such a supernatural scene. However, after living in the capital ring for many years, he was mostly surrounded by people like Tai Ziyuan and Li Xiaodong. Naturally, he knew that many things that were incomprehensible to ordinary citizens were just a matter of a glance to those at the top of society. South Kazhou had the largest wetland reserve in S1. At the end of the long grass was the tranquil sea, famous for its beautiful scenery. The place they were going to today was a quiet manor on the shore of the tranquil sea, in the midst of dense forests and meadows. The black car drove through the entrance of the manor without a sign. They had gone through the cumbersome authorization code verification in advance, so they were not questioned. The manor covered a large area. The west side was the tranquil sea, and the north side was facing a slowly rising hillside. There were forests in the mountains and sand by the sea. Between the green forests and white sand, there was the smell of water blowing from the direction of the wetland. There were also countless white birds flying in between. The road was so long that it seemed to have no end. Walking along the side of the shallow water, after going around a certain mountain pass, the line of sight suddenly opened up. A vast and calm blue ocean and a lonely hillside in the middle of the vast expanse of heaven and earth suddenly appear before their eyes, causing them to be unable to help but feel refreshed and refreshed. Taizuan leaned lazily on the back seat. This posture was completely inconsistent with the strict family education he had received since childhood. Even his voice became a little relaxed. Something else? Lin Banshan's name has always been a little stylish. He hid the words mountains and rivers behind it, so that people who come in can fill in the four words in front of them. Something else, mountains and rivers, was the name of the manor. Lin Banshan, a member of the 7 great families of noble birth, had burst out laughing in the past. It was unknown how many earth-shattering events he had caused in the Federation and Bermuda. However, his interest in his leisure time had always remained in the courtyard. Lin Garden was like that, and so was this manor. Even if it was just a hobby in his spare time, it was a structure that the elders of the Lin family deliberately imitated, and Wood Valley Manor could not compare. It's rare for the 7 great clans to produce such a talented person like him. But in the end, he only puts his mind on these trivial matters. Tai Ziyuan commented on the owner of this place, shaking his head and sighing. The small matter he was talking about was not only referring to the Garden Rest House, but also the vast underground industry under Lin Banshan. In his opinion, compared to the structure of the Federation or the universe, these things could only ever be small paths that led astray. They would never be able to step onto the real stage, so he didn't really agree. Or rather, he felt that it was a pity that Lin Banshan had wasted his energy on this. Other manors were located in a remote area. As Lin Banshan's property, not many people in the entire Federation could afford to spend here, so it had always been quiet and peaceful. But today, for some reason, faint laughter and music could be heard from the beach buildings on the left side of the long forest road. Sula narrowed his eyes and glanced in that direction. He didn't answer Tai Ziyuan's sigh and continued to drive steadily. The car followed the flat road, passing by the sea and going straight into the meadow, hillside, and forest. There were no more noises, only the early chirping of cicadas and the late birds, and the low and soft grinding sound of the tires. At the top of the hillside was a manicured but still natural lawn, and further ahead was the most beautiful natural reef bay in the calm sea. Under the wide floor-to-ceiling glass, the 3 of them quietly ate delicious food, occasionally chatting and occasionally looking out of the window, letting the scenery of the bay enter their eyes. The old man did make a statement, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't support Mr. President's plan to attack the empire. I think he probably feels that now is not the time for him to show up. Jianshe looked at the 3 stalks of golden chrysanthemums spinning in the glass of water and said with a smile, "In fact, the official residence and the Ministry of National Defense arranged last night's performance, which has already helped a lot in this matter. You showed up, and I also sang, so Mr. President should be satisfied." The light fragrance of white maple would fill the small villa, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows. There were only the three of them here, and all the servants had already left, so they didn't need to be too careful when talking. In front of the young master of the Tai family, although Jianshu didn't hide her relationship with the Philadelphia family, she also didn't call the great military god of the Federation old man. The people at the top of the Federation, such as the core of the seven great families, such as the leaders of the parliament and the military, were very clear about the close relationship between the national girl Jianshu and the Lees of Philadelphia. But most of them couldn't figure out what this relationship was. Tai Ziyuan was different. The relationship between the back of the mountain and the Philadelphia family started a few decades ago, and the relationship was complicated and tangled. The madam knew about the existence of Jianshu for a long time, so he naturally knew about it as well. But at this time, seeing that this beautiful superstar didn't want to say it, he naturally didn't want to say it. President Pabre pushed you and your subordinates to the front of the stage. I believe that even if you have a slow political sense, you will understand this method. He gently wiped the corner of his mouth, drank some water, and calmly said, if there's an anti-war trend in the Federation in the future, no matter which class started the trend, your opinion will become very important. When Su Lu was ordering, he very tastelessly ordered a large plate of his own creative dish Caspian caviar with rice and a large pot of gata coffee. At this time, he was eating noisily when he suddenly heard his two friends suddenly bring the topic to such a high level. He couldn't help but choke. After coughing, he puffed out his cheeks and said, my opinion is very important because you in Group 7 are now idol-level figures in the hearts of the people. Tai Ziyuan said with slight mockery, although you are idols, this is already a fact. The most important thing is that in the eyes of many people, your opinion to a certain extent represents the opinion of the old man of the Philadelphia family. You have to know that to this day, even I don't know the true relationship between you and the old man, let alone other people. Let's stop this topic. Su Lu poured a cup of coffee and said, I said before that this is a secret I can't tell you. Jian Shuier heard these words and faintly smiled. She was incomparably beautiful. Tian Hai Ching Wang, both inside and outside the floor-to-ceiling window, instantly seemed to be attracted to her body. Tai Ziyuan's eyes flashed with a sliver of praise. He immediately looked at Su Lu and calmly asked, why do you want to help Mr. President? Because he's your family's business partner? Su Lu shrugged and said, not everything needs a reason of benefit. This matter has nothing to do with anyone. I'm just doing things according to my opinion. In my opinion, if the Federation wants to obtain true peace, it must attack the Empire's homeland and beat the other side until they don't dare to start a war again. He looked at the two people around the table and very seriously said, this understanding is something I learned from Commander Zhong. Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment. He did not continue this boring question. He looked at the high-quality almond pastry on his silver fork and frowned slightly. I still think the scallion pastry you used to buy is better. Jian Shuier softly added from the side, I've snuck out with Sister Tong to eat at the night market a few times. Those scallion pastry really is delicious, just that it's a little too strong. At that time, in Yue University's H1 Mecha Combat Room, Su Lu would often use scallion pastry and plain porridge to exchange for Tai Ziyuan's gata coffee and Caspian caviar many nights. These interesting past events were admittedly the beginning of the two's friendship, but they also illustrated the difference in their growth experiences. Now, hearing Tai Ziyuan and Jian Shuier praise him so seriously, he couldn't help but frown as he glanced at the black caviar in front of him. He didn't pretentiously sympathize with these two pampered children for not having the happy lives of ordinary people. He only lamented that, deep down, he was still a poor boy. How's Yuzi doing right now? When exactly are you two getting married? Tai Ziyuan suddenly raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. Hearing this, Jian Shuiyer's eyes lit up slightly. She looked quietly at Su Lu. She knew that this crown prince was trying to tease her and Su Lu, but for some reason, she really wanted to hear the answer from Su Li's mouth. Su Lu raised his head and stared at Tai Ziyuan. She's not your crown princess candidate right now. Naturally, It has something to do with someone else. As for other things, I can't be bothered to explain them to you. The affairs of a human world were very strange. When they had first met in Linhai, Redcoat, Zoyu was definitely an existence that made one angry and disgraceful. However, as the years passed, their relationship had long since changed. Now, thinking of Tai Ziyuan's attitude back then, how she had stopped his black car on the highway and wept to her heart's content, he actually felt that Zoyu wasn't worth it. He felt that it was unfair for her, and he felt resentment towards Tai Ziyuan. She was my only normal friend when I was young. Tai Ziyuan spread out his hands and said, "It seems that this world is becoming more and more complicated. Just pretend I didn't ask." After a night of train, a sea breeze, a simple meal, and a chat, the rare gathering of friends had come to an end. Tai Ziyuan looked at Su Lu and said calmly, "The attitude you want to express to those old guys doesn't need me to be a witness. I won't watch that play later. There's still some things I need to take care of at home. I'll leave after sitting for a while." "You've appeared with me. That's already a witness," Su Lu replied with a smile, not saying the words, "thank you." Tai Ziyuan shrugged his shoulders in a very casual manner. He put the wet towel on the table and reminded him, "Don't kill him." Tai Yuan naturally knew very well about the assassination attempt on Commander Zhong and Su Lu in Sunset State in Westwoods. However, after the assassination attempt in Linhai State Stadium, this young prince had always maintained a kind of blind trust in Su Lu. He didn't believe that those stupid guys could hurt Su Lu. Since that was the case, why should he care? Jian Shui didn't understand what they were talking about. She shrugged her shoulders helplessly like the men and used the edge of her palm to adjust the brim of her hat. She smiled sweetly and said, "I have to leave first. The school has a mock exam in New Moon Base tomorrow." Chapter 546. The sunlight passed through the white curtain and shone into the bed. Lin Dohai frowned and cursed in disgust. He then got up and washed up. He casually put on a set of silk and linen pajamas and walked out of the room. Listening to the laughter and music coming from the seaside, the corner of his lips slightly raised, revealing a happy smile. Last autumn, he, Zhong Ziqi, and Nanming Xiu had arranged for that assassination in Sunset Province. Under the silent gazes of the important figures, the successors of the two great families and the son of the anti-government leader of Azure Dragon Mountain used the power of their families. In the end, they still couldn't kill that person. After that, Nan Mingxiu was kidnapped back to Green Dragon Mountain. Zhong Ziqi was banished back to Jingwei, and he was directly escorted back to the S3 family manor by the elders of the family from the Westland Horsefield until a month ago. Although he was no longer under house arrest, there were still many places he couldn't go. The attitude of the Lin family was still cautious and even a little nervous, completely unlike the indifferent attitude of the 1,000-year-old family. From this point, it could be seen that they were afraid of Su Lu and the old man behind him. This kind of day was very distressing. Lin Dohai took a cup of specially brewed wine and sat on the deck chair in the sea breeze. There was a trace of resentment in his heart. The elders silently watched them do this, but in the end, they, the young people, had to bear the consequences of failure. His fingers slid across the smooth crystal cup. He thought of the woman's creamy skin last night and smiled with satisfaction. However, this smile immediately disappeared because he thought of his fiancée who had broken off the engagement. Although the marriage between the 7 families was not as rigid as within the empire, it represented the respect between each other and had a very strong sense of ceremony. However, Lin Banshin's words made the marriage between the Nan family and the Lin family disappear. The elders of the family were not willing to provoke that lousy disciple, so they could only transfer the pressure and reprimand to him. Lin Dohai's fingers holding the cup slightly tightened, and a faint resentment appeared between his eyebrows. He hated his elder brother, but he hated Su Lu even more for making Nan Xiangmei jump out of her gentle nature and dare to say no. "You don't seem to be in a good mood." A young woman of about 30 years of age leisurely walked over and sat beside him with a smile. The traces of time had indeed left some traces on her cheeks, but those traces did not reveal the vicissitudes of life. Instead, they were filled with a mature charm, causing the eyes and hearts of men who saw her to be unable to help but be greatly moved. Lin Dohai nodded politely. He didn't answer her question, nor did he stare at her like he was used to playing the role of a young master. He knew very well that this woman, namely Feirong, was not someone he could touch. In the past few days in the manor, this woman had carefully taken care of his life. For example, last night, she was a shy young flower. Lin Dohai stared blankly at the sea. There were beautiful sceneries, delicious food, and beautiful women in the manor. As long as he wanted something, he could find it. However, after staying there for several days, he felt that his body was about to become rusty from the sea breeze. He always wanted to go out for a walk. Even those friends who had just returned and gathered a few times couldn't make his mood happy. "Sister Rongrong, what are those guys playing at?" he asked. The young woman smiled sweetly and said, "What else could it be? Just those things that men like." A strange expression flashed across Lin Dohai's face. His friends in the buildings over there had been drinking all night. Naturally, they would be more presumptuous. However, the young people who could enter this manor had their own backgrounds and knew the rules of the owner. They wouldn't dare to mess around, right? He was still depressed. He frowned and turned his wine glass. As long as Su Lu was popular in the Federation, he would be depressed. However, it seemed that it would be more and more difficult to kill this guy. "I really want to play gliding." Lin Dohai stared at the empty sea and imagined his favorite scene of flying over Bitao at low altitude. He said angrily, "He's in Bermuda now. How would he know what we're doing?" Li Feirong spread her hands and said nothing, indicating that she was sorry that she couldn't help. Lin Dohai didn't lose his temper. He just looked at Kong Hai silently. There were no electric devices on the shoreline of the manor because his brother didn't like the manor to be too noisy. He respected the woman beside him because she was his brother's woman. The reason why this woman respected and treated him so well was because she had always wanted to be his brother's woman for more than a decade. Lin Dohai took a sip of the wine and thought to himself in a slightly mocking manner. There were many truths in the world that needed to be explained by these awkward words. Just like taking a mountain road, you always had to take a lot of detours before you could drive to the top of the mountain. Su Lun never took a detour. On Tiger Mountain Road, he slashed people with his sword, and in the research lab, he only swung his hand in a straight line. From Dong Lin to the Capitol Ring, out of Flowing Wind Slope, and into the Foundation Building, he was used to walking in a straight line. This couldn't be said to be a heroic spirit, but there was a certain biting sense of stubbornness. After coming down from the top of the mountain, he drove the black car and drove along the road to the buildings by the sea. The complex area of the manor was divided by security. The black car was completely ignored, but with the help of the old man, no automatic alarm sounded. There was a door on the outside of the building. Su Lu pushed the door open and entered without a sound. The security guard by the door was slightly shocked. He went forward to ask, but didn't get any answer. He tried to stop him, but he was shocked by the young man's expression. In just a moment, the young man had walked far away. Looking at the back that made him feel a little scared, the security guard didn't hesitate to press the alarm button. However, there was still no alarm. None of the armed security guards, who were vigilant 24 hours a day, came out. Facing the sea breeze, the spring forest, and the buildings in the spacious area hidden in the forest, no security guards appeared. It was quiet all around, only the sound of the sea breeze tangling with the trees. At this moment, the heavily guarded door was completely open to Su Lu. The scene felt a little strange. Su Lu, who was walking in a straight line toward a certain place by the sea, suddenly felt a low-frequency buzzer hidden in his ear. He stood under a big tree for a moment and connected to the phone signal that had been filtered by 7 groups of filters. He has already left. Let's meet again next time. Li Xiaodong's cold and regretful voice came from the other end of the phone. It's a pity that it's so difficult to meet the Crown Prince. Forget it. I'm at the periphery of the manor. The car will come in soon. Let's have a good drink. I have something to do first. Holding the phone, Su Lu looked at the faintly visible buildings in front of him and listened to the faint drumbeat of music. He said, "I think it's not convenient for you to follow me. You can wait in the restaurant for a while." After saying this, he hung up the phone. In the car outside the manor, Li Xiaodong stared at the phone in a daze. He was silent. Then he quickly dialed the numbers of several people in the family and confirmed some of the things he was worried about. His fair face became extremely shocked. He said to the driver in a cold voice, "Go to the seaside villa as soon as possible." While seventh young master Li was trying to stop something from happening, Su Lu had already walked alone into the seaside garden surrounded by white and yellow crow-style buildings. The garden occupied a large area. White stones and white sand were next to the clear water. The sun was shining brightly, and the scenery was very beautiful. The background music that reverberated around was controlled by an electronic central control, ensuring that the best sound quality could be heard in every villa. It played from the entrance to the seaside. It was the designer's proudest masterpiece. However, as Su Lu walked into the garden, the background music seemed to be disturbed by his footsteps and fell silent. Wherever he walked, the music was silent. Only the sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer. There were some puzzled voices in the various villas. A few young men in luxurious clothes rubbed their tired faces after sex and walked to the window and the balcony to look into the garden. Then they saw a man in military uniform walking toward a deck chair by the seaside. The music stopped with his footsteps. This scene was very shocking. Gu Shifeng stopped the music. Su Lu, who was in the middle of the garden, said to the system, "Today is not a movie shoot, and you're not by Ziming. I don't need this kind of entrance ceremony." Following these words, the music by the seaside stopped. Below the salty wind and the cheerful water birds, the people in the villas watched this scene in shock. Su Lu walked to 10 meters in front of the deck chair and stopped. At some point, 4 bodyguards with guns appeared around the deck chair and stared at him vigilantly. Lin Dohai, who was sitting on the deck chair, looked at this person who suddenly appeared. He was so shocked that he could not speak. He wanted to sit up, but he found that his waist and legs were weak. His knuckles, which were holding the cup, were pale because of nervousness. Su Lu did not look at the bodyguards with guns. His eyes fell on the deck chair and looked at the young man who tried to kill him. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I really admire you. Your family's elders know to avoid my revenge, but you still dare to come out and play." Lin Dohai did not speak. He slowly put the crystal cup on the short table beside him. It took him a lot of effort to prevent the specially brewed wine at the bottom of the cup from spilling out. "What do you want to do?" Looking at Su Lu, who was not far in front of him, he felt an unprecedented sense of fear. He felt that his throat was very painful and his voice was hoarse. The 4 bodyguards stared at him vigilantly and carefully reached for their holsters. They believed in their own strength and shouldn't be afraid of this unarmed man in front of them. However, the silence outside and the young master's expression proved to them that this person was dangerous. "Put away your guns." The nominal owner of the manor, Madame Li Feirong, walked over expressionlessly and said calmly, "Even the Mecca of the Empire can't do anything to Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, let alone a few guns." Chapter 547. The residence on the mountain was reserved by Secretary Jiao of the Ministry of National Defense. Based on the rules that had started with Lin Yuan, Li Feirong did not inquire about the details of the guest. Only when she saw the other person appear in front of her silently, firmly, and dangerously did she know who the other person was. This woman, who was like water with a hidden charm, was able to guard a figure like Lin Banshan for more than 10 years and was qualified to take care of the sea garden for him. Other than proving her peerless appearance and the man's love for her, it was also a great affirmation of her ability. Looking at Su Lu, she smiled slightly and said those words. The originally extremely tense atmosphere seemed to be about to develop in the direction of relaxation. However, unexpectedly, the young man in front of her did not respond at all to her words. He only looked at Lin Dohai on the recliner. The sea breeze blew gently. The corners of Li Feirong's eyes curled up beautifully, adding a trace of enchantment. However, her mood gradually became cold and slightly mocking. She was very clear about Su Li's background and origins. Naturally, she had to value him, but it could not be said to be reverence. It was probably because of the influence of that broken door. She had always believed that the heroes created by the government were much less dangerous than the true heroes because they were bound by many inner laws. Because of this, she felt somewhat unhappy and disdainful toward the attitude that Su Lu displayed at this time. Lin Dohai's friends walked out of the lock-style seaside residence. There were not many of them, but the slight mockery and displeasure on their faces seemed to be molded from the same mold. This guy was the Federation war hero? What a tacky title. These nobles had more or less heard about Su Li's deeds and knew about his vague background. They might even have been sternly warned by their elders. However, in their eyes, rumors were always rumors. This young officer in front of them who had seized all the glory of the Federation suddenly broke into their world today and provoked them with such a cold and valiant attitude. Due to some psychological reasons, they especially had to show their confidence and disdain. But there was one person in the crowd who stood out from the rest. Shi Peng, whose eyes were sunken, looked at Su Lu, who was standing alone by the sea, and shouted in surprise, "Boss." As the favorite nephew of the vice-chairman of the Federation, he naturally had the qualifications to be a guest of the young master of the Lin family. After a few nights of partying and exhaustion, he suddenly saw his former superior appear in front of him, which made him extremely shocked. He subconsciously called out as per usual, but after shouting, he was somewhat unaccustomed to the fact that he had already left Group 7. Su Li's appearance today was obviously aimed at Lin Dohai. It was definitely related to the assassination in the West Woods Sunset Province. Shi Peng's expression suddenly became somewhat embarrassed and uneasy. She silently looked at Su Lu for a while and then retreated behind her friends. If this was a camp between one person and a group of people, he didn't want to stand on the opposite side of the boss, but he also didn't have a way to deal with his companions. "Su Lu, I've tolerated you for many years." Wearing a nightgown, Lin Dohai finally suppressed the fear in his heart and stood up. His cheeks were slightly pale, and he said in a low voice, "If you have the ability, you could try to kill me today." Among the nobles present, there were cousins of the South Minister's family, relatives of the Yi family, and officers who had just returned from the front lines. Behind them were armed bodyguards. Uncle Kong and the family special guard should be on their way, but Su Lu in front of them was only one person and didn't seem to have any weapons. More importantly, this seaside manor was called Other Mountains and Rivers, and it belonged to a man called Lin Banshan. No matter what their relationship was, no one could deny that he was Lin Banshan's younger brother. It was because of these reasons that Lin Dohai finally recovered some of the bearing of a successor of a 1,000-year-old family. Hearing these words, Su Li's thick eyebrows rose. These people were born high and mighty. It seemed that all of their logic was chaotic. You tried to kill me, but the result was that you had tolerated me for many years? The moment his eyebrows rose, Li Feirong felt a strange feeling for no reason. She suppressed the trace of anger in her heart and looked at Su Lu with a smile. "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, perhaps there is some misunderstanding between you and Dohai. I think we should find a convenient place to talk." In her view, no matter how valiant and cold Su Li's performance was today, or even if he brought the legendary Group 7 to control the security of Other Mountains and Mountains, he couldn't really kill Lin Dohai in front of so many people. After showing his attitude, there was always a need for negotiations, and negotiations naturally needed a quieter place. However, she was wrong about the most important thing. Even if Su Lu wanted to negotiate with someone, these nobles by the sea, Lin Dohai and her, were not qualified to negotiate with him. "You can decide between me and him?" Su Lu looked at the charming young woman and asked, "If you can't, please don't interrupt." A trace of shame and anger flashed between Li Feirong's eyebrows. In the final analysis, her status came from Lin Banshan's favor. Others respected and feared her because of this. However, if someone was not afraid of Lin Banshan's favor, the situation would naturally become like this. The trace of shame and anger was restrained, but it was too late to turn into a graceful bearing and calm demeanor. The emotion froze on her face for a moment because she heard the news from the manor's transportation department in her earpiece. Just now, the Blackhawk Company's helicopter combat team landed next to the mountain residence and picked up the young guest inside. Then, a military helicopter painted with the logo of the 1st Military Region's Secret Service Brigade landed and picked up the other female guest. Black Hawk Company was a young man who had dinner with Su Lu in the mountain residence, the rumored crown prince. Who was the female guest? She dared to use a military helicopter as a means of transportation. Thinking of these questions, Li Feirong looked at Su Lu in front of her and realized that she could not control the situation brought by this young officer at all. However, she still smiled and stood in front of Su Lu because she had to ensure Lin Dohai's safety. On the one hand, she was very concerned about the feelings of the elders of the Lin family. More importantly, if something happened to Lin Dohai, she did not know how to explain it to Lin Banshan. Just as Li Feirong's brain was quickly turning, thinking about how to solve the current situation, but she was angry because she could not see what Su Lu wanted. Someone in the crowd by the sea could no longer stand Su Li's silent oppression and made a move. A son of an aristocratic family who had just been promoted to major because of killing enemies on the front line put his hand on the holster and said to Su Lu in a low voice, "Lieutenant Colonel Su." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out in the quiet seaside manner, making it seem especially arrogant. The man's words stopped abruptly before he finished. His right hand in the holster was accurately hit by a high-speed bullet from afar. With a crack, his wrist bone broke. The young major held his wrist and painfully rolled to the ground. He screamed miserably, and beads of sweat rolled down his face like soybeans. "This is not your business." Su Lu looked around at the people around him, whose expressions had changed drastically. He stretched out his finger and said, "Don't do anything that might arouse suspicion, because I can't guarantee what kind of bullet the next time will be." The moment the crisp and distant sound of a sniper rifle rang out, the 4 bodyguards of the Lin family quickly surrounded Lin Daohai. Then, they quickly used their eyes to search for the position of the sniper. At the same time, they were shocked by the silence of their colleagues on the periphery. Nervousness shrouded their hearts, and coupled with their professional judgment, they really did not reach for their holsters again. Li Feirong finally could not control her expression. She stared at Su Lu and said in a cold voice, "Do you know whose manor this is? Do you know whose younger brother he is? How dare you shoot in this place? If you studied me." Su Lu looked into the woman's eyes and said, "Then you should know that I never choose a place when I shoot." Li Feirong's pupils shrank. Thinking of the rumors of the man in front of her assassinating Senator Macklin, she could not help but take a deep breath. She suppressed the shock and anger in her heart, as well as the unimaginable sense of absurdity. She asked coldly, "What do you want to do?" Li Feirong took a deep breath and suppressed the shock and anger in her heart. She said coldly, "What do you want to do?" "The purpose of my visit today is very simple." Su Lu looked at the pale-faced Lin Daohai and said, "A debt must be repaid with money, and a life for a life. It is only right." Hearing this, Lin Dohai suddenly roared angrily, "You're not dead." Su Lu was silent for a moment, then explained with a smile, "You tried to kill me, but you didn't. That's because my subordinates are capable. So I'm just trying to kill you today. As for whether or not I can kill you, it depends on the abilities of you and your subordinates." Very simple words explained a very cold truth. Su Lu and the team that had not shown up had already taken control of the manor. If he really wanted to kill someone, who could stop him? Lin Dohai's thin lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Li Feirong, however, understood something at this moment. She said with a slightly tense voice, "I don't think a promising war hero of the Federation is willing to become a murderer. You should be very clear about his identity. If you really kill him, no matter how many big shots want to protect you, you won't be able to find any shelter in the Federation." She said in a more serious tone, "And don't forget, Dohai is his younger brother. Even if you escape to Bermuda, you won't have any hope." Then the beautiful woman laughed. "The most important thing is that Dohai is still alive. Your subordinates didn't shoot him, which means that you don't want to kill him today, or rather, you don't dare to kill him." "You're wrong." Su Lu looked at her and replied seriously, "Like I said just now, when I decide to kill someone, I never choose a place. Of course, I'm also prepared to flee or die. You people will never let others find legal evidence. Sometimes, I'm forced to do things in secret. I know the rules of this society. No one would act recklessly like this. It's just that the path I'm used to walking has always been different from others. It's a bit awkward. This has nothing to do with courage or morality. It's purely a personal grudge. If the matter of the Sunset State is not resolved, my heart will not be satisfied. I won't be able to live well. But you're right. I'm really waiting for a call, although I don't know who will make this call. But if this call doesn't come, I'll prove it. Sulu looked at the woman again. He looked at the pale-faced Lindo Hai and said seriously, I'm here today to prove to you and your parents that no matter where you hide, I'll find you and kill you very easily. And I dare to kill you. In the damp sea breeze, he narrowed his eyes. His slightly trembling single eyelids appeared particularly refreshing. Chapter 548. A group of people gathered by the quiet seaside. Outside the forest, there was a sniper rifle and troops hidden in the shadows. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The people standing opposite of Su Lu were as stiff as statues, not daring to move too much. Su Lu admitted that he was waiting for a certain phone call, which slightly eased the sense of urgency. However, the long silence that followed was also an extremely harsh test for the hearts of the people. Schiller had a two-act tragicomedy called Waiting for the Man with the surname Go. The characters in the play never saw that person appear. Only absurd delirium filled the play, endless and torturous. Just like at this moment, everyone was waiting for Su Li's phone to ring, but it didn't ring. At this time, a silver luxury car came at high speed from the mountain road. The hard rubber tires made a violent grinding sound on the ground. The security equipment of the manor had been completely disabled, and there was no equipment to respond to the arrival of this car. Before the silver car came to a stop, Li Xiaodong jumped out of the car and blocked in front of Su Lu. He forcefully tore open the bow tie on his neck and didn't have time to wipe the sweat for his well-trimmed temples. He looked at Su Li's face and said, "Take a deep breath and think again." As an early investor and close friend of Su Lu, the seventh young master, who was a calculated person, knew very well how stubborn this guy was. When he saw that pair of small eyes slightly narrowed, he knew that Su Lu really had the intention to kill today. Li Xiaodong felt a chill in his heart and blocked in front of Su Lu. He didn't expect that he could change the other party's decision. He had just told what had happened in the manor to his father. He only hoped that those old guys could quickly make a decision, although the decision was a bit too difficult for the dignity of the seven great families. Su Lu shook hands with him and replied, "The one you need to think about now is not me." Although he said this, he really did follow Li Xiaodong's advice and took a few deep breaths. The slightly salty sea breeze poured into his lungs, making him feel very comfortable and clear. Once again, he confirmed that his request was not excessive. Li Xiaodong was slightly relieved. He lifted the cotton bow tie and quickly wiped the sweat from his temples. He stood beside him and began to wait with him for the phone that might never ring. The phone rang. Su Lu waited for the phone to ring twice before he picked up the call. No one spoke on the other end of the line. It was as quiet as the silent night. Only a very light and long breathing sound could be heard. Judging from the breathing sound, the person on the other end should be an old man. Leave this manor, and I will pretend that nothing happened. After a long silence, an old and cold voice suddenly sounded from the other end of the phone. The other party's tone was as mysterious and proud as the Federation's ordinary citizens imagined, with an innate sense of oppression and authority. It was as if the ordinary people in this universe were born to obey or revere him. This was not what Su Lu wanted to hear, so he raised his thick eyebrows slightly and unsheathed them like two flying knives. He remained stubbornly silent and did not say a word. He just put his left hand behind his back and slowly clenched his fist. The answer to the arrogant and domineering old man on the other end of the phone was a crisp gunshot. The sniper rifle on the other end of the mountain opened fire again. The real bullet cut through the air with a whistling sound and hit the sand in front of Lindo Hai's feet. With a whoosh, it shot into the ground who knew how many meters deep. There was a burst of suppressed cries of alarm and frightened, retreating footsteps from the seaside. Although it only splashed up a cloud of sand, everyone could see the power of this bullet clearly. If the sniper's hand had trembled slightly, Lin Dohai's feet would have turned into a rain of blood. This young master of the Lin family, who was regarded as the most useless of the 7 great families as second generation, appeared to be much stronger than the people on the seaside. With a pale face, it was as if he did not hear the gunshot or feel the violent tremor from the soles of his feet. He insisted on not retreating a single step, clenching his teeth and staring at Su Lu, who was talking on the phone in front of him. It was because he guessed who was on the phone. In this situation, which had not happened for many years, the dignity of the 7 great families could not be shaved anymore. Su Lu still did not speak. After the head of the Lin family on the other end of the phone heard the gunshot, he also did not speak. That person, who was extremely mysterious and lofty in the eyes of ordinary people, knew very well what the young lieutenant colonel on the other end of the phone was waiting for him to say. For ordinary people, those words were very common, but for the head of the 7 great families, it was a condition that was difficult to accept. In the long history since the end of the Tide dynasty and the reconstruction of the political system of human society, these families, who had behind the scenes of history and constantly influenced the direction of history for thousands of years, may have made substantial concessions, or may have had to endure for some time, but there were very few people who could force these family heads to bow their heads, because they represented the bottom line of the family's dignity. In addition to Mo Chao's back mountain, there had been a few very powerful chairmen and presidents who had done this. However, many of these great figures had paid a heavy price for it. They were either disgraced during their term of office or assassinated in a cloud of mystery. Some of them were as powerful as they were in the beginning until death, but they could not prevent their descendants from suffering the devastating revenge of the 7 great families in the 100 years after their death. Today, Su Lu brought dozens of people with him, and he wanted to do something that many people before him could not do. For the head of the Lin family and those great figures who had just received the news, what an absurd and arrogant attempt this was. After a long silence, on the oppressive and tense beach, there was a person lying across the blue sea and white clouds. The voice on the other end of the phone was very slow, self-restrained, and indifferent. "My son is useless. You can kill him." This was still not the answer that Su Lu wanted, or even the answer that he had not thought of. The moment he heard this, his pair of thick eyebrows that were about to fly up suddenly fell down. Looking at the deathly pale Lin Dohai from the corner of his eyes, he faintly understood why the 7 great families could fight against the Federation government for thousands of years without falling. In the logic of these families, nothing was more important than the survival of the family. Once this kind of abnormal family lost the extreme dignity, pride, and overwhelming desire for power, they would gradually lose the instinctive basis for survival. In a sense, the continuation of this kind of dignity and pride was even more important than the continuation of the bloodline. But for some reason, perhaps because he wanted to realize the fantasy of an ordinary person challenging the 7 great families, Su Lu still wanted to try, so he was still silent. Looking at Lin Dohai not far in front of him, the left hand behind his back slightly moved. The sniper rifle in the mountain forest suddenly opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. The dense and dull sound of high-speed bullets fiercely sounded on the beach. In an instant, who knew how many terrifying bullets enveloped the area, shooting the rain of sand into the sky into smoke and dust. There was a burst of exclamations on the beach, and those rich and powerful people fled in all directions. At this moment, no one noticed that in the smoke and dust, Lin Dohai was continuously letting out terrified howls. The smoke and dust settled, and the gunshot stopped. Between the lines of sand, Lin Dohai's face was deathly pale, and his legs were constantly trembling. His eyes stared blankly ahead, and his pupils could not focus at all. There was a water stain on the front of his nightgown, and there was a stench. He was so weak that he was about to collapse. He did not know that he was still alive, and had entered into a miserable mental state where he did not know whether he was alive or not. That Su Lu put the phone to his ear and waited in silence. After the call was connected, the head of the Lin family said a few words in a condescending and indifferent manner. With just a few words, he was able to knead a person's heart into a crisp. His bearing and shrewdness were unfathomable. However, it could not knead Su Li's heart, which was as hard as a rock. He kept silent, simply and straightforwardly using gunshots to face the other's temperament. It was still that old saying, only the barrel of a gun could spray out light wind and light clouds. People who wore shoes were always easily afraid of people who were barefoot, and people who spoke of temperament were always unable to do anything to simple people who were crude and straightforward. Even if the 7 great families were omnipotent, at this moment, Lin Dohai was under the gun. As long as Su Lu took the initiative to give in, no one could solve this problem. Then, someone had to give in, or Lin Dohai had to die. This time, the silence on both sides of the phone was even longer. It was so long that the people, who had scattered in all directions, once again turned their gazes back. They looked around in bewilderment, searching in vain for that terrifying sniper rifle. It was so long that the gentle sea breeze blew across the sand, covering up the dense and mournful bullet holes on the field. It was so long that the shocked expression on Li Feirong's face turned to confusion, and finally to fear and confusion. When he woke up, he tried to bravely lift up the unconscious Lin Dohai. Su Lu heard Gu Shifeng's report. There was a signal on the Lin family's line. The Lin family's line could not be traced at all. As for this sudden signal, it was even more impossible to monitor. The other party's technical level was no weaker than that of Group 7. Who would call the head of the Lin family at such a tense moment? Su Lu frowned in thought. Then, a man with thin shoulders like a mountain appeared in his mind. His brows slowly relaxed, and he became calmer. Sure enough, a moment later, he finally heard the head of the Lin family speak again. This matter is our fault. The head of the Lin family's voice was old and slightly tired. I represent the Lin family and formally apologize to you. Also, as the head of the Lin family, I promise you that this kind of problem will never happen again. In this world, no, in history, how many people had heard the heads of the 7 great families personally apologize and seen them lower their heads? The ordinary people of the Federation had never thought of going against these 1,000-year-old families. Not only was it because these families were mysterious and unapproachable, but it was also because they knew that doing so would be futile. Su Lu now had a powerful background and dozens of guns. He was no longer an ordinary person, but compared to the 7 great families, he was still insignificant and insignificant. However, today, he didn't even use any of his background. He just brought a group of brothers and barged in a straight line. This proved that as long as he tried hard, perhaps some things could really be done successfully. Hearing these words, Su Lu narrowed his eyes and grinned, revealing his white teeth. After a pause, he finally spoke for the first time. I heard you. Sorry to disturb you. Then he hung up the phone and waited for the next call that was about to come. Chapter 549. On planet S3 in the Northwest Star region, white snow floated in the cold air. The self-heating defrosting line in the mezzanine of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall made a low, buzzing sound. Water flowed down from the frost surface, looking like an abstract line painting. Lin Banshan faced the window with his hands behind his back. His thin and straight shoulders showed a sense of steepness. The gray coat that rarely changed was like the gray and snowy sky outside the window. I heard that the speech for the best movie in yesterday's awards ceremony was written by Bob. I have always admired this Mr. Chief Editor. The speech was written very well, very much like you. He looked out of the window or at the traces of water that slowly slid down the glass. He didn't look back. His voice echoed in the room, and then passed to another planet through the phone on the dark desk. The speech was written very much like your character. There are many crazy people like you in this world. Those incompetent lunatics usually only dare to attack the weak, such as children or women, because this method of venting anger to find mental peace can be achieved safely and easily. But few people dare to slap the Lin family in the face like you did. The people were shocked and speechless, and the humiliation was unbearable. It takes real courage and madness to trample on the family's glory that the elders value the most. Even I am sometimes afraid and deeply puzzled. Why can the seven families survive for such a long time in the Federation without self-destructing because of too much energy? Lin Banshan's calm and steady eyes showed a hint of smile. He said, "The elders haven't met a crazy person like you for many years. They're not used to dealing with people like you, so I will talk to you about the follow-up measures." Speaking of this, the man who once shocked the seven families paused slightly and said, "Although I've already broken out of the door, I believe I am qualified to be this representative." The phone on the huge black wooden desk was silent for a moment. Then Su Li's sincere and serious voice sounded. "I have heard a lot of stories about you, from the black car race near the special zone to Bermuda, many stories. The last time we met on the train, you left a deep impression on me. Sometimes I even feel like I worship you, because you live a free and easy life, but I can't seem to be so free and easy. I have to remind you that now is not the time to talk about admiration." Lin Banshan replied with a smile. "Although the patience of the elderly is better than ours, there is still a limit, especially when the youngest child he dotes on the most could die at any time." He lowered his head and glanced at the Defay watch on his left wrist. "I'm not in Bermuda right now. I'm in S3, but it's impossible for me to appear at the scene. I think, in order to prevent the old people from exploding in anger and prevent a large-scale civil war in the Federation, we should reach an agreement as soon as possible." Hearing this, Su Li's crisp voice immediately sounded from the other end of the phone. "I'll let him go." Hearing this answer, Lin Banshan's brows finally furrowed slightly. He turned around and looked at the phone on the black desk. He didn't expect the other party to make such a decision so quickly and decisively. Sitting on a sofa in the corner of the room were Zhang Xiaohua and a pale-faced, middle-aged man in black. When they heard Su Li's answer, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and reveal a surprised expression. "The matter of the assassination in the Sunset Province ends here." Su Lu said on the phone, "I'll let Lin Dohai go because your father has apologized and I believe in you. But this belief has nothing to do with your identity as a legend. Regarding the Macklin case, whether it was intentional or not, you helped me after all. His identity was revealed by you in Bermuda. Another thing is, last time in the carriage, you canceled the engagement between Lin Dohai and Miss Nanxiang. After thinking about it, I really admire you because this has nothing to do with your interests or even your style of doing things. It's just about the happiness of an ordinary girl. You're a good person." Hearing Su Li's serious evaluation on the other end of the phone, Lin Banshan was silent for a long time. The middle-aged man in black and Zhang Xiaohua in the room opened their mouths at the same time. Their expressions were a little strange, as if they wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to laugh in front of him. Under the premise of the glory of the charter shrouding the wilderness, Lin Banshan could still wave his sleeves lightly, break through the door, and coldly face his family. With just his hands, he could invade and move freely between day and night, conquering a large and unique landscape. Although he was used to wearing an ordinary gray coat and personally taking care of Lin Yuan, where even the old man of Feiqing City would choose to rest temporarily when he went to the capital, countless tragic past events, countless corpses that fell at his feet, and the underground industry kingdom that spanned across the Federation and the capital ring had already proven what kind of person he was. The lady in the back mountain of Macho once said that he could be a hero in troubled times. In fact, a person like him would inevitably become a hero even in peaceful times. For Lin Banshan, the Federation officials and dignitaries, the pirates of Bermuda, and the underground world feared him, respected him, and hated him, but there were even more people who couldn't wait to eat his flesh, but very few people would cast this kind of emotion. Today was the first time he heard someone use the identity of a good person to describe him. Lin Banshan's mood was a little inexplicable. He felt that the little guy on the other end of the phone was really a very interesting person. The Federation government and the Ministry of Defense won't make a documentary for people like me, so I'm not used to hearing this kind of praise. I'm more used to solving problems. Lin Dohai is my younger brother. There's a saying in the Federation that brothers are born with half of their lives. He wants to kill you, so it's natural that you want to kill him. Since you didn't kill him, I'll take over this half of his life. From today onwards, I owe you half of my life. Although I really want to say that you don't have to worry about the anger of the elders, I can't say for sure whether this kind of decadent family is keeping their promises for the sake of dignity or not. After all, I left because I thought these things were too boring. He continued calmly, but I can guarantee that Lin Dohai will be brought back to S3, and I will personally find someone to look after him. Group 7 under you contributed and took risks in the incident in Sunset State. 100 million in cash is their compensation. Of course, this money is paid by the elders in the family. I'm just saying. On the beach in another manner, Sulu held the phone and didn't quite react. He originally thought that there would be countless soldiers and police surrounding the manor, or even later, the Lin family would show him the true power of the 7 great families. However, he didn't expect that the content of the phone call seemed to develop toward a ridiculous plot. In the dense green forest, a thick piece of wood covered with moss suddenly moved. Xiong Lin Quan, who was in perfect disguise, heard the words from the communication system and was so shocked that his body trembled slightly. He lowered his voice and said with a trembling voice, 100 million. That's much more generous than Mr. Nutshell. Old Bai, damn it. How many times did we have to do to earn that much money? 50 meters away from the manor's computer control room, in a dark underground sewer, 3 members of Team 7 were carefully listening to the conversation in their ears. Gu Shifeng, who was in charge of hacking and controlling the security system, froze on the keyboard. She excitedly said into the mini microphone, "Fuck, following the boss to do private work. This situation is really different." Hidden in an inconspicuous gray building at the edge of the forest, all the bodyguards in the manor had already been disarmed and gathered. Bai Yulan, who was in charge of the operation, was in the office next door. He sat on a chair and listened to the voice in the headset. He couldn't help but smile. His nimble fingers gently flicked a delicate knife. A sharp military knife was hidden in the woven cloth scabbard at the bottom of his left hand. The H-12 long-case pistol lay quietly on his thigh. That expert from the Lin family, Uncle Kong, sat silently on the chair opposite him. 7 groups of ice and fire quietly occupied the manor. White Magnolia directly entered this place. When the two met, they sat silently facing each other. From the beginning to the end, they did not make a move. Uncle Kong's slightly gloomy cheeks carried a trace of regret of aging. After the phone call ended, Lin Banshan said to the pale-faced, middle-aged man in black, "Last time you said that Li Xiaotong sent a young man named Li Wei to Bermuda, and in the end, it was found that he was Su Li's friend. It's been confirmed, but it's strange that we couldn't find out why Lieutenant Colonel Su Lun knew this person. What's even stranger is that I once asked for help in your name from the Bureau of Proclamation, only to find that many of the files have been classified as top secret." Hearing this, Lin Banshan's eyes narrowed slightly. After a long silence, he said, "That's all. Don't investigate anymore. Some things are not something we can touch." "Understood," the middle-aged man in black replied simply. "Tell Bermuda to keep an eye on the man named Li Wei. Don't let him lose half an eyebrow." Lin Banshan said with slight ridicule, "It doesn't feel good to owe Su Lu half a life. Looking at this young man's ability, it seems that it will be difficult for us to save his life. Protecting his friend is also considered as paying back some interest. If the Lin family really wants to retaliate, Su Lu and his team members will definitely not be able to stop them. Will he ask for help from Philadelphia? Or will he say that he hopes that Mr. President will speak up? To be honest, I'm really curious about what kind of storm your family will stir up in the Federation once they launch an all-out attack." Zhang Xiaohua stood behind him and asked with a smile. The tattoo was deformed as it broke free from his collar, and it was exceptionally bright. "If Father believes what I said on the phone just now, then there won't be any storm after this, only peace," Lin Banshan said with a complicated expression. "You and I both know how ruthless the 2 experts who went to the West Woods from Bermuda are. But the most frightening thing is not the result of them not killing Su Lu, but the absolute control Su Lu showed in this assassination. The plan of the 3 idiots, if not for the tacit consent and help of the old man, How could it be woven so meticulously? The power of the family is spread in every corner of the Federation structure. Even the Tiger of the Zhong family would find it difficult to organize the plan, but Sulu, this guy, took a dozen people and solved it so easily and responded so accurately and concisely. I always have a feeling that from the beginning, Sulu knew all the plans. Lin Banshan frowned and said, "I don't understand how he did it." In the earlier phone call, he sternly warned his loathsome father. Such a person is not easy to kill. According to his character, if you can't kill him, you may be killed by him, and the probability of this is very high. If the 7 families were really omnipotent, why didn't they just blow up the president's official residence or by the lake in Philadelphia? If they couldn't do it, then they shouldn't provoke Sulu. Lin Banshan thought so. Chapter 550. Today, Sulu led his troops and caused such a mess in broad daylight to warn those old men who are used to hiding in the shadows and controlling everything. Don't mess with me. This declaration may be meaningless, but firearms and strength are the real power. Now, this guy can summon at least 2 battalions at any time. The 2 battalions here refer to the loyal ones, the ones who are willing to violate military discipline and law for him. In addition to the trump cards, he hasn't revealed yet. If it were me back then, I might have tried to be so crazy. Lin Banshan took out a specially long cigarette from his gray coat and lit it. He took a puff and said with a faint smile, "When we got off the train, we once said that he was too young and not frivolous. Now it seems that he finally has some of the taste of a normal person. He is a little frivolous, but I don't know where his frivolous confidence comes from." Using the word intelligent to describe Lin Banshan would be too shallow and shallow. The people in the Federation could only see the powerful combat power of Sulu and Group 7, the trust and affection the president had for him, and the secret relationship between him and the old man of Philadelphia. However, no one could gradually touch on the most critical issue from the assassination in Sunset Province and other details like him. This person resolutely gave up his identity as the heir of an aristocratic family in his early years, arrogantly betrayed his family, and broke off all ties with his father's generation. He relied on his own hands to start from the bottom. After a long time, the wisdom of the aristocratic family's education, coupled with the beast-like survival instinct forged from a bloody life, allowed him to smell the most dangerous scent. That was the part that made Sulu dare to be frivolous. However, no matter how sharp his mind was, there was no way for him to truly guess the truth of the matter. This was because that part of the story had already exceeded the imagination of ordinary people and carried a mysterious aura. Therefore, he could only seriously warn his father and those important figures that Sulu had tried to warn. As for whether those people would accept it or not, it was not within his control. Being able to know and accompany the Federal Central Computer and having Sequence 1 authority was Su Li's greatest asset. This asset was far more powerful than the mysterious power in his body. It was more unshakable than the shadow cast by Mr. Pabre and the military god Li Pifu behind him. It was because of this confidence that he dared to directly challenge the 7 great families. No matter how powerful those families were, they could only hide in the shadows of history and try to influence the progress of mankind. In a sense, the charter computer he relied on was the history of mankind. The 7 great families, who had infiltrated all levels of the Federation and had unlimited potential, were extremely powerful existences to anyone. However, if these families wanted to launch certain actions against Sulu, no matter how secretive these actions were, it would be impossible to escape the omnipresent surveillance of the Federal Central Computer. Sulu and his subordinates would have an incomparable amount of time to draw up the most precise and even tailor-made plans to counter the other party's overflowing waves. The 7 great families, who were mysterious and terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, were nothing more than countless dots of light in his left eye's vision. As long as he wanted to, he could know every order that the head of the Lin family issued. He could dig up all of the spies these families had in the government. He could easily find out the secret of the black chair that the Li family's elder had always sat on. He could even spy on everything in this half of the universe, such as entering the Nan Xiang family's manor to see what it was. Of course, the First Charter's absolute protection of citizens' privacy would inevitably bring some inconvenience to Su Li's requests. At the very least, the intelligence hidden under the Bureau of Proclamation would have to struggle a lot with its self-righteous and impulsive ideas. Su Li didn't want to accept himself as such a terrifying existence. He also couldn't get used to being like a god above all living things, overlooking the beauty and ugliness of billions of people. However, when he and the people he cared about were threatened, he absolutely didn't mind using this killing machine. 3 days after the Nebula Awards, the craze for the 7 teams and the documentary of the same name continued to heat up in the Federation. The Lin family, who had suffered unprecedented humiliation, was obviously still hesitating. Su Li, who had left other mountains, and the 7 team members, who were on vacation again, didn't receive any official investigation or private revenge. There was only a vague feeling of wind and thunder accumulating in the atmosphere of this planet. It was unknown when it would explode like thunder or quietly disperse. The carnival of ordinary people was a sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere in the upper class, which they had never seen before. Translator, Transin editor. Transin at 6 o'clock in the morning, the old man in old-fashioned clothes in Feiqing City took a fishing rod made of old green bamboo and sat on the boulder beside the lake. He began to fish silently, ponder, or recuperate from exhaustion accumulated by the battlefield decades ago. His son, General Li Jiedu, the dean of the First Military Academy of the Federation, hurried back from the capital special district. His calm and elegant temperament had long been replaced by anxiety. After the father and son had a brief conversation that no one knew about, Li Zidao returned to the house and made a phone call. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the white presidential residence, which was separated from the Charter Square by a forest, began its daily busy work. Countless electronic documents from various districts were gathered here, waiting for the opening of the joint conference and for President Pabre's review and signature. The officials were negotiating with a solemn face. They were calculating the final probability of passing an important bill in Parliament Hill in 12 days. They were confirming which senior members of Parliament needed to talk to the president in person or even talk to him in person to change his attitude. At this time, Director Breen, who was supposed to be having a headache in the conference room, unexpectedly left the official residence building. He was listening to the morning birds singing under a gold locust tree. With a serious expression, he called M.O. Cho and conveyed the opinions of Philadelphia and Mr. President to the lady. Madam Tai didn't express any opinion on this matter, but after lunch, Big Secretary Shin got her approval and made a phone call to Iron Accountant Lee's manor. No one knew what the father of finance of the Federation, who liked to wear a small round hat and was used to sitting on a black chair, had made in his old and cunning, or perhaps it could be said that he was full of wisdom. People only knew that Li Gonyuan made a phone call to the Lin family before dinner. After this phone call, Li Gonyuan slowly raised the corner of his old lips and said to Li Xiuzhu, who was standing quietly in front of him, "I told you before that someone in the Federation once laughed at my small round hat. I didn't expect that there would be another person like Su Li in the Federation." Looking at the attitude of the lady in Philadelphia, as well as the changes in the past few years, I am really curious. What is the relationship between Su Li and that guy? Li Xiuzhu's face was calm, but his heart was shocked and speechless. He didn't understand why his father would persuade the Lin family to let go. This was definitely not just because of Philadelphia, the official residence, and M.O. Cho. It was because of some other reasons that he didn't understand. However, when he heard his father's answer, his shock didn't fade, but instead became more intense. Someone in the Federation actually dared to laugh at his father's sacred and inviolable small round hat. He had heard his father talk about this in the past, but he didn't want to believe it. And that person had something to do with Su Li. Lin Banshan betrayed the family, and his distant relative Lin Yuanhu also died. Other than the old man, there is really no other talent in the Lin family. They can't even understand these things. I want to praise you again. In this incident, you did very well. Always remember one thing. We are businessmen, not killers. Your brother has always been good at this. You have to learn from him. I understand, Li Xiaozhu replied without complaint. There may be some past events and secrets in this world, but we don't need to take the risk to inquire and verify them. Knowing these is enough. Knowing is sometimes the capital. Li Gonyuan smiled and said, but if you let others know that you know, it will be a road to disaster. A few simple phone calls were in fact not simple at all. From fishing in the morning to lunch in picturesque landscape to dinner, the most powerful big shots in the Federation had spent an entire day thinking and making a decision for a certain matter that had suddenly occurred. Perhaps it was the attitude or persuasion of various parties that made the Lin family, one of the 7 big families, feel pressure that they hadn't felt for many years. Perhaps it was the serious warning of the broken door outside Lin Banshan, whose words were getting more and more powerful, that made the elders of the Lin family think again and again. In short, a conflict that should have been like a flood disappeared silently. No one knew that on the night when the decision to stop was made, there was a top-secret call from the Bureau of Proclamation that directly hacked into the landline of the Lin family study. The director of the Bureau of Proclamation, who had never been in contact with the political figures of the Federation or the leaders of the big families, didn't say too much on the phone. He just gently reminded the other party that once things started, they would be forced to continue. And the Bureau of Proclamation, which had never interfered with the specific social affairs, might do something because of some procedural issues that had no choice but to do. What a beautiful spring day. Sulu, who had vented all the pent-up anger from the assassination, looked out the window at the black and white mountains in the distance and revealed a happy smile. He knew very well that behind this peace and tranquility, there were certainly countless people wrestling, but he didn't care. Lin Dohai was under house arrest again. Zhong Erlang in the West Woods would probably find it difficult to leave Jingwei too. The good-for-nothing son of the leader of Nanshui would probably only be able to pass his days in Green Dragon Mountain. The beautiful scenery outside the window was still beautiful, and that was enough. Angry reprimands constantly rang out from the phone that was held far away from his ear. Su Lu answered very sincerely, and then heard the Minister of Defense on the other end of the phone ask in a deep voice, "If there is a next time, what will you do?" Su Lu was silent for a moment, and then answered seriously, "I will directly kill him." Minister Zhou was also silent for a moment, and then said, "I didn't hear that." Chapter 551. The last 3 exams for politics and history are next week. Lu still has 2 shots of vaccine, but I came to eat with you at this time. Zoe put down the utensils in her hands. A trace of annoyance flashed through her beautiful eyes. She said, "Do you think I have so much time to chat with you?" In an instant, Su Lu sensed a familiar smell coming from the bright red flower in the girl's black hair across the table. He quickly lowered his head and cut the bloody but not meaty fried number 2 piece of meat, so as to avoid provoking the girl to the point where she would really feel good. "Do you have any self-awareness? Because of your and your subordinates' arrogant actions, the Federation's upper echelons have been in an uproar these past 2 days. How many important people have been silently negotiating and wrestling?" Zoe could only see his forehead. She couldn't help but furrow her brows. She picked up the napkin and wiped the corner of her mouth. She said, "A small spark can detonate the Federation's largest ammunition depot. In your opinion, killing your way into Lin Banshan's manor and trampling the Lin family's face under your feet is a very satisfying small matter. But do you know, this revenge action almost caused the situation in the entire Federation to spiral out of control. The President and the military's pro-war faction, as well as the families controlling the Federation's parliament, were only a small distance away from the danger of direct conflict. Although, fortunately, the situation didn't worsen in the end." She looked at his forehead and said seriously, "But I can tell you clearly that this morning, an important bill was signed in the President's official residence. Unexpectedly, it was directly rejected by the Parliament, because of you." Su Lu raised his head. He would never be able to be as passionate about these complicated and bizarre political conflicts as he was when he was researching mechanics or cultivating the strength in his body. He also lacked the sensitivity and talent in this area. He didn't know when it started, but Zhou had started to analyze all the problems for him and dispel the political fog on his path forward. He was also used to this kind of help. Zhou would help him think about things that he didn't understand. Over time, he became more and more dull in this aspect, and he joyfully enjoyed this kind of dullness that didn't require much effort, because there was no need to think about it. The girl's forcefully suppressed anger and serious analysis naturally drilled into his left ear and then out of his right. Looking at that beautiful face, his thoughts had long drifted to other places. He subconsciously propped up his chin and furrowed his brows. He began to recall the scene when he first met her. He couldn't understand how the arrogant and cold, red-clothed, noble daughter that made him extremely disgusted could become a calm and lively unmarried mother and form such a close and trusting relationship with him. Are you listening or not? Zhou's delicate eyebrows raised slightly as she said coldly. Sulu woke up with a start and realized that he seemed to have a habit of reminiscing about the past. Was it really like what Mr. Sure said, that he already had the stale aura of an old man despite his young age? I'm listening. He picked up the glass and drank a mouthful of water. He said vaguely, Continue. Last time, we analyzed the two conversations between Commander Zhong and Mr. President, and we can clearly see that the government and the military are strongly in favor of war, while the Parliament Hill and the families behind them hold the opposite view. Because of their partnership with Mr. President, Macho Hill hasn't expressed their opinion for the time being. Although the Zhong family in the West Woods doesn't agree with the overly conservative attitude of the other families, they don't want the West Woods to become the Federation's cannon fodder again. Therefore, the Zhong family should be holding the military tightly and watching coldly from the sidelines. The conflict between the two sides is now covered up by the victory at the front line and the fanaticism of the people, but no one can say for sure when it will erupt in the future. The Federation government and the military definitely don't want their base camp to be unstable when they go on an expedition to the Empire in the future. Therefore, they hope to use the current momentum to suppress these opposing views in advance. The Nebula Award ceremony that night was a kind of momentum building. You agreed to attend, in the eyes of many people, because you represented the will of the old man Fei Cheng. However, this kind of momentum building is the same as the spring rain entering the soil. Once the momentum is established, even if the families want to oppose, the Parliament Hill can't jump out and do something right in front of them at the risk of being abandoned by the fanatical voters. This is a relatively gentle struggle that both sides can accept. What you did, however, suddenly put this kind of power struggle in broad daylight and quickly intensified, because a lot of people don't understand why you did this. Of course, I know that you are purely a person who holds grudges. You don't care that the other party is the heir of the 7 families. However, no one will believe that you risked the anger of the 7 families just to find a good mood. At this point, Zhou couldn't help but shake her head. She said, People are speculating whether or not your crazy provocation of the Lin family represents the attitude of the old man Fei Cheng or the president's official residence. At this point, the level of the situation quickly escalated. That side believes that the government is using your revenge to make a strong declaration in order to force them to back down. In this way, this kind of backing down is no longer just a matter of the family's dignity. It involves the great conflict between the two sides regarding the future of the Federation. This level of conflict is the source of the terrifying and dangerous smell that has made it difficult for many people to breathe these days. Fortunately, that side finally backed down in the end. I have to say that your luck is really good. You clearly ignited the ammunition depot, but the Federation is still peaceful. No one shot or assassinated the president. Civil war hasn't broken out, and the West Woods still hasn't become independent. Zhou finished the last cold political joke with slight sarcasm. Her long eyelashes drooped slightly, and she drank a mouthful of water to moisten her throat before continuing to eat. When Su Lu heard the last part, his expression became complicated and strange. After a moment of silence, he explained in a serious and sincere voice with a hoarse voice, I just wanted to scare those important people, hoping to deter them so that they wouldn't keep trying to assassinate me like they did in Sunset State. I just wanted to make life less troublesome. I really never thought that this matter would become so big and affect so far. Bai Yulon had once lamented that Su Li's greatest ability was to simplify the most complicated things. However, when he heard Su Li's words today, he realized with a slight chill that the simple logic that had been in place for many years would become incomparably complicated because of the change in status and background. No, you don't know the really complicated and interesting things behind the scenes of this matter. In my opinion, that is the most interesting part of this drama. Zoe raised her head and smiled bitterly. In the beginning, Fei-Ching thought that you were carrying out the will of the official residents, but the government thought it was the old man's idea. In the end, the two sides couldn't agree. They found that once you entered, there was another world to eat, and the crown prince thought it was the madam's idea. No one would have thought that this was your own idea. She looked at Su Lu like she was looking at a monster. She shook her head and sighed. A certain simple-minded man returned from the front lines, but still did things according to the simple rules of the battlefield. When the important people behind you finally understood, it was already too late. They could only take the risk and go with the flow. In the end, who would have thought that there would be a very good ending in the end? In the past, when I had afternoon tea with the madam, she would sometimes talk about some political anecdotes of the previous dynasty. At the time, I was very surprised. Why were so many major events in history caused by insignificant matters? Zoe looked at him and said helplessly, "Very interesting. I didn't think that I would actually see a living example right now." Because of a strange guy's impulse, the Federation government, which originally needed to spend countless amounts of time and energy to do this, inexplicably seized the opportunity first. Su Li thought seriously for a long time. Then he raised his head and said seriously, "I really don't understand these things." Zoe smiled slightly. She thought that it was probably because he couldn't understand or was too lazy to think about it that this guy could make so many people, including the president, like him. Just as she was thinking this, she heard his next topic. The warm feeling in her heart suddenly disappeared, and a touch of anger and dullness filled her beautiful eyes. Mr. Shi is really a good person. Although I know that there's a problem with his identity, and Minister Zhou will find it difficult to agree, but love is free. This lawsuit can be taken to the Supreme Court. I believe that your father doesn't want to be scolded by Justice He Ying, Su Lu said with a smile. Zoe was too lazy to answer this question. He said that he wants to marry you because you are beautiful and you gave birth to a son for him. Su Lu looked at her expression and said seriously. Zoe's delicate eyebrows suddenly raised. She was very angry. From this, I know that he really likes you. He wants to settle down. Su Lu didn't care about her expression. He continued to smile and said, "Maybe you think that this logic is very strange, but in fact, this theory of falling in love was taught to me by him. He once said that men only become stupid and clumsy in front of the person they really like. Only then will they use this kind of stupid male animal language in front of their friends to hide their feelings of love. You should know that he could be said to be the most flirtatious man in the Federation. So I believe that the sweet words from his mouth can be repeated in 3 million words and can charm countless women. Even the most sincere oath of love, he can repeat it countless times before he goes to bed with a strange woman. But only when it comes to you, there's no such thing, only a clumsy cover-up. At that moment, even a guy like me has grasped the biggest weakness of this Saint of Flowers. In the past, I was definitely on his side. Now, I'm standing between the two of you. If he was still the old him, I wouldn't have persuaded you to be together. But now, I feel that it's necessary for me to introduce him to you again." Chapter 552. What is it? Su Lu asked, puzzled. "I always feel that you're in a hurry to marry me off." Zoe looked at him with a half-smile and mocked. "But the problem is that you're not my father, although you do have a tendency to act like an old man." Every time this beautiful and charming woman smiled, her eyebrows would be raised like the tip of a sword, piercing the other party's heart. The bigger problem is that we've lived together for half a year. Which big shot in the capital special administrative region doesn't know that we have a common son? Now that you're involved in scandals with others every day, I'm already embarrassed enough. In the end, You're in a hurry to get rid of me so that you can get close to those flowers and plants. Don't you think this is a little shameless? Hearing Zhou Yu's mocking tone, Su Lu was speechless. Because when he thought about it carefully, this matter was always his fault. But when it came to certain flowers and plants, he couldn't help but want to explain. I have nothing to do with them. Using plural words like them, you actually have the guts to say you have nothing to do with them? I'm really curious why the Women's Rights Foundation hasn't troubled you. Is it because you're a war hero of the Federation? Zhou Yu shook her head and mocked. In the past 2 years, you haven't made any progress in other skills, but that guy has taught you a lot about womanizing. This has nothing to do with Shi Qinghai. Su Lu sighed and said somewhat helplessly, I've told you before. At my age, I should be in a relationship, preparing to get married and have children. But the problem is, I can't find a partner. Or rather, I don't know who I want to spend the rest of my life with the most. When you decided to enter the Nutshell University, earn money to buy a house and a car, and marry Zhang Xiaoming, why didn't you hesitate? Zhou Yu continued her mocking. As close friends, she knew too many secrets of Su Lu. It was also because of this friendship that she never had a trace of positive feelings toward the leaf of Green Dragon Mountain. Strangely, Shi Qinghai seemed to be the same. Su Li's mood was gloomy as he drank the water without saying a word. Zhou Yu looked at him for a while and suddenly said calmly, You like everyone, but no matter who it is, you haven't reached the peak of liking because you can't put all your feelings into it. You're a guy with no sense of security. You've always refused to tell me the specific reason, and I'm too lazy to guess. But I think you've never been sure what your life will be like, so you've never had the courage to start a formal relationship. The reason why you had such courage in the beginning when you were with Zhang Xiaoming was partly because that woman might have some tricks up her sleeve. Zhou Yu did not miss any opportunity to mock the girl who was busy working on the Parliament Hill. On the other hand, it's because he's your first love. When an ignorant male animal is in heat for the first time, he doesn't care if he's going to be smashed to pieces. Hearing these words, Su Lu felt extremely awkward. It was rare for him to retaliate and mock her. From these words, I can see that you and Shi Qinghai are the same type of people. I don't completely deny this point, but being the same type of people doesn't mean that we have to spend the rest of our lives together. Zhou Yu was unmoved and continued to mock him. Only a guy like you would be so boring in any relationship that he would directly use marriage and children as the premise. He would often say that he would stay with her for the rest of his life. The pressure is too great, so naturally, you don't have the courage to continue. But not long ago, I formally asked one of them to be in a relationship, but I was tragically rejected by her, Su Lu said doubtfully. It's obvious that the life and death experiences on the battlefield made you secrete too much testosterone. As for the reason why that smart girl rejected you, it's very simple. It's because anyone can see that you're seriously lacking in sincerity when you ask for a relationship. Zhou Yu frowned and replied, Girls always need some mental things. Even a simple-minded and focused genius like Shang Qiu might not necessarily be an idiot when it comes to relationships. With just a few empty words, you want to trick a baby-faced, big-breasted genius engineer into marriage, and at the same time, design and repair mecha for you. How can there be such a good deal in the world? For us women, feelings are always the most important thing. Zhou Yu calmed down and said, I've always thought that we are very good friends, partners who can trust each other the most. But recently, you've been trying to get me and Shi Qinghai together. This kind of forced feeling makes me very uncomfortable. Su Lu thought about it silently, trying to feel her discomfort from her perspective. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure out this kind of complicated relationship in such a short amount of time. He could only explain, I really want to see my best friend, an outstanding man and woman like the two of you together. Perhaps I've always thought that this would be like the happy ending of a fairy tale and novel. The problem is that I don't understand Shi Qinghai as a person. Zhou Yu's expression was calm as she said, Back when I was pregnant with Lu Hua, you told me the story of this rascal young master every day. I have to admit that the Shi Qinghai you spoke of at that time did indeed have some charm. A spy from Green Dragon Mountain hidden in the political system, walking in the dark to avenge his teacher. As long as you're a girl, You'll probably be attracted to this kind of dark hero. But in the end, that's just a story. She took off the gorgeous red flower in her black hair, looked at the petals, and said in a daze, I don't know what he likes to eat, whether it's the same or completely opposite to mine. I don't know what kind of clothes he likes to wear, whether it makes me feel disgusted when I look at them. I don't know his shoe size, nor his birthday. I'm indeed curious about such a strange man, because, after all, he's the child's biological father. I even once had some childish suspicions and expectations, but it's impossible for me to like him just because of your nagging. What I couldn't accept the most was that when he first entered my world with a clear image, he suddenly became an idiot who blocked the West Mountain compound every day, pestering me with emails, text messages, and unpleasant songs. He only had a good-looking face, but was not magnanimous at all. Zoe shook her head and said with slight mockery, once an ideal is reflected in reality, curiosity and expectations will all be broken by the sun. I don't agree with your harsh view of Mr. Schur, his partners and comrades in arms, the things he has done, and the important positions he holds now. There's nothing about him that makes him look like an idiot. Su Lu rubbed the dull pain between his eyebrows and said helplessly, as I said before, his clumsiness in front of you just proves that he cares. I thought that after such a long time of frequent correspondence with you, you should know a lot about each other. Who knew? Do you really not have any feelings for him at all? I don't know. Zoe maintained her usual temperament and answered very simply and quickly. I don't know enough about him, and there's not enough time. I need to observe. Fortunately, at least there's still a possibility. Sulu shrugged with a smile and said seriously, you don't like to be pushed to do something. I admit that I didn't think it through thoroughly. If you still can't accept that guy after thinking it through, of course I'll support you. That's a friend. I'm glad that you didn't show the attitude of not treating me as a friend, but as a woman who only treats me as a friend. Zoe smiled sweetly, and the coldness turned into a warm spring breeze. She said, this matter ends here. Don't be nosy. I'll think about it myself. Su Lu smiled, called the waiter to sign the bill, and then walked out of the Lin Yuan with her. At this time, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky, and the late spring sunshine was all blocked. A gust of wind came out of nowhere, and with the drizzle like silk, the temperature suddenly dropped a lot. Zoyu, who was only wearing thin underwear, frowned slightly and subconsciously hugged her shoulders. Sulu was a guy who was very nostalgic, or it could be said that his memory was so good that his way of thinking was somewhat different. When he first met Tai Ziyuan at Yue University in H1, the other party was a pale, weak, and unconscious teenager. Therefore, he regarded the crown prince as a weak person who needed his protection. A long time ago, when Zoe was pregnant, Su Lu was responsible for taking care of everything from food to daily life. During that time, the proud and cold daughter of a powerful family came into contact with the ordinary life of the secular world, and her outlook on life had some subtle changes. The biggest impact of that time on Su Lu was that until today, in his heart, Yuzi was still that pregnant woman who needed to be carefully taken care of. Zoyu's short red windbreaker was hanging on his elbow. In the chilly wind and drizzle, he naturally shook open the windbreaker and draped it over her shoulders. Zoe naturally got into the windbreaker and didn't say thank you. It was a matter of course, and they cooperated with each other very well. Because of this tacit understanding, the two friends of the opposite sex who had no romantic feelings were slightly startled and then smiled at each other. The gorgeous red flower in the girl's hand was exceptionally gentle. A dark green military vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Lin Yuan restaurant. The orderly got out of the car and ran over, hurriedly opening the umbrella and preparing to help the young lady into the car. I drove a black car here. I'll send you back, Sulus said. Zoyu shook her head, calmly and with a hint of examination. Her gaze swept over Su Li's shoulder and looked at the dim corner outside the restaurant where the light rain was blowing. A trace of an interesting smile appeared on her lips and said, the person you should send is here. Go, otherwise these flowers and plants will be ruined by the rain. Su Lu was stunned and followed her gaze, only to see a beautiful girl in a light blue dress standing there. The girl's slightly curly black hair was dyed by the rain, adding a trace of tranquil beauty. However, her expression was extremely nervous, with a trace of embarrassment in her shyness, as if she wanted to quickly escape from this place. Nan Xiangmei had just returned to S1 a few days ago. Because of the changes in the journey, she was very regretful and even a little sad that she didn't see the awards ceremony that made Group 7 famous in the universe. Then there was the conflict that happened at the seaside. The major forces at the top of the Federation's power were extremely nervous. But for this young lady of the 7 major families, she didn't care about these complicated things in her heart. Only simple joy, because she knew that he had returned and was in S1. She asked a distant uncle who held an important position in the Federation's investigation bureau for help. Nan Xiangmei knew that Su Lu was coming to Linyuan today, so she came here purely subconsciously. However, when she was cheering herself on cutely at the entrance of the restaurant, she saw the scene of Su Lu sending Zhou out. She saw the tacit understanding between the young man and woman at the entrance of the restaurant very clearly. Suddenly, she remembered that he seemed to have a rumored fiancée, who should be Minister Zhou's daughter. He had a scandal with a national girl that everyone liked, and there was also that beautiful female official from Green Dragon Mountain. This was not a vulgar scene. Naturally, it wouldn't cause a man and a woman who loved each other to be separated because of a misunderstanding. They hadn't seen each other for 70 years, and they were sorry for each other until their hair turned white. Nan Xiangmei was a little sad because she realized that she had only met him 3 times and wasn't familiar with him. She didn't even have the right to misunderstand or be jealous of him. So she lowered her head slightly in the rain and cold wind, clenched her delicate fists, and stood in the dark corner, not daring to go forward. This was the first time I liked a man. This was my first love. If I gradually grew up and found that he wasn't worth liking, I would probably reflect on my childish and ridiculous infatuation at that time. Decades later, I would tell my grandson about my stupidity under the sun and sternly order him not to associate with a girl in the civilian area. But 2 years had passed, and he was the same as before, even more worthy of respect and love than before. Then, this infatuation would become deeper and deeper, right? Nan Xiangmei said to herself in her heart. Then she took a deep breath, raised her head to meet the other's gaze, squeezed out a sweet smile with difficulty, and bravely walked over. But she didn't realize that the crystal-clear water droplets on her hair were gently trembling with her body. Chapter 553. Zhou gently rubbed the bright red flowers with her fingertips and left in the military vehicle with a smile, leaving the young couple strolling in the Linyuan in the rain. The black and white cliff at the end of the lawn in front of them was like an ink painting, which was particularly hazy in the spring rain. The drizzle made this ordinary spring day a touch of moisture, as if countless small water droplets had accumulated into powder, which instantly dispersed when they hit the face, making it very refreshing. Nan Xiangmei was wearing a very well-tailored blue windbreaker, and the belt around her waist was completely plain without any jewelry embellishments. It must be the masterpiece of a handmade clothing shop in Gongdu. It was not luxurious or dazzling, but was just as beautiful and quiet as her person, and also like the gentle rain between heaven and earth. Not knowing what to say, the girl slightly lowered her head and obediently followed Su Li's footsteps along the beautiful Linyuan scenery. Her 2 small fists were clenched tightly beside her, and the rain splashed on her slightly hot cheeks, but it couldn't make them feel cooler. Nan Xiangmei suddenly stopped and gathered her courage to look at Su Li's side face, and nervously asked, Did you receive my letter? Yes. Su Lu stopped, nodded and replied, I should have received all the letters. Nan Xiangmei smiled gently, but then a trace of uneasiness appeared in her bright eyes, and asked, Then, why didn't you reply? Su Lu knew how to answer. For him, Nan Xiangmei taking the initiative to express her love in the Wood Valley Manor last time was really the biggest surprise and the pinnacle of vanity in his life. Even sometimes when he recalled Nan Xiangmei's shy expression at that time, he felt that this kind of satisfaction was more than the success of the MX development. However, surprise and vanity pointed to a sense of absurdity. Until today, Su Lu still didn't realize how outstanding he was. He didn't cultivate the correct and arrogant psychological foundation of Du Shaoqing. He couldn't understand how an ordinary guy like him, who was interesting when he was young, but now he was getting more and more boring. What qualifications did he have to receive the admiration of this young lady? Therefore, he was somewhat at a loss about the feelings hidden in Nan Xiangmei's letter, and he didn't know how to respond. Probably as Zhou Yu said, he was used to associating feelings with marriage and family, so he had been unknowingly avoiding it. Shang Qiu was his ideal work partner and charming figure, and Jian Shui'er was his adolescent idol or dream lover, so he could still try to get close to her, but when he met a beautiful girl who was not really familiar with him, he would escape very quickly. Not getting an answer from him, Nan Xiangmei lowered her head again in disappointment. Droplets of sparkling and translucent black hair rested peacefully on her jade-like cheek. At the end of the lawn, there was a pond gently swaying with countless small circles in the drizzle. The two people stood by the pond, silently watching. I just came back from S2. I wrote in the letter that I am now doing volunteer work in the foundation. That's good, Su Lu replied somewhat clumsily. What a pity. Nan Xiangmei lowered her head and looked at the broken grass on the tip of her lambskin boots and said softly, I have watched every episode of that documentary many times, but I have never found a positive image of you. What a pity. She sighed softly, quietly like raindrops falling into the pond. She cutely tilted her head, bravely looked at Su Lu again, and said, I was supposed to go to S1 on the day of the awards ceremony, but I didn't expect to encounter a ray storm, which delayed my time. Otherwise, maybe I would have run to the George Carlin Center and crazily shouted like those fanatical admirers of yours. Listening to the words that gradually revealed her true feelings, Su Li's big heart beat faster. His voice was slightly hoarse as he changed the topic. He scratched his wet hair and said, Did you come back on Li Laoqi's ship? Li Laoqi? Nan Xiangmei silently repeated in her heart. She felt that this man's tone was really interesting. Li Xiaotong, this gloomy man, in his mouth was like a street vendor selling bread. What a cute man. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but embarrassingly cover her cheeks, trying to block the heat there. Love makes people blind. In the eyes of a girl who has fallen in love, even if the man's joke is boring, it is still the most humorous. No matter how ordinary the man's action is, they can find some deep meaning or hint or factor that makes them more fond of him. Su Lu stubbornly maintained the image of a gentleman and maintained the posture of looking straight ahead. But from the corner of his eyes, he saw Nan Xiangmei shyly lowering her head. Under the gentle wind and drizzle, her beautiful cheeks were like a lotus flower. His heart moved again, and subconsciously he wanted to take out a silk handkerchief from the military bag to wipe the water droplets on her face. But his brain quickly woke up and stopped the movement of his hand in time, because that silk handkerchief was Jian Shui'er's. The rain seems to be getting heavier. Su Lu wiped the rain on his face, looked at the girl beside him, and said with concern, Let's go back. I'll go home soon. Nan Xiangmei's voice was a little disappointed. She said softly, We don't need this kind of arranged coincidence in the future. Are you willing to eat with me and chat with me? Su Lu continued to scratch his worried, wet hair. After a long time, he said, Of course, let's exchange numbers. Nan Xiangmei raised her head in surprise. The crystal-clear, pearl-like raindrops on her beautiful cheeks were full of joy. She quickly told him her phone number, and then lowered her head and said shyly, I have your phone number. I asked for it from Li Laoqi. Mimicking Su Li's tone of voice, Nan Xiangmei felt even more embarrassed. She buried her head and murmured, Maybe you will think that I'm a little out of line, but I'm not like this usually. I don't know why, but every time I talk to you, I'm very nervous. Su Lu wanted to tell her that it was because every time they met, she expressed some kind of emotion with an unimaginable courage. She didn't care how many times they met. However, he couldn't say these words. He just stood in front of her, blocking the rain that was blown by the wind. He said in a dry voice, Actually, I'm more nervous than you. Far away left sky, star region 435. 22. Near coordinate 89, there was a large area of stars that looked like Aquarius. In this place, which was called the Aquarius Galaxy by the people of the Empire, there was a giant planet. No human could survive on this giant planet because of its gravity. However, on the dark side of this giant planet, there was a satellite that would always accompany it. For thousands of years, countless silent warships used the shadow of the giant planet as cover to quietly enter and leave, because this was the most important and most secret first-class base in the periphery of the Empire. In a corner of the base, two thin and small Empire mechanical soldiers were operating a robot to move equipment into a small warship. One of the mechanical soldiers spoke in his heavily accented language to his quiet companion beside him. The other teams are preparing for the maneuver, but we have to move these hundreds of tons of equipment in before the warship takes off. Mechanical soldiers will always be mechanical soldiers. Huai Chao Shi, even if you're lucky and have the greatest surname in the Empire, you still can't change your fate, this mechanical soldier said indignantly. Join the Expeditionary Army? That's possible. Under the premise that the main force is wiped out, we can go to the battlefield to gain some military merits and hope to get rid of the identity of a commoner and become a small noble. But the problem is, for so many years, the Expeditionary Army rarely comes back. Who dares to take this risk? He suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Right? Have you heard? Recently, there has been a rumor in the military camp that those bastards of the Federation have started their counterattack. Our Expeditionary Army has suffered heavy casualties, and even old General Umburi died over there." Huai Chaosher listened silently and didn't give any emotional or verbal response. Under the direct arrangement of the Empire's military headquarters, he quietly came to the front line and became the most common mechanical soldier. However, it didn't mean that he had enough patience and tolerance to discuss the important matters of the Empire with these lower-class people. When he heard the three words Umburi for the first time, his face showed emotion and his eyes narrowed slightly. 3 hours later, a maneuver personally led by the Empire's County King Kadon started from this most secretive military base without any observers or media reports. Regarding this maneuver, the members of the Royal Intelligence Agency hidden in the military excitedly and coldly sent one report after another to their superiors, but they didn't get any response. Those confused and angry military observers were directly put under house arrest by the fleet until they knew the truth. Dozens of Night Wolf-class light warships slowly rose into the sky and followed the monster-class Black Mothership that was 17 kilometers long into space. Under the shadow of the giant planet, the fleet of warships that covered the sky looked so shocking. The fleet left the thin atmosphere and used the gravitational difference between the distant star and the nearby giant planet to slowly change direction like ghosts and head into the dark depths of the universe. However, out of all the soldiers' expectations, that monster-class Black Mothership left the fleet after 17 standard hours and stopped at the entrance of Bipping Corridor. Like a giant father, it quietly and kindly watched the entire fleet leave. From the generals to the soldiers of the Empire's fleet, they all smelled something different. Their fleet was temporarily formed on the surface, but in reality, they had received almost 2 years of special training. The fleet was all light warships, and they had all received major modifications in the base. Other than the necessary concealment equipment for high-speed cross-tunnel navigation, the warships had all the protective equipment removed. They tried their best to leave the energy output and position to those extremely sharp weapon systems. The extreme modification of the warships, all external communications were forcibly blocked before departure, and the fleet was in a silent state of the night. There was no way to contact the base or the military headquarters. Maybe even the military headquarters didn't know where this inconspicuous medium-sized fleet disappeared to. All kinds of facts and speculations made the relaxed and casual expression on the soldiers' faces replaced by caution and doubt. They vaguely guessed that this was definitely not a normal drill. Could it be that the hot-tempered and murderous County King Kadon was really like what the rumors said, and he had some outrageous thoughts in his mind? But what could these light warships do? The answer to all these questions was answered 3 days later. County King Katon, who everyone thought was left on the giant mothership, unexpectedly appeared in the internal communication system of the fleet. This is the most important military operation since the founding of the Empire. On the light screen, the general of the Empire coldly said to everyone in this secret mission, "We will be recorded in the history books." Chapter 554. All the soldiers of this medium-sized fleet that was moving like ghosts at the border of the Empire heard a piece of shocking news. The fleet was going to break through the space channel that connected the Empire and the Federation and enter the hinterland of the Federation to carry out a sacred plan. For decades, the war between the Empire and the Federation had never stopped. The Federation had attacked the Empire twice, but because of the one-way door in the universe, the Empire couldn't attack the Federation directly. Instead, they had to go around the Barrenstar region and spend more than 6 years of interstellar travel before they could attack the Westwoods region of the Federation. Regardless of their social class, whether they were the insulters or the ones being insulted, the people of the Empire were all depressed and pained by this tragic situation of being beaten up passively. They constantly hoped that the scientists on planet Tianjing would be able to quickly grasp the rules of these two giant spatial channels and send the Empire's brave warriors and invincible royal mecha operators directly into the Federation, so that those shameless invaders of the Federation could deeply feel the pain of their homeland being threatened by the flames of war. However, after a long time had passed, the Imperium could only send the young warriors on the long journey of no return. The national machinery was fully overloaded and could barely meet the resource requirements of the expedition. The invisible giant door in the universe did not show any signs of loosening. It directly attacked the territory of the Federation. For the fanatical citizens of the Imperium, it was like a beautiful but unrealistic dream. All the officers and soldiers in the fleet were dumbfounded at the blushing face of General Keaton on the light curtain. Hearing his words, they realized that this dream was in their hands and was about to become a reality. Probably because they couldn't believe it, the fleet made up of dozens of light battleships fell silent at this moment. Finally, someone woke up and shouted in ecstasy. This was followed by countless heated discussions and tossed military hats in the relatively narrow space of the battleships. The soldiers of the Empire knew that this mysterious mission, this history-making mission, would definitely be extremely dangerous. It might even be a dead end. Furthermore, their battleships were still in the process of slowly accelerating and were still very far away from the Federation. However, they were so excited that it was as if they had already won a great battle. The black hibiscus flag was flying above the Federation territory. Now that spring has come, can summer be far behind? If the fleet could really successfully pass through the space channel and enter the heart of the Federation, would it be long before the millions of soldiers of the Empire charged into the Federation? How do you spell this word? The skinny soldier moved closer to Huai Chaoshi and asked in a trembling voice. His fingers that were holding the pen were also trembling slightly. Perhaps it was because he was too excited to know about this mission, or perhaps it was because he was afraid of being asked by his superiors to write a will. The Imperial Army generously provided 2 sheets of plant fiber paper to all the soldiers who participated in the plan and asked them to write their wills. This detail proved that the Imperial military leadership had a clear understanding of the complexity and danger of this plan. Although this plan was named by the Imperial military minister as the interdimensional hunt, anyone would have thought that the giant space opening technology that had just been developed for less than 2 years could bury this fleet in the space channel at any time. Even if this fleet could pass through the space channel and enter the heart of the Federation, the fleet would immediately face the evil the glory of the Charter, the powerful space fleet of the Federation, and they still had to complete that secret mission. This ghost-like fleet only had a few dozen light battleships, and they had to carry out such an important mission. Would they still be able to come back alive? The smell of engine oil in the maintenance room was very strong, and the stench of vomit came from the corner. The metal structure of the battleship made a buzzing sound due to the high-speed travel. The environment was very bad, but Huai Caoshi's face was expressionless. He took the paper that the middle-aged soldier handed over and casually wrote a word. In the process of writing, he inadvertently glanced at the soldier and found out that the most important content in the soldier's was the ownership of the homesteading machine in his hometown. It seemed that this person was more inclined to leave the most important production material in his family to the son of his ex-wife. The middle-aged soldier smiled honestly, took the paper, and continued to write seriously on the table. From time to time, he would ask the people around him about the legal issue of inheritance rights. The soldier's explanation, in White Sausher's eyes, was full of mistakes and could even be said to be nonsense. Then he looked at the soldier's worried expression. It seemed that even so, he still found it hard to understand. Some people had already finished writing their wills and were leaning against the cushioned chairs and chatting loudly. They smoked low-quality tobacco, their mouths full of black and yellow teeth, spitting out vulgarities and excited discussion from time to time. It seemed that no one was worried about their lives in this secret mission. Huai Chaosher did not understand how a semi-literate civilian could be qualified for the precise maintenance work. Could it be that the basic education of the Empire had declined to such an extent? Looking at the boring faces of his companions in the maintenance room, he could not understand what the future of the Empire had to do with these cannon fodder-like characters. Why were they so excited? After a long silence, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged soldier beside him, "This mission is very dangerous. Your 3 sons are still very young, but I see that you don't seem to be afraid. Why is that?" The middle-aged soldier took out his cigarette case and handed a cigarette to him. After being rejected, he lit one with an unnatural expression. After taking a deep breath, he answered honestly with a smile, "Of course I'm afraid, but a war has to be fought. Otherwise, if those bastards from the Federation attack my hometown, what will happen to my broken family? Besides, even if I am conscripted into the Expeditionary Army, it won't be easier than this mission. I told you last time, I heard that the battle over there was very bad. More importantly," the middle-aged soldier waved his cigarette happily and said, "We are the first batch of fully organized troops to pass through the space passage. Just like what the commander said, my name will be in the history textbooks in the future. Tell me, how proud of my broken family and my sons?" Huai Chaosher looked at the man with a blank expression. In his heart, he thought that the future history of the Empire would definitely record the name of the emperor who initiated this plan, the commander who led the fleet to carry out the plan, and the names of the big shots in the military, but definitely not an ordinary soldier like him. He did not say anything. He looked at the middle-aged soldier and smiled slightly. He reached out and patted the soldier's shoulder. Then, he walked towards the quiet environment outside the maintenance room. The action of patting the shoulder was a little stiff. It was very much like the praise or comfort of a superior to a subordinate. However, to him, it was an extremely rare expression of emotion. The middle-aged soldier looked at the back of the skinny guy and felt a little strange. He could not help but scratch his head with an ink pen. Would history record his name? Would it be Huai Caosher's real name, or a Su Meng's title? According to the plan drawn up by the emperor to the military, if everything went smoothly, he would only be an observer and bystander in this operation. It seemed that it would be better if his name was not remembered. Huai Chaosher, who was wearing a sergeant's military uniform, held a glass of water and stood at the corner of the 3rd floor of the battleship. He looked at the busy and excited soldiers in the middle of the field and thought about these questions silently. His current identity was the lowest level of maintenance soldier. He was not qualified to enter the hall at all. He could only be a bystander, which was somewhat similar to the role he played. At this moment, the entire fleet of the Imperium was brimming with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Countless wills were gathered together, but there was no sadness or fear, only the fierce and resolute collective will. Everybody was busy at their posts. Even the few officials of the Royal Intelligence Agency and the instructors of the Royal Training Corps, who were famous for their fanatical brainwashing skills, were smiling quietly, which was rare for them. This ghost fleet, which was responsible for carrying out the hunting mission, was all made up of light warships of the same model. There was no difference between the warships. There was no special electric control ship or supply ship. The biggest similarity was that the warship's cruising speed was extremely fast. From the light, drifting light outside the porthole, the working status of the engines could be clearly seen. At this time, the fleet had not entered the second level of acceleration. The extremely fine cosmic particles had begun to cause the residual high-temperature fuel at the edge of the engines to recede linearly. Hui Chaosher had just moved her eyes away from the porthole when she suddenly realized that the hull had become quiet. Then, there was a series of enthusiastic and disciplined applause. A fierce-looking middle-aged general, whose every pore exuded a sense of pride and cruelty, walked to the center of the Imperial soldiers under the protection of his subordinates. He was the highest commander of this hunting mission, the butcher general who was famous for his bloody suppression of riots all over the Empire, Countess Kärten. Beside it was a beautiful blonde civil official with a hot body. Then, there were the staff officers who were preparing to record the orders. There were also a few officers wearing black jumpsuits with a stern expression. Someone recognized the identity of one of the officers in black. The soldiers instantly guessed that these people must be the ace pilots from the Royal Special Mecha Unit. In the Imperial Army, to be called an ace pilot, one must have at least a level 4 piloting skill, and the ace pilots of the Royal Mecha Unit were even more likely to reach level 5. On a normal day, normal soldiers would never have the chance to meet these legendary figures. But today, they saw a few of them at once. The crowd couldn't help but start to excitedly whisper and guess. The mystery was about to be revealed. The metal wall on the left side of the hall on the 3rd floor of the battleship slowly opened up, like the curtain of a drama being lifted. 6 mechas that were fixed in the warehouse by heavy springs, flashed with a dazzling metallic light, proudly and coldly appeared in front of the Imperial soldiers. Not long after the Expeditionary Army suffered a devastating blow from the Federation's new MX mecha, the Empire finally developed a new generation of mecha that belonged to them. It was given a tacky name, the New Mecha. It didn't use the dual-engine technology of the Federation's new mecha, because after the research department of the military couldn't solve the electron turbulence problem that their counterparts in the Federation had encountered before, they quickly shifted their research to the direction of miniaturized engine wiring. The Empire's new Wolfang mecha had a total of 67 spherical joints in the heavy metal body, and all of them were installed with superimposed micro-engines made of superalloy. Once the full power output was output, its speed would reach a terrifying number. Chapter 555. The newest model of the Empire's Wolfang mech appeared in front of everyone. The ridiculously long mechanical leg design made the body of this mech appear tall, thin, and cold. The most shocking thing was that all the spherical joints on the body of the mech were hidden under the alloy plates. Regardless of the size and purpose, all of them were installed with a miniature output superimposed engine. This was the most advanced power equipment in the Empire. It was like countless bone spikes sticking out of the metal plates, but also like sharp fangs. It lacked a simple aesthetic, but it had a bloodthirsty charm. The soldiers of the Empire looked at the new mech in shock. It took them a long time to get rid of the excitement. The advanced mechanics specially selected by the logistics department started to work under the mech, doing the final maintenance before the test. The 6 ace mecha operators from the Royal Mecha Battalion bowed to King Kärten and didn't show any other expression. They walked to their mechas coldly and cooperated with the mechanics to calibrate the data. They were preparing for the special training that would come later. Like ice being thawed, the stiff bodies of the Imperial soldiers in the hall began to move again. They continued their work in silence and seriousness. Only the smiles on their faces and the quick and accurate movements of their orders showed how excited they were at the moment. The Empire not only found the key to open the gate of the universe, but also had a new mech that was comparable to the Federation's MX mech. How could the soldiers of the Empire not be excited? An hour later, at the warship luncheon, in order to boost the morale of the troops, Duke Carlton once again appeared in front of his subordinates with that beautiful female civil official in tow. The officers gathered around the Dark Wolf Fang mecha and pointed at it excitedly, praising the Emperor's foresight and greatness, the RAS's great achievement after years of patience, and the amazing operation of those ace mechas. There were even more people who spoke of the amazing princess in a fanatical and admiring tone. Huai Chaosher stood in a dark corner outside the door. Beside her were her excited mechanic colleagues who couldn't get close to the mech. Mechanic and mechanic only differed by one word, but their status was very different. No one noticed this inconspicuous, thin, and short soldier. No one noticed that his expression was too cold and calm, which made him stand out from the crowd. Huai Chaosher looked at the gloomy mecha in the distance, unperturbed. From the research and development of the Empire's newest generation of revolutionary mecha, he had made extremely important contributions in every step of the process. He could not find any way to be humble about this. The design team of the RAS had been in close contact with him all this time. They listened to his cold and direct opinions, and he was the one who personally controlled the first experimental machine to obtain data. He could recite all the data of the Wolf Fong mech by heart. The engine, the hybrid system, the power output norm, the standard weight of 2,237 tons, and in line with the design intent and the use of new materials, this new model of mech was the lightest mech in the history of the Empire. It was 66 meters tall and wide. These complex or simple data units naturally appeared in his mind, but they made him frown. Over the past few decades, many people had discovered a strange fact. The units of measurement used by the Empire and the Federation were extremely similar. No one could explain why two independently developed civilizations would walk the same path in the end. It was easier to understand the weight unit because the closest substance to humanoid life was water. That was why they usually used water as the standard for weight. But what about the length unit? A length of 1 meter was equal to the transition between 2p10 and 5d1 of a krypton minus 86 atom. It was 165.0763, 73 times the wavelength of the radiation in a vacuum. This was inexplicable, and he could not find any basis for the concept of length in reality at all. Huai Chaosher lowered his eyes slightly as a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He was unwilling to think deeper about this problem. The scholars of the Empire who dared to express interest or comment on this situation had long been thrown into prison or secretly assassinated. But her identity and status were enough to support her to make any ridiculous reasoning. He just didn't want to think about it. No matter what happened billions of years ago, he wanted to see the present and billions of years later. The history of the universe might be a sad comedy, but those sour emotions should be left for the young and middle-aged people who love literature to be intoxicated. Sitting on the high command platform, County King Kadon was in a very high mood. He was looking forward to the upcoming assassination mission that was destined to amaze the universe. He didn't care about the presence of hundreds of subordinates. His broad hand with extremely long hair naturally reached into the skirt of the female secretary next to him and forcefully rubbed her two plump buttocks. The female secretary's face slightly reddened, but she didn't dare to dodge. The surrounding officers acted like they didn't see this scene. They continued to eat their food and drink their wine. The officers closer to them didn't even dare to raise their heads. The imperial armies had strict discipline, but for the high and mighty royal family, the so-called discipline was the requirement they had for their people. They must not hinder their own enjoyment of life. Looking at this scene from afar, Huai Chaosher slightly frowned and showed a trace of disgust. He already knew the style of this butcher general. It seemed that when he suppressed the riots in the past decade, this style was not a problem. However, this fleet was about to carry out such an important mission. As the commander, this person didn't know how to restrain himself at all. The thin and short soldier frowned. No one would think that he was mocking the high and mighty County King Kadon in his mind. However, County King Kadon, who was laughing with an unpleasant voice in the distance, seemed to have sensed something. He looked over with a surprised expression and then saw the figure in the shadow outside the door. County King Kadon's laughter suddenly stopped. He awkwardly turned his head, and that big hand had already retracted from the female secretary's skirt. Huai Chaosher turned around and left expressionlessly. He returned to his single cabin. He sat on the bed and put on a strange posture. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. His hands were on his knees, and his hollow fingers were pointing up like he was hugging a ball. They were slightly trembling in the windless space. In the corner of the warship storage room, there was a special Wolf Fong mech that was still covered with an anti-static cloth. There was a layer of dust on the cloth, and no one came to ask. The information system entered the dark night and couldn't contact anyone. The appearance of the new Wolf Fong mech, the appearance of the best mech warrior of the Empire, and the excitement and nervousness before the battle. The same scene played out in all the warships. A medium-sized fleet made up of all-light warships couldn't give the Federation enough damage. Even if the interdimensional hunting plan succeeded, it could only make the Federation fall into temporary chaos. It couldn't change the balance of power between the two forces in the universe and the status quo of the war. However, the Imperial Expeditionary Force was completely wiped out. This news couldn't be hidden for long. At this moment, the Empire needed a shocking and symbolic victory. Even if this victory was obtained through a shameless sneak attack, it could only vent the anger in the heart and didn't have many practical benefits. Therefore, the Emperor of the Empire personally approved this hunting plan. For the sake of this plan, the Empire had sent out more than 100 powerful mecha warriors from the Royal Mecha Battalion. They had also sent over all the new mecha that had just been successfully developed. In addition to the method of passing through the space channel, as well as a certain preparation method after the fleet had entered the Federation, the Empire had actually used the 3 secret and important research results that they had spent decades and countless resources and energy on this assassination plan. This wasn't a drill, and it was far beyond the scope of an experiment. This represented the Empire's chilling attitude. This was a bloody revenge, and it must succeed. After the ghostly fleet roamed the edge of space for 13 days, the voice that the soldiers had been waiting for finally came from the communication system. The fleet adjusted its direction and began 3 levels of acceleration. This also meant that the fleet was ready to head for the Cosmic Gate. The first 3 days of acceleration were very smooth. The soldiers on the warships could still work and rest as usual. Everyone was very nervous and very excited. They checked every detail of their cushioned seats, afraid that something would go wrong. They didn't want to become a pile of flesh and blood when the Empire's fleet passed through the space tunnel for the first time, because the Y-type tether suddenly stopped working. After all, this was a historical space travel. No one knew what would happen when the fleet passed through the space tunnel, and whether there would be any accidents. The naturally formed warp holes in the universe connected the star systems that even light felt distant. The farther the distance between the 2 star systems, the higher the energy level of the space tunnel, and the more terrifying the ray storm inside. In the past, the Empire's space technology could only use the warp holes to achieve space navigation within the Empire. For the 2 giant space tunnels that connected the Empire and the Federation, there was nothing they could do. The larger the mass of the object that passed through the warp holes, the more ray storms it would cause, and the higher the death rate. In the past, the Empire could only send light warships with extremely small mass through the space tunnel, and the interval between each teleportation was very long. They had to wait for the turbulence in the space tunnel to subside. Even so, there were still countless powerful special forces of the Empire that died silently in these 2 space tunnels. The extremely high death rate forced all the war plans of the military to be put on hold. Father was a prince back then, and he dared to ignore the extremely high death rate and force his way through the terrifying warp holes. Where did his courage come from? Huai Chaoshi was not affected by the tense atmosphere in the warship. His mind was calm and clear. However, when he thought about the painful history of the Empire and the history that was happening around him, he couldn't help but feel a little excited and yearning. Suddenly, the warship began to tremble. Strange light particles appeared outside the porthole, and a violent acceleration pressed his body against the back of the cushioned seat. Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly, and then his face returned to its cold and calm state. He slowly straightened his body, and the Y-shaped belt fell to the side. His arms were trembling, and he used his own body to resist this terrifying force. The fleet began to accelerate in the direction of the space tunnel for 10 days. The acceleration was very large, and the angle chosen was 45 degrees, which gave the people in the warship the illusion that they were ascending. It was as if the warship was escaping the gravitational force of the planet and flying into the sky. He closed his eyes and seriously experienced this feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time. He remembered sneaking out of the palace to play on the roller coaster when he was young. It was very exciting. Beauties are like famous horses, they all need to be trained. Chapter 556. It's so exciting. The little princess of the Zhong family in the West Wood screamed. At this time, her hands were tightly gripping the handrail in front of her. Her innocent eyes were extremely focused as she stared at the rapidly passing picture in front of her. Her black eyes were full of excitement and happiness. Her watermelon-skinned black hair swayed and fell in the blue sky like a tender flower, gently opening and closing after the rain. Her hair cut the bright light from the sky into countless lines. As the high-speed roller coaster swooped down at high speed and decelerated when passing through the black hole, the lines gathered and scattered. This was the most beautiful late spring in the 70th year of the constitutional calendar. This was the most famous amusement park in Xixia State, and this was the happiest day for people. Zhong Huahua had once gone to an amusement park in her childhood, which had always made her secretly sad. However, today was different from that time. Her parents did not book an empty amusement park. In front of and behind the roller coaster seats, there were all her peers who were screaming in excitement and fear. This rare atmosphere made the little girl feel very good. But sitting next to her, Su Lu was in a very bad mood. When he came to Xixia State, Commander Zhong and his wife believed that he had enough ability to protect Little Watermelon, so they agreed to their daughter's pleas and didn't choose to clear the amusement park. They let her play around crazily with Su Lu like a child from an ordinary family. However, just like last year in the amusement park under the cliff of Wood Valley Manor, the hurricane ship and the roller coaster made Su Lu very painful. His face was pale, and the smell of wormwood could be seen from his frown. The strongest physical fitness and military accomplishment in the world seemed to have no effect in front of these children's favorite thrills. Until he got off the roller coaster, he still felt that his legs were a little weak, and his chest and abdomen were a little uncomfortable. He seemed to want to vomit. When Li Feng went to the West Woods at the age of 12, I took him to the amusement park, but he was dismissive of these children's favorite things and was unwilling to try them. But 2 months later, after he killed someone on the front line for the first time, he sat in a daze for a whole night. Then, he entered the amusement park in the morning and rode the roller coaster 38 times in a row. At that time, everyone in the amusement park and I, who rushed over after receiving the news, were all dumbfounded. But no one expected that when this young boy got off the roller coaster, his expression was as silent as usual. He just asked me for a cigarette. To this day, I still remember that although the little guy's action of lighting the cigarette was clumsy and extremely unskilled, his lips holding the cigarette and fingers holding the lighter did not tremble at all. So after seeing your performance today, I really wonder if the rumors about you being on par with him in the Linyuan Club and winning the top mech battle at Khaki Peak are true. Today, Commander Zhong and his wife were disguised as an ordinary couple and ordinary parents. They were waiting for the two of them in the crowd below the roller coaster. At this time, Mrs. Zhong was holding her daughter's hand and listening to her chatter excitedly. Meanwhile, Zhong Suehu was looking at Su Lu mockingly and mercilessly saying offensive words. After Su Lu got off the roller coaster, he had been drinking ice water to calm his rapidly beating heart so that the sweat on his body would disappear sooner. When he thought of his previous embarrassing performance, especially in front of Little Watermelon, he already felt very embarrassed. At this time, when he heard the mocking words of the big shot next to him, he finally couldn't help it. He gritted his teeth and retorted coldly. This is a psychological problem, not a problem of ability. As for Li Feng, he is a lunatic. I'm not crazy. Because Su Lu came to Xixia State, the powerful Fatty Tian no longer needed to follow Little Watermelon all the time. This person found a random reason to live his own life, so Su Lu took his place, including the seat at the dining table. For the rest of the lunch, the four of them ate at the fast food restaurant in the theme park. This was an arrangement that could not be any more ordinary. For the family of three from Celine, it was obviously a life that they had not experienced for a long time. Both the adults and the children were very satisfied. At the dining table, amidst the noise of the fast food restaurant and the smell of spicy fried food, Commander Zhong, who was dressed in casual clothes, still didn't stop mocking Sulu. From the roller coaster to the Nebula award ceremony that he said had a very vomit-inducing effect, and then to Sulu innocently becoming a small soldier in the charge between the two major forces of the Federation, countless cold and indifferent analytical words were spat out from the mouth of the overlord of the West Woods. Su Li's face turned even paler, and he was speechless. Mrs. Zhong couldn't listen to it anymore. She frowned and defended Su Lu like an older sister, calmly refuting. Her willow eyebrows occasionally rose, and a fierce tiger naturally had to submit. Sula had always thought that a big shot like Tiger would only think of strategies and schemes, because he had spent so many years fighting against the Empire at the borders of Sicily. Also, because he hadn't had a normal and healthy family life for too long, he would definitely have the same psychological problems as himself when facing the amusement facilities. That was why he didn't really care. But when he found that this person began to use a serious reprimanding tone towards the well-behaved and pitiful little watermelon, he finally couldn't help but frown. You're a girl, but you only think about these boring things every day. You even shout and scream like a lunatic. What's wrong with you? Commander Zhong looked at his daughter, who was silent with her head down, and reprimanded her sternly. It's fine if you just play occasionally. Think about Li Feng. What was he doing when he was your age? Girl, can a Westwoods tiger be so naggy? Su Lu, who was chewing corn with his head down like the little girl beside him, couldn't help but shake his head. He wondered why Tiger Zhong always used that little lunatic as a comparison material. Did he not know that the guy was really a lunatic? Or did he want his daughter to be as crazy and violent in the future? Or was it because Tiger Zhong had always been disappointed that he didn't have a son, so he subconsciously looked at Madman Li as a son? Then wouldn't he be the son of the old man in Philadelphia? After a quick association, Su Lu couldn't help but laugh. Commander Zhong frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Su Lu looked up at him and suddenly thought that his random inference might be true. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He felt that little watermelon was really a failure to have such a father. Nothing. I just want to say that all outstanding and independent girls must like to ride roller coasters when they were young. Of course, he didn't know that his illogical inference, which was purely from little watermelon's standpoint, actually pointed to the distant end of the universe. And it was perfectly confirmed by someone who was excellent or even a genius. No one in the room could think of this. Commander Zhong and his wife listened to Su Li's serious and seemingly angry words. After being stunned for a while, they couldn't help but laugh. They truly and slightly surprised to find that this young man seemed to really dote on his daughter. The atmosphere of the four people was very good. Commander Zhong and his wife didn't make Su Lu feel too much like the big shots in the Federation. Amidst the joy and harmony, there was really a hint of a family dinner. It was a pity that even a feast would come to an end, let alone a fast food meal. 7 bulletproof military vehicles, under the stunned and shocked gaze of the people in the amusement park, drove to the entrance of the fast food restaurant and picked up the 4 people inside. In the back row of the car, Zhong Huashan's clear eyes began to fill with tears. She hid her head in her mother's arms and occasionally glanced at her father by the window. She whispered softly, "Mom, you have to come back soon." "Good girl, I'll come back as soon as possible," Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. "Dad, you too." The little girl plucked up her courage and looked at her father by the window with a serious expression. She said, like what Brother Sulu said, "After you in the last battle for the Federation, I'll go back to the West Woods to see you, okay?" At this moment, Commander Zhong's hard stone face, which seemed to be carved out of stone, finally relaxed a little. How long would it take to win the last battle for the Federation? How long would it take for his daughter to go back to her hometown in the West Woods after inheriting the family business? "Okay," he replied. General Zhong Su, the commander of the 4th Military Region of the Federation and the commander-in-chief of the enemies in the West Woods, finished his work report in the late spring of the 70th year of the constitutional calendar and stepped on the return journey of the antique bell. The West Woods region, which had just wiped out the Imperial Expeditionary Force, needed him to be in charge. The Federation's long-planned attack on the mainland of the Empire also needed his cooperation and arrangements in the front line of the Westwoods. In the eyes of many news media and political analysts, when the Federation attacked the mainland of the Empire, there was no doubt that only Fierce Tiger, who had just shown his genius military talent in the front line of the Westwoods, was qualified and capable to be the commander-in-chief. Different from a usual return journey, this time his wife, the CEO of the Antique Bell Company, Ms. Ling Min, would also go to the Westwoods with him. This famous couple in the Federation chose the battleship-modified Antique Bell, but now the captain of the battleship had changed. On the surface, Mrs. Zhong was going back to the Westwoods because of business needs, but only a few people knew that she was going back to the old mansion to deal with the problems of some of the Zhong family's relatives. Su didn't know this. At this time, he was quietly listening to Commander Zhong's words before he left. He felt that the spring breeze on the tarmac of the military base suddenly became a little cold. Last night, at the official residence, I had the last conversation with President Pabre. I promised Mr. President that once the Federation starts to prepare the space tunnel strategy to attack the mainland of the Empire, I would be honored to be the commander-in-chief of the three armed forces. The silver hair in Zhong Shouhu's eyebrows trembled in the wind. After a moment of silence, he continued, "But the problem is that I still have a lot of differences with Mr. President in terms of the deployment of military forces and the allocation of resources." At the end of the conversation, our differences still can't be resolved. Sula listened silently. Last time, when they talked by the pot of chili oil in the restaurant, plus some analysis, he knew very well what those differences meant. The Zhong family was the only family among the 7 families that had military power. They controlled the military and economic lifeline of the Westwoods. How could the Federation government not be vigilant of this power that was similar to a separatist plot? If it wasn't for the glory of the Charter, perhaps the Westwoods, which had been bleeding and sacrificing for the Federation, would have started to become independent long ago. In the face of such a political situation, it was difficult to have true trust between the government and the Westwoods. President Pabre and his government, with great political wisdom and courage, chose Commander Zhong to be the commander-in-chief of this war. But they also had to worry about whether the Westwoods would become stronger because of this, so they would definitely put forward their own strict requirements in terms of the allocation of resources and the number of troops directly controlled by the Zhong family. At this time, there can't be differences. Su Lum might have the ability to solve the big problem that had troubled the Federation for countless years, but he could only lower his head and sigh. In the face of such a strong opponent like the Empire, there can't be differences, Zhong Shouhu said expressionlessly. Reducing the military power of the Zhong family, the transfer of grassroots officials across the region, and the integration of the Westwoods into the political structure of the Federation. No matter from what perspective, such as the war against the Empire or the long-term stability of the Federation, these actions are absolutely correct. Mr. President has also shown his sincerity, but I still can't agree to anything. For thousands of years, the Zhong family has always been the weakest link in the 7 families. Because of the long years of war, our relationship with the other 6 families is very distant and indifferent. Also, there are some old grudges from the development of Eastwood, so we have always been the prime target of the government. The lessons of history are very painful. The Federation doesn't dare to believe us, and we don't dare to believe the Federation. So we have to do whatever it takes. For example, my childhood, my daughter's childhood, and the growth of countless generations of Zhong family heirs. We have to hold the military power firmly in our hands. Only then can we have the power to talk to the government, and only then can we survive. The Zhong family is not my Zhong family. It is the Zhong family of the Zhong family. The words came to an abrupt end, just like the wind that suddenly stopped on the tarmac. Zhong Shouhu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the silent Su Lu with a trace of interest. He didn't want to send any message to the Lees of Philadelphia through Su Lu. In fact, all these years, because he was vaguely displeased or angry with the war god strategy of taking turns to fight in the Westwoods, he didn't even have any private contact with Philadelphia through phone. He just wanted to say something to this interesting kid, but Zhong Shouhu didn't understand why he wanted to say something. In the end, he could only attribute it to Su Li's natural disposition that made people believe him. But this kid was just a guy who didn't know the dangers of the world and was only brave and righteous. He didn't know if there would be a day when he would meet with a bloody head. For youths, this damn fatty's description is quite accurate. Commander Zhong patted Su Li's shoulder and leaned over to hug his well-behaved daughter, which was rare for him. He turned around and said a few words to Colonel Lake, who was stationed at S1. Then he walked in front of his wife and walked towards the warship with a smile. The transport ship rose into the air, and the airflow on the tarmac was turbulent. Sulu squinted his eyes to send them off in the dust until the warship turned into a small black dot in the atmosphere. The wind in spring was bleak, and Su Li's heart was slightly moved. He gently held little Watermelon's hand. At this moment, the phone in his clothes rang. Chapter 557. The gentle voice of the president of the Nutshell Company came from the other end of the phone. Sula listened quietly. He didn't say much, but he was as straightforward as usual without any hesitation. After being pardoned from the military prison in Qingsheng, he signed a bunch of complicated legal documents in front of General Miles in the president's official residence. From that moment on, his life could no longer be separated from the Federal Army. As a soldier, he had to follow orders unconditionally. After a short vacation, the Ministry of Defense assigned him a new mission. He would go to a secret base near the Gary Corridor with the new 17th Division to be in charge of security work. The secret base was built by the Nutshell Company. It was responsible for the future strategic significance of the Federation. The new 17th Division inherited the halo of the God of War and carried the strong aura of the Nutshell Group 7. It was natural that the Ministry of Defense and the Nutshell Company chose them at the same time. This was originally an ordinary conscription that only needed to be ordered by the Ministry of Defense or the 1st Military Region. However, considering the existence of Sulu, the president of the Nutshell Company personally called to explain and ask for his opinion. As long as the division commander has no opinion, I have no opinion. As for the relevant itinerary and equipment preparation, it is more appropriate for the department to contact He directly. After all, he is the regiment commander. Okay, Mr. President, I'll look forward to the dinner you promised next time. Sula hung up the phone. In the blue sky above the base, there was no trace of the battleship. This was not 5460, and it was impossible to see the ancient clock that was far outside the atmosphere. He quietly looked at it for a while, then held the small watermelon's soft hand again and walked out of the base. He was in a hurry to leave because he didn't want to spend too much time with Colonel Lake from the West Woods military region. Although Colonel Lake wore sunglasses, he still had a deep impression of him. He didn't wear sunglasses today, so he was worried that he would be recognized. In a sense, Colonel Lake, who carried out the mission of the Bureau of Proclamation at Zhonglo Street in Donglin a few years ago, changed Su Li's life. The violent Special Forces soldier, the cold gun barrel, and the angry fist were a part of Su Li's deep and unpleasant memories. According to the old man, Su Lu had the authority of Sequence 1. He did not need to worry about being accused of being a fugitive from the Federation. However, no matter what, he did not want to be recognized by Colonel Lake. However, he did not know that Colonel Lake had started to pay attention to him after the assassination in the West Wood Sunset State. Not including today, not including this time. Colonel Lake, who was wearing sunglasses, stood in the rustling wind and maintained a solemn posture. He looked up at the sky, as if he was still sending off the officer he admired the most in his life. His expression was somewhat complicated, and he did not notice Su Li's departure at all. Spring, year 70 of the constitutional calendar, April 15th. The Tiger of the West Woods and his wife left S1 and boarded the Ancient Bell. Under the escort of 4 light feather-class warships, they embarked on their journey back to their hometown in the West Woods. At 3:12 in the afternoon, Sulu handed over Little Watermelon to Tion Stickman and then rushed back to the Capital Special District to prepare for the upcoming mission. Almost at the same time, the Ghost Fleet, composed of 57 light-class warships, quietly sailed through the vast and barren star field at the border of the Empire and arrived at an empty place. This place was far away from the galaxy, in the dead and dark space within 18 light years, except for the traces of the fleet's engine and the interstellar dust that had been floating alone for billions of years. There were no large celestial bodies that could be seen with the naked eye. The whole background was empty and quiet. No one would have thought that this was the entrance to a certain door in the universe. Through this door, one could see the world at the other end of the distant star field. Spring, year 70 of the constitutional calendar, April 19th. The next day, Sulu, who was going to leave on a warship, thought for a long time and called Shangqiu. Shangqiu said on the other side of the phone that she was very busy, so they did not meet. Then, he finally called Nan Xiangmei, and the two of them met up for dinner. At night, he looked at Zhang Xiaoming's number that he had saved on his phone and shook his head. In the end, he did not call Jian Shuier. At 3:37 in the morning, the Ministry of National Defense and the Nutshell Company sent the specific information of this mission to his top-secret military mailbox. At the same time, there was an additional clause. Then, the Federal Central Computer provided him with more detailed information. In the information picture, the secret base located in the outer star field of the Gary Corridor was extremely magnificent. It was like a huge metal asteroid, indifferently suspended in the unchanging black space. After the completion of this base, it would become the base camp for the federal forces to attack the Empire and the most important strategic transfer base for the Federation. The Nutshell Company was the largest megacorporation in the Federation. 30 years ago, they had received an order from the Federation government to build a transfer base. Even with the Nutshell Company's terrifying production capabilities, they still had to invest so much time and effort to complete the basic construction of this base. It was easy to imagine how magnificent this space base was. In fact, of the secret military budget that the Federation Parliament reviewed behind closed doors every year, at least 60% was invested in this space base. As a result, the government's budget deficit had increased sharply in recent years. From this, one could imagine how much effort and investment the Federation government, especially the Pabre government that had been accelerating this project ever since it took office. Sulu and the new 17th Division's mission, this time, was to ensure the safety of this important space base. Although the Empire had reduced the number of suicidal special mecha traversal attempts in the past 2 years, and the Gary Corridor and the Night Scorpion Nebula had been peaceful for a long time, according to the importance of this space base, no amount of caution was necessary. Other than protecting the space base, there was also an additional clause from the Bureau of Proclamation. The new 17th Division's first team would spend 7 months to set up a space network and infiltrate the data of the space base. This was to prepare for the all-out war that would break out in the next year or two, as well as provide strategic support for the Federal Forces' collective traversal of the space base in the future. After memorizing the information, Sulu rinsed his mouth and washed his face. He glanced at the street view below Wangdu Condominium and then went to bed. Before going to bed, he thought of little Watermelon, so he gave her a call. He coaxed the little girl, whose parents were not around, and then fell into a deep sleep peacefully and happily. At this time, the Ancient Bell was cruising at level 2 cruise speed, steadily continuing its journey. It went around the military-restricted area in front of it and followed the passage next to the Night Scorpion Nebula. At this time, other than a few people on both sides of the universe, no one knew that the Empire's ghost fleet led by Butcher Catan was moving forward with difficulty in the seemingly endless dark passage filled with turbulence of particles and storms. The suspended reflector on the outer shell of the Empire's battleship was rubbing against the turbulence of particles that were beyond human imagination. It seemed like it could be penetrated at any time and then turned into ashes. Year 70 of the Federation's constitutional calendar, 27th of April. The Ancient Bell was still cruising smoothly. The spaceship that was modified from a battleship completely ignored the interference of cosmic rays. The electronic monitoring system followed the program and carried out a flawless probe at a certain frequency from 360 angles. The gentle music inside the spaceship blended together with the mellow aroma of coffee. The people traveling in space still lamented the monotonous and boring life and the lack of excitement. Far ahead, in the space at the edge of the Night Scorpion Nebula, there was a strange change. Waves of dim light suddenly appeared in the calm space. These light waves appeared for a very short time and then disappeared in an instant. It was like a hard metal membrane that was knocked by the delicate fingers of a baby. A pure, black metal horn quietly penetrated the membrane and came to this part of the universe. Then, the object behind the metal horn also penetrated the membrane and gradually revealed the appearance of a battleship. The second battleship, the third battleship, dozens of Empire's battleships penetrated the membrane that didn't actually exist and appeared in the universe of the Federation in a dark and cold manner. A cold and indifferent aura spread out in the space. These Empire's battleships that forced their way through the space passage trembled violently because of the strong space pressure. It was like they finally arrived in the universe of the Federation and smelled the scent of the enemy. They were so excited and nervous that they couldn't control themselves. In the space inside the fleet of Empire's battleships, countless excited screams and exclamations were echoing. The porthole panels were not closed. The soldiers of the Empire watched the scene outside the battleships through the light curtain and truly felt the greatness of a certain history that was happening. They discovered that this strange universe that belonged to the people of the Federation was as beautiful and moving as their hometown. Different from the shock and speechlessness of the ordinary soldiers, the officers of the Ghost Fleet of the Empire forcibly suppressed the excitement in their hearts and nervously devoted themselves to their work under the stern reprimand of their superiors. They knew very well that it was one thing to pass through the space passage, but it was another difficult task to not be discovered by the glory of the Charter of the Federation. In the past, the Empire could only teleport objects of low quality, such as the mini spaceships of the Mecha Warriors. These mini spaceships had a high possibility of being destroyed in the space passage, but once they successfully passed through the space passage, the possibility of escaping the glory of the Charter's surveillance in the vast space of the universe was also relatively high. Now, the Empire had finally made history by teleporting an entire medium-sized fleet, but the space fluctuation caused by was also very easy for the glory of the Charter to detect. Only 37 seconds left. 35, 34. Sitting on the command platform with a violent expression on his face, Prince Kadon coldly stared at the trajectories of all the battleships and turned on the signal blocking system. His expression was unprecedentedly serious, and the staff officer beside him was loudly counting down to the battleship commanders. 14, 13. Success. The advisor turned around and looked at Duke Carlton as he reported in excitement. Prince Kadon's expression didn't change, but his entire body relaxed. A cruel expression flashed across his chubby face, and he murmured to himself in his mind, "People of the Federation, groan in pain. Prince Doring will be immortal, but you will have to pay the price for this hatred." Relying on the chip and related information that Macklin sent back to the Empire, and relying on the intelligence of the last seed that the Empire hid in the Federation, the Empire made the most accurate calculation of the density of the net that the Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation set up outside the space passage. In an extremely short amount of time, dozens of light battleships turned on all of their engines and forcefully changed their trajectories, driving into the only dark gap that was shining in the light. The background of the universe was dark, and the ghost-like fleet of the Empire formed a long and narrow line in the universe of the Federation, twisting and moving forward like a poisonous snake, avoiding the invisible dangers and preparing to launch the most vicious and sudden attack on the target that was about to pass by. Chapter 558. The light gray, metallic Federation transport ship traveled at a constant speed in the low-dimensional space of the Night Scorpion Nebula. The 3,000 soldiers of the new 17th Division on the transport ship had returned to their hometowns for less than 100 days of vacation before they were forced to set off on a journey again. Naturally, they were not in a good mood. As soon as they left the region of Upper Forest, homesickness began to spread. For the commanding officer of the army, this kind of mood was undoubtedly negative and dangerous. Fortunately, the purpose of this trip was not to attack the Empire, but to be responsible for the security of the forward base. For Sulu, homesickness was not the main emotion he was feeling right now. He looked at the exceptionally beautiful woman with long black hair in front of him and felt more surprise and a heavy responsibility. He never would have thought that Jian Shui would actually appear in the transport ship and become a female reporter following the army. What surprised him even more and made him feel a little sad and empty was that the nation's girl, whom the nation hadn't seen for a long time, after taking off her white cap, her black hair flowed out like a waterfall. There was no trace of the vigorous purple in the deepest part of his memory back then. A debate that was not intense, but was somewhat stubborn occurred between the young man and woman. Bai Yulan and the other officers were extremely tactful and left the cabin early. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him that was still as beautiful as before and the black hair that spread slightly over her shoulders, Su Lu vaguely understood why she had made such a big change. He sighed in his heart and was about to say something when his eyes narrowed. "I have something to take care of," he said to Jian Shui, and then turned to return to his cabin. Jian Shui looked at his resolute back and revealed an innocent expression. She spread out her hands cutely and said, "This is my own hair. Why are you so angry?" Sula knew that he had no reason to be angry at someone for changing her hairstyle. It was boring and absurd, but he was still angry because that purple color, for him, meant too many memories and traces of his life. But at this moment, he quickly walked back to his cabin and left the other party with a cold back. It was not because he was being childish, but because a line of white characters suddenly appeared in his black left eye. After that night in the camp, the old thing rarely contacted him, so at that moment, he was somewhat surprised and nervous. What exactly had happened? No specific data? Su Lu sat on the edge of the bed and asked in confusion, "But your existence is based on logic and information capture. Without any valid information, how do you know that something big is going to happen in the Federation?" Chaos calculation. I cannot list the calculation process. I only know that countless subtle variables are causing a data turbulence as time passes. Based on your first rank authority, I'll officially report the first cause of change to you. After the Medellin project, the Bureau of Proclamation cooperated with the Federation to carry out the cleanup work. However, on November 23rd, 2 years ago, the data cleanup work I was in was terminated. According to the prior data prediction, one of the Empire's seeds is currently outside the surveillance range. Hearing this, Su Li's brows furrowed even more. He clenched his hands tightly and quickly asked, "Where is this seed now?" "No authorization, no corresponding monitoring report has been generated," the Federal Central Computer replied. "I know you know where he is." Su Lu lowered his head and clenched his fists. The suspected target of the Empire's seed is currently in S2. Who is the person who terminated the investigation authorization? Assistant Director Chui Zhedong. Su Lu narrowed his eyes. He knew this assistant Chui Zhedong. He knew that this person was the only candidate to be the next director of the Bureau of Proclamation by the Federation. Why would he terminate the investigation authorization? If even a Federation official of this level had a problem, how serious would the situation be? Then, this muddled calculation of yours. He changed the verb. Where exactly is the problem that you've guessed? I can't be sure. Why didn't you warn me before? Because these things have nothing to do with you. But now, according to my chaos calculation, this matter will be related to you. Fuck your chaos calculation. Su Lu cursed softly as he rubbed his hair. His heart was filled with unprecedented frustration and fear of the unknown. The alarm sounded mournfully, accompanied by the gentle music and the aroma of coffee. The ancient bell that had been sailing peacefully for many days suddenly sounded the alarm. The defense system of the spaceship automatically switched the energy supply port. The dim yellow light replaced the bright light, and countless warning lights flashed continuously. Locked on by long-range weapons. Locked on by long-range weapons. 32 degrees of acceleration. Hold on tight. Anxious shouts sounded continuously in the command system. The Ancient Bell's engine group suddenly accelerated and dodged at high speed towards the comm space above. After a violent tremor, a loud sound came from the rear of the spaceship. An explosion occurred on the rear right side of the Ancient Bell. The huge force knocked the people in the cabin to the ground. At that moment, it seemed that there were more than 10 dangerous jets that brushed past the spaceship. If all of these weapons had hit the spaceship, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What's going on? The officers on the Ancient Bell struggled to get up and rushed back to their posts. They roared angrily and confusedly. They were in the Federation's space. How could the pirates of the Bermuda Triangle dare to attack the Ancient Bell? They have our electronic frequency. Immediately change the data and find them. The urgent voice in the command system was still going on. The Ancient Bell and the 4 frigates beside it had brushed shoulders with death several times due to the sudden attack. The people on the frigates still did not know what had happened. They angrily and helplessly tried to change the current passive situation, thinking that it was the stupidest pirates in Bermuda who did not recognize the Selene symbol on the Ancient Bell. Some of the Selene soldiers even thought that this might be a conspiracy of the government, but no one connected this attack to the Empire. The electronic codes on the Ancient Bell and the 4 battleships were quickly adjusted randomly, and the surrounding dark space was converted into a visual image and entered into the hologram in the command hall. The soldiers saw a scene that made them speechless, and the interior of the battleships fell into a dead silence. In the dark space, with the beautiful stars of the Night Scorpion Nebula as the background, dozens of dark light frigates appeared around the Ancient Bell. They were like ghosts that crawled out of hell and quietly blocked all the passages. The soldiers of the West Woods looked at the hologram in shock. They looked at the black fleet that ambushed them. They were unfamiliar with this kind of frigate, but they were also familiar with it. They were unfamiliar because they had never appeared in the Federation space before. They were familiar with it because there were many wreckages of this kind of frigate in the desolate star field outside the West Woods. These frigates all had a beast-shaped bow, and the black hibiscus flag was deeply engraved on the frigate with a laser knife. It was said that it would never decay. "It's the Empire!" A shout came from the Ancient Bell, followed by countless exclamations. Everyone's pupils shrank at this moment. The soldiers of the West Woods were angry, shocked, and confused. The Empire's fleet appeared in the Federation's space. Regarding this attack that shocked the entire universe, the Federation conducted a special investigation that lasted for 2 years after the incident. Those heavy introspection and reflection discussions lasted for decades. 2 years later, when the investigation report was reviewed on Parliament Hill, a middle-aged senator from the West Woods asked a lot of why and ifs angrily and sorrowfully. Why was an important commander of the federal military not escorted by the federal fleet when he traveled? The West Woods Military District had never accepted the escort of the federal fleet. This was an old rule that had been passed down for many years. It was a strong habit of the military. Without this old rule and habit, and strictly followed the military regulations of the Federation, would the Empire's shameless sneak attack have failed? The Federation general and a representative of the West Woods Jean family were silent and did not express any opinions. Why was the patrolling density of the Federation's fleets so low at the Gary Corridor and the Night Scorpion Nebula, the 2 most important spatial passageways? Why was the Ancient Bell unable to receive timely assistance when it was attacked? Why was it that other than the first transport ship, the first to rush to the rescue was actually Silen's civilian spaceship? If the Federation government's budget could first satisfy the Bureau of Proclamation's request to set up a net there, and if the federal fleet could increase the cruising frequency, could this tragedy have been prevented? The federal fleet, General Hong Yuliang's explanation, was that the space passage was too wide. It was not a small warpole that the general public knew. Even if all the Federation's battleships were to set up a tight defense, it would only be like an ant trying to defend the entire Charter Square. However, this point would be improved significantly after the forward base was put into use. In the spring of year 70 of the constitutional calendar, a part of the Federal Fleet's main force was transferred to the barren star field at the edge of the West Woods region to annihilate the backup fleet of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. In fact, the transferred Federal fleet had achieved great results in that star field. However, because of this, the monitoring of the space passage had indeed decreased by a lot. The Federation government's budget department's reply was, since President Pabre took office, he had already increased the budget of the Bureau of Proclamation to the maximum. If he added more, it might lead to serious financial problems. Most importantly, the first charter clearly stated that the Bureau of Proclamation's budget could fluctuate, and the government had no authority to change it. There were many questions and reasons for the reply, but in fact, from the president to the ordinary citizens, everyone knew that the reason for the tragedy was that the Federation had never imagined that the Empire had the ability to send an entire fleet, even if it was only a medium-sized fleet, through the space passage. No one had thought of it, not a single person. This frightening inertia of thinking caused the Federation to pay a heavy price. Of course, if the "if" that the Westwood senator said could be realized, perhaps this attack would not have turned out to be the final result. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in history. Therefore, at this moment, the ancient bell and the man with a special identity were being mercilessly hunted down by the Empire's fleet. The quiet space in front of the Night Scorpion Nebula was now filled with silent explosions and circular dust rings. Dozens of modified black battleships of the Empire shuttled through space at high speed, and the weapons on the battleships fired fiercely. The ancient bell, which had withstood the first round of sneak attacks with its super-solid alloy hull armor, had lost part of its power due to the explosion at the rear left of the ship. One of the 4 corvettes on the ship had turned into a firework in the universe. It was not lonely, but tragic. Under the cover of the remaining 3 West Woods battleships, the Ancient Bell's engine group risked a 2-stage merger and tried to forcefully accelerate and escape. However, under the suicidal attacks of the Empire's Spectre fleet, the acceleration process was constantly interrupted, and the situation was extremely dangerous. "Commander, there's a signal feedback. The nearest fleet is a transport ship 33, 7 astronomical units away." Under the dim, flickering lights, a West Woods officer with sweat and blood flowing down his face looked at the back of the figure outside the porthole and said with a trembling voice, he was not afraid of death, and he was not afraid of the Empire, but he was afraid that the back of the figure in front of him would disappear in this universe because of his and his comrades' incompetence. Continue to call for backup, but limit it to the military channel. Don't let those civilian spaceships rush over to die. Zhong Shouhu's right hand gripped the back of the chair tightly as he looked at the fierce battle outside the window, expressionlessly. Until now, both sides were still attacking with long-range weapons and did not use the carrier fleet. However, when the Ancient Bell and the other 3 battleships used up all of their main cannons but still could not destroy the command ship of the Empire's ambush fleet, the outcome of this ambush was already clear. The difference in strength between the enemy and himself was too great. Even though he had been dominating the universe for many years and looked down on Du Shaoqing coldly, he still could not turn the situation around. Commanding a battleship is not my forte. Tell the troops to fight as much as they can. Take down as many ships as they can. Commander, I like to see these fireworks the most. Zhong Shouhu's lips curled up slightly as he smiled and gently patted his wife's shoulder. Mrs. Zhong's face was slightly pale as she sat in the chair. Her left hand grabbed the hem of his military uniform tightly. She hit the corner of the wall in the first wave of attack, and a trace of blood flowed out of her forehead. Her usual calm and magnanimous expression now looked weak and helpless. "Yes, Commander," the West Woods officer replied with a trembling voice. He then held the wall and quickly ran to the control room. "Calculate the number of battleships of the Empire and send the panoramic image back to S1. Tell the Federation that the Empire can pass through the space channel." The smile on Zhong Shouhu's face gradually disappeared. He said to the officers behind him in a deep voice, "The maximum number of battleships they can send over at one time is probably what we saw." This judgment came from his clear understanding of his own importance. The Empire had developed the technology to pass through the space channel in an attempt to kill him. They would definitely put in all the forces they could at one time. If they wanted to kill the tiger of the West Woods, how could they say that they would win without using all their strength? Hearing the commander's words, the West Woods officers on the Ancient Bell were all silent for a moment. They quickly returned to their positions and prepared for the last battle of their lives. As the most important commander of the federal military, Zhong Shouhu was still most concerned about the fate of the Federation when his life was in danger and could end at any time. If those people who were vigilant against the West Woods saw this scene, would they have a different opinion in their hearts? In this most dangerous moment, the Ancient Bell reassembled its engine group and made a new torque adjustment. Under the cover of the 3 frigates, it attempted to accelerate for the last time. The 3 frigates turned into perfectly round and scattered fireworks in front of the people on the Ancient Bell. Just as the Ancient Bell was about to reach the critical speed and escape from the battlefield and get rid of the ghostly fleet of Empire's battleships, the hull of the Empire's battleships suddenly cracked open. More than 100 Empire's mechas rushed towards the Ancient Bell at high speed. Seeing his subordinates turn into ashes silently in space, Zhong Shouhu narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he saw the next move of the Empire's fleet and narrowed his eyes even more. He said in a cold voice, "Leaving the ship to fight? Your Majesty, you are really willing to pay any price to kill me." The Empire's mechas that took the risk of boarding the ship in a vacuum didn't even have the time to touch the Ancient Bell before they were destroyed by the dense close-range firepower of the Ancient Bell. However, the remaining Empire's Wolf Fang mechas were still slowly approaching without fear of death. Zhong Shouhu's eyes fell on the approaching mechas. He found that these mechas were very strange, and their speed was obviously faster than before. He slowly raised his white eyebrows and said to his subordinates, "Tell the Federation another piece of bad news. The Empire's new mechas have also been successfully developed. Also, remind them that the Empire's people have the ability to go back through the space passage, because they want to capture me alive. Lastly, tell S1 and the West Woods that there's a traitor among us." The Empire's Ghost Fleet actually knew the electronic code of the Ancient Bell and was able to avoid the detection of the glory of the Charter. All these details proved that there was someone hiding in the dark within the Federation and even around him. Thinking of a loyal subordinate, a mocking smile appeared on Zhong Shouhu's face. He didn't know whether he was mocking the Empire's enemy for trying to capture him alive, or mocking himself for being a hero who was now in a desperate situation because of some traitor or spy. At this time, the Empire's mechas finally broke through the close-range firepower of the Ancient Bell. Like countless nails, they fiercely hammered into the thick alloy wall of the spaceship. The sound of metal clashing could be heard clearly from the inside of the spaceship. The soldiers' faces were pale as they rushed over and shouted, "Protect the commander and his wife as they leave." However, what happened next proved Zhong Shouhu's previous judgment. The 3 systems of the Ancient Bell had been holding on strongly during the fierce battle, but the escape system of the spaceship had a problem. "This is good. I can be with the soldiers in the end." Zhong Shouhu's face was expressionless as he held his wife's hand. He lowered his head and said gently, "Ever since we graduated from the First Academy, I've always walked in front of you in public. I've never held your hand, let alone hugged you. Can you give me a chance to make it up to you today?" Mrs. Zhong calmed down a little. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood on her forehead. After calming down, she looked at him and forced a smile. She said as casually as possible, "I will only give you one last chance." Chapter 560. The thick bulkhead completely isolated the noisy footsteps and screams from the outside world. Amidst the low and clear sound of hydraulic pipes and motors, Zhong Shouhu took a deep breath and opened his eyes. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. His steel-like hands finally left the back of his wife's hand and landed on the touch screen and operation stick. He hadn't been on the battlefield for many years. How could he be unfamiliar with the controls? Would the mecha under him still be as crazy and courageous as before? "Commander, we've contacted the warship behind us. It's a Chindern-class transport ship. There's a regiment of the new 17th Division on it. If we can hold on, there might be hope." The Chindern-class transport ship was one of the largest transport ships in the federal military. Other than carrying a lot of people, its own defense system was very advanced. In addition, the Mecha Group and the Mecha Regiment had the ability to fight in all areas. If the enemy could make it, then maybe it was just like what the Westwoods officer in the system said. Zhong Shouhu looked at the battle situation on the screen quietly. His facial expression was a little unpredictable because of the flashing lights in the mecha cabin. Mrs. Zhong, who was sitting silently beside him, suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. She had a pleading look on her face. Zhong Shouhu knew what his wife wanted to say. He smiled and said, "I understand. That little guy is indeed on that warship." He pressed the call button and connected to the Federation transport ship that was very far away. He asked calmly, "Is Su Lu there?" After a while, Su Li's trembling voice came from the other end of the call. It was obvious that he was panicking. "Commander, I'm here. Help me take care of Yanhuahua." "Yes." Zhong Shouhu heard the young man's answer and let out a sigh of relief. That damn fatty was too impulsive. He didn't know what kind of crazy things he would do after he died. It was really not reassuring to entrust his daughter to him. He didn't hesitate to cut off the call. He pushed the control stick, and the heavy mecha drove towards the upper space of the ancient bell. Just a while ago, the Empire's fierce new mecha group finally broke through the solid alloy wall of the spaceship and crazily killed their way in. His face became calmer, and his expression became more relaxed. However, there was an unprecedented determination and fierceness in his eyes. Inside the spaceship, which was separated by countless alloy walls, countless fierce battles were ringing out. The electric arcs shot out by the electromagnetic beam bombs burned the walls, making sizzling noises. There were corroded holes and smoke everywhere from the weapons shot out. The Empire's new mecha were like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. They broke through the outer shell of the spaceship and madly made their way to the lower levels. At this time, there were not many mechas that had entered the spaceship, but these new mechas that were dodging at high speed like black ghosts made the completely unprepared Westwoods soldiers pay a heavy price. Many standard anti-mecha weapons missed. Black smoke billowed and explosions rang out, but they could not stop the beast tide for even a moment. The Empire's new Wolf Fong mecha squad charged all the way to the target area before finally coming to a stop. It wasn't because they wanted to regroup and complete the plan in one go, but because they were forced to stop because a Black Federation mecha with no insignia had appeared in front of them. Behind this mecha was the Silan military's direct subordinate Special Mecha Battalion. Looking at the Black Empire mechas in front of him, Zhong Shouhu raised his eyebrows in the cockpit. He was like a sharp sword that had been bound by a floral cloth for many years and was finally about to break free. He said to his subordinates in a deep voice, "Battle." As the most important military commander of the Federation and the most powerful person in the Westwoods, Zhong Shouhu rarely had the chance to personally operate a mecha and participate in a battle. In fact, after surrendering to Du Xinghuan and returning to the Westwoods to inherit his family business, no one had seen him operate a mecha and roar like a tiger on the battlefield. People may fear his power and be amazed by his commanding ability, but very few people paid attention to his mecha battle skills. Only the Federation's god of war, Li Pifu, once gave this fierce tiger of the Westwoods the highest praise in a private conversation by Lake Feiqing. Countless mechas broke through the restraints of space and fiercely collided with each other. Some cockpits were destroyed, some sparks flew, and there was a dull and deafening sound of metal tearing. The mecha battle on the ancient bell started silently and coldly, and ended violently and quickly. There were about 20 or so Imperial Wolf Fong mechs that had infiltrated the spaceship and appeared on this platform. These new mechs relied on their superior maneuverability and evasion rate in small spaces to successfully destroy 11 of the Silan Special Mech Battalion's mechs. However, they paid the inconceivable price of having all their mechs explode. This was because of the excellent operation skills of the Westwoods Special Mecha Battalion pilots, because of the fearless spirit displayed by the Westwoods soldiers in the last battle, but more importantly, because of the black mecha that charged into the most intense battle like a black ray of light, like an unstoppable god. like an unstoppable god, charging into the most intense battle. The Black Federation mecha, without any insignia, stood on the chaotic platform among the wreckage of the Empire's mechas. It slowly retracted the alloy knife in front of its right mechanical arm. It was cold and silent, seemingly invincible, but in reality, it was invincible. The ejection device at the west corner is ready. The command officer of the spaceship reported loudly from the cockpit system. Zhong Shouhu raised his eyebrows and smiled. He muttered to himself softly, "You want to capture me alive? I also want to try to kill my way into your spaceship and capture your commander alive." In the Empire's Ghost Fleet, there was a light battleship that was exactly the same as the other light battleships. It didn't participate in the fierce attacks of its comrades. Instead, it coldly hid in the formation and watched the intense battle in space. In a normal repair room in the lower level of the battleship, the thin and small Huai Chaosher had been quietly watching the battle through his personal channel. He watched as the fleet successfully ambushed the opponent, besieged the opponent, destroyed 4 Federation frigates, and the Empire's mechas infiltrated the Ancient Bell. After that, there was silence. There was no more sound. After a while, the battle footage recorded by the mechas that infiltrated the Ancient Bell was sent back. Looking at the terrifying black mecha on the screen, Huai Chaosher slowly narrowed his eyes. The Empire's mechas that carried out the capture plan were actually annihilated. The tiger from the West Woods was actually so ferocious in the mecha. At this moment, he finally understood why His Majesty was so indifferent towards a capture plan. It was probably because His Majesty was very clear that a person like Zhong Shouhu couldn't be defeated by a mecha. For the first time, Huai Chaosher had a strong desire to fight. He really wanted to fight with that arrogant black mecha. At this moment, his sharp eyes noticed that the Ancient Bell was making a difficult and risky adjustment in the midst of the bullets. A piece of alloy panel beside the spaceship was opening up, revealing the dark interior of the spaceship. The direction was facing the spaceship that he was in. What was this tiger trying to do? Huai Chaosher narrowed his eyes even more. Suddenly, he understood what the tiger was trying to do. His eyes narrowed, and a trace of ridiculousness and shock appeared in his heart. This tiger was already in a hopeless situation, yet he was still so arrogant as to try to kill the Empire's commander with him. A strong sense of danger surged into his heart. He pushed open the cabin door and quickly walked toward a certain part of the spaceship. There was a Wolf Fong mecha that was covered in dust waiting for him. Duke Carlton's emotions were more ridiculous than anyone else's. He looked at the Ancient Bell in shock as it adjusted its position for the last time. He guessed what the tiger wanted to do, and his face became very ugly. The mechas he sent were all killed by the opponent. The opponent was clearly in a losing situation, but he dared to carry out such a crazy plan. Who was the one who had the upper hand in this space battle? Why did that target give him the feeling that he, the hunter, was the target instead? Because of some kind of fear, he waved his hand angrily and shouted loudly, "Give up the plan, kill him." The ejection mechanism of the Ancient Bell couldn't be activated in the end. The black mecha controlled by Zhong Shouhu also lost its last chance to shine. This was because under the orders of the Empire's commander, the battleships that were cruising around the Ancient Bell at high speed gave him the final shot that they had prepared for a long time. At the same time, the mechas that invaded the interior of the Ancient Bell also self-destructed according to the last part of the interdimensional hunting plan. The 20 Wolf Fong mechas that were turned into wreckage on the platform became powerful explosives. The rest of the mechas that invaded the engine system of the spaceship successfully used their self-destruction to destroy the last power system of the Ancient Bell. The sound of explosions came one after another inside and outside the spaceship. The high temperature of the flames burned the thin space. The flames spat out of the cabin and then suddenly retracted. The scene was extremely tragic. The Ancient Bell that had held on for so long was finally destroyed. Huai Chaosher, who was preparing to open the screen of the mecha, saw this scene on the screen. His body froze slightly. Then, he silently turned around and walked back to his room. He thought to himself, "It's a pity that such a person didn't get a chance to fight fairly in the end." There was a huge hole on the right side of the ancient bell. The explosion below the spaceship continued. Countless metal fragments and the bodies of the Westwood soldiers were smashed and burned. The right arm of the black mecha held on tightly to the metal strip beside the hole and didn't float out. Opposite the black mecha was a silent universe with stars as the background. There was no sound at all. It was so beautiful that it was terrifying. In the cockpit of the mecha, Madame Jean, whose face was pale, was trembling. She weakly leaned on his side and said, "I'm scared." Another explosion rang out, and a gorgeous red light occupied the huge gap. The scene of the universe that made one's heart palpitate was like the setting sun. "We're together, don't be scared." Zhong Shouhu looked at the sea of stars and looked at the way home. He hugged his wife tightly and buried her face in his thick chest. He comforted her with a gentle voice, don't look, and then he died. Chapter 561. The moment the ancient bell was attacked, Su Lin knew about it. The warning message of the Federal Central Computer flashed in his left eye. At that moment, his left eye seemed to turn red, making him feel annoyed and cold. He pushed open the cabin door and ran to the central control room of the transport ship. He shouted anxiously, "Contact the ancient bell." The federal officers in the central control cabin didn't know what had happened to make Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu so anxious. They looked at him in bewilderment, their hands moving a little slower. "What the fuck are you waiting for?" Su Lu roared angrily. "Find a navigation map of the ancient bell and chase after it." In the transport ship, besides the captain, Su Li's deputy had the highest military rank. However, when he asked to change the navigation route for no reason, the officers who were driving the ship did not dare to follow his order immediately. They all looked at the captain beside the porthole. The captain with black curly hair frowned slightly and asked, "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, what happened?" At this time, Su Lu did not consider that saying that the ancient bell was attacked would expose the mysterious connection between him and the Federal Central Computer. He quickly said, "The ancient bell." A beep sound interrupted his words. The communication officer of the warship stood up in shock and said with a trembling voice, "Received a Level 1 emergency signal. The ancient bell was attacked." This news made all the officers in the central control room of the warship stand up in shock. The black-haired captain looked at the communication officer in disbelief. His voice was slightly distorted as he said, "Verify the situation immediately." The situation did not need to be verified because the anxious and painful voice of the officers on the ancient bell could be clearly heard from the other end of the interstellar communication. They could also faintly hear the dull sound of an explosion. All the officers and soldiers in the transport ship froze for a moment at this moment. Then, they spread out and quickly sent the information to the space base behind according to the fixed procedure. At the same time, they confirmed the location of the ancient bell. The officers and soldiers of the Federation forcibly suppressed the shock in their hearts and carried on with their work. However, their ears were nervously listening to the sound coming from the front. The fleet of the Empire that ambushed the ancient bell? The fleet of the Empire could quietly pass through the space channel. There were spies from the Empire within the Federation and the Westwoods. In the spacious control room of the battleship, because of the accurate information sent back by the ancient bell, which was in the middle of a fierce battle, there was dead silence. "Is Su Lu here?" The deep and calm voice of a middle-aged man came from the communication system. The black-haired captain and some of the officers recognized who this voice belonged to. Thinking that he was surrounded by a fleet, they could not help but panic. Knowing that he was still alive, at least at this moment, Su Lu gently clenched his fist, took 2 steps forward, and said into the communication system with a trembling voice, "Commander, I'm here. Help me take care of the fireworks." Su Lu clenched his fists even tighter when he heard this sentence. He felt a strong sense of foreboding. He really didn't want to answer this sentence, but after 2 deep breaths, he only paused for a moment before seriously and simply replying, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Yes. The communication with the ancient bell was cut off at this moment. The officers and soldiers on the sinking ship waited nervously for a long time, but they did not hear any sound from the front. Su finally confirmed that it was probably the last time he heard the tiger's voice. After a moment of silence, he narrowed his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and said to the captain, "When can the second level of acceleration be completed?" "At least an hour. The load of the transport ship is too heavy. The most important thing is that the ancient bell is too far away from us. At full speed, it will take at least 5 days." The black-haired captain replied with a heavy expression, "It's too late." Su raised his wrist and looked at the mission manual on his phone screen. He whispered a few words into the communication system, then raised his head and said, "I know that there is a tri-wing ship used by the Bureau of Proclamation in the battleship. It was supposed to be sent to the forward base, but I want to use it temporarily." The black-haired captain immediately understood what he wanted to do. His expression became more serious as he said, "The tri-wing ship is indeed the fastest aircraft in the Federation, but it will take at least 30 hours to reach the location where the ancient bell was attacked. Even if you go, you can't change anything." At this moment, Bai Yulan, Xiong Linquan, and the rest of the members of Group 7 had arrived outside the central control room of the battleship. They received Su Li's group communication and left their respective combat units without hesitation to gather. The captain glanced at the officers who were preparing their weapons outside the cabin and noticed the depressed and frustrated expression of the officers in the room. He said with a painful expression, "Lieutenant Colonel Su, you have to know what you are doing. Wake up, it's too late. I am responsible for your safety and the safety of these soldiers." Su walked out of the control room and took the small black box from Bai Yulan. He said without turning his head, "But someone has to be responsible for the safety of the ancient bell." The high-speed tri-wing ship needed 7 minutes to prepare for its departure. In this short period of time, the members of Team 7 knew what was happening in front of them. Shocked, their faces became incomparably grave. They quickly prepared for battle, moving several MX and one MXD mecha from the sinking ship's warehouse into the tri-wing ship. All the members walked into the ship. The last one was Su, who was carrying the small black box. The information of the attack on the ancient bell is still being verified. The base has already informed the Department of National Defense. We are waiting for instructions from our superiors. The black-haired captain looked at his back and said with a hint of sadness, "It's too late. Why do you want to go and take a look?" "I won't be satisfied if I don't take a look." Su pressed the button to close the cabin door. Looking at the heavy cabin door that was gradually closing, the black-haired captain shouted with a complicated expression, "I won't send a single person to you." The light tri-wing ship had a very small yield level. According to the requirements of the Bureau of Proclamation, it was specially developed to set up a net. It could accurately release the signal catcher at high speed. During the investigation of the Macklin project, Lin Banshan was able to rush from S1 to Bermuda in a very short period of time because of this modified tri-wing ship. The light, gray small ship slowly separated from the huge sinking ship. The engine at the back of the ship suddenly spewed out several streams of light. The ship instantly accelerated to the maximum speed and also turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the quiet universe. Once started, the tri-wing ship entered the maximum speed. There were not many people in the federal military who knew how to operate this kind of high-speed ship, and even fewer people who could perform the fastest speed of the tri-wing ship. Liu Jiao might be able to operate this kind of ship, but he was transferred to the 17th Division after being seriously injured. At this time, he was not on the ship. The son of the governor, Da Vinci, only knew how to drive and had no knowledge of aircraft. The sinker transport ship did not provide a navigation support team to Group 7, and it did not even send a battleship auxiliary officer to them. Originally, this 3-winged clipper would have turned into a rock in the universe, but fortunately, Jian Shui'er had always been by Su Li's side. The national girl who studied in the Warship Command Department of the 1st Military Academy finally showed another side of her that was different from the Star Idol. Wearing a military uniform without epaulets, she sat quietly in the control chair and issued clear orders to control the high-speed tri-wing ship. She kept breaking speed values one after another. Sula glanced at her silhouette and her shoulder-length black hair before burying her head again. In the next dozens of hours, he and his team members kept silent. There seemed to be no other way to ease the tension and depression in their hearts. At some point, the Tri-Wing Light battleship, with the secret help of the Federal Central Computer, intercepted a video signal sent by the Ancient Bell to S1. Everyone looked at the ghost-like fleet of the Empire in the video and the tragic scenes of the battle, and their mood became heavier. Jian Shui gently moved the spherical control panel with her delicate right hand, and the three-dimensional star map, condensed by pure light in the cockpit, slowly rotated. She simply tied her black hair behind her head and forcibly suppressed the faint sadness that she felt when watching those scenes. She continued to focus on controlling the ship. Bai Yulan and the others began to check the mecha again. They knew very well that they would not be able to rescue the Ancient Bell in time. The distance between the two sides was too far, and there was no hope. However, just like what the young leader thought, they wanted to verify the news with their own eyes. Su Lu squinted his eyes and looked at the three-dimensional star map ball beside Jian Shui. He suddenly turned around and walked back to his room. He said to the air in a low voice, "Find that fleet of the Empire. I don't want them to escape." According to the information and relevant calculations, that fleet should have at least 30 battleships left. Although their speed is much slower than the Tri-Wing Light battleship, it is impossible for you to destroy them. A line of white words appeared in his left eye from the Federal Central Computer. Also, they are too close to the space channel. If they have the ability to come here, they must have the ability to go back at any time. It will be very difficult to catch up with them. The most important thing is that the charter network has always had gaps in the dark areas in space. The Empire's fleet should be hiding in these narrow channels. The dark areas that you can't see are the routes they took. I only need a rough estimate. Su Lu acted as if he did not hear the analysis of the central computer. He clenched his fist and said, "Find them." In the quiet black universe, there were metallic wreckages floating. In the distance, some deformed bodies of the Federation soldiers could be seen colliding with the parts of the battleship and slowly disappearing into the depths of space. After the violent explosion, the Ancient Bell had become countless pieces of scattered structure. The traces of burnt and melted metal on the battleship proved the tragedy of the battle a few days ago. The Tri-Wing Light battleship reduced its speed for the first time. It slowly and carefully flew past the edge of the dense debris. Su Lu and the members of Group 7 who were behind the porthole were speechless when they saw this scene. The space was filled with the smell of tragedy and sadness. I will not let down the tiger nor the bird. I will write this story well. Chapter 562. Looking at the tragic traces of the battle outside the porthole, Su Lu remained silent. His thick and straight eyebrows didn't tremble at all. Even his squinted eyes slowly relaxed. Is this what it means to be dead? That tiger and his valiant and battle-hardened subordinates had died just like that without a sound? Mrs. Zhong was also dead? He didn't understand why the sadness in his heart had melted away so quickly. It was just like the ice and snow in the north of 5,460 that had suddenly turned into streams, cutting through the thick plains. It was just like cutting through his heart one by one at this moment. It didn't hurt, but there was a feeling of emptiness, like there was a place where he couldn't grab hold of strength. They had talked on the phone once at the front line, eaten together twice, and had a deep conversation twice. If it wasn't for Madame Zhong and Little Watermelon, he wouldn't have been that familiar with his fallen commander. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Li's feelings, other than feeling frustrated and empty, felt incomparably absurd. Such a great person did not even have the time to bloom the most brilliant light in his life in the vast universe. He did not even have the time to become more familiar with him and learn more about him. How could he be dead? What do we do next? Jian Shui, Er's eyes were slightly misty. She slightly pursed her lips and asked softly. Bai Yulan and her team members looked at Su Lu with a heavy heart. Before they set off, they had expected the tragic end of the Ancient Bell's destruction, but they still came because they needed confirmation. Now that they had unfortunately received confirmation, what could they do? Catch up with them. Countless warship wreckages floated outside the porthole. Su Lu looked away and repeated the words he had repeated many times to everyone. The Empire's hunting fleet had probably entered the space passage and returned to the mainland, but this did not change his decision. Even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance, he would still catch up with the Empire's fleet. No, even if there was no hope, there was no need to consider the effect of this light, tri-winged warship catching up with the Empire's fleet. He would still stick to his decision. This was not the action of a child who had cried bitterly, but the stubbornness of a stone. At this moment, the people of the Federation were unwilling to let the Empire's fleet leave after killing Zhong Shouhu. However, this unwillingness was expressed in Su Li's eyes. The Federal Central Computer calculated backward from the space where the ancient bell was attacked and provided a possible escape route for the Empire's fleet. After Su Li entered the data into the star map, he allowed Jian Shui to continue driving the spaceship at high speed in the uninhabited universe. He hid in the room and did not come out for a few hours. The Bureau of Proclamation's tri-winged warship streaked across the quiet space like a stream of light, silently and somewhat lonely. No one had any hope of catching up to the dynasty's fleet. Therefore, when the three-winged battleship surveillance system discovered that the silhouettes of a dark, ghostly fleet were gradually disappearing in the darkness of the universe ahead, the crew members on the battleship felt somewhat incredulous. The Empire's fleet. People shouted in the tri-winged warship. Su Li rushed to the control room and looked at the image transmitted back from the hologram. His right hand that was hanging by his waist trembled slightly. The universe 170,000 kilometers ahead was dead silent and empty. There was nothing abnormal with the naked eye. Only the spherical star map of the battleship clearly marked that there was an extremely vast space with an area of unknown square kilometers. It was the entrance to the space passage in the central region of the Night Scorpion Nebula. And the Empire's fleet that killed the Ancient Bell was now slowly disappearing from that entrance. The members of Group 7 looked at the distant space image on the hologram with a serious expression. No one expected that the Empire's fleet, which should have retreated into the space passage long ago, will be so much slower than expected. We can't catch up. Jian Shuier looked at the calculation result on the hologram and said with a trembling voice. She didn't know why, but she could feel Su Li's eagerness and anger better than anyone else. She knew that he really wanted to catch up with the Empire's fleet, although she couldn't think of what he could do even if he caught up with them. Su Li's eyes narrowed again. On the transport ship and the tri-winged warship, he had heard the words, "We can't catch up with them," too many times. That feeling of emptiness and confusion was piling up in his heart. The Empire's fleet sent a communication request. Gu Shifeng took off the surveillance headset and said loudly in surprise that the man wearing the uniform of a general of the Imperium appeared on the light beam of the three-winged light warship. The muscular officer of the Imperium had many medals that represented glory on his chest. His slightly raised eyebrows did not conceal his delight and disdain at all. "It's Cao." Bai Yulan narrowed her eyes behind Su Li and said with strong hatred and murderous intent, "The most famous butcher general of the Empire. In the last war, this person personally ordered the slaughter of 400 severely injured Federation soldiers who were unable to evacuate in time." Su Li narrowed his eyes and looked at the proud and complacent Empire's royal family member on the hologram. He listened to the other party babbling in a language that he didn't understand. Suddenly, he said, "Who knows the Empire's language? Translate for me." Bai Yulan hesitated for a moment and stood up. She looked at the hologram sent by the Empire's fleet and translated as calmly as possible. He said, "You guys arrived later than I thought. The Federation only had time to send you guys. I'm not interested in killing you guys because killing that commander of the West would felt good. I'm already full." Bai Yulan paused for a moment and continued to translate. "I'm happy to share this joy with you. If you want, I can provide you with the beautiful image of the explosion of the ancient bell." He glanced at Su Li and said, "The rest is just him blowing his own trumpet and describing the scene of Commander Zhong's death. Translate according to his words." Su Li slightly tilted his head and looked at the repulsive butcher general of the Empire on the hologram. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. "Don't leave out a single word. In the end, he said, "Greetings to your president. In the future, we will often come to the Federation for holidays. Of course, you are welcome to come as well, as long as you are not afraid of death." At this moment, the people on the three-winged light warship finally understood why the Empire's fleet had not entered the portal until now. It was because the other party wanted to announce their bloody victory to the Federation. They wanted to show off their bloody smugness and show off their disdain to satisfy the twisted mentality of the County King. After the communication was cut off, the last three warships of the Imperium's fleet moved forward into the space channel silently. The picture was somewhat weird, as if three sharp and enormous black nails had pierced into an invisible membrane without causing any ripples. The Empire's fleet entered the portal and returned to their homeland. At this moment, even if the Federation sent a large number of warships over, they would not be able to launch an attack. They could only watch as the Empire's fleet left. Ever since Li Pifu assassinated the Empire's emperor in the Mecha camp, both the Federation and the Empire had extremely tight protection of their core members on the battlefield. In the past few decades, Zhong Suihu was the most important person who had fallen on the battlefield or fallen in a conspiracy. The other party's commander was the high and mighty County King of the Empire's royal family. Once the other party returned to the Empire's homeland, even if the Federation launched a large-scale attack on the Empire in the future, it would be extremely difficult to kill him on the battlefield. Once the Empire's fleet arrogantly returned to the homeland, it would be extremely likely that it would be impossible to avenge the tiger. But what could they do? They could only watch as the last shadow of the Empire's fleet gradually disappeared into space. Feudal anger, sorrow, and helplessness, that a strong feeling of unwillingness pervaded the Federation's three-winged warship. Sulu looked through the screen at the black tail of the Empire's warship that was more than 100,000 kilometers away. His narrowed eyes strangely lit up. He began to lower his head and softly curse. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Every time his emotions reached a certain critical point in his life, he would begin to curse uncontrollably. His curses were exceptionally low, gentle, and clean. It was like this. With his head lowered, he suddenly remembered the long conversation with Commander Zhong beside the red pot in the restaurant in the West Woods Sunset State. In that conversation, the Tiger of the West Woods was so high-spirited and ambitious. When talking about the internal strife within the Federation and the conspiracies in the shadows, he once sneered disdainfully and said, "If you want to kill me, you will have to send an army from the Federation." Who would have thought that not long after that, it was an army from the Empire that ended his life? Sulu raised his head. His expression gradually returned to normal. Looking at the empty entrance of the space passage on the screen, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Who has been there? Which side was that?" At this time, it was not a problem. Bai Yulan's eyes, which were covered by black silk, faintly flashed with a cold light. She, Xiong Linquan, and the other two old team members all nodded at the same time. Before the Empire mastered the space passage technology, they dared to take great risks and send those special forces soldiers into the Federation's territory. Naturally, the Federation, who had the control of this cosmic gate, would not give up on such an attempt. In the past years of relative peace, who knew how many military elites had carried out dangerous infiltration operations? "Tell me the situation over there." Sula narrowed his eyes and said. The interior of the warship suddenly became dead silent. When the team members heard these two sentences, they immediately thought of what he was going to do. Unexpectedly, no one dared to answer. "What do you want to do?" Jian Shui looked at him in shock. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Calm down." In the eyes of the others, what Su Lu wanted to do could no longer be described as excited, but should be described as crazy. Even a loyal companion like Bai Yulan, who had silently sold her life to him, did not open her mouth to speak. Yet at this time his expression was so calm. "What I want to do does seem to be irrational, but after careful analysis, this should be the best method. If even you guys don't dare to imagine it, then those arrogant Empire people won't even think of it. So, this plan appears crazy, but what it conceals is that it is absolutely unexpected. The people of the Federation, the people of the Empire, in the movies and novels, all seem to associate blood feuds with long periods of time. But in my opinion, revenge may not need to wait that long. There is a saying in the Federation: if a big shot wants to take revenge, it is not too late to wait 10 years, but the revenge of a small shot needs to be done from morning to night. Sulu turned around and looked at the team members sincerely. I want to try using a speed that no one has ever thought of, using the shortest amount of time, perhaps from morning to night, to complete this task. Chapter 563. Late at night, it rained in S1 Capital Special District. The pitter-patter of raindrops hit the dark green leaves, knocked on everyone's windows, and disturbed their dreams. The coming summer was drenched by the rain. Under the night sky, the soft sound of violin came from an unknown building, quietly exuding a sense of peace. However, on the same rainy night, in the official residences that ordinary people could not come into contact with, a completely different mood and atmosphere was condensed. The president's residence, the West Mountain compound, and the top floor of Parliament Hill were all brightly lit. Government officials and military officers rushed to and fro, lowering their voices as they made phone calls in all directions. The shock and nervousness on their faces were unusually strong. An hour ago, the Federation Bureau of Investigation raised the Homeland Security alert to the highest level. The Federation officers and soldiers who were on vacation received the emergency notice and quickly gathered at the 4 military region stations. 17 space military bases, including the New Moon base, entered a state of readiness. In the dark universe, the fleets of the Federation quickly advanced to the designated star regions to set up defenses. The atmosphere at the Bureau of Proclamation at the end of the dead-end road on the outskirts of the Capital Special District also became unusually tense at the moment. Director Tai rushed back from home with a cold expression. The ordinary people of the Federation did not know what had happened, nor did they know that for these departments, this rainy night was not fresh, but heavy in long suffering. When the information was finally confirmed, this tense and oppressive atmosphere that pervaded the various departments suddenly turned into shock and pain. Lieutenant General Zhong Shouhu, commander of the 4th Military Region of the Federation and commander-in-chief of the Westwoods Front Line, was attacked and killed in the Night Scorpion Nebula. The light penetrated the huge, floor-to-ceiling windows of the president's residence, illuminating the rain outside the building like a silver line. The Special Task Force agents in black formal suits looked around with serious expressions like hawks. They only knew that something big had happened in the Federation, but they did not know what it was. At this moment, the staff in the official residence could no longer be like those familiar nights, drinking coffee to eliminate the tiredness after busy overtime work. Men and women gathered together to tease a few words. Sometimes when they met His Excellency the President, they could even joke with him a few words. They quietly and nervously stayed in their respective offices, waiting for the work that was about to come. On this rainy night, Mr. President would not be in the mood to drink coffee with everyone, and neither would they. In the Oval Office, a loud curse and the sound of a heavy object crashing could be heard. Who can tell me what the fuck is going on? After confirming that Zhong Shouhu had been killed, President Pabre could no longer maintain his usual demeanor. Like a lion that had been stabbed, he roared furiously at his subordinates in the room. His tanned face grew darker and darker, and his thick lips cursed without hesitation. 3 buttons of his shirt had already been undone, but it still couldn't cool down his angry heart. No one answered the president's angry question because no one, including the president, could have predicted such a tragedy, not even considering the possibility of the Empire's fleet sneaking into the Federation's territory to carry out a sneak attack. Director Pai, who had just rushed over from the Bureau of Proclamation, remained silent. The Federation's charter network should bear the greatest responsibility for this incident, but the big shots in the room all knew that the Federation's resources could support the Bureau of Proclamation's comprehensive surveillance of human society. But for the vast universe, the glory of the Charter, which was known to cover the universe, had always had loopholes. The most pressing question in front of the Federation government at this moment was the most direct reason for the fall of the Westwood Star. How could the Empire's fleet pass through the space passage in the Night Scorpion Nebula? There was dead silence in the Oval Office. President Pabre frowned, pursed his thick lips, and pounded the table twice as if venting. Then he looked back at the oil painting on the wall and fell into silence. The question now is the Empire going to start the attack? The president recovered a trace of calmness, slowly buttoned his shirt, and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. The troops are gathering and will be done in 48 hours. The chairman of the Federation's Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Myers, looked a little tired at this moment. He replied in a deep voice, "The subsidiary fleet of the space base has already taken off and is rushing toward the Night Scorpion Nebula and the Gary Corridor. How long will it take for the Second Fleet to return to its own defense zone?" President Pabre did not turn his head. He put his hands on his aching waist and asked softly. At this moment, no one knew if he had some regrets in his heart. If he had not transferred the Federation's main fleet to the desolate star field outside the West Woods in order to annihilate the Empire's expeditionary fleet, would the Ancient Bell be able to escape this disaster? The Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Fleet, General Hong Yuliang, appeared on the remote communication screen. The sadness and self-blame on the face of the female general, who was close to 50 years old, was immediately transformed into calmness and determination by her strong military will. "Mr. President, the Federal Fleet will completely strengthen its defense zone after the 78 Federation Standard Hours. We are ready to face the entire fleet of the Empire." She looked down at the analysis report just sent by the staff officer and continued, "According to the precious information that Commander Zhong ordered the Ancient Bell to send back before his death and his own judgment, the Federal Fleet Staff Headquarters has come to the conclusion that the Empire has not completely mastered the warp space warp jump method. It is only a limited control. They can only send a batch of intermediate fleets over at most, and probably because they are waiting for the space storm to subside, the interval between the teleportation should be more than 7 days." Hearing the military's analysis, the heavy stone in President Pabre's heart was slightly relieved. He then asked in a serious tone, "This judgment will directly affect the government's next response strategy. It concerns the safety of the Federation. Are you confident?" "Yes." General Hong Yuliang thought for a moment and replied, "This is just a sinister sneak attack by the Empire. It is not the precursor of a big attack. I support the judgment of the fleet." General Myers tiredly added, "If the Empire has completely mastered the space warp technology, according to the cruel and gambling personality of the Emperor, he will definitely mobilize all the fleets at once and put the most precious first opportunity of a sneak attack on S1. The Oval Office was silent again. President Pabre turned around and looked at the important cabinet members of the Federation government and said, "The government's priority now is to stabilize the situation in the West Woods." The tiger in the West Woods had died. How would his brave soldiers and the ordinary people of the West Woods who loved and respected the Zhong family react? Hold a press conference in the early morning. I am here to announce this sad news to the people of the Federation, especially the people of the West Woods. The president took a deep breath, and a trace of indomitable perseverance flashed across his tanned face. He pressed his hands on the desk, leaned forward slightly, and said in a serious tone, "No matter how despicable the Empire's actions are, they can't disrupt the pace of the Federation. They can't stop us. On the contrary, they will only encourage us. I order that the President's Special Fund within 3 years will be advanced to the construction and improvement of the forward base. The Department of Defense must come up with a final plan within a month. The production of the forward base and the supporting companies must be accelerated. No one can delay this matter with any excuse. Otherwise, I will ask them to be court-martialed." President Pabre looked at the people in the Oval Office and said, "We have declared war on the Empire. Then let the flames of war burn on their land earlier. I unconditionally support the President's instructions." On the remote screen, Vice President Byron of the Federation was the first to stand up and express his support. He said in a serious tone, "Tomorrow, I will call for an emergency meeting of the Federation Parliament and propose to pass the secondary military control. A black round-back chair and a black ridiculous round hat were on the head of the old man from Liyuan Palace. This old man was the true financial oligarch of the Federation. Because in the financial world of the Federation, there would always be only one leader or master, the Iron Calculator. The object of their resistance would always be the Federation government and the president who had the highest authority in the official residence. As the head of one of the 7 major families, whose every pore flowed with the cold smell of money and numbers, Liyuan Palace was rarely moved by anything these years. Even on the day when the Federation government, in order to attack the Li family, forcibly passed the financial integration law on Parliament Hill, the wrinkles on his face were still as if he was sleeping. However, today, the wrinkles on his face began to pile up like the yellow soil washed by the river, piling up with complicated and sentimental thoughts. Thinking of the phone call he had with several old friends, the old man from Liyuan Palace said to himself with complicated emotions, "The sky is going to rain, and the Federation is going to war. No one can stop it. Only, Tiger, you left so suddenly. I'm afraid such a big family business will be a problem." The back of the mountain, Lady Tai stopped chopping onions and took off her goggles. Her mood had been a bit uneasy today. It was unknown whether it was because of the onions or because of the news, but there was a faint sentimental look in her eyes. It has been confirmed that the news is true. The thin Tai Ziwan stood in the drizzling night wind on the lakeside terrace. He looked at his mother with a lonely expression and said, "Please investigate this matter. I always feel that it's not that simple. Also, no matter who the Federation chooses to take over the position of Tiger's frontline commander-in-chief, I have to make a trip to the West Woods. Level 2 military control? I wonder if the Parliament can pass it." Du Xiaoqing hung up the phone call that big shot had just called. Then, he sat in the shadows by the window of his apartment. He looked at the drizzle outside through the curtains and was silent for a long time. His lifelong enemy had died under the artillery fire of the Imperial fleet. This famous general of the Federation should feel lucky, relieved, or strongly unwilling. However, none of these emotions appeared in his heart. On the contrary, some kind of complicated emotions that could not be suppressed gradually appeared on his gloomy and cold face like an iceberg. Du Xiaoqing's eyebrows twitched slightly. It seemed that he was about to cry, but in the end, he did not. After a long silence, he opened the drawer beside him and took out a very rare old-style photo. This was a group photo taken many years ago when 5 youths were in the prime of their lives at the first military academy. In the slightly curled photo, there were 2 beautiful girls squatting in the front row. On the left, Chao Jiren was now the wife of Prime Minister Nan. On the right, she was Zhong Shouhu's wife. In the back row were 3 young officers. Standing in the middle was Zhong Shouhu, whose face was slightly chubby and full of youthfulness. Fatty Tian was still a thin bamboo pole. He was standing happily on one side, while the cold Zhong Shouhu was standing on the other side, bored. Du Xiaoqing looked at the photo and thought of many things in the past. His finger gently slid across the photo and the girl's face, as if he was gently caressing her who had disappeared into the universe. Then, an uncontrollable anger flashed in his cold eyes. Chapter 564. Empire, Tianjing Planet. The Supreme Emperor of the Left Sky Star region had left the lofty Zhaixing Tower today. Instead, he was strolling in the royal palace that was sheltered by green trees. He carried a small green pot in his right hand, and his long black hair with silver strands draped over his shoulders. Like a poet, he walked back and forth in the royal palace. There was a faintly discernible, strange, and yet delightful smile on his face. The tiger that had blocked his path in the West Woods for many years was finally dead. He didn't have the emptiness that a poet would have when an enemy passed away. He only had the satisfaction of drinking good wine. However, unlike the carnival atmosphere in the building of the military headquarters, the emperor controlled his emotions well. He drank slowly but didn't smile wildly. This was because he had absolute confidence in this transmigration hunting plan. The subjects of the Empire had spent decades to complete the 3 important research results. This time, all of them had been invested into the plan to kill Zhong Shouhu. They had even replaced his original plan to capture and kill the Federation's young girls. How could they fail? However, the Emperor had a somewhat different opinion regarding the source of the information regarding this hunting plan. In his opinion, it would be very difficult for the last hero to achieve this. Perhaps some interesting changes were taking place within the Federation, but such changes were something that the Empire was very happy to see. It was just a pity that the hero with the royal bloodline would soon become a sacrifice. The palace servants followed behind him from afar. They knew that the Emperor was in a good mood, and their faces were full of smiles. Military Affairs Minister Prince Bo Wu was closer to the Emperor. After hearing the cold voice of the Emperor, his eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. Actually, I know that the military headquarters made this plan just to appease my anger and to appease the negative impact of the Expeditionary Army's destruction on the Empire. The Emperor said mockingly, "Even you, the Minister of Military Affairs, are probably laughing at me in your heart, laughing at your subordinates for throwing all of the Empire's greatest secrets into petty assassinations instead of exchanging them for the greatest benefits. I don't dare." Prince Bo Wu lowered his body in fear. "It's just the two of us now. Don't say these useless words." The Emperor said lightly, "I just want to let other people, or at least you, know why I want to kill Zhongsha, because I want to force the Federation to attack earlier." Prince Bai Wu slowly straightened his body and remained silent, but a trace of coldness flashed in his heart. The Expeditionary Army has been wiped out. The warmongering president will definitely try his best to push the Federation to attack the Imperium. It's only a matter of time, the Empire's Emperor said slowly. And with the resources our Empire possesses, not only is it insufficient to support a full-scale attack against the Federation, it is even extremely difficult to deal with their attacks. Attacking when the Federation is not ready is always easier to deal with than when they are ready. The Emperor looked down at the calm surface of the returning pond and said, "Give them all of the Empire's empty borderlands. When the Federation occupies a star system, they have to leave behind troops and resources to defend it. The more star systems the Federation occupies, the thinner the resources and troops will be, and the more difficult it will be. Plus, these people are used to doing shameless things in the name of freedom. Since they have been using this name, they will naturally feel embarrassed to kill too many people. The civilians in Star County need to be managed and fed. If too many people starve to death, that poor president won't look too good. The deeper the Federation goes, the more complete their failure will be. Hypocrisy will be their final epitaph." Prince Bai Wu thought with a trace of shock. Since the end of the war more than 10 years ago, the Emperor in front of him had forcefully changed the strategic arrangement of the Empire and strengthened the Expeditionary Army to put pressure on the Federation. However, he also took back the most elite army from the edge of the space tunnel. It turned out that all of these arrangements had a deeper meaning. Today is a very memorable day. The Emperor turned around, looked at Prince Bai Wu, and said lightly, "Let's go to the mausoleum. It's the anniversary of the assassination of my father and teacher. I want to tell them this news that is neither good nor bad." The relevant conversation took place in the Federation President's mansion and the Empire's palace. The two major forces in the universe were both making large-scale strategic arrangements. The death of that Shilin tiger was admittedly a world-shaking event, and it could also become the opening song of a great era. However, at this moment, people would mourn or celebrate, but they didn't have time to think about vengeance or things to prevent vengeance. The remnants of the Empire's Ghost Fleet that carried out the hunting plan had already entered the space tunnel and were about to arrive at the Empire's territory. Under such circumstances, no one, including Emperor Huai Fuchai and Federation President Pabre, would expect that there was a small battleship and a person in the universe who was planning something crazy but exceptionally calm. We don't have the data of the space tunnel of the Night Scorpion Nebula. This data is the top secret information of the Bureau of Proclamation. The upper echelons of the government will definitely not allow you to do such a crazy, suicidal action. Naturally, they won't give you the data. Jian Shui looked at Su Lu and said seriously, "I can't explain too much, but I do." Su Lu lowered his head slightly and said softly, "The Empire was able to successfully attack the Ancient Bell because no one in the Federation thought that they had the ability to send a fleet over. Similarly, no one in that fleet thought that we would go over like a bunch of idiots and carry out a counterattack. The enemy has at least 30 battleships, and we only have one light battleship. No matter how you look at it, this is suicide." Lan Xiaolong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Boss, I'm not afraid of death. I just feel that it's not worth it to commit suicide like this. If we want to avenge Commander Zhong, we should first live well and then find our revenge on the battlefield." Sulu didn't explain too much. He smiled and looked up. "I've come up with a plan. The success rate is very high, at least 30%. The team members were silent. "When did you come up with a plan?" However, after a moment of silence, Xiong Linchuan's rough voice rang out. 30%, we can try. "Then let's do it." "Let's do it," Gu Shifeng said. "Do it." Da Vinci's face was slightly pale, but he still gritted his teeth and roared. Bai Yulan stood quietly at the side and didn't speak. The rest of the team members didn't speak either. However, their body movements showed the attitude of this small group. The most valiant counterattack against the shameless sneak attack of the Imperium was something that every soldier of the Federation was willing to try. In particular, the behavior of the butcher general of the Imperium before he left had already hurt their self-esteem. How could they allow these people to kill the Federation military's commander and then leave safely? "All right," Jin Shui sighed softly. She lifted the black hair beside her ear and tied it into a ponytail. A smile flashed across her beautiful face. "Then let's hurry up and get ready. But I'm very curious. What's the arrangement for the part of your plan to come back?" "Of course we'll take a ship back." Su Li's answer was extremely natural and concise. He smiled and said, "Of course, we should first go to the computing room to perfect this plan. Can you go?" "Of course I can. Unless you want to go to Tianjing and peek at the Empire's princess bathing, I really can't do that. However, I must remind you that I'm basically in a state of hibernation over there. Furthermore, my power is very weak. If you go too far into the Empire's territory, I may lose contact with you at any time. It's fine. I only need to go a short distance, kill that Duke, and come back. If I really want to go deep into the Empire's territory, I'll probably be dead by then." In the room, the members of Team 7 and Jianshe were quickly drafting a surprise attack plan on the screen on the table. What they needed the most now was, of course, the data of the spatial channel that Su Lu had promised. However, Su Lu didn't enter the room at this time. Instead, he stood outside the door with his head lowered and spoke to the Federal Central Computer in his mind. Although he had thought for a long time that since the Federation controlled the spatial channel and had attacked the Empire's territory many times, they must have hidden some means in the Empire star field, such as a signal interruption station in a state of dead silence, or a certain scale on the antenna of the charter network. Su Lu was truly relieved now that he had obtained the personal confirmation of the charter network. There are indeed many satellite propulsion devices used by the Bureau of Proclamation to set up the network on the ship. The problem is that there's no way to install them on all the mechas. If the surprise attack on the enemy's flagship succeeds, how are we going to return to the ship? A tactical expert of Team 7 frowned as he looked at the drafted plan on the screen on the table and said in confusion. Everyone in the room raised their heads at the same time and looked at Su Lu outside the door in confusion. "If it's just one mecha, that's enough," Su Lu said silently in his mind. Then, he ordered the charter network to close the door. After a smooth sound, the high-strength isolation visual door quickly closed, separating Su Lu outside the door and the people inside the door into two different worlds. The team members in the cabin were stunned for a moment, but they immediately reacted. Expressions of disbelief and panic appeared on their faces as they rushed for the door. They knew Su Li's personality, so no one shouted or tried to persuade Su Lu to do something stupid. Instead, they directly tried to open the cabin door. Gu Shifeng quickly opened the workbench and crouched on the ground to connect to the spaceship system. Her 10 somewhat clumsy fingers operated at a speed that had never been seen before. Xiong Linquan even impulsively picked up the heavy Darlin's autocannon beside him, wanting to blast the cabin door open. Fortunately, Lan Xiaolong beside him held him tightly. Bai Yulan did not move. She only raised her head and glared at Su Lu through the 3 transparent barriers. She, who was usually submissive, had a dark and angry expression on her face at this moment. Jian Shui stared blankly at Su Lu outside the door. She clenched her fists tightly, and tears silently flowed down her cheeks. The story should not have developed like this. The black-haired her, the brave and skilled member of Team 7, should have set off together with the small-eyed man outside the door and fought together. She should not have just watched him leave alone. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have thought that the Bureau of Proclamation's spaceship's escape pod design would be so interesting, Su Lu said to the charter network. Looking at the actions of the people inside the door, he felt warmth in his heart. According to my calculations, your chances of survival are indeed not very high. So if you want to cry, just cry. Don't tell such unfunny jokes. Su Lu smiled. He thought to himself that a boring creature like a hero could easily become a dead man, so it was better to leave this kind of opportunity to the boredom. He was still used to fighting alone. That way, even if he died, only one person would die. Then, he gently patted the cabin door and said goodbye to his companions on the other side of the door. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of air jets, the 3-winged light spaceship's escape pod was released. Those familiar and kind faces slowly faded away. At this time, the charter network reported, the secret line to the president's residence has been connected. Sula picked up the phone and said, "This is Su Lu. I'm at the entrance to the Night Scorpion Nebula. This is Pabre. Please speak." The president's unexpected and quick answer came from the other end of the phone. The Empire still has a seed in the Federation. He should be at. Su Lu gave an address and then continued. It was the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Chui Zhedong, who terminated the purge investigation during the project. President Pabre was silent for a moment. He was obviously shocked by this news again. Then, he reacted and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" Sula did not answer and directly hung up the phone. Then, he walked back to the 3-winged light spaceship's control room and sat on the central control chair. He said to the air, "Let's go. Actually, I can send the data and operation manual of the space channel directly into your brain. Then, you can personally pilot it. You should know that I am strictly forbidden from directly performing physical operations. This is the basic law of the First Charter. Even if you have the first sequence authority, you can't change it. Back in 5460, you directly operated a mecha to send me off. After that, you did the same thing. In fact, you've already violated the First Charter many times. And in my opinion, this has nothing to do with my authority. It's purely because you like this kind of fun." Sula no longer paid any attention to the silent central computer. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the quiet universe outside the porthole. He said, "Sorry to trouble you. I want to go over there." Chapter 565. In the dark universe, there were still particles ejected by the engines of the remnants of the Empire's fleet ahead. The light in the empty space was somewhat dim, a strange spatial fluctuation that could be vaguely captured by the naked eye occurred. A metallic gray tri-winged ship, like a nocturnal expert that could not speak and silently hunted down injured beasts, silently entered this space and followed the fleet ahead. In the lower level of the tri-winged ship, Su Lu carefully dismantled the Bureau of Proclamation's small satellite propulsion device on the ship and then installed it on his own mech. Occasionally, he would glance at the unfamiliar space on the screen. Then he lowered his head and remained silent. There was a proverb in the Federation that said, "There is nothing new under the sun." Right now, he and this dark tri-winged ship were sailing above the sun, among the dim light of countless distant stars, but he also felt that the space of the Empire was just like the space of the Federation. There was nothing too strange about it. Before the Empire's fleet entered the space channel, Duke Kadon's arrogant and cruel final declaration allowed the Federal Central Computer to obtain and deconstruct the electronic signature of the ship he was on. In the risky plan that Su Lu and the Central Computer discussed, the tri-wing ship would follow the Empire's fleet from afar, I tried to find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the flagship before the enemy entered the Empire's border space defense line. If the sneak attack succeeded, Sulu would have to activate the jet propulsion device that was currently installed on the MXD mech immediately. The tri-wing ship would be directly controlled by the central computer to follow at high speed and accurately perform a high-speed dive to support him when he left the ship again. This was a crazy and risky plan. The most difficult part of the plan was how to ensure the connection between the central computer's tentacles and the S-1 main body after entering the Empire without directly dissipating into countless electronic particles due to the lack of a signal relay station. The craziest part was the evacuation after the successful sneak attack. The tri-wing ship had to maintain an extremely high cruising speed to pick up the MXD that was ejected into space before the Empire's fleet could react. This kind of difficulty was like throwing a pebble from a green hill at a high-speed train that was whizzing past by a naughty child. The pebble had to pass through the window that had just been opened, and in the end, it had to fall into the teacup in front of the passenger, creating a few dark brown splashes. The paper cup did not fall, and the pebble did not shatter. According to the calculations at Charter's computer, the Empire's Ghost Fleet in front of them had forcefully passed through the space channel twice and suffered a strong counterattack in the process of ambushing the Ancient Bell. The battleship had suffered great losses, especially since the Empire's electronic system was already behind that of the Federation. It should be riddled with holes from the space storm and lose a lot of long-range surveillance capabilities. Under such circumstances, even if the other side still had more than 20 warships and more than 10,000 combat troops surrounding them, with Su Li's terrifying mecha piloting ability and the Charter computer's even more terrifying computing power, it was still possible for them to launch a surprise attack on the other side's flagship and kill that General Butcher. But what about after that? The naughty child on the green hill would start throwing pebbles. Would the passengers drinking tea on the high-speed train be frightened? Other than the white-haired conductor, the most important factor was probably luck. In the cold and cruel space battlefield, any plan that required luck was usually a suicidal plan that only focused on moving forward and not thinking about the consequences. People in their right mind would never make such a crazy and risky decision, but Sulu had made the decision. Because at this moment, he was a young engineer in the hotel in Hong Kong after the terrorist attack on the peace concert in the 4 states. He was filled with the unique anger of a young man. Donglin's orphan was very strong, but he had no family since he was young. The uncle died selfishly. Group 7 was indeed like a big family, but he had to play the role of a young parent. He would also get tired. There was never a solid wall behind him or a warm kitchen steam to lean on or warm up. In the fast food restaurant in Shishia State, he found a trace of that feeling. He was not familiar with that man, but he really had that feeling. In the end, that man died. That feeling did not have time to become a normal enjoyment. It became an extravagant hope. There was also that Shilin military windbreaker in the wind and snow outside the airport when he had just arrived at S1. That lady whom he had not met many times, but who was as gentle as a sister. Until now, he still remembered that he had once called her sister. In the Lufeng Slope Clubhouse, under those oil paintings, he had once seriously told this graceful and noble lady that he owed the Zhong family of Westwoods. In the night phone call a few days ago, he had promised little Watermelon that her parents would be back soon. Sadness, anger, the desire for revenge, and the promise, all of these reasons came down to the initial consideration. In the end, it all came down to one's temperament. As a person who saw injustice on the road, he wanted to kick a couple of times to prevent tripping over children passing by. When faced with such a big emotional impact, he was furious and depressed. If that Imperial Royal County King did not die, Su Li's life would not be happy. Therefore, he quickly decided to launch a revenge war against the Imperial fleet alone and seize every moment. The space defense density of the Empire's border is completely out of my expectations. I have been remotely tracking the fleet for 40 minutes, but I have not seen any Imperial fleet or even any surveillance satellites of the Empire. I don't know why. Maybe it is because the Imperial fleet's mission to attack the Ancient Bell is too important, so it has been carried out secretly. But since it has succeeded, there should be no need to keep it a secret. Why is there no reaction from the mineral star that we just passed? The MXD Mecha, disguised as a black, dazzling light, was already ready. Sulu, whose skin was wrapped in the simulation system, sat silently in the dreary cockpit. As he slowly regulated his breathing, he spoke softly to the system. It didn't seem like he was asking the charter computer, but more like he was recording the last mission of his life. Because of the undercover, after the last war, I have not investigated the Empire's movements for many years, so I can't answer. Also, a final warning. The range of my perception is limited to the very narrow space outside the Empire's border. If you insist on using only the minimum number of signal interruption stations, I may lose contact with you at any time. Sulu used silence to express his attitude. In order to complete this whimsical and crazy revenge, he needed the help of the Federal Central Computer. However, he also knew that the Federation had attacked the Empire several times and spent a lot of money to hide the signal relay stations in the Empire space. It was a foreshadowing for the next universe war. These extremely precious resources could not be exposed too much in advance because of his personal actions. The 11th hidden node has been activated. The Federation's central computer displayed in his eyes. 380,000 kilometers in front of the tri-winged spaceship, in the annular meteorite belt around a planet, a meteorite suddenly trembled slightly. Under the disguise of the sturdy rock, the signal relay circuit that had been sleeping for more than a decade, or even decades, started to operate. It began to greedily extract all the non-cosmic background radio waves around it, including the Empire's fleet that had just passed by not far ahead. All the information was converted into encrypted data through the hidden nodes that the Federation's Bureau of Proclamation had spread in the Empire's universe back then and continuously transmitted to the signal relay station behind it. In the few hours before it was activated, many similar situations occurred in the Empire's border space. The metal wreckage and meteorite fragments that had been floating in the universe for a long time received a long-awaited activation command and began to perform the work of the Charter Network signal relay station. The images and signal monitoring data in this part of the universe continuously passed through the space channel and entered the Night Scorpion Nebula in the Federation's territory, as well as the ghost-like tri-winged spaceship. The distance from the exit of the space channel to the edge of the planetary system was not long. The Empire's fleet at the front was celebrating enthusiastically, but they did not expect at all that a light, high-speed spaceship of the Federation had begun to play the role of the ghost that they had played a few days ago. It followed them quietly from afar like a venomous snake that could launch a critical strike at any moment. The Empire's fleet precisely adjusted the direction of their voyage with the help of the giant planet's gravity and continued to sail silently and easily in the deep darkness behind the giant planet. Because of the strategic changes made by the Empire in the past few years, there were naturally no troops of the Empire stationed in this solar system without any resources. Even the military detectors were few and far between. Therefore, anyone in this fleet discovered that the metallic gray tri-winged spaceship of the Federation had accelerated to the intersection of darkness and light at the edge of the giant planet at some point earlier under the cover of the giant planet's vast area, and began to prepare for an attack. If I die in the enemy's warship, then I don't need to say anything. But if I really succeed, you must catch me when I'm ejected, or I'll fall to my death. Sulu looked at the ultra-thin display screen in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, but his eyes were extremely bright. He said to his only companion at the moment, "In the gravity-free environment of space, you won't fall to your death. I'd rather fall to my death than become a target floating in front of these dozens of warships, or become a piece of trash floating in space forever." The lower-level release gate of the Federation's tri-winged spaceship slowly opened. However, what came out was not those metal ball-like node signal relay stations, but a dazzling black military mecha. With a loud boom, the body of the tri-winged spaceship shook violently. The powerful ship's ejection device fiercely ejected the black MXD, as if it was a stone thrown out with force. The electronic shield is so beautifully made. In the dim cockpit, Sulu, under the protection of the circulatory life support system, did not feel the cold and horror of the universe outside the cockpit. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the ultra-thin display screen, looking at the image of the giant planet's horizon not far away. He confirmed that the Empire's fleet had not discovered his arrival until now. The commander of the Empire's fleet, in order not to let the blazing light of the star disturb the carnival inside the ship, chose to pass through the back of the giant planet. The 4 warships at the front had already entered the dazzling light, and the flagship with the exotic beast engraved on its bow was now slowly moving out. The ghost-like black mecha silently, but at an extremely high speed, pounced in that direction. The surrounding universe was quiet and vast, with countless beautiful stars, but in Su Li's eyes, there was only this ship. Chapter 566. Keaton was the most famous county king in the Empire. Because he had the closest blood relationship with the great emperor, he was able to snatch the most beautiful women around him. The citizens of the County Star under his rule had the worst life. His fierce face was the ugliest, especially when he smiled. For example, right now, he was holding a glass of wine. His face was red from drunkenness, and his fish eyes were full of excitement. His fingers were deep in the chubby cheeks of his blonde secretary. His smile was so smug and cruel. In order to celebrate His Majesty's great victory, should I find a few more virgins after the celebration? He drank a mouthful of blood-like red wine and planned the rest of the trip with satisfaction. The woman in his arms had a mesmerizing figure and blonde hair. Unfortunately, the color of her eyes was too light. As a pure-blooded member of the Empire's royal family, he was proud of his dark and ugly eyes. Of course, he was not happy about this. Every time this county king led an army, it was always a cruel slaughter and a journey full of obscene activities. However, this time, the interdimensional hunting plan was extremely important, so he had to put in all his effort and be very careful. Not to mention, there was still that little ancestor on the ship. The nobles of Tianjing Planet and the officials of the County Star were afraid of his rudeness and prominent status, but in reality, they looked down on him. However, this person used his brutality to wipe out the rebellions of the common people for His Majesty again and again. He also gained His Majesty's trust with his straightforward and violent temper. No one dared to show this emotion on the surface. County King Carlton was very clear about the views of the entire Empire's upper class. He knew that countless people hated this ugly and evil mask on his face. Although this mask was not something he wanted to wear, he didn't mind because His Majesty needed him to wear it, the Empire needed him to wear it, and his power and status also needed him to wear it. He had worn it for too long and was addicted to it. Gradually, he was very happy wearing it and forgot that the brutality was a mask given by His Majesty or his own nature. Many years ago, when he left Tianjing Planet for the first time and took the warship to a remote star region to suppress the rebellion, he gradually liked this feeling. He liked to watch those unsatisfied lowlifes tremble in front of the Empire's armored troops with crude self-made weapons, their faces pale, their feces flowing, and they scattered like a bunch of animals. Among the similar beautiful memories, there was also that year those federal prisoners, those fat maggots that kept wriggling on the wounds of the foreigners, the painful howls of the foreigners until they groaned softly, and in the end, they died silently like garbage. But from now on, there was probably nothing else that could make him tremble with excitement and enjoy the supreme climax of his spirit than the scene of the ancient clock ship's explosion a few days ago. I don't want to be recorded in the history of the Empire. I just hope that my position in His Majesty's heart will be more stable, and I will be able to allocate more resources to my army. Keaton thought with satisfaction. He laughed and squeezed the woman's buttocks. He seemed to see a beautiful scene in front of him. A short and sharp cry rang out. It was not the female civil official whose buttocks were bruised and swollen that cried out in pain, but the warship's central control system automatically sent out an alarm. The Imperial soldiers in the central control room of the warship looked at each other in surprise. The officer in charge of the electronic monitoring shook his head in confusion. There was an alarm, but the data filtering program of the warship's monitoring system did not indicate the source of the alarm. Because of this reason, like most of his subordinates, Keaton did not raise his vigilance enough. Except for official military exercises, the Empire's fleet in the local star region had not sent out an alarm for more than 10 years. Could it be that some stupid electronic technician accidentally touched some device? However, only 10 seconds later, the short and sharp alarm rang again. This time, the warship's system indicated the source of the danger. The cold mechanical voice echoed in the room. Unknown target is approaching at high speed. Distance 2,322 kilometers. Direction deviation 83 degrees. Keaton's face slightly darkened. He frowned and looked at his subordinate, who finally woke up and started to quickly analyze the alarm. The captain wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and ran over, nervously reporting, "The unknown flying object is very small. Because it is in the background of the bright star, we can't confirm its shape yet. But its shape is obviously irregular, so it should be a small meteorite. Please don't worry. The warship has started to adjust its posture, and the relevant reinforcement plates have been covered." As if mocking the intelligence and calculation ability of the carbon-based life in the warship, 3 seconds later, the central control computer of the warship sent out a sharp alarm again. Target distance 779 kilometers. Speed. Warning. Impact warning. Warning. Impact warning. Please return to your seats and stabilize your body. 1 second later, the content of the central control computer of the warship became target distance 277 kilometers. Speed. Hearing this, Keaton, who had a disgusted but relaxed expression, suddenly stood up and stared at the light beam with his gloomy eyes. He did not know if there was a small meteorite in space that had such a shocking speed, but he was absolutely sure that even if there was such a small meteorite, small meteorites would not slow down. However, with a gloomy expression, he did not have time to say anything. The alarm of the central control system of the warship could not even keep up with the speed of the meteorite. After a muffled sound, the floor of the warship that was sailing smoothly slightly trembled, as if it was hit by a small object. Everyone subconsciously looked up and followed the surveillance camera of the warship in confusion and shock, looking at the location of the impact. With one look, many of the officers of Dynasty could not help but let out a gasp, because they saw in the vast image of space, on the lonely outer shell of the warship, a Black Federation new model mechanical suit appeared. The surroundings were dead silent, but the unpleasant sound of metal colliding was still echoing in the cockpit. The MXD smashed into the upper hull of the Dynasty's battleship like a meteor. Although it was forced to decelerate in the last 1,000 kilometers with the help of the propulsion system, such a violent collision would still mercilessly take away the pilot's life. However, the muscle fibers and bone joints in Su Li's body, along with the mysterious cultivation method taught by the uncle and his incomparably diligent training, had become incomparably tough, and had actually withstood the terrifying instantaneous time that was instantly overloaded by 30 times. Uncle George Carlin had once said, "The human body is the #1 machine." Then today, Su Li's body was undoubtedly on the path to becoming a powerful metal machine. With a slight ringing in his ears, he did not have the time to admire the Federal Central Computer's orbit calculation ability, nor did he pay attention to the vacuum outside the cockpit that was still extremely cold even under the blazing light of the stars. He only typed in an operation command as fast as he could. Shang Xiao and the Nutshell Engineering Department had specially designed the MXD mechanical suit, which still retained some of the weird design of the Little White Flower years ago. Following Su Li's input, the super alloy plate on the left chest of the MXD mechanical suit suddenly opened, and a mechanical repair arm that glowed with a metallic light quickly extended out. The tool at the front of the slender mechanical repair arm was like a human's finger. The moment it came into contact with a certain metal part of the outer hull of the Imperial warship, it began to hum and rotate rapidly. The weak electric sparks produced by the forceful connection of countless circuits flashed in the vacuum. Without the support of the main cannons, it would be extremely difficult for that lone black MXD mecha to forcefully blast through the super-thick alloy shield of the Imperial battleship in the middle of the vast universe. Furthermore, this specially made MXT mecha had already been stripped of most long-range heavy firepower weapons in order to maximize Su Li's control advantage. Therefore, he did not plan to blast a large hole in this Imperial warship before crawling in. Instead, he planned to use tools to open this warship from the front, just like a thief trying to pick a lock. Only this thief, the Black MXT, had already exposed himself. The blueprints and related data of the Imperial battleship previously entered by the Federation's central mainframe flipped through rapidly in Su Li's mind. He needed to kill his way in before the Imperial battleship could react. Otherwise, those terrifying battleships that were still charging around his mecha would cross-fire on their own, directly blasting him and his mecha into smithereens or sinking them into the darkness of space. The Black MXD was like a gecko, sticking closely to the terrifyingly wide hull of the target warship. Sparks flew everywhere, and it only existed in the vacuum for an extremely short period of time before silently disappearing. 3 seconds. In just 3 short seconds, 3 seconds that left all the Imperial soldiers on the warship dumbfounded and speechless, the Black MXD successfully non-violently removed the thick alloy plate. Amidst the heroic atmosphere of the murderous atmosphere around him, the Black MXD dashed in a flash. "I'll kill him." As the Black MXD entered the Imperial warship at high speed, Su Li spoke very seriously into the communication system. Data and annotations from the central computer of the Federation flashed in his pure black left pupil now and then. Following the data and annotations, Su Li maneuvered the mecha forward at a high speed and found an inconspicuous cover of the connection assembly. After breaking it open, he cut off the preliminary surveillance sensors in the relevant areas of the Imperium's warship. The Federal Central Computer had been researching the Imperial warship for almost 100 years and had collected a huge amount of data. Furthermore, it had supercomputing power that the Imperial people were envious of and terrified of. Therefore, even though the warships of the Imperial Ghost Fleet were specially modified to withstand the storm in the space passage and to hunt down the Ancient Bell, he could still accurately guess the design ideas of the Imperial Academy of Science. From there, he could provide specific data and suggestions for Su Li to launch a surprise attack. Under the guidance of the Federal Central Computer's supercomputing power, Su Li's mechanical engineering talent was also displayed to its fullest. The tall and heavy Black MXD nimbly dodged around the Imperial warship and found a second position. It quickly dug open an alloy valve, and with a flick of its mechanical arm, it accurately installed a device. Every movement was so concise and beautiful. It was like an enlarged version of when he was focused on mechanical engineering. From the time he broke into the warship until now, the second hand of the Universal Standard Clock had moved 17 times. The internal defense system of the Imperial warship had been fully activated, but not a single Imperial soldier could stop him, and not a single Imperial mech could surround him crazily. Chapter 567. Under the effect of the pressure difference, the air in the upper layer of the Empire's battleship was ejected out of the ship at high speed. The roaring wind cut through the cockpit and then disappeared. In the next moment, the Black MXD also turned into a violent wind in the upper layer of the battleship. The heavy and enormous alloy body suddenly moved, easily avoiding the restraining belts that popped out from the internal partition of the battleship. Pulling out a high-speed afterimage, it passed through the long covered bridge and rushed towards the dim patio passageway. Then, it jumped down from the platform that was more than 10 meters below the entrance of the passageway. The jump was so clean and neat, without any hesitation. Looking at the Federation mecha's strange figure rolling in the air on the surveillance screen, the Empire officers who were mobilizing heavy firepower infantry to chase after the intruder felt a chill in their hearts for no reason. A loud boom sounded. The Black MXD's heavy mechanical leg stomped fiercely on the platform. The partition that was made from the super alloy keel of the Empire's battleship was easily torn into pieces by the tremendous force of the impact. Amidst the flying dust and debris, The MXD was like a fallen devil. It fell even lower, as if it was about to enter the lowest level of hell, on the floor where the Empire's battleship command room was located. A thick and solid steel beam was forcefully broken from the middle. It charged towards both sides at an extremely fast speed, piercing into the thick imitation battleship partition wall and letting out two chilling popping sounds. The mechanical leg that was full of diamond-shaped anti-skid patterns. As soon as it broke this steel beam and stepped firmly on the ground, it trembled fiercely again and forcefully bounced up again. It rushed straight ahead, turning into a gray shadow. The entire movement was done in one breath, calmly in the rapid and high-speed environment. This scene was like a graceful young girl wearing a white veil, lightly tapping on the lotus in the pond with her bare right foot. She floated forward, the dewdrops on the petals gradually falling, but they didn't drip into the green water. However, this was an extremely heavy military mech, yet it was able to make such swift and gentle evasive movements. The Imperial officers who were staring at the surveillance screen could not believe their eyes. They roared in panic and fear, ordering the troops and the warship to catch up as soon as possible. The twin engines of the Black MXD mecha were operating at full power, the low rumble of its engines turning somewhat sharp and piercing at this moment. The unique pale blue particle light of the turbulence device at the back of the mecha gushed out, propelling the heavy body of the mecha forward with a roar. With one leap, the mecha forcefully broke through two Imperial lines of defense and entered a tunnel at high speed. The height of this passageway was only 5 meters, and the high-speed black mecha was almost 7 meters tall. Although the mecha maintained its forward diving posture, the highest point of the mecha still slammed hard into the ceiling of the passageway. Like a rough steel axe cutting through a smooth piece of paper, the ceiling above the tunnel was torn open with a crashing sound, leaving behind a ghastly hole. The mecha's SCC system and some of its miniature surveillance equipment were damaged to a certain extent in this fierce and somewhat reckless high-speed charge. However, Sulu, who was in the cockpit, did not care about this at all. In the dim lighting, one could see the young body under the ultra-thin simulation system trembling slightly. His exposed thin lips were slightly pale, but he did not move at all. He stared at the image that appeared on the screen and the continuously scrolling light dots indicating the structure diagram. His eyes were narrowed very much, but his pupils were very bright. That's a dead end. Block him there. The Imperial officer in the command room of the warship did not understand why that fierce Federation mecha would charge into that dead-end tunnel like a rat in a panic. He shouted loudly in ecstasy. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he stared at the wall on the screen that was getting closer and closer. The burning lines in his body flowed quickly, and every pair of muscle fibers began to tremble. It was not that he had used all his strength, but that he felt some kind of excitement. Was a dead end really a dead end? He had never believed in this. It was just like that famous road on the outskirts of the capital city. If there really was no road, then he would open one himself. Walking his own road did not mean that the enemy had no road to walk, but he would always be able to find his own way out of a dead end. The Black MXD did not slow down. Instead, it sped up and charged towards the heavy isolation wall at the end of the tunnel. The Darlin machine cannon at the front of the left mechanical arm blasted out beautiful gunfire, blasting countless holes and terrifying splinters into the wall. Meanwhile, its right mechanical arm ejected a sharp special alloy blade. In the instant that the mecha crashed heavily into the thick wall, countless sharp flashes of the blade abruptly burst forth. A wave of ear-numbing and brain-numbing screeches rang out, the sound of metal scraping against hard objects. A strange cloud of dust had yet to disperse at the end of the tunnel, but the black mecha was already incomparably valiant, charging over without reason. Behind the thick wall was an alloy door. The black mecha broke through it. Behind the door, there was another thick isolation wall. The black mecha broke through it. Inside the complex structure of the Empire's battleship, the black mecha, which looked a bit small in comparison, was no longer as unpredictable as a ghost. Instead, it turned into a mountain-splitting axe, unreasonably attacking in a straight line. For a moment, no one knew what this mecha was trying to do. Apart from Sulu and the old guy in the tri-winged warship 7,000 kilometers above the Imperium's fleet like a ghost, nobody could figure out their plan. Relying on the sensitive equipment on the MXD, the central computer of the Federation had been deducing and confirming the relevant structural plans of the Imperium's warship and calculating the possible deployment of the enemy's forces. More than 10 seconds ago, it finally found a path. This path was a straight path, a dead end that led straight to the core area of the Empire's battleship, a path that led to the death of Duke Carleton. The powerful black MXD, under Su Li's almost crazy control, continued to break through like this. After breaking through 3 walls and 4 doors, it finally arrived at the destination of his journey, or rather, the location of the mission. The strange sound of air currents exploding suddenly rang out. The wall was like a brittle, air-dried synthetic skin, shattering piece by piece and then collapsing to the ground. The black MXD mecha entered at high speed from the outside of the hole and landed heavily on the ground. Right now, the black mecha's exterior was already covered in wounds. It was a horrible sight, full of dust and rocks, but it still looked like an inviolable god. The command center of the battleship had been filled with shouts of panic, anger, and orders. Following the unbelievable appearance of this black mecha, all of them suddenly stopped. Hundreds of Imperial officers stared at this Federation mecha in disbelief, shocked speechless. Right now, the tri-wing battleship that was 7,000 kilometers above the Empire's battleship slowly adjusted its position. The Federal Central Computer that was automatically controlling the tri-wing battleship started to prepare for the high-speed dive that was about to start. For some reason, the existence of this logic program felt a very strange data flow phenomenon. Maybe it was emotions. The Federal Central Computer thought that what it was about to do was similar to Su Li's crazy mecha running, so it was a bit excited. Duke Carleton, who had been staring at the screen with a pale face, suddenly turned around and stared at the Federation mecha in shock. The surveillance system of the battleship couldn't keep up with the speed of this Federation mecha at all. Who was the person inside this mecha? Most importantly of all, how could he find the channel that led to the command center so easily and freely inside his own warship when he himself had not figured it out yet? Chapter 568. Duke Carleton looked at the black Federation mecha that broke through the wall and immediately deduced that the opponent must be the Federation soldier in the small battleship they saw before they entered the space tunnel. But the opponent only had one spaceship. How dare he chase after him to kill him? This world was truly crazy and ridiculous. A mocking and contemptuous smile began to spread through the gaps between the muscles on his face. From his point of view, this black mecha had the guts to enter the Empire's star sector and to break into the flagship when no one expected it to come right in front of him. It did show extraordinary combat ability, but it was still just a pitiful lunatic. The Empire had prepared this hunting plan for almost 2 years. Countless people had worked hard to achieve this goal. Did this Federation soldier in the black mech really think that by using the courage that was stirred up by anger and the time that he had bought with his madness and sacrifice in battle, he would be able to learn from the Empire's plan and kill himself to avenge that damn tiger? The sharp sirens and flashing warning lights mixed together. The debris on the wall of the command hall was still flying in the air. The muffled noises that came from all directions were like the most heavy drum beat in a symphony. The heavy isolation doors at the outermost edge of the Empire's flagship were all physically closed under the command of the core electronic code of the system. From this moment on, this Federation mecha that brazenly killed its way into the interior of the battleship was like a trapped beast locked in a metal cage, unable to escape. A mecha. Duke Carleton laughed arrogantly. He put his arm around the beautiful blonde civil official's waist and walked towards the escape door that just opened, ready to leave in order to hunt down the Ancient Bell. The mechas on the battleships all left the ship to fight. In the end, they all turned into mecha bombs and disappeared into the universe. They paid a terrible price. But in order to protect Duke Kadon and a certain noble who had been hiding his identity, the mechas on the flagship didn't move until now. Only now did they stand out. 2 ace mecha pilots from the Empire's royal family and 3 of the strongest mecha masters under Duke Carlton's command controlled 5 new Wolf Fong mechas and coldly blocked the front line in the middle of the command room. They escorted the Duke away and then prepared to capture or destroy the Black Federation mecha. Because they were on a warship, the 5 terrifyingly shaped Wolf Fong mecha did not use any heavy firepower weapons. However, what puzzled them was that for some reason, the Federation Black mecha charging towards them had also given up on using long-range weapons. After the Black MXD broke through the wall and killed its way into the command hall of the Empire's battleship, only 2 seconds passed. In these 2 seconds, the 5 Empire mechas just set up their defense formation, and the soldiers in the command hall just raised their guns. In these 2 seconds, the excellent brain under Duke Kadon's rough appearance made a quick judgment. He said one sentence, sneered 3 times, reached out his right hand, lifted his left leg, turned his body slightly, and was ready to leave. In the same 2 seconds, the Black MXD controlled by Su Lu seemed to be forced to slow down and was about to stop, but in reality, it didn't stop its heavy mechanical footsteps. It didn't even stand there and yell at the butcher general who was about to leave. Unlike the time on the snowfield, his goal today was much simpler. It was to kill and avenge, not to destroy the machine and establish his might. On the only road calculated by the central computer of the Federation, he had charged so fiercely and fiercely. If he had to stop and strike a few postures after entering the hall to cast a few demeanor statues, it would be an extremely stupid action. This was Su Li's understanding, so the Black MXD rushed over silently without any hesitation. The Black and Green Empire's Wolf Fong mecha made a few whooshing sounds and flew up. In the relatively small space of the command hall, the Wolf Fong mecha made a few strange sounds and pounced towards him fiercely. No matter how one looked at it, the Black Federation mecha that looked a bit tattered had no chance of surviving under the combined attack of 5 Wolf Fong mechas. However, in the Wolf Fong mecha at the very front, the ace mecha pilot from the Tianjing Royal Mecha Battalion looked at the enemy on the screen and suddenly felt a strange coldness around his neck. This was the instinct for danger on the battlefield that only a strong fighter who had been through hundreds of battles could possess. This pilot's pupils constricted. Because he could not pinpoint where the danger was, he was on high alert. His hand speed exploded as he controlled the Wolf Fong mecha with excellent movement performance to attack fiercely. A series of light and hurried sounds rang out from outside the cockpit. The high-speed Wolf Fong mecha suddenly paused, pausing miserably in mid-air. Blood flowed out from the corner of the Empire mecha pilot's mouth, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. He looked at the empty screen in horror. He didn't know how that Federation mecha had managed to avoid his attack just now. What made him feel even more disbelief and despair was the deep crack that had appeared at the bottom corner of the cockpit. The sharp metal tip had pierced in through this crack, only less than 10 centimeters away from his body. It had pierced into the cockpit, causing sparks to fly everywhere. It was a complete mess. That Black mecha had actually pierced through the super alloy armor outside his cockpit with one strike. The Wolf Fong mecha's body was smaller than that of the Federation MX mecha. Coupled with its high speed and nimble movement performance, it was like a carnivorous monkey chasing its prey in the forest. The scene of the 5 Wolf Fong mecha pouncing towards the Black XT-MT carried with it a trace of blood and savagery. It was abnormally terrifying. However, no one would have thought that the next scene would actually be like this. The moment the Black MXD was about to be attacked by the enemy, it began to tremble. Every component and spherical joint on the mecha's body began to tremble at a high frequency. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding rang out like a torrential downpour. It looked like it was about to fall apart. However, it didn't fall apart. On the contrary, following this strange high-frequency trembling, the 2 thick mechanical legs of the Black MXD silently evaded at high speed, moving the seemingly clumsy mecha to create a series of afterimages in the narrow space. With a deafening boom, The Black MXD, facing the 5 Wolf Fong mechas, actually relied on its sudden burst of high speed to counterattack. Its heavy right mechanical leg swung out violently, striking the Wolf Fong mecha on the right with a stunning kick he had learned on the Ancient Bell. The kick landed squarely on the Wolf Fong mecha on the right. Almost at the same time, the right mechanical arm of the Black MXD twisted strangely, passing right in front of its own cockpit. The sharp alloy blade at the front of the mechanical arm stabbed towards the other Wolf Fong mech closest to it. This stab was silent, but it gave off a ghostly and unstoppable feeling. It completely ignored any of the opponent's controls and simply stabbed into the opponent's cockpit with a sound. In just an instant, the Black MXD mecha had kicked one Wolf Fong mecha away and pierced another one. Before the remaining 3 Wolf Fong mecha could react, the Black MXD mecha trembled violently like a crazy woman with long hair and stirred up a gust of wind in the hall. It roared and tore through the air and rushed behind Duke Carlton, who was quickly leaving. In the Federation space on the other side of the space tunnel, on the tri-winged spaceship that was silently preparing for revenge, Sulu seriously looked at all the last data that the Ancient Bell had sent back, especially those new Empire mechas that had the ability to fight off ship for a long time. They became his main research targets. Through the data, he confirmed that the new Empire mecha also used multi-engine technology. It was just that the other party couldn't solve the problem that the Federation also encountered back then, so they forcibly miniaturized the engines and installed them in the joints of the mecha's components in hopes that this new mecha would be able to obtain powerful maneuverability and evasive ability in battle. In the past few years, both parties have been researching new mechas. In this arms race, the Federation was slightly ahead, but because of the overwhelming advantage of the MX mecha against the Imperial Expeditionary Force on the battlefield in the West Woods, the Empire also sped up their pace to catch up. According to the old man's calculations, the technical parameters and maneuverability of the Wolf Fong mecha were almost the same as the Federation's MX mecha. In terms of evasive ability in small spaces, the Empire even had the advantage. Sula had to admit that the Empire's Wolf Fong mecha's design concept was a little unorthodox, but it did greatly improve its performance. In the future, it would be very difficult for him to use the absolute advantage of the mecha's performance to brutally suppress the Empire like he did in the West Woods. But since he dared to use a Black MXD to attack the Empire's flagship, other than his habitual fearlessness, he naturally had something to rely on. According to his analysis, the Wolf Fong mecha's maneuverability was indeed frightening, but those miniaturized engines installed in the joints of the components, once fully activated, would pose a very big problem for the mecha's operation. At full power, the Wolf Fong mech was like a sports car with an engine installed on every wheel. Of course, it could move as fast as the wind, but the brakes were still the same as before. Under the strong inertia, it would be difficult to stop as gently as the wind. The Empire's pilots would have to divert a lot of energy to deal with the high speed of the Wolf Fong mecha. For Sulu, this was the most important advantage. The advantage of the MXD mecha's performance had been reduced, so, as long as he widened the gap in control, he could still play unreasonably. Thus, the Wolf Fong mecha, which had been tumbling in the air, could not understand how it had flown up. Thus, the Wolf Fong mecha, which was about to release black smoke from the cockpit hole, could not understand how a simple stab from the MXD had been able to pierce through its sturdiest reinforced alloy armor. That was because the trembling Sulu controlled the trembling Black MXD. The speed of the right mechanical leg was already beyond the imagination of a normal person. As for that simple stab, in fact, in that instant, the Black MXD had stabbed 7 times in a row. This kind of high-frequency, precise microcontrol was already difficult to describe using the concept of hand speed. In fact, after he had been disappointed and failed consecutively to reach level 6 in the H1 section of UA University Library, he, who had gradually grown stronger, had never tested the so-called hand speed and reaction speed again. Those mecha tests from the Empire were no longer an awkward mountain for him to climb over. Now, he had even almost completely forgotten the concept of hand speed. The the black mecha rushed behind Duke Carlton. At this moment, all the Empire people were dumbfounded. Other than the remnants of the battle, sound waves in the command center, there was only dead silence. The three Wolf Fong mechas that were left behind seemed to be fixed in place by some mysterious force. The blonde female civil servant had a shocked expression on her face. Her mouth was wide open and scarlet, and her eyes were filled with fear. The woman hugged her head and screamed in terror, finally waking up to frozen time and space. The Wolf Fong mech that was sent flying by the black MXD fell heavily to the ground, rolling helplessly towards the wall with an unpleasant sound of friction, crushing two Imperial officers to death in the process. Duke Carlton struggled to turn his head around. The shadow of the huge black mecha occupied his entire vision. His muscles were trembling slightly, and he looked like he was about to cry and laugh at the same time. His lips were slightly opened as if he wanted to say something. Before he could completely turn around, before he could say a word, even if it was his last words, with the sound of electric current, the tall black MXD raised its mechanical leg and stepped on the ground in the shadow in front of it. With a light thud, the huge and heavy metal mechanical foot pressed down on Duke Carlton's head and stomped him to the ground. Then, the foot lightly turned to the left and right, as if it was stomping an insignificant bug to death. The guy under the mecha's foot must have been turned into a meat patty. The muscles on the opponent's face must have become the wrinkles on the meat patty. However, Sulu didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he controlled the heavy mechanical leg to turn left and right again to make sure that the opponent was dead. He was in a state of excitement that he had never felt before. In the short 3 seconds after he killed his way into the Empire's warship lobby, it wasn't the most powerful attack the Black MXD had ever made, but it was the most powerful attack he had ever made in his life. Those 5 Wolf Fong mecha were indeed difficult to deal with. Only by channeling all of his power through the simulated reality system in an instant, pushing his state to the limit, could he break through the opponent's defenses so easily, killing Keaton before he could escape. Now that Carlton was dead, this excitement didn't subside. Instead, it became even stronger. After he knew that the ancient bell was attacked, he had been in an extreme state of sadness, depression, and anger. But because he suppressed it under his silent appearance, he let these emotions seep into his bones. At this moment, those extremely negative emotions suddenly drilled out from every bone in his body and were released through his pores. It felt wonderful. Fuck you. Die. In the dim cockpit, Sulu, who was sweating profusely, stared at the picture on hologram. His lips trembled as he cursed. Then he waved his fist. It had only been less than 24 hours since he decided to do this crazy thing in the tri-winged warship at the other end of the space tunnel to actually kill the other party. This hearty revenge was indeed a race against time from morning to night. Chapter 569. Even though his body was still intact, he still died in an even more horrible and bloody way. Even until his last thought turned into a few dots of light at the end of the black tunnel, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. He had just climbed to the peak of his life, but the great creator didn't even give him a day to enjoy it. A black mecha fell from the sky and ended his life so easily. The soldiers in the command center of the battleship couldn't understand it either. Did Duke Carlton just die like that? Would the enraged His Majesty make the entire fleet die with his brothers? Looking at the blood flowing out from the Black Federation mecha's feet, they were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, and they didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. Kill him. The furious and desperate roars of the soldiers of the Empire sounded inside the battleship. 4 wolf mechas and heavy firepower infantrymen rushed toward the Black MXD crazily. Before the soldiers of the Empire could react, the Black MXD pulled back its feet, turned around, and brushed past a wolf mecha. It didn't want to fight anymore. It simply backed off at high speed, turned into a black gust of wind, and crawled into the hole in the wall of the command center. Sula knew what kind of crazy attack he was going to face. Killing a prominent Duke Carlton, a member of the royal family who was favored by the Emperor, would definitely infuriate the people of the Empire. More importantly, the Empire tried to use the result of ambushing the ancient bell and killing Commander Zhong to boost the morale of the soldiers of the Federation. However, in the shortest amount of time, he had slashed the face of the Empire with a bloody knife. He didn't doubt that after the other battleships of the Empire confirmed that Duke Kadon was killed by him, they would do anything to kill him. Even if they had to destroy this flagship, the people of the Empire wouldn't allow him, the murderer, to escape from the Empire. The damaged SCC system was constantly combing and filtering the electronic signals around him. It was extremely complicated and dense. In the dim cockpit, he stared at the data feedback that was quickly flashing through the hologram with a pale face. He held the joystick with one hand and quickly tapped on the touchscreen with the other. The simulation system magnified every minute muscle reaction in his body into the movements of the mecha. Under the triple control, the black MXD covered in debris was like a ferocious black monster, rampaging through the wide and narrow corridors of the battleship, avoiding the almost suicidal heavy firepower of the Empire's people in the battleship, maintaining an absolute high speed as it rushed towards the predetermined exit. The three-winged battleship of the Federation that was floating thousands of kilometers above the Empire's fleet slowly started to move. The three-winged battleship that was not controlled by anyone moved silently like a ghost. Then it instantly accelerated. Under the direct physical control of the Federal Central Computer, it turned into a beam of light and rushed downward. According to the plan, when Su Lu rushed out of the battleship into space, the three-winged battleship had to appear in the designated area. Then, in a very short amount of time, the three-winged battleship had to successfully capture the Black MXD and avoid the fierce long-range firepower of the Empire's battleship. Retreating was the most difficult part of the whole plan. Could Su Lu and that old guy do it? Su Lu controlled the Black MXD and sprinted like a madman. He sprinted all the way to the upper side of the battleship. The heavy mech trampled on the ground, slamming into all the obstacles in front of it. It was a race against time. In the most dangerous moment, the pair of small eyes in the dim cockpit grew brighter and brighter. He, who had not had a shred of confidence before, felt his confidence increase after successfully killing that butcher general. His tired body released the last of its strength. He did not doubt that he could successfully escape, and he did not doubt the old guy's calculation ability either. At the end of the straight corridor was the thick metal outer wall of the battleship. It was a dead end, but in Su Li's eyes, that was his path of survival. The left shoulder of the Black MXD flipped open with a snap. The only long-range main cannon that the Nutshell Engineering Department had left for him fired with a boom. It blasted directly into that seemingly thick part, but in fact was the weakest part of the entire Empire's battleship. Smoke and dust from the explosion scattered everywhere, and then were instantly sucked in by the vacuum outside the battleship. A strong wind blew in the straight corridor, and a large hole was blasted in the outer wall at the end of the corridor. It was the complete opposite of the crazy battle scene inside the battleship. Outside the hole was the eternal beauty of the starry sky. In the cockpit of the mecha, Su Lu, who had been silently running all the way, realized that he could actually complete the almost impossible revenge plan. He finally couldn't help but scream in excitement. His right hand quickly and firmly pressed the black button on the control stick. The Black MXD seemed to be infected by his emotions. It trembled violently, and its speed increased a bit, heading straight for that large black hole in the outer wall of the battleship. As he pressed the black button on the control stick, a violent explosion occurred in the upper layer of the Empire's battleship. After forcibly breaking into the battleship, the KY's sticky high-energy bomb he had placed at the connecting valve of the fuel pipe instantly blasted open the internal small-cycle ignition system of the Empire's battleship from the inside, resulting in a series of continuous explosions. The violent and muffled sounds of explosions rang out one after another inside the battleship. Countless flames and heat waves spewed out, swallowing the Empire's soldiers. Rapid and short screams mixed in with the sound of explosions were abnormally clear. The back of the corridor also began to explode. The flames and heat waves spewed out under the effect of the pressure difference, chasing after the Black MXD like a fire dragon, or rather, pushing it even faster. At this time, the tri-wing battleship had already swooped down at high speed to a place 300 kilometers away from the battleship. He was going to seek refuge in the Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars was right in front of him, but it was far away on the horizon. Suddenly, just less than 100 meters away from the large hole in the outer wall of the battleship, the black MXD that was advancing at high speed suddenly twisted its body forcefully for some reason and slammed heavily into the left side of the corridor. The black mecha's seemingly unreasonable pause and dodge just so happened to avoid death. At that moment, the right side of the corridor seemed to have turned into a crispy caviar biscuit. Pieces of it peeled off and scattered, and a sharp light that could even be described as mournful slashed out from those pieces without any warning, slashing toward the black MXD's right shoulder. With a whoosh, a deep wound appeared on the outer armor of the black MXD's left shoulder. There was actually no way to completely dodge the opponent's casual attack that had not been brewing for a long time. Amidst the flying wall fragments, a light green mecha walked out like a demon god and coldly attacked the black MXD. Its momentum was before the Sea of Stars, and it was overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 570. The tunnel used by the Empire's light-class battleship to eject space fighters was nearly 30 meters high and even wider. It looked like a flat tunnel filled with the smell of metal and machinery. A large hole had been blasted open in the door that separated the ejection tunnel from space. Stars twinkled in the dark background outside. The walls of the tunnel were shattered into thousands of pieces. That flash of light, whose shape could not be seen clearly due to the high speed, accurately struck the black MXD. The black mecha that was charging outwards at high speed was completely unable to avoid this attack that was so sharp and deadly. In the face of this sneak attack, the mecha's balance system was instantly disrupted. The heavy metal body flipped forward, and like a boulder that had been struck by lightning, the mecha tumbled forward. The mecha and the floor of the tunnel emitted an ear-piercing sound of friction, as well as the loud sound of metal clashing against each other. The out-of-control black MXD rolled forward at high speed in the tunnel, crashing here and there. It looked so pathetic in the howling wind. However, in the next moment, when the black mecha once again slammed into the wall of the tunnel, its right mechanical arm slammed into the ground like a spike. The heavy metal body suddenly paused, and like a restless rock that had hit a protruding rock, it once again bounced up restlessly. Before the black mecha could barely regain its balance, its trembling mechanical legs turned into a series of afterimages as it continued to charge forward. As the black MXD accelerated again, some auxiliary components flew out from its trembling body, and a terrible wound appeared on its right shoulder armor. It was like the red and white mouth of a baby that was turned over after a knife wound. It seemed to be smiling, but in fact, it was extremely chilling. In the dimly lit cockpit, Su Li's face was pale. The shock in his eyes instantly turned into a trace of ruthlessness. Without hesitation, he pushed the MXD into overclocking mode. His combat style had always been tough yet conservative. He would never reveal his trump card until the very last moment. Previously, when he had launched a surprise attack on the Empire's Battleship Command Center, even at that moment, the MXD had not entered overclocking mode. However, at this moment, the black MXD entered overclocking mode for the first time. He did not choose to turn around and finish off the Empire mecha that had appeared out of nowhere. Instead, he chose to continue charging forward in an attempt to escape. This was because he could clearly feel the power of the Imperial mecha behind him. He knew that he was in a life or death situation. From the moment he was ambushed until now, he did not have the time to observe the Imperial mech behind him, but he could clearly feel an oppressive feeling that seemed to want to freeze all the whistling air in the tunnel. In Donglin, he had hammered his body with the uncle and turned his trembling into an impressive ability. In the Capital Ring, he had come into contact with mecha and learned how to use the simulation system to directly operate a mecha. Gradually, countless people in the Federation had gotten used to Su Li's powerful mecha operation skills. This was proven from the test run on Cocky Peak to the countless battles in the West Woods. Whether it was the special class pilots of the Federation or the ace pilots of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, it seemed like no one was qualified to be his opponent. Sulu himself also developed a kind of understanding that was not arrogance, but absolute confidence. Every time he sat in his personal mech and put on the simulation system, he could feel absolute calm and confidence, as if there was no one in this universe who could defeat him. Until now. Breaking through the wall, a cold and precise slash. The mysterious Imperial mech behind him had only made 2 simple movements, but it had brought him a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. Because he had dodged that flash of light in a panic. Only then did he know that 2 simple movements of the Imperial mech were able to hurt him when he was charging at high speed. What kind of high-frequency and precise operation was required? There was also that steady but extraordinarily fierce battle aura, which actually covered the mysterious Imperial mech with a layer of the strong aura of an ancient king. Suli's eyes were bright because of nervousness. For the first time in many years, he felt danger or even despair in a mech. The Imperial mech behind him made him feel a sense of fear. Even the crazy madman Leon Cocky Peak did not reach this level of fear. It was probably because when he was at the Old Moon base, Madman Lee did not really want to kill him. However, the pilot in this Imperial mech, who had control that was not inferior to Madman Lee, wanted him dead. In this sort of situation, Su Li's first choice was naturally to flee. Relying on the high-speed maneuverability of the MXD in overclock state, he shook off the terrifying Imperial mecha behind him. A strong sense of foreboding rose in his heart. As soon as the opponent caught up to him, something very bad would happen. After killing the Butcher General and avenging the Ancient Bell ship, he definitely did not want to go back and have a one-on-one battle with the Butcher General. That scene might be very romantic and heroic, but it was not what he wanted. He wanted to go home, go back to the universe of the Federation, and not become a beautiful firework on the battleship of a foreign country. Even if he had to die together with the enemy, he was not willing. The tri-winged battleship controlled by the Old Man should be rushing into the sea of stars outside the black hole soon, right? The Black MXD, under the Empire mecha's calm and even somewhat cold high-speed fire, evaded in an extremely awkward and thrilling manner. It moved between the smoke and metal flowers and was lucky not to be hit, but its speed was slowed down. Fuck! In the dimly lit cockpit, the face exposed outside the helmet twitched slightly. Under unprecedented pressure, Su Lil let out a roar that sounded almost like a groan. He forced out all of the mysterious burning energy in his body and transmitted it to every part of the MXD's transmission system, forcing the mecha to increase its speed even though it was already close to its peak speed. When the fingertips of the mechanical arms that were as firm as rocks in the wind were about to touch the box on the ground, when they were about to fly out of the hole that was full of metal fragments, when they were about to jump into the sea of stars and seek freedom and return home, a cold light flashed again and cut off all their hopes. The light cut into the metal box coldly, cutting the satellite thruster inside into countless broken parts, clinking and clanging nonstop. In Su Li's ears, these crisp sounds are like his heart being frozen and then shattered into pieces. Outside the black hole, the familiar 3-winged warship turned into a stream of light and passed by in a flash. The Imperial fleet nearby had already reacted, and a dense concentration of weapons shrouded the area. Presumably, the 3-winged warship under the Old Man's sole control would not be able to find a chance to dive again. This was not the plan. This was not how the plot of the story was supposed to develop. Su Li's bright eyes returned to normal. He continued to operate the mecha at high speed, but his eyes slowly narrowed. Previously, when he broke into the warship, he had hidden the satellite thruster here. This was the only way out he had prepared. He had imagined being chased and intercepted by the Imperial soldiers inside the warship. He might not have the chance or time to install the thruster on the mecha. So, in his imagination, there had been a very thrilling and exceptionally beautiful scene. The Black MXD mecha grabbed the metal box and charged out of the warship at high speed. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the Imperial soldiers, it glided at high speed due to inertia. In the empty and quiet space, the mecha installed the thruster, and the jet propelled the mecha to connect with the three-winged warship several kilometers away at high speed. Then, it turned into a stream of light and elegantly escaped from the Empire, returning home through the space passage. However, all of this turned into bubbles because of that cold and elegant light. In the metal box that exploded on the ground to the right of the MXD mecha's leg, the light that had plunged Su Lu into a desperate situation finally showed its true form because of that rare moment of silence. It was a weapon that had only appeared in movies. A gun. An unusually normal-looking alloy multi-layer forging gun. The gun was nearly 5 meters long, and its entire body glowed with a faint gray metallic luster. There was no sense of vitality, only a sense of death. However, what was very strange was that this lifeless giant alloy gun gave off the feeling that it was alive. It could spring up at any time and emit a fatal and cold light. This was because the end of the alloy gun was held in the mechanical arm of the mysterious Imperial mecha. With the thrusters destroyed, the few kilometers of space travel distance in the escape plan was as long as the current time for the MXD mecha in combat mode. Even if the tri-wing battleship rushed over to pick him up, the mecha would become the dust of history under the bombardment of the Imperial battleships if it floated in space for more than 5 seconds. The explosions and flames on the upper layer of the battleship were still ongoing, but the black MXD could no longer leave. Sula knew that he had no other choice. In his slightly narrowed eyes, a feeling of despair appeared for the first time in his life. Despair meant that there was no hope, but it did not mean that he had given up, and it did not mean that he had surrendered. Su Lu was best at finding a way out of the dead end, seeing hope in despair. Even if the final road ahead was still dark and gloomy, he still had to try and fight. Previously, he did not turn back because he wanted to leave alive. Now that it was impossible to leave alive, why not fight and not turn back? The alloy gun that had pierced deeply into the metal box, and even into the depths of the tunnel's hard ground, suddenly seemed like a stiff dragon that had awakened after 1,000 years of slumber. The tip of the gun rose and turned into a ray of mournful light, piercing straight into the cockpit of the black MXD. Boom! The alloy blade poked out of the black MXD's mechanical arm, and with a strange swipe, it happened to cut right on the tip of the alloy gun. The unpleasant sound of metal scraping against metal came to an abrupt stop. The beam of the gun retracted and retreated solemnly. After a moment of slight trembling, the blade was placed horizontally in front of the mech's chest. There was a temporary silence. For the first time, the two most powerful mecha of the Federation and the Empire faced each other head-on. No one made the first move, each silently standing in their respective positions. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Empire mech that had forced him into such a desperate situation. He found that this mech had undergone some sort of modification that he could not understand for the time being. The various joints and transmission points did not have those ugly and sinister metal spikes, but were instead wrapped in small metal boxes. Because of these small metal boxes, this Empire mech's design appeared very strange. It was as if there were countless ugly trash boxes hanging on its body, and it seemed that with every step it took, these metal boxes would fall off like the fallen fruits of a ripe peach tree, smashing into a deadly peach miasma. My mech is called Peach Miasma. Chapter 571. The peach blossoms blossomed one after another, blooming to the point that it was time for the flowers to break. The fragrant scent turned into miasma, intoxicating all living things and making it difficult for them to wake up again. If they did not wake up, only death awaited them. In the dim and stuffy cockpit, Sulu heard the two words peach miasma, and his mind instantly recalled an old passage of text he had read in the library of the State University years ago. This memory did not occupy him too much of his attention. He was more surprised that the other person actually had such a perfect Federation pronunciation and that calm and profound indifference the other person displayed. The explosions above the tunnel were still ongoing. Every now and then, violent roars would ring out, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Flames and gushing air currents came from the depths of the tunnel, heading towards outer space that was cold enough to devour all life. The warship could disintegrate and explode at any time, and the environment was abnormally harsh and dangerous. Yet, the Empire person inside this strangely shaped mech was still so calm and collected as he introduced himself, calmly waiting for the arrival of the battle, without a trace of urgency. Judging from the voice, this Empire mech master was not very old. The cool and indifferent tone even gave people the illusion that the other person was still in his adolescence. Sulu slowly took in deep breaths, mobilizing every bit of burning power in his body. He narrowed his eyes at the Empire mech on the screen, confirming that the other was probably a genius lunatic like Li Feng. Only this kind of person who pursued the realm of mecha battle fanatically would risk the danger of the warship exploding in order to seek a satisfying battle. From another perspective, only people who were extreme in certain aspects could reach such a terrifying level in mecha piloting. Madman Li was like that, and the unknown Empire mech pilot opposite him was like that. Was he not like that himself? Lucio. Su Li's reply rang out from the crudely made external speaker of the slightly battered black MXD. On the snowfield of 5460, there was once an Empire ace pilot who challenged him. At that time, he silently killed the other party in an instant and refused to say a single word. This was because the difference in strength between the two parties was too great. It was an unequal battle, so why would he need to play those chivalrous tricks? This Imperial mecha opposite him had enough qualifications to make Su Lu respect out of caution. Moreover, he also wanted to use this opportunity to adjust his still shaken mental state. Thus, he had temporarily come up with a name for his mecha. The two words Lucio naturally referred to him and Shang Qiu, the two most crucial figures in the Federation's research and development of the MX mecha. Hearing this name, the Imperial mecha Peach Miasma did not react at all. Perhaps the young officer inside had recalled some information and guessed Su Li's identity. The Peach Miasma mecha did not react. It did not move. Su Li narrowed his eyes even more. The other party was waiting for him to make the first move. They clearly knew how terrifying his MXD was, yet they still stood in the distance arrogantly and indifferently, unwilling to make the first move. What kind of pride and confidence did this represent? Other than that legendary princess, when had such a powerful figure appeared in the Empire? He took a deep breath, and the source of the scorching power behind his waist instantly spread throughout his entire body. He could clearly feel the power transmitted to every pair of muscle fibers, every pore, and every nail. Two unhealthy but exceptionally bright blushes appeared on his pale cheeks. The auxiliary valve used to connect to the satellite's propulsion device popped off from the black MXD's metal waistline with a click. Amidst the roaring airflow, it fell to the ground behind him. Boom! The black MXD burst forward. Under the boost of the full power of its dual engines, the huge body of the mecha instantly accelerated. It actually broke through the air in the tunnel with a terrifying sonic boom. Almost at the same time, the Imperial mecha called Peach Miasma also moved, charging over with a boom. This strange and even somewhat ugly mecha with metal boxes hanging all over its body started slightly later than the black MXD, controlled by Su Li. However, with the full power output of the micro-engines of the spherical joints, it actually completely closed the gap between the speed of the two mecha in an extremely short amount of time. The black MXD trembled violently, like a man in the prime of his life who had epilepsy. Its two heavy mechanical legs moved forward in a strange manner like lightning. Amidst the ghostly and elusive visual effects, it was full of valiant willpower. The Cyan Empire mecha seemed to be unable to withstand the current speed and also began to tremble. The metal boxes attached to the joints of the mecha let out a rapid and concentrated sound, like countless small war drums being beaten at the same time. The two most advanced mechas in the universe collided fiercely with no surprise. The air around the tall mecha was squeezed away at the same time, sweeping up the debris, turning into a mottled ball that suddenly swelled up. Then, the violent and dull sound of the collision rang out. Then there was a series of incomparably sharp sounds of metal colliding. No one knew how many effective controls the Black MXD and the Cyan Mecha had performed in this instant, and how many close-range dodges they had performed in small areas. The naked eye could not see the flowing light of the mechas in that mottled spherical space at all. Only these concentrated sounds of metal colliding reverberated in all directions, suppressing the whistling sound produced by the high-speed air leakage of the battleship. The support valve that the Black MXD had bounced off earlier finally fell to the ground at this time, rolling and hitting the tunnel wall before coming to a stop. The two mechas that were exchanging blows at a terrifying control rate also seemed to pause slightly at the same time. After a momentary pause, a piercing light flashed, as if to split apart this entanglement of danger. The source of the light was not the Cyan Mecha, but the sharp alloy knife at the front of the Black MXD's right mechanical arm. This was the most dangerous moment. Inside the cockpit, Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up. His body hovering in the air, he controlled the Black MXD to perform the last of the 10 poses that the uncle had taught him, and also the most ruthless one. The Black MXD crashed madly into the Cyan Mecha's arms, its mechanical leg suddenly springing up, the tip of its knee aiming straight for the Cyan Mecha's lower abdomen. The movement was clean and efficient to the extreme, but also extremely valiant. It did not care about the follow-up movements at all, only wanting to live and die together. However, that sharp alloy knife, that similarly piercing light, retracted in an instant with an aura that was the complete opposite of madness. Silently, it stabbed out from under the mecha's elbow, sinisterly stabbing towards the Cyan Mecha's cockpit amidst a sea of dazzling debris and strong winds. The Cyan Mecha had not been able to determine the direction of this stab, and had not been able to guess the soft and sinister strike that the Black MXD would make after its sudden burst. No matter how strong the control of that Empire genius was, it was likely that there was no way he could avoid this suddenly dimmed, but now even more dangerous light in such a small space. Therefore, the Cyan Mecha did not retreat. Instead, its body shook violently, and it charged forward fiercely. In the shortest amount of time, its left mechanical arm blocked the front of that light, while its entire body performed an exquisite sliding step backwards, sweeping towards the right side of the Black MXD. Amidst the violent and frenzied attacks of the Black MXD, there was a sinister and silent fatal blow hidden within. The Cyan Empire Mecha, on the other hand, performed a sliding step backwards that seemed to violate the laws of physics in its high-speed dash. At this moment, the two mecha displayed their most impressive side. Two completely opposite control techniques actually overlapped so perfectly at the same time. Other than the two people in the cockpit, who else could do such a thing? Unable to avoid that stab, the Cyan Empire Mecha took a step forward, as if a storm was brewing beneath its feet. An irresistible monarch's aura gushed out. At the same time, it slid backwards in that instant, turning it into an awe-inspiring king's bow, indestructible. There was an arrow on the string, and the arrow was precisely that heavy alloy spear. Su Li's face did not show any signs of shock or fear. Like a child immersed in a cartoon, he stared at the cold light of the alloy spear on the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. He did not allow the MXD to attempt any evasive maneuvers, but instead valiantly chose to continue attacking with his knife. He wanted to stake his life on the line. He wanted to bet on which of the two would pierce the other's cockpit first. He wanted to bet on the hardness values of the Federation and the Empire Mecha's protective boards. He wanted to bet on his own and the other's willpower. He wanted to bet on his luck in this moment of life and death. Right now, the scene was like two warships flying at relatively high speeds in a small warp tunnel. Whoever could not bear the smell of death and tried to avoid it first would lose the momentum and initiative in this battle of courage, or perhaps stupidity. For Su Li, he had no choice but to fight. Facing this majestic and inviolable Cyan Empire Mecha, he had no confidence in a normal battle, not to mention that he was currently on the Empire's warship. Moreover, he already had no path of retreat and had walked into a dead end. If he did not fight now, when would he fight? The blade brushed past the upper edge of the cyan mecha's left mechanical arm and stabbed down like a ghost in the wind. It easily pierced through the metal boxes attached to the joints of the other's mechanical arm, and then continued forward, the sharp alloy knife ruthlessly piercing through the outer wall of the other's cockpit. Up until now, the cyan mecha was still cold and silent. It did not make any evasive maneuvers, as if there was not the slightest bit of fear in the face of impending death. Perhaps the Empire officer inside the mecha did not even think of death as a threat at all. He believed that he was stronger than death itself. A strong sense of unease flashed through Su Li's heart. However, in this high-frequency battle on the microsecond scale, once one decided to go all out for the kill, there was no room for retreat. The black MXD trembled violently. The alloy knife at the front of the right mechanical arm broke through another 2 layers of the Empire mecha's cockpit's super hard alloy protective boards and finally made contact with the other's inner wall. In less than the blink of an eye, it would be able to pierce through and kill that unknown Empire elite. However, right at this moment, the metal box that had been pierced first exploded. The explosion was not very powerful, but the precise angle of the bullet's explosion and the self-destructing armor made the black MXD's alloy knife pause abruptly. Like a mechanical device without electricity, it sizzled for a moment and then came to an abrupt stop, turning into a lifeless statue. The final half a meter of distance between victory and defeat turned out to be so far away. The alloy multi-layer forging spear pierced deeply into the black MXD's cockpit. Sparks flashed from time to time from the hole that had been cracked by the powerful force. The Cyan Empire mecha held the other end of the spear and looked down at the kneeling black MXD from above. It was as cold and proud as a monarch. The spear was slowly pulled out of the black MXD's cockpit. The original metallic ray was slightly blackened by the mecha, and there were also a few large patches of shocking bright red on it. It was like a spring peach painting scroll drawn with ink and cinnabar. Chapter 572. The metal spear shrank and shortened with a crack, and a few drops of dye-like liquid fell from the impact. The outer armor of the green peach miasma mecha opened from the middle, and the spear was stored inside like a sword sheath. The soul-devouring chill gradually disappeared. In front of the warship's passage, there was a heavy sound of metal rails rubbing against each other. The automatic repair device outside the warship ran over through the thick slide rail. Countless welding points began to burn in the thin air, glowing and heating. Finally, the temporary repair of the hull was completed, and the howling hurricane in the passage was much softer. However, there was no way to effectively control the fire and explosion on the upper deck of the warship. The soldiers of the Empire ran into the passageway and looked at the fallen black Federation mecha on the ground and the standing green mecha with complicated expressions. They guessed in shock what had just happened and who was inside the green mecha. Prepare to evacuate. An indifferent and calm voice came from the green mecha, but it did not allow anyone to question or object. Then, with the humming sound of hydraulic pressure, the cockpit of the mecha that had a large hole in it slowly opened. Dim light spilled in and shone on someone's body. It was an ordinary face. The lines weren't deep, but they were clear. It made his facial features look a little cold, especially the calm pride that came from his bones. For some reason, it made people feel that the word valiant came from his handwriting. Huai Chaosher undid the black data band on his body and stood on the heavy and thick metal door of the cockpit. His thin body did not tremble in the cold air of the tunnel. He looked at the troublesome Federation mecha a few meters away from him and listened to the automatic alarm of the warship system. He could not help but slowly narrow his eyes. The Empire killed that tiger and destroyed the ancient bell. The Federation officer in this mecha killed Duke Carton and was going to destroy this flagship. This revenge was really equal, he thought in his heart. The soldiers below the mecha were operating the heavy suspension tools, trying to open the cockpit of the MXD mecha. Although they were nervous and did not know how His Majesty and the military would deal with them after Duke Carton's tragic death, as soldiers, they knew very well how important this new Federation mecha was to the Empire. They had to take this mecha away with them as much as possible before they evacuated. After a few shouts, the cockpit of the MXD mecha was finally successfully opened. The Empire soldiers angrily dragged Su Lu out of the cockpit and threw him to the ground like trash. At the same time, the engineers began to connect the data to prevent the Federation mecha from self-destructing. He didn't die. Huai Chaoshu looked down at the ground and thought in surprise. The waist of the young Federation officer on the ground was a mess of flesh and blood. His short black hair was tangled together by sweat and was messily resting beside his pale face. There was no trace of trembling under his closed eyelids. He was probably in a deep coma. Despite having his cockpit pierced by an alloy spear, the other party was still alive. Kai Chaoshu did not know how this Federation officer had managed to do this at the last moment, and a faint sense of vigilance grew in her heart. He jumped down from the Peach Miasma mecha and walked towards the unconscious Su Lu. The sound of his leather military boots was unusually clear and loud. It was jarring even in the noisy tunnel. Looking down at Su Lu with his hands behind his back, Huai Chaoshu's narrowed eyes gradually relaxed. There was no trace of a smile on his face. Instead, there was some kind of consideration and consideration. Right at this moment, the fingers on Su Li's right hand trembled slightly. It seemed to be an involuntary reaction from the nerves in his coma. A series of low explosions sounded in the cockpit of the black MXD mecha. The engine roared, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. The Federation soldiers who were in the midst of data connection and deciphering inside the mecha were affected by this explosion. They screamed as they were shaken out of the cockpit and set on fire. A cold light flashed through Huai Chaoshu's eyes. He subconsciously turned his head to look. The unconscious and seriously injured Su Lu suddenly opened his eyes at this time. His body that was originally as weak as a garbage bag suddenly trembled violently and bounced up. His legs crossed in front of him like lightning, and his fists were like iron hammers that broke through the wind and blasted out. He did not know the identity of this young Federation soldier in front of him. Although he looked like he was wearing a normal soldier's uniform, to be able to possess such terrifying mecha piloting skills and such a mentality, the other was definitely not a normal character. Heavily injured and on the brink of death, if he wanted to live, the only way was to take this Federation soldier as a hostage. This was his last chance. His heavily injured and exhausted body could only support him for one last attempt. The wind from his fist was like a hammer, his body like iron, his footsteps like the wind. Su Lu placed all of his hopes for survival on this one blow. The mysterious burning power he had cultivated for many years gushed out. Using the powerful close combat techniques he had practiced since childhood, he held nothing back as he blasted it all out. This young Federation soldier in front of him was definitely a genius in mecha piloting. He was even stronger than Su Lu and Madman Li, but when it came to close combat attacks, who could be his match? A ray of light suddenly appeared in the midst of despair. The wind from his fists howled. The air vibrated, and the afterimages trembled. It was unstoppable. Huai Chaoshu turned his head and saw this scene from the corner of his eye. His pupils contracted abruptly, and then that normal and indifferent face actually did not show the slightest trace of panic or fear. There was only calmness and a completely aroused desire to fight. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dense explosive sounds exploded between the two people's bodies. It was just like how the two mecha had attacked each other without any regard for their own lives the moment they met. The wind from his fists and the shadows of his legs flashed. Simple, direct, and powerful close combat joint techniques were thrown out. Who knew how many punches landed on the other's blocking arms, and how many vicious finger thrusts landed on the other's body? Huai Chaoshu's body suddenly froze. He took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself. A trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his lips, but he stubbornly refused to fall. Before he retreated, his foot, wearing a hard military boot, stomped down viciously on Su Li's lower abdomen. This kick was fast and swift. It was simple to the extreme, but also terrifying to the extreme. It was like a reef in the middle of the waves. It was not much of a stance. Just by being hard and steady, it could break through the white foam and salty water for billions of years. Su Li's body was kicked viciously to the ground. His already injured waist and abdomen were bleeding profusely. His abdomen felt like it was being torn apart, and he no longer had any ability to fight. His legs were limp and paralyzed. He leaned against the metal wall of the passageway, breathing heavily. He stared at the young Empire soldier in front of him, his eyes full of shock, defeated and thoroughly defeated. He was not a match for this Empire youth in mecha piloting. Even in close combat, he had actually lost to the other. Who exactly was this Empire soldier in front of him? How could such a skinny body contain such a huge amount of energy? He vaguely thought of a possibility, but he did not dare to believe it. Su Li's face was deathly pale. He knew that he would never be able to return to the Federation alive. He stared at the Empire soldier in front of him with complicated emotions. He wanted to say something, but instead he spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered all over his body and onto the ground. Huai Chaoshi walked over with an expressionless face. She raised her right foot and kicked him heavily in the chest. Only the sound of bones cracking could be heard, and a sentence filled with endless resentment and anger could be heard. Chapter 573. The morning sun shone on the training grounds of the Federation's 1st Military Region's Special Mecha Team. The dense foliage fanned out the light and separated the temperature, making the feeling of late spring and early summer blur together. The military camp, which was usually tense and serious, seemed to be more relaxed and lively because of this rare long holiday. There were no more emergency orders in the middle of the night, and the seemingly never-ending actual combat exercises finally came to an end for the time being. There was a small pond beside the Special Mecha Team's camp. Nominally, it was under the jurisdiction of HTD Bureau, but in reality, it had long become a small lake in the backyard of the soldiers. The young men, full of testosterone, had launched fierce attacks on the amphibians in the pond out of curiosity, but in the end, they found that their stomachs didn't seem to like those thin green legs that looked like level 2 hard synthetic meat. There was a young man wearing a well-ironed military uniform beside the pond. Under the tight military uniform hid a burly and explosive body. There was a hint of arrogance and ruthlessness in his cold eyes. Only the warm and clear morning sun shone directly on his face could illuminate the last trace of youthfulness on this face. Li Feng came from Philadelphia. He was one of the top elites of the federal military. Even if Su Lu came out of nowhere, he couldn't steal his glory. He was about to step into the most beautiful years of his 20s. It was a good time for the lush green leaves to bloom in the spring breeze. However, for some reason, he had been feeling inexplicably restless these past few days, but he couldn't find the source of this restlessness. Thus, after waking up in the wee hours of the morning and completing his routine electric current stimulation, he came to this small pond to silently think. He left home at a young age and completed his puberty amidst the flames of war in the Westwoods. Growing up was so exciting that it was even a little deformed, so he rarely came home to Philadelphia. However, perhaps because of his bloodline and respect, he always subconsciously learned or imitated that great-grandfather of his. The wristwatch on his left wrist tightened slightly and vibrated clearly. Li Feng looked down and saw that it was an emergency order. Although his face was still expressionless, his strong heart couldn't help but twitch slightly. He abruptly stood up and walked towards the barracks. Under the banyan tree by the pond, 2 officers flashed out and caught up with his quick footsteps. At the same time, under his gaze, they began to quickly make phone calls, hoping to be the first to know what this emergency assembly meant before the Department of Defense's order was clear. A few years ago, Li Feng had caused havoc in Parliament Hill and turned Senator Zion's office into a garbage dump. To prevent such a vicious incident from happening again, Philadelphia and the Department of Defense had jointly sent trusted officers to guard him. It was just that they had been together for too long. While these officers were carrying out military orders, they naturally became his direct subordinates. Something big must have happened, but I don't have enough authority, so I can't find out. An officer moved the phone away from his ear and looked at Li Feng's thick back and said uneasily. Li Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and took the phone. After dialing a number, he waited for a moment and said softly, "Yuzi, it's me. Today's emergency assembly has been confirmed. This is a joint mission of all 4 military regions. The security level has also been raised. I want to know why." With his family background, there was no secret that the federal military could hide from him. However, the Philadelphia family would not allow him to use this privilege. Fortunately, although he was not old, he had a few trustworthy and capable friends of the same age in the Federation. However, what made him feel shocked and strongly uneasy was that Zhou Yu, after trying for a long time, could only apologetically say that there was no way to find out the specifics. She only knew that something big must have happened in the Federation. Li Feng stood in the shadow under the banyan tree, silently for a moment, completely ignoring the increasingly urgent emergency assembly call in the barracks ahead. Suddenly, he picked up the phone and pressed a string of familiar numbers that he couldn't be more familiar with. The call didn't go through. It wasn't busy. It wasn't transferred to the General Staff Department. It wasn't out of service. It was just that there was no response. No response. He dialed again, but the call still didn't go through. Li Feng raised his head and looked at the clear light between the leaves. Suddenly, a hint of viciousness flashed across his face. He pressed the number again, so viciousness that it seemed to want to break the sturdy military phone. The call went through, and a beautiful female voice came through. "Hello, this is the General Staff Department Transfer Center of the West Woods Military Region. According to the relevant regulations, please register your name." The viciousness between Li Feng's brows suddenly dimmed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly hung up the phone. The other end of the call was the most standard transfer procedure, but he knew that ever since he was 12 years old, as long as he made a call, the person on the other end of the call would definitely pick up immediately. A military vehicle roared as it left the Special Mecha Brigade's camp. The soldiers who were in the midst of an emergency assembly looked at the smoke and dust on the road in shock. They didn't know what was wrong with the young prodigy in the vehicle, actually daring to defy military orders and leave. In the passenger seat of the dark green military vehicle, Li Feng buried his head in his strong body, as if he didn't want to hear what the officer in the back seat said. The news received from Philadelphia is that the 3 major fleets have already set off, and the fastest light fleet is currently heading towards the Night Scorpion Nebula. Their target is the location of the ancient bell. The officer put down the phone and reported in shock and difficulty. The ancient bell was ambushed by the Empire's fleet. No one survived. Li Feng's shoulders suddenly stiffened, but he didn't make any sound. He just moved up and down slightly with the movement of the military vehicle. Suddenly, without any warning, the usually arrogant and violent head that was hanging low in his body let out a series of painful howls, just like an injured beast. Madman Li had been fighting in the front lines of the West Woods since he was 12 years old. He always had a goal in front of him, and it wasn't as unreachable as his grandfather by the lake. Instead, it was so real and close. During his youth, he grew up under the care of that person. In a sense, that person partially replaced the role of his father in his life. No one knew how close his relationship with the West Woods Tiger was. Even the Philadelphia family didn't know, and no one could imagine how he would feel when he heard the bad news. The officer in the vehicle was pale. They were Li Feng's most loyal partners and subordinates. They only knew a little about the situation, but they didn't expect him to have such a big reaction. "Where are we going at this time?" "To the spaceport. I want to go back to the West Woods." Maybe it was because he buried his head in his arms, or maybe it was because of something else. Li Feng's voice sounded a little dull and weak at the moment. "This is disobeying a military order, and if Director Li knows, he will definitely not agree." One of the officers suppressed the nervousness in his heart and refuted. Li Feng raised his head and glanced at the officer in the vehicle. His voice was flat as he said, I want to go back to the West Woods." He didn't cry when he heard the news of Commander Zhong's death, but at the moment, his eyes were red and full of terrifying veins that were triggered by his violent emotions. Facing such a pair of eyes and such a calm and terrifying tone, no one dared to raise any objections. Even if these officers could guess that once Li Feng returned to the West Woods, he would definitely do something earth-shattering. At this moment, the phone rang again. General Li Jiedu said calmly, "What do you want to do?" "I want to kill someone." Li Feng heard his father's voice, and a trace of stubbornness flashed across his handsome face. He said, "No one can fucking stop me." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Li Jiedu didn't expect that the news of Zhong Shouhu's death would actually make his son so angry and agitated. After a moment, he said, "Su Lu has already gone over. Give me the authority." Li Feng paused for a moment and said, "I want to see him do it." In the command hall on the outskirts of the Capital Special District, there was a commotion. Countless senior technicians were decrypting and restoring a section of the signal from a distant star region. The senior staff of the Department of National Defense, with the help of computers, were frowning and thinking hard about many complicated things. Who gave him the authority to use the charter network that the Federation buried in advance? A gloomy and angry roar sounded in the hall. The director of the Military Committee of the Federation Parliament looked at the data feedback on the giant screen excitedly and waved his arms vigorously. This is related to the foundation of the Federation's attack on the Empire. Make him stop immediately. The National Security Advisor's expression was also ugly. He said gloomily into the microphone, "Three-winged battleship, I order you to stop immediately and withdraw immediately. Otherwise..." Bang! A porcelain vase that was thrown into the hall interrupted the anger of these big shots. The crisp sound of the vase shattering shocked everyone. The entire command hall was silent for a moment. Li Feng didn't know what he threw at the vase. He walked over with a gloomy face. The military police in the command hall immediately surrounded him. At this time, sitting on the second floor, the president waved his hand with a gloomy expression. The military police had to disperse and let this ruthless lieutenant colonel walk directly to the control panel. At this time, dozens of hours had passed since the attack on the ancient bell. In the Federation Society, which appeared to be peaceful on the surface, it was just a few days of changing between day and night. However, for the people who heard this shocking news, it was extremely torturous. The Bureau of Proclamation's tri-winged battleship followed the Empire's fleet into the enemy's star sector in a decisive and reckless manner. The signal passed through the giant warp hole, and there was no fixed signal to amplify it, so it was somewhat unstable. The people in the command hall could only see blurry and intermittent images and the whimsical plan that they had just received. Li Feng stood in front of the control panel and slowly lowered his body to the microphone. He squeezed out a sentence from his solid chest. "Su Lu, help me kill him. If you can't do it this time, I will do it next time." A few minutes later, the entire command hall heard Su Li's reply from the tri-wing battleship, "I will kill him." Then the communication was cut off. 7 hours later, a civilian smuggling spaceship from the West Woods sent back the latest news to S1. This smuggling spaceship was monitoring the military channel a few days ago and learned that the ancient bell was attacked. As criminals who should not be exposed to the public, the people on the smuggling spaceship bravely made the decision to rescue Commander Zhong. However, when they arrived, they only saw the wreckage on the ground and a rescue capsule that flew back according to the predetermined procedure. Other than that, there was nothing. Chapter 574. The last image that the people of the Federation saw was shot by the Bureau of Proclamation's tri-wing warship. In the last image, the Empire's flagship exploded violently and turned into a dazzling firework in the quiet space. Then, even the tri-wing warship disappeared into the vast universe. The confirmation of the culprit of the attack on the ancient bell, the famous butcher general of the Empire, made many people in the upper class of the Federation excited. However, there was no news of Su Lu, which reduced the joy of revenge to the lowest point. That night, the Federation news channel authorized by the government turned into a black-and-white monochrome broadcast. All advertisements and entertainment programs were stopped. The news anchor reported the news of the attack on the ancient bell to hundreds of millions of Federation citizens with a sad and angry voice. At the same time, he claimed that the special forces sent by the federal military had successfully destroyed the shameless Empire's fleet. In the middle of the repeated news, it was the life of Zhang Su, the commander of the West Woods military region. The Federation government spared no effort to publicize the great achievements of this tiger in the front line for more than 10 years. The prosperous and safe Upper Woods region was shocked, and the remote and lonely East Woods region was shocked. The entire Federation society was shrouded in a gloomy fog. If the Federation government had not announced the successful revenge, this gloomy mood might have directly aroused the uneasiness of society. As for the West Woods region, which guarded the border of the Federation like stubborn orphans, had already fallen into hysterical anger and sadness. 3 moons climbed up, shining on the wild vegetables in Little Sister's basket. 3 moons fell, eating up the wild vegetables made by Little Sister. 3 moons disappeared. Little Sister also disappeared. 3 moons rose. Little Sister, when will you come back? Just like the helplessness and anger of this ballad that was created decades ago, and just like how Zhang Su lamented to Su Lu in the restaurant, the people of the West Woods uneasily and sorrowfully thought that they were just orphans of the Federation, wandering in the universe, singing sad songs in the west wind. No one would care about the life and death of the people of the West Woods. Fortunately, they had the Zhong family. For the past 10 years, they had that insufferably arrogant tiger. But now, that ferocious and friendly tiger had died without warning. In an instant, the people of the West Woods could not accept the fact that they had lost their hero, their leader. When they finally confirmed that this sad fact could not be changed, countless West Woods soldiers swarmed to the periphery of the old house in Wei-Tu district. They hugged their weapons and sat on the ground, forming a long line along several roads. No one organized them. They just subconsciously wanted to protect the commander's home and prevent any outsiders from coming. More people of the West Woods began to cry and criticize the corruption of the Federation government and the incompetence of the federal fleet. Thinking of the West Woods sweating and bleeding by the Federation and the abruptness of the whole incident, countless conspiracy theories began to circulate in private. Just as the cosmic war between the Federation and the Empire was about to begin, social unrest in the West Woods of the front line would lead to extremely serious consequences. What worried the Federation government even more was that no one knew whether the West Woods soldiers and civilians who were loyal to the Zhong family would have more direct and strong political demands because of this incident. The Federation had to stabilize the situation in the West Woods as soon as possible. And in the current tense situation, there were not many people who had enough influence to appease the people of the West Woods and show the Federation's sincerity to the soldiers and civilians of the West Woods. After thinking for a few hours, the old man by Lake Feiqing politely declined the request of the president's residents to go to the West Woods to stabilize the situation. In the early morning, the Federation news channel broadcasted an urgent news. The president of the Federation would immediately set off for the West Woods to preside over the grand funeral of Commander Zhong, his wife, and the soldiers of the Antique Bell. The people were in a frenzy, and the people's hearts were uncertain. Every combat unit in Silin's military was in a dangerous situation where they were absolutely on guard and had no clue what to do. President Pavel's decision to head to Silin to appease the people had, without a doubt, demonstrated his courage and determination that was different from normal politicians. And before the president went to the West Woods, there was a more important matter to deal with. 3:30 in the morning in the underground combat command room of the president's residence. The fact that the Empire's fleet could find the gap in the charter network and use our top-secret electronic imprint to cover it shows a lot of problems. The Department of Defense has newly coded all the electronic code systems 3 days ago. But if those problems can't be solved fundamentally, these technical means will become meaningless. President Pabre's voice was still strong, but his dark face looked a little thin and tired. Although the last conversation between them before Zhong Suhu left the capital did not achieve a satisfactory result, the president was still willing to see Commander Zhong as a kindred spirit. A potential political ally was buried in a space fireworks that no one expected. This blow and the situation in the West Woods that followed made the president feel a lot of pressure. Fortunately, at this time, he did not have to worry that some families or spokespersons in the Federation would dare to question his decision to attack the Empire. I don't know if Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu has any evidence for what he said, and I don't want to investigate the source of his information. His outstanding performance on the battlefield, as well as his brave actions in chasing after the Empire's fleet, can completely prove his loyalty and love for the Federation. President Pabre's eyes swept over everyone in the room like a hawk, from the National Security Advisor, the Minister of Defense, the members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, important cabinet ministers, specially invited representatives of the Parliament. He said in a deep voice, he said that there is still a seed of the Empire that is still in the Federation, so I ask you to find it. According to Lieutenant Colonel Su Lee's information, the Federation Investigation Bureau entered the military prison as soon as possible, but did not find the target. The director of the Federation Investigation Bureau in a pure black suit looked at him and said seriously, "But according to the preliminary investigation, we did find some problems. As for where that seed of suspicion is now, we need the help of the Bureau of Proclamation. Since the Bureau of Proclamation has been observing this seed, they should know where it is now." The target of this sentence was very clear. The eyes of the big shots in the Federation in the room all fell on a chair at the round table. The assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Chui Judong, was temporarily relieved of all authority 3 days ago. 3 special agents of the Special Task Force stood behind him at this time. Facing the suspicious and angry gazes of his colleagues, he said slowly with difficulty, "I have already explained that the Bureau of Proclamation suspended the investigation of that seed of suspicion because I directly received an email from the Office of the Minister of Defense saying that the suspect is involved in a special military mission and needs to be temporarily quarantined." Minister of Defense Zhou Yingxing, who had been silent all this time, said, "I did not send such an email. For the sake of maximum safety, after the Medellin project, the President has already rejected the related anti-discord plan. Director Judong has just confirmed that the seed has disappeared or died, but I can't be at ease, so Assistant Chui, I think you need to be quarantined for a long time. As for the Office of the Minister of Defense, it must also be investigated." Zhou Yingxing nodded slightly, not deliberately hiding the heavy expression between his eyebrows. "In 2 hours, I will be going to the West Woods. I hope that the relevant investigation can come to a clear conclusion before the Charter I arrives at Sunset State." President Pabre looked at the crowd sternly and said, "Everyone here is a pillar of the Federation. If there's a problem with any of us, it will be a big problem for the Federation. This matter involves the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense. The Federation Investigation Bureau does not have the ability to complete the investigation, so I have decided that the military combat forces will conduct the investigation. The investigation team will report directly to me, and I will leave the details to Mr. Byron. Vice President Byron has the authority to investigate the internal work of the Bureau of Proclamation. But according to the First Charter, any powerful government agency, especially the military, is prohibited from actively interfering with the affairs of the Bureau of Proclamation." Chui Judong's expression changed. He did not care about his current situation and raised his objection loudly. "The military investigation team will not interfere with the affairs of the Bureau of Proclamation. They are investigating you." President Pabre looked at him coldly and said without any trace of politeness. Chui Judong's expression changed drastically. He tried to get the president to retract the order, but even when he was escorted out of the conference room by 3 special task force agents, he still turned around and struggled to express his objection. "Lieutenant General Du Xiaoqing will be in charge of this investigation." President Pabre looked at the crowd and said in a heavy tone, "The death of Commander Zhong has proven the crazy, aggressive instinct of the Empire. When it comes to the survival of the Federation, no department can stay out of it, not even the Bureau of Proclamation." The big shots in the conference room turned their eyes collectively again and looked at a shadowy corner outside the round table. Du Xiaoqing, who had been sitting silently in the corner, slowly stood up. His straight military posture was impeccable. He gave the president a standard military salute and said in a deep voice, "I will not disappoint you." In the eyes of many people, Du Xiaoqing, who had accumulated military merits to the rank of lieutenant general, would not be able to sit in the position of commander of the Iron 7th Division for too long. Although people were still used to calling him Commander Xiaoqing in a respectful tone, the military talent he had displayed at the front line of the West Woods did indeed need a bigger stage. No one would have thought that his latest big stage would be the investigation team of the Federation appointed by the president himself. And the investigation was the mystery of the death of his lifelong enemy. Under his command, the fully armed soldiers divided and surrounded the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense as if they were in a battle. They cleanly invited the suspects of the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense back to the military camp from their homes. Ignoring the fierce resistance of the lawyers, they used all means to extend the detention period as much as possible and gradually deepen the investigation. Du Xiaoqing, on the other hand, was silent in front of his desk. There was an old photo frame on the desk, and in front of the desk was a violin case. The long case was not opened, and no clear sound came out. Chapter 575. In the outskirts of the capital city of Southern Galilee on Planet S2, there was a heavily guarded Special Level 3 class, a military prison. 2 days ago, hundreds of serious-looking members of the Federation Investigation Bureau were stationed here with the authorization documents of the Ministry of Defense. The black suits that were flashing at the checkpoints of countless rooms replaced the dark green military uniforms, which made the people in the prison feel extremely depressed. 3 days before the Federation Investigation Bureau took over this military prison, a prisoner mysteriously disappeared. No one knew how this prisoner left the Special Level 3 class, a military prison. Even the Bureau of Proclamation lost the specific location of this person's identity chip, but there was no feedback that the information node disappeared. The investigation team, appointed by President Pabre, followed the footsteps of the Federation Investigation Bureau to this prison. The internal affairs officer of the Iron 7th Division from the 2nd Military Region increased the intensity of the investigation of the prison under the cold command of President Du Xiaoqing. The prisoners in the prison were all gathered in the side area. The cells that they used to live in became the prison's hell. From time to time, angry roars, curses, and screams could be heard from the 3rd floor of the prison. As many as 700 government employees and officers turned this prison into a surprisingly large interrogation room. They used all kinds of legal methods, but they still couldn't find any clues. The Federation's investigation of the attack on the Ancient Bell ship and its efforts to find the hidden seed fell into a helpless halt. At this moment, countless pairs of anxious and angry eyes didn't notice a small forest 13 kilometers to the right of the prison. Under the simple building of the forest, there was a hidden underground fortification. At the end of the fortification, there was a dark room without any light or electronic equipment. The dim light of the primitive incandescent lamp shone on the rough stone walls of the room. The light gradually gathered to the side of the bed in the corner of the room, revealing a thin, pale, and desperate face. He had a very common name, Yu. He was 36 years old this year. He entered the 2nd Military Academy at the age of 17. After graduation, he had been working in the Military Intelligence Department. Although the information he came in contact with was top secret and somewhat mysterious to the general public, this kind of work would become ordinary and boring after a long time. However, he was not dissatisfied. He liked the breakfast sold outside the electronic code station building. He was used to the smell of disinfectant and light curtain glue in the building. Not to mention, when he was 30 years old, he fell in love with a waitress in the logistics department of the building. He had a gentle and kind wife, a daughter who was just 4 years old but still waited for him with a sweet smile and slippers every day. He had an ordinary but stable and indeed meaningful job. Yu was satisfied enough with this life. Yu had always thought so, until one day more than a year ago, when he was driving home, he was suddenly stopped by a group of soldiers and arrested. Then, he learned the truth that was like a thunderclap. Yu was a seed that was planted in the Federation, that Yu was from the Empire? No, this is such a ridiculous prank. I was born in the S2 industrial base, and my parents only gave birth to me when they were in their 40s. I have countless childhood friends and teachers who know of my existence. And you actually say that I'm from the Empire? Adoption certificate? No, I don't believe it. Biological markers? That's fake. What are you trying to do? I'm just a very ordinary officer. I don't have anything you want on me. Why must you accuse me of being from the Empire? More than a year ago, when Yu heard this ridiculous accusation, his first reaction was this. That absurd feeling of astonishment turned into hysteria. This made him, who was considered to be extremely cowardly in the military academy, actually dare to ignore the gun barrels in the hands of those wardens. He angrily swung his fist and smashed it towards the brown-haired officer's face across the wide interrogation table. However, he did not hit the other party. Instead, he was smashed to the ground by the cold butt of the gun. After waking up from his coma, facing the detailed records of the Bureau of Proclamation and the ironclad evidence, Yu finally admitted to a certain fact in despair and frustration. Many years ago, the Empire took the risk of using a small spaceship to forcefully cross the space channel and transport a few batches of babies into Bermuda. Then, through the notorious human traffickers of Bermuda, they were sold to the Federation. They were sold to parents who did not have children but longed for them. These innocent and childish babies, who were even sleeping with their eyes closed, passed the examination of the charter and received a legal adoption certificate. An identity chip was implanted behind their necks. Without them knowing, they turned from being from the Empire to citizens of the Federation. And he was one of these babies that I was originally from the Empire. Then, when I cheered for every victory of the Federal Army on the front lines of the West Woods, was I actually celebrating the death of my own people? My life was all fake. An ordinary name, an ordinary job, a stable and happy life. They were all fake. Then what was real? Yu, who could not accept this fact, became an ice sculpture that could not think. In just 3 days, his face became so thin that his bones could be seen. He knew that the Federation would not allow an Empire spy like him to live. Although before this, he did not know that he was arranged by the Empire to be a spy from the moment he was born. In a situation where he did not know and had no choice, he became a natural spy. He did not do anything bad, but he had to pay the price for a life that he did not know. What a sad and absurd life this was. However, the subsequent development of the matter was completely out of his expectations. If this was a nightmare, Yu would never have thought that after waking up from the nightmare, he would not have sunk into it. Instead, he would have started to have another bizarre dream. Those officers with mysterious identities did not send him to the secret court for trial and then lock him up for life. They also did not execute the military regulations and execute a secret execution. Instead, they directly released him. However, before he was released, the brown-haired officer's gentle but cold warning was like a basin of ice water that woke him up from his helpless state. The sound of footsteps outside the room made Yu jump in fright. Thinking back to his experiences over the past year, only then did he understand that the bizarre dream was still just a nightmare. Just like the disgusting curly brown hair of the officer who pushed open the door and entered. It is extremely difficult to find a place within the Federation that can completely block the light of the charter. The Federation officer walked into the room. After sitting on the chair, he removed the military cap from his head and carefully placed it beside his hand. He then rubbed his head full of curly brown hair and said with a calm voice, "With our abilities, even in this primitive underground cave, we can only block it for a few days. You've wasted a lot of time. I was forced to take the risk to come this time. This makes me feel extremely bad." He raised his head and looked at him with a somewhat deranged gaze. His voice was hoarse as he said, "You bunch of lunatics, murderers, so you also know fear. Are you worried that the Bureau of Proclamation will find out that you have met me before? A little, but not a lot. In the end, the glory of the Charter is controlled by humans. Even if the Bureau of Proclamation can find me, without direct evidence, they can't bring up any charges against me. They can't even begin to suspect me. Just like this isolated room 60 meters underground. Apart from the chips behind our necks, there are no other components that can send out electronic information. We pay more attention to the spirit and procedures of the Federation than anyone else. The glory of the Charter has protected the Federation for tens of thousands of years. Presumably, it will also condone the actions of us, the subjects of the Federation. EU looked at him with a numb expression and said, "You can directly kill me. Details determine success or failure," the brown-haired officer said. The brown-haired officer said, "Due to some unexpected circumstances, this investigation is being conducted. This investigation may endanger our cause, so I need your final cooperation to end this investigation. These somewhat heavy stories need the death of you, the last seed of the Empire, to put a full stop to this." "I'm not some bullshit seed," Hiyu shouted angrily at the other party, his facial features somewhat distorted in agitation. "More than a year ago, we've already discussed this issue many times. I don't want to continue this discussion," the brown-haired officer said coldly. There was a long silence in the gloomy room, and then the sound of water dripping clearly rang out. Hiyu lowered his head in pain and hugged his body as if he was afraid of the cold. In this period of more than a year, he had obtained a lot of secret information from the hands of these mysterious soldiers. Moreover, under their arrangements, he had entered Bermuda and made contact with the people of the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency. He had done many things that he could never have imagined before. He had originally thought that the federal military had allowed him to live because they wanted to use his identity as a seed of the Empire to pass on false information to the Empire and sow discord. Who could have known that the truth was actually more cruel than he had imagined? "I agreed to pass on information to the Empire because I convinced myself that I shouldn't care about betraying the Empire's interests. I shouldn't care about the lives of those bullshit compatriots because I don't think I'm a person of the Empire at all. When I was still a baby, I was heartlessly abandoned here by them. Why should I fight for them?" Hiyu raised his head and allowed the tears to flow freely on his pained expression. He roared angrily, "No. In reality, it was only because I wanted to let myself believe that I was still a citizen of the Federation, a soldier of the Federation, and that I was fighting for the interests of the Federation. My family, my friends, my colleagues, the first woman I fell in love with, the history I was most interested in, the stars I liked the most, the scenic spots I liked to visit the most, all of them belong to the Federation. I'm a person from the inside out. I belong to the Federation. My life has been spent here. I have a family. I have a wife. I have children," Hiyu said with a sorrowful voice. "Except for this body, this flesh and blood. But the information I passed on to the Empire had nothing to do with sowing discord at all. Instead, it led to the death of Commander Zhong." He hugged his head with both hands and looked at the brown-haired officer in disbelief and pain as he yelled, "What did you do? What did you want to do? Who is the traitor? Who is the seed of the Empire?" Hiyuyu's eyes wandered as he subconsciously muttered, "I am not, you are. You and those shameless big shots behind you are the seeds of evil." Chapter 578. Evil? What is evil? Before the great, glorious, and correct laws of history, there is no evil. There is only the respectable darkness behind the light. The brown-haired officer's voice suddenly rose like an angry waterbird. The feathers on the top of his head stood up in fear, and his slender neck made the air flow through it become sharp. In a sharp tone, there was unmistakable contempt and disdain. The waterbird that stepped on the green water grass was looking down at the shellfish below. His words revealed the firmness and pride in his heart, as well as the narcissism that spread from it. In the dark underground room, there seemed to be a light whose color could not be seen. It enveloped the body of this federal officer whose hands were stained with blood, causing his dark green military uniform to sparkle. Only a strong and powerful Central Federation that has the support of all parties can defeat the Empire and lead us to victory. In order to achieve this goal, many people must be eliminated, including the stubborn warlord Zhong Su, who destroyed the unity of the Federation. Perhaps it was because of Hiyuyu's questioning before his death that made the brown-haired officer feel the anger of his ideals being misunderstood. With a gloomy voice, he said the first part of the sentence with disdain and a hint of excitement. Hiyuyu's face was pale, and his eyes were cloudy and lifeless. He stared at the brown-haired officer who was waving his arms excitedly in the shadows before him. Suddenly, he laughed somewhat nervously and murmured in a low voice, "Is defeating the Empire really that important? This is a matter of life and death, a question that is higher than life and death." In the shadows, the brown-haired officer's nose bridge was high like a sharp sword. He said coldly, "The Empire is a primitive, bloody, and shameless existence. It should have been thrown into the garbage heap of the history of the universe a long time ago. Since you can't change it on your own, let us do it. We are not invaders," the officer said with a heavier tone. "What we need to do is to rescue the people of the lower class of the Empire and let the light of the Constitution cover the entire universe. Humanity will return to peace and have ample time and energy to advance into the depths of the universe. This beautiful and harmonious new era is our historical mission. For this historical mission, anyone can be sacrificed and any means can be allowed. The question is, do the people of the lower class of the Empire need you? Do they crave for you to rescue them?" Hiyu leaned against the cold wall, his eyes still devoid of life, but gradually he finally understood some things. "We just want to do this. We don't need the consent or understanding of the lower class of the Imperium. Our civilization is advanced and superior, so we have the responsibility to help them," the brown-haired officer said coldly. "If we don't persist in doing the right thing, just because the other party can't understand it, that would be an irresponsible attitude. The Federation is superior to the Empire because of its charter, rule of law, and the spirit of freedom. What about you? You assassinated the commander of the Federation, sold information to the Empire, and threatened me with the lives of my wife and daughter. My daughter is only 4 years old this year." Hiyu's eyes widened as he angrily reprimanded. "In order to win, in order to eliminate those people who are above the law, who are not on the same path as you, you did not hesitate to destroy the spirit and put yourself above the law. What's the difference between you and the people you hate? What right do you have to talk about the injustice of saving the Empire?" These fanatical Federation officers reminded him and woke him up. It turned out that being a citizen of the Empire was not a natural sin. There were sins that were born for various reasons everywhere in this universe. There was a deathly silence in the gloomy underground room. After a long time, the brown-haired officer in the shadows said with a slightly hoarse voice, "So, in the future, we will also be swept into the trash heap of history." But then he raised his head and said proudly and coldly, "But no matter who writes history in the future, they cannot deny that our actions have pushed this history forward and made our own contributions. We do not fight for days and nights, but only for 10,000 years." In Hiyu's eyes, the pride of the brown-haired Federation officer from the bottom of his heart and his expression of martyrdom were just ridiculous fanaticism and excitement. "Crazy. Everyone has gone crazy. The world laughs at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at the world for not being able to see through it. Actually, when will I be able to truly see through it?" The brown-haired Federation officer lowered his head for an instant and then raised his head again. Still calm and graceful, there was pride in his confidence. He looked at Hiyu and said with a smile, "When we sent you to Bermuda, you could have tried to escape to the Empire, but you did not." Hiyu's body stiffened slightly. Thinking of the meeting with the commissioner of the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency and his mental struggle at that time, he could not help but clench his fists and sink into the painful memories. "But you did not escape because you could not bear to leave your wife and daughter behind. You were worried about what would happen to them after you escaped." The brown-haired officer smiled and praised, "In this aspect, I admire you very much. For a citizen of the Empire to have the courage to give up the chance to survive for the sake of his family in the Federation." Hiyu did not say anything. He lowered his head in silence, thinking of his wife and daughter. He was depressed and sad. He did not know if they would live well after his death. He did not know if they would be able to learn of his death. He did not know if Roos would be able to open that little shop next year. He did not know if his daughter would be able to carry slippers for other men when she grew up. He did not know what would happen to everything he cared about and loved after his death. He did not know it all. "It is very difficult for me to trust people as shameless as you, but other than trusting your promise, there is no other way. Yu lowered his head and said, "Speak. What do you want me to do in the end? Don't forget, you promised me to let them live." "It's very simple in this matter." The brown-haired officer handed over a simple recording pen and a simple black pistol. Yu took the recording pen, but he did not pick up the pistol. He stared in a daze at the black metal pistol on the table. His gaze rose again and fell on the faintly discernible brown hair and straight nose of the officer across from him in the shadows. A few minutes later, there was the sound of a gunshot. The forest on the ground was already dusk. When Jean crawled out from the pile of old leaves, what entered his eyes was a red that covered the sky and covered the earth. It was just like the flower of blood that had just burst out from Yu's forehead. After a slight pause, he leaned against a large tree. He took off his brown wig and lit a cigarette. Looking at the setting sun in the distance and the military prison building in the evening light, he was silent for a long time and sighed slightly. In the end, Yu did not pick up the gun and shoot at him. That guy should be a good person. Fortunately, he did not have a family. Otherwise, if it was up to him to choose between the despair and hatred before death and the safety of his wife and daughter, he really would not know which to choose. Jean took a deep drag of the cigarette and thought in the light green smoke. He sat down and leaned against the large tree. He opened the workbench in his hand and quickly operated with his fingers. He turned the relevant information on the computer and the document with Yu's electronic signature into fragments of information and sent them out into space. From the beginning, they had never thought of killing Yu. Yu was a seed of the Empire in their hands. Furthermore, through Zhong Shouhu's death, he would win the boundless trust of the Empire. For the Federation, this meant an unimaginable amount of benefits. However, they never thought that there would be someone in this world who could surpass the authority of the Bureau of Proclamation and know that they had hidden a seed of the Empire. Furthermore, this matter was exposed. Jin's brows were deeply furrowed. He pondered bitterly in the twilight and green smoke. According to the information from the Bureau of Proclamation, Sulu had the first sequence authority. The question was, how could he have such a high sequence authority? A burst of rapid footsteps and thunderous roars interrupted his thoughts. "Don't move. Put your hands up. Don't move." More than 20 fully armed and murderous Federation soldiers appeared at the edge of the forest as if they had descended from the sky. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands and surrounded Jean in the middle. These clearly well-trained elite soldiers completely controlled the situation as soon as they appeared. However, for some reason, they were still roaring with stern expressions. They seemed to be very nervous. On the contrary, Jean, who was surrounded, still had a calm expression. He still held the half-burned cigarette between his fingers. The calmness was just a facade. It was because he was very familiar with this group of soldiers that he could forcefully suppress the shock in his heart and pretend to be indifferent. The Iron 7th Division's Special Guard Battalion, Jin's most direct subordinates in the past, actually pointed their guns at him today. "Don't move." The commander of the Iron 7th Division's Special Guard Battalion held the Panway submachine gun and aimed it between Jin's eyebrows. He roared in a hoarse voice, "Battalion commander, don't move, or I'll have to shoot you." The cigarette slipped from between his fingers. Jean lowered his head and stepped on it with his military boots. He didn't keep absolutely still according to the request of these soldiers. Instead, he raised his head and stared into the eyes of the commander. He took a step forward and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know what you are doing?" The commander of the Iron 7th Division took a step forward and pointed the cold muzzle between his eyebrows. He said in a hoarse voice, "Battalion commander, I don't know what we are doing, but if you move one more step, I'll really have to shoot." This is the order of the division commander. The other departments in the joint investigation team of the attack on the Ancient Bell didn't know what was happening in the forest more than 10 kilometers away from the military prison. The officers and soldiers of the Iron 7th Division who participated in the investigation sent their arrested targets back to S1 through a military warship as fast as possible and in the most secretive way. At number 44, Shima Avenue, Capital Special District, Du Xiaoqing sat in front of his desk and looked at the relevant report submitted by the joint investigation team with no expression on his face. Behind him, raindrops were tapping on his window, making the light inside and outside a little dim. In front of the wide desk, Shimin Jean stood with his head down. His hands were tied with high-strength plastic ropes, so he couldn't move a finger. Du Xiaoqing didn't look up at him. He just looked at the report in silence. The atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive. When the oppressive atmosphere was about to suffocate him, he looked up at Shimin Jean and said, "I told you before that there are many methods that I can't accept." Chapter 579. There was an obvious and insurmountable line between light and darkness. The ash between black and white could not be used as an excuse to absolve oneself of guilt. Even if the ash was so faint that it was almost invisible, it would still be black of varying degrees. How could it be white? The talented, cold, proud, and cool Du Xiaoqing had always thought so. However, many years after he graduated from No. 1 Academy, he had been in conflict, struggling, and silent in the military system. He had changed a lot. He understood that no matter how beautiful a landscape painting was, it still needed the dirty natural pigments dug out from the dark mines to be painted. For the bright future of the Federation, or rather for mankind, he was willing to sacrifice a part of his moral principles. Especially when a hidden and exciting trend of thought appeared in the Federation, and a trustworthy and excellent politician stood at the forefront of the trend, he was more and more sure that this sacrifice would be well rewarded. Therefore, he put all his energy and effort into the construction of the army, giving up worldly happiness such as family. Under the strong suppression of Zhong Shouhu in the West Woods, he still brought out the Iron 7th Division, an Iron Army, and branded the entire 2nd Military Region with his deep personal brand. The target of the Iron Blood Army was of course the people of the Empire, but for the future of the Federation, Du Xiaoqing did not mind using this army to protect that big shot. In fact, in the past few years, his Iron 7th Division had been cooperating with the relevant departments of the government to carry out some secret plans. His most loyal subordinate, Shimin Jean, was an important contact person for the Iron 7th Division to cooperate with the relevant plans. But what was the bottom line of sacrifice? How many flowers of evil would have to be burned to let the world regain the light of holiness? How many innocent people would have to die? But, not including this, Du Xiaoqing looked at Shimin Jean in front of the table expressionlessly and said in an exceptionally calm tone, "The assassination of Zhonghen at Mulla Manor. You said it was the work of the Special Task Force, so I did not continue to ask. In fact, you and I both know that Chun Yinchuan secretly entered the Lin family after graduating from No. 1 Academy to carry out a secret government mission to infiltrate the 7 great families. Without my order or yours, he would not have taken the risk of exposing his identity to launch this operation." And this time, Du Xiaoqing stood up after a moment of silence and said, "He shouldn't have died like this. This operation has been approved by the higher-ups." Shimin Jean lowered her head slightly and explained in a slightly hoarse voice, "Mr. Councilman, I am not willing to let you participate in these dirty matters, so I hid the specific plan from you. The last confirmed time was when you left room 5460 last time." Du Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, "Are you still my soldier? I will always be the commander's soldier." Shimin Jean suddenly raised her head, then standing straight, she replied loudly, "But I am even more unwilling to let teacher deal with this kind of difficult problem." "Difficult problem?" Du Xiaoqing suddenly smiled. His smile was full of indescribable bitterness. "This is not a problem. His death is like a slap to my face. It will hurt until the day I die." The final decision was made the day before Tiger returned to the West Woods. Shimin Jin's voice was hoarse as she explained, "This warlord will not give up his privileges as a noble family and join our camp. Also, in order to protect the interests of the Zhong family, the West Woods will not completely become a part of the Federation. In order to defeat the vicious enemy of the Empire, we must get rid of him. This is not a personal grudge." He gritted his teeth and looked at his teacher, who was deep in thought. His tone was urgent as he said, "This is for the Federation." Du Xiaoqing's usually emotionless eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of nostalgia. His thin lips opened slightly, and he said slowly, "For the Federation." This is a very familiar phrase. Back then, in Number 1 Academy, he liked to say this. At the time, I thought it was ridiculous. You will be a local tyrant in the West Woods. What right do you have to tarnish such a hot-blooded phrase? Now, he has really died for the Federation. You are in charge of this investigation, so no one will know the truth of the matter. Shimin-Jin noticed that his teacher's mood was a bit strange at this time. His expression was gloomy as he said, "I am not fighting for anything for myself. It is just that if I am found, many people will suspect you." For all the officers and soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, their object of loyalty was the Federation. To be more specific, direct, and firm, it was their teacher, Du Xiaoqing. Even though Shimin-Jin, who worked for some important people in the government, hid many things about Du Xiaoqing. In fact, he still fanatically worshipped him. Everything he did pointed to the direction of creating a bright and open dance in the Federation. Under the leadership of his teacher, they would advance into the depths of the universe and conquer a large star region. I don't plan to expose this matter because too many people are involved. Once the truth is exposed, the West Woods will definitely be in chaos. The first civil war in the Federation may break out. When that time comes, how can the chaotic Federation defeat the Empire? Du Xiaoqing said coldly, "I am not a perfect person with perfect morals. Whether it is the senator or you all want to put on a pair of white gloves for me, but the hands are already black and can never be clean again. I cannot bear the responsibility of starting a civil war in the Federation, and I am no longer a young man who can't sleep because of his conscience. I don't like Tiger Zhong even more, so it seems that I have no reason to continue investigating." Du Xiaoqing slowly opened the drawer and then walked to the front of the table. Outside the window, the rain dripped. The light in the room was dim, and the smooth military uniform gradually changed color with his steps. But he shouldn't have died like this. A strange flush flashed across Du Xiaoqing's usually cold face. He stared at Shimin-Jin in front of him and roared in a low voice. He is a soldier of the Federation, a truly outstanding soldier of the Federation. He should have been killed on a real battlefield. Or he could have been killed in the valiant civil war of the Federation. But he shouldn't have been killed by the bullets of his comrades in the back, because of a mistake that he hadn't committed yet. A crisp spring sound rang out. Du Xiaoqing raised the pistol and pointed it between Shimin-Jin's brows. He said coldly, "Today, I'll kill you first to return him alive. In the future, when I capture the Emperor of the Empire, I'll return him alive. At that time, we'll meet again in hell." In the depths of the desk drawer behind him, that old-fashioned photo lay quietly. The back was facing up, and the front was kissing the dust. Under the cold black barrel of the gun, Shimin-Jin's face was pale, but he didn't move at all. He still stood extremely straight and didn't make any movements to dodge. Only his breathing became hurried. Right at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was extremely stable. Du Xiaoqing's right hand, which was holding the gun steadily, stiffened slightly. This building was filled with his soldiers, who was able to quietly come to his door in the middle of a rainy day. The person outside the door didn't wait for the person inside to react. He pushed the door open naturally and entered. His slightly chubby body was wrapped in a raincoat, and the action of closing the door seemed to be somewhat strenuous. This person took off the wet raincoat and threw it on the ground. He then took off the hat that was drenched in the rain and hung it on the clothes rack beside the door. He rubbed his hands lightly, turned around, looked at the two people in front of the table, and said with a smile, "It said that autumn rain is cold, but it's still summer now. After being drenched in the rain, it's terrifyingly cold. What the hell is this weather?" At this time, Du Xiaoqing was still pointing the gun between Shimin-Jin's eyebrows. Because of the arrival of this uninvited guest, he didn't pull the trigger, but his slightly stiff right arm was still raised horizontally. He didn't put it down. Taking off the wet hat, it was white hair. This old man who entered Du Xiaoqing's office like he was going home didn't seem to see the tense situation in the room, nor did he see the gun in the air. He looked at Du Xiaoqing and said with a hint of admonishment, Being able to have such a subordinate who thinks for you in all aspects and doesn't even hide when facing your gun proves your ability to lead troops. Isn't it also your luck? You should cherish such a subordinate and not die because of a moment of impulse and rare lack of calmness. Otherwise, in the future, you will definitely doubt yourself and feel sad like you are now. Du Xiaoqing's eyes slightly lowered, but he still didn't put down the gun in his hand. The old man with white hair ignored him and said calmly, "Let's start the meeting. Although I'm very unwilling to take over this work, since His Excellency the President asked me to handle all the specific matters of this investigation, I have to care about it." Du Xiaoqing's sword-like eyebrows slightly twitched and blue veins appeared. He finally put down the gun in his hand and said in a heavy tone, "Yes, Mr. Vice President." Vice President Byron of the Federation convened the first joint meeting of the Joint Investigation Team of the attack on the Antique Bell. Because it was called at the last minute, the director of the Investigation Department of the Federation and the officers of the other two departments couldn't attend in time. They just received a briefing after the meeting. Very few people attended this joint meeting. Few people could imagine that the first meeting of the Joint Investigation Team actually became a gathering of the culprits of this conspiracy. This was an absurd and extremely cold fact. The association hasn't had a gathering for many years. Vice President Byron, who was sitting in the middle of the bench, said, "But I don't enjoy this kind of gathering because I feel uneasy when I think that the Bureau of Proclamation may know every word we say." In the dim room, a voice sounded. Although Cui Zhedong had issued a warning in advance, we still didn't expect Su Li's unexpected situation to happen. I'm really shocked that this person's sequence authority is actually higher than Cui Zhedong's, and he can even make the charter computer restart the investigation. Vice President Byron leaned forward slightly, and light and shadow interlaced on his old face. He said in a heavy voice, "Even if Su Lu has the first sequence authority, according to the privacy protection regulations of citizens, he can't have access to certain content. How on earth did he bypass the regulations?" Cui Zhedong tried to find a reason before he was replaced, but he didn't find anything. Also, according to the information from the interrogation room, he was preparing to commit suicide. There was silence in the dim room. The person who was about to become the director of the Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation, and in a sense, the most powerful man, didn't hesitate to commit suicide when facing the interrogation. This shocked everyone present. I strongly disagree with this. His position in the Bureau of Proclamation is very important to our plan. Although I admire his courage, this is not the best way to solve the problem.